Chapter 1. The Unattractive and Foolish Legitimate Daughter. An agent unexpectedly finds herself reincarnated as an unattractive and foolish daughter of a noble family. Is the scoundrel seeking to annul their engagement? Does her half-sister aspire to ascend to power? A person who has crawled out from the pile of corpses in her past life is not afraid of such petty domestic struggles. Tearing apart the White Lotus and kicking the scoundrel are mere trifles. With a flick of her finger, even a prince would bow to her. Wait, what did you say? Hello? Goodbye? Could it be that she has encountered a fellow villager? This reincarnation is no mere coincidence. It conceals a monumental conspiracy. Patriotism, familial bonds, love, and friendship. Only children make choices, we desire them all. From the depths of the inner courtyard to the intrigues of the court, from the flames of war at the borders to the survival of the continent, we shall embrace this convoluted journey of reincarnation. We shall protect the billions of lives. Within the walls of the Situ residence, in the corner of the western courtyard, half-dried weeds lay heaped, and patches of moss sprouted from the cracks of the bluestone slabs. Situ Yue stood in this dreary corner, her coarse linen dress stained with mud from sweeping earlier that morning. Sister Shuang? Sister Shuang? Has the fourth prince truly arrived? Where is he? Where? A voice, urgent and slightly trembling, echoed from within the estate. The speaker was none other than Situ Yue, the eldest daughter of the Situ family. She was slender, her face dotted with blemishes. Her already unattractive features were now flushed with excitement. He's over by the pavilion in the back garden. Sister, hurry and take a look. I've heard that the fourth prince is remarkably handsome. How many noble ladies yearn to marry him? You are indeed fortunate, Situ Shuang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing her sister's words, Situ Yue shyly lowered her head and broke into a foolish grin, her smile appearing somewhat daft to others. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress, and her feet shuffled restlessly, clearly eager to meet the fourth prince. Noticing her elder sister lost in laughter, yet stagnant in action, Situ Shuang quickly urged, Sister, the fourth prince is waiting for us. Let's not keep him waiting. Only then did Situ Yue seem to awaken from her reverie, hastily stepping forward toward the pavilion in the back garden. Meanwhile, Situ Shuang, standing behind her, wore a disdainful smile, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, thinking to herself, this fool is merely awaiting her demise. Inside the pavilion, the second prince, Dongfang Shun, and the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, sat opposite one another, steam wafting from the celadon teacups upon the zeatonwood table. Aunt Lu of the Situ family reclined to one side, while the third Miss, Situ Yue, stood behind her mother, the hem of her plain dress swaying gently with her movements, her gaze frequently darting toward the pebble path outside the pavilion. Suddenly, a figure came stumbling toward them, her coarse dress adorned with a patchwork of red and green, covered in grass clippings, her two horned braids askew, the hair ties half loosened. As she rushed to the pavilion, the tea the fourth prince had just sipped sprayed forth, drenching the stone table and causing the teacup to tremble. The newcomer was none other than Situ Yue. Her face bore eyebrows resembling inky blocks, her cheeks painted with a thick layer of rouge, yet her blemishes remained visible. Her vividly red lips were smeared at the corners, appearing as if stained with blood. Even the usually composed second prince turned away abruptly, coughing as he pinched the rim of his teacup. After calming his emotions, the fourth prince glared at Lady Lu with a dark expression, exclaiming, Who is this madwoman? Quickly remove her. She is utterly ruinous to the atmosphere, simply a sight that turns the stomach. His voice resonated with a deep, simmering anger, echoing through the pavilion. Furrowing his brow, the fourth prince's eyes brimmed with disdain and impatience, as though the person before him, Situ Yue, was an exceedingly filthy object. Feigning surprise, Lady Lu replied, Your Highness, this is the eldest daughter of the Situ family, your betrothed. She has been mentally impaired since childhood and possesses a poor complexion, often leading a reclusive life. I had instructed Shuang to help her rest, but I am uncertain how she ended up here. Before she could finish her sentence, Situ Shuang hurriedly approached, her skirt held up. She first curtsied to the two princes and then slightly bowed to Lady Lu. Greetings, your highnesses, mother, she gasped, pressing her hand to her chest, her voice tinged with a sob. I was in my room, coaxing my elder sister to sleep, when she overheard something from the servants and insisted on meeting the fourth prince. Shuang, simply could not stop her. With that, she lowered her lashes. Lady Lu gently patted the back of her hand. Enough, it is not your fault. Quickly take the eldest lady back to her room. Do not disturb the princes while they are having tea. Just as Situ Yue was about to step forward, Situ Yue suddenly wrenched her hand away and lunged toward the fourth prince. The fourth prince deftly sidestepped, and she crashed onto the stone table, her hairpins scattering. Yet, undeterred by the pain, she turned to embrace the fourth prince's waist, exclaiming, "Atai, brother, do not be shy. I want to sleep with you." Both princes were taken aback. The fourth prince pressed his hand to his chest, his face filled with revulsion. This madwoman is shockingly brazen. How could someone with such an unsightly visage dare to utter such words? Unworthy of being my princess. Situ Yue, however, remained blissfully unaware, stretching her arms forward. She recalled the words Situ Yue had specifically taught her. When you go to the pavilion, Annie will tell you who the fourth prince is. You must take the initiative regardless of who tries to stop you. Leap toward the prince. If he dodges, it means he is shy. You must continue to embrace him and declare your desire to share a bed. If you can kiss the prince's cheek, that would be splendid. He will surely be pleased, for you are his princess. In her eyes shone a blend of innocence and determination, utterly oblivious to the ridiculousness and absurdity of her actions at that moment. Chapter 2. A sudden transmigration unbeknownst to her. Situ Yue floundered helplessly, while the fourth prince's expression darkened ominously, his temper flaring. Were it not for the fact that they were within the Situ residence, he would have struck her down without hesitation. As the unattractive girl grew desperate and lunged at him with reckless abandon, the prince deftly sidestepped, discreetly channeling his internal energy to give her a gentle push. With a resounding splash, Situ Yue lost control and plunged into the water, sending sprays high into the air. She began to thrash violently, her hands frantically slicing through the surface, her feet kicking vigorously in a desperate bid to resurface. Lady Lu and her two daughters, unaware of the internal energy at play, remained oblivious. However, the second prince observed keenly, having clearly witnessed his younger brother's covert maneuver to cast her into the water. He immediately rose to gaze into the pond. The others remained indifferent. Situ Yue even found the leisure to sip her tea, seemingly validating the earlier panting as genuine. Noticing this, the second prince feigned a cough and declared, "Time is of the essence. I find myself unwell and shall take my leave." Without hesitation, he turned to exit. The onlookers assumed he wished to avoid entanglement in the murky affair, but the fourth prince cast a glance at Lady Lu and her daughters. Lady Lu reacted swiftly, instructing, "Daughters, the eldest miss has merely fallen into the water by her own misstep. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Be careful not to speak amiss when you go out, and do not distort the truth. Is that understood?" Her tone was serious, laced with an unyielding authority. Situ Yue and Situ Yue obediently replied, "Yes, mother." The fourth prince's lips curled into a slight smile, acknowledging her astuteness. He thought, "Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. This is quite splendid. Who would wish to marry such an unattractive girl?" He nodded slightly. "Let Lady Lu handle this matter. I shall take my leave." After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, "By the way, your two daughters are quite lovely. Be sure to cherish them well." With that, he swished his sleeve and departed. At this moment, the three women felt a flutter of anxiety. Contemplating the prince's praise of the two young ladies' beauty, could it mean a chance at becoming a consort or a secondary wife? They excitedly sipped fragrant tea, completely oblivious to Situ Yue's plight in the water, as if unaware that anyone had fallen in. Meanwhile, as Situ Yue sank beneath the surface, the sensation of suffocation gripped her throat like an invisible hand, causing her limbs to convulse. "Sister Yue? Sister Yue? Where are you? Father, where are you?" With each instance of bullying, her father would always shield her, wielding a gleaming sword to frighten away the wicked. But why had he not come this time? Was it because Yue had been disobedient? She promised not to sneak pastries again, nor to clumsily shatter vases. "Father, please come." As her consciousness faded, she seemed to see Lady Lu standing beneath the pavilion, waving a gilded fan, her gaze as cold as the lake's water. Why is no one coming? Yue feels so unwell. Her chest felt as though it would burst, the surrounding darkness deepening. At the moment when the last glimmer of light extinguished, she could almost hear her faint whimper dissipating into the water. The world lost a foolish girl named Situ Yue, but in her stead, an agent named Qin Yan emerged to live on. As Qin Yan opened her eyes, everything appeared hazy. The roaring in her ears persisted. The lament of a helicopter engine moments before an explosion. She recalled vividly the glaring red stamp on the mission briefing, escorting a national-level cultural relic at any cost. The acrid scent of blood lingered in the cabin as the captain thrust a parachute into her hands, his hoarse voice mingling with the cacophony of explosions. Jump now? Qing Yan turned and leaped through the hatch, the fierce wind instantly filling her combat suit. Her trembling fingers pulled the parachute cord once, twice, thrice. But the parachute hung lifelessly behind her, unresponsive. Cold sweat drenched her back as she glanced sideways, spotting the captain merely 10 meters below. A cream-colored canopy blooming against the azure sky, starkly bright. He clutched a rosewood box tightly, his face devoid of its usual warmth. The eyes that often reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder now gleamed with a chilling mirth. Qing Yan's mind erupted in chaos. As if struck by an iron rod, the backup parachute had been inspected by him, and it was he who had ultimately handed it to her. She realized, to her horror, that she had long been a pawn. Amidst the howling winds, she watched the captain's parachute drift further away, the wooden box glinting coldly in the sunlight. Below her was the tumultuous sea. She plummeted like a severed leaf. And just as the briny waters were about to engulf her, she caught a last glimpse of the captain raising his hand in a gesture of victory. When she sensed that she was still alive in the water, she struggled to swim, but her body felt feeble and powerless. Perhaps it was fate, for she resigned herself to her plight. Just as she was about to give up, a vague figure swam towards her, clad in unusual attire. Though she thought little of it, the person reached her swiftly, pulling her along, not upwards but sideways. Qing Yan was astonished to discover that this individual possessed remarkable lung capacity, able to keep her head above water, allowing her to breathe. As a secret agent, her instincts told her that this person wished to remain undetected, and she complied. Gasping silently for air, she faintly overheard murmurs. That fool deserved to die, ugly and foolish. It's time for her to meet her end. The general will return tomorrow. As she was finally pulled ashore, she gasped for breath, still disoriented, and managed to ask, "Thank you for saving me. Where am I? Didn't I crash? How am I not dead? Why are you dressed in ancient clothing? Are you filming a movie?" The man, already accustomed to her bewilderment, explained, "I did not intend to involve myself, but it was the fault of the fourth prince. I could not stand by and watch you perish." With that, he vanished into the shadows. Chapter 3. The Divine Moon Continent. Wow. What remarkable agility. Could he be an actor from an action movie? Yet, what did he mean by mentioning the fourth prince? No, I should have fallen into the Pacific Ocean. Where am I? Qing Yan's mind was a tangled mess as she furrowed her brow in contemplation when suddenly, a faint call drifted through the darkness, tinged with urgency and unease. "Miss, young lady?" A weak voice emerged from the shadows. Gradually, a woman of about 30 or 40 years stepped forward, clad in faded, coarse linen garments, simple yet clean. Upon seeing the drenched Situ, whose hair dripped with water, she was immediately flustered, hastening to assist her with careful steps, her eyes filled with concern as she babbled anxiously, supporting Qing Yan as they moved deeper into the darkness. With her instincts as an agent, Qing Yan swiftly quelled the tumultuous waves of emotion within her. In uncertain circumstances, the wisest course is to observe and await developments. It was imperative to first ascertain the surrounding situation, gather information, and then plan her next move. Silently, she followed the woman, navigating through several corridors and crossing a patch of half-barren bamboo grove, until they finally arrived at a courtyard. The faded inscription Yuan courtyard above the door, though somewhat weathered, still revealed the elegance of its original calligraphy. Upon entering the room with the matron, Qing Yan began to survey her surroundings. The room, spacious by nature, felt rather vacant with only a few simple pieces of furniture. As she stepped further inside, her gaze swept across the area, noting the minimal furnishings that accentuated the emptiness of the space, imbued with an inexplicable chill. A round wooden table greeted her at the entrance, upon which sat a delicate tea set, exuding a semblance of grace. To the left was a modest study, containing a long table presumably meant for reading and writing. Yet, it was conspicuously bare, lacking even a pen or a scroll, rendering its purpose rather incongruous and intentionally desolate. To the right, a plain fabric curtain could be drawn back to reveal the bedroom, where a wardrobe, bed, and dressing table occupied 3 walls. The room was draped in vivid red curtains, which bordered on the gaudy, Particularly striking was the red wooden bed frame adorned with a vibrant green quilt, the clash of colors creating a jarring visual in the otherwise subdued room. The dressing table was cluttered with cosmetics, dazzling reds, deep greens, muted purples, and cold silvers, none of which were pleasing to the eye, leaving an impression of vulgarity and an undeniable sense of rusticity. As Qing Yin meticulously noted these details in silence, the woman emerged from the kitchen with a basin of steaming water and a set of clean garments, evidently preparing for her bath. Qing Yin remained silent, allowing the woman to bustle about until she had completed the bathing and changing process. Once the matron was dismissed to the outer room, Qing Yin found herself alone within the confines of the room. At that moment, a fog of confusion enveloped her, yet she resolved to devise a plan. She called out towards the door, feigning distress, "Grandmother, my head aches terribly." With a hand pressed to her forehead, she swayed slightly, contorting her face to express a semblance of unbearable pain. The woman outside promptly lifted the curtain and rushed in, her expression one of alarm. "Oh, where does it hurt?" she exclaimed, hastily supporting Qing Yin's arm, her voice trembling. "Please tell grandmother. I shall fetch a doctor at once." Seeing the genuine concern in the woman's eyes, Qing Yin felt a warmth in her heart. She grasped the woman's hand gently and spoke softly, "Do not fret, grandmother. Perhaps I hit my head when I fell into the water earlier. The pain has subsided somewhat, but I seem to have forgotten everything. Where am I? Who am I? My lady, you do not even recognize your own nurse?" The woman staggered back, her eyes widening in shock, then reddening with tears as her voice quivered. "This is the Situ Manor. You are our esteemed young lady, Situ Yue." Understanding dawned upon Qing Yin, yet she continued to feign confusion. Observing the woman's apparent belief in her amnesia, the matron anxiously wrung her hands but remained patient, gradually recounting Qing Yin's background. It turned out that they were on the Divine Moon continent, which was divided among 4 kingdoms, and they resided within the Eastern Yue dynasty. In the present day, the emperor has 4 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, as the crown prince, possesses an arrogant disposition and has cultivated significant influence within the court. The second son bears the closest resemblance to the emperor, strikingly handsome yet frail, often plagued by ailments, leading many to speculate that he may not live beyond 20. Despite his condition, numerous noble ladies are infatuated with him, though he remains unmarried. The third son resembles his mother more, possessing both beauty and a notorious penchant for indulgence, frequently frequenting the establishments of vice, which often incites the emperor's wrath, yet he remains undeterred. The matron advises caution, suggesting that it is best to keep a distance from him. As for the fourth son, he is destined to be her future husband, handsome and accomplished in both arts and martial prowess, yet his temperament is rebellious. His mother currently enjoys the emperor's favor. Her mother, originally the legitimate wife of the national general and his one true love, sadly passed away during childbirth, resulting in the general's deep affection for her. However, within the household resides a concubine, Lady Lu, who has repeatedly conspired against her, along with Lu's 2 daughters, who consistently oppose her with unrelenting severity. The matron briefly recounted these matters before suddenly recalling something, inquiring, "Miss, what transpired earlier? How did you come to be soaked and sitting by the pond?" Qing Yin's mind flickered with the image of the person who had rescued her, along with the notion that it might be the 4th prince's fault. She hesitated, then softly replied, "I am uncertain who gave me a push, causing me to fall into the river. I mustered all my strength to swim to the shore, perhaps striking my head in the process. For now, many details elude me, and even a brief recollection brings me considerable pain." As she spoke, she gently pressed her forehead, her brows knitting together in evident discomfort. "What? You were pushed into the river?" The matron's voice rose sharply, her face flushed with anger. "This is outrageous. It must be that Lu Xiangyan. That vile woman has truly become brazen, daring to cause such mischief in the absence of the general. She has always secretly plotted against you, finding ways to humiliate you, and now she has the audacity to resort to such maliciousness." Her rage left her trembling, her words stumbling forth. Qing Yin quickly grasped her hand, speaking softly, "Please, do not be angry, dear matron. I was in a daze at the time and did not clearly see who it was." She gently patted the matron's hand, her tone soothing yet resolute. "Do not let this distress you. I will take note of this matter and will eventually uncover the truth. I shall personally overturn this predatory household of the Situ family, and those lurking in the shadows shall have no chance of escape." The original owner's beloved father will return tomorrow. Will he be her ally or introduce unforeseen changes? Chapter 4. A real-life Cinderella. The matron looked up at Situ Yue, exhaling deeply, as if releasing a lifetime of grievances. Her chest rising and falling with the weight of her sigh. Turning her face away, she rubbed her eyes with her fingertips. Yet murky tears still rolled down her wrinkled cheeks, dampening her coarse garment. Situ Yue observed this with a pang in her heart, feeling as though something had lightly stung her, stirring a deep sense of sorrow. The words, foolish and ugly, echoed in her mind, and she could surmise that the original owner's physical form was perhaps lacking, leading to a life of considerable hardship. She gently placed her hand on her mother-in-law's hand, her voice softening. "Mother, please do not be sad." Noticing the tears still streaming down her mother-in-law's face, she added earnestly, "Look at me now. I have truly changed. I am no longer different from others. I just have trouble recalling the past. Could you tell me why you were so angry earlier? And what has caused you to weep now?" Upon hearing this, her mother-in-law's murky eyes briefly flickered with confusion, then widened slowly, filled with incredulous curiosity. She stared intently at Situ Yue, scrutinizing her from forehead to the corner of her mouth, then glanced at the hand resting on her lap, fingers slightly curled. The previous conversation held none of the foolishness of the past. Her eyes were bright, her demeanor composed, truly resembling a different person. With a slight movement of her throat, her mother-in-law finally stammered, "Miss Yue." Situ Yue simply gazed at her with kindness, saying nothing further. Her mother-in-law steadied herself, ultimately sighing deeply as she began to recount her past. "This life of mine was granted by the lady." Her voice trembled, fingers unconsciously twisting her garment. "Years ago, I was attacked by bandits. I lost my husband and children. I was tied up in the woodshed, facing death when the lady passed by, bringing people to slay the bandits and rescuing me from the pile of corpses." At this point, her voice caught in her throat, sounding as if it had been sanded down. "Later, the general and the lady paid for my husband and children's graves. I had no way to repay them, so I remained by the lady's side as a maid. She treated me well, never once looking down on me. But when the lady died in childbirth, I resolved to take good care of the miss." She lifted her gaze to the beams of the house, as if she could see through the wood to the scenes of the past. The miss was such a delightful child, sculpted like jade, with two shallow dimples when she smiled. The general held you, his eyes filled with affection. However, I do not know why, as you grew, your mind seemed to remain at the age of 5 or 6, speaking in a disordered manner and hiding from strangers. The general sought out the most renowned physicians, and you drank countless medicinal potions, yet none were of any help. Mentioning Lu Xiangyan, her mother-in-law's voice suddenly grew fierce, her knuckles turning white. "That viper. I do not know what treachery she employed, but every time the general returned from a distant journey, you would surely suffer from severe illness, losing layers of skin." The general was furious, and she fanned the flames, claiming that I was too old and negligent in my care, insisting on driving me away. If it were not for the general's pity for my helpless state, I would have long been expelled from the estate, relegated only to sweeping the courtyard. Far from the miss. She took a breath, regret swirling in her eyes. At first, I truly believed it was my fault for not taking good care of the miss. Later, I gradually began to sense something was amiss. She would always take advantage of my absence, sending away the servants, coaxing you to play, while secretly dampening your bedding with a cloth soaked in cold water. In the dead of night, your 2 younger sisters even dared to pour cold water over you. When offering you snacks, they would stealthily substitute broad beans with poisonous beans. How could their hearts be so cruel? You were so innocent then, only knowing to cry, unable to discern who had wronged you. At this point, her mother-in-law suddenly paused, as if recalling something, her speech quickening. "Just now, I intended to look out the back window to see you, but I found the door ajar, and the room was empty." In a state of urgent distress, I encountered the young girl, Xiaoqing, who was engaged in work in the backyard. Unacquainted with the world, she had heard that a prince was visiting the estate today and had sneaked off to the pavilion to indulge in the novelty of the occasion. She recounted to me how, from a distance, she had witnessed you fall into the pond, leaving her utterly terrified. In her panic, she rushed back and fortuitously stumbled into my arms. Peering out the window, her voice dropped to a whisper, tinged with lingering fear. I hurried towards that direction. But with each step, an unsettling feeling enveloped me. If Miss had truly fallen into the pond, how could there have been not a single cry for help? The guards should have gathered around, yet everything was eerily silent. I dared not act recklessly and circled around to the back of the rockery, cautiously glancing towards the pavilion. Indeed, there were the three women of the Liu family, along with a young man donned in a brocade robe, presumably the prince. Yet, I did not see you. It was only when I noticed the prince hastily rise to depart that I dared to move closer, positioning myself behind the willow tree by the pond. It was then that I glimpsed a dark shadow passing by, and as I approached to ascertain the sight, I found you, drenched and alone, seated on the ground. The old woman's voice quivered once more, tears cascading down her cheeks. How audacious Liu Xiangyan must be, to dare to harm you in broad daylight, while the entire estate remained utterly oblivious. If it were not for your fortuitous survival, I would never forgive myself for this lifetime. Listening to this, Qingyan absently tapped her fingers on the table, her brow furrowed in concentration. Clarity began to dawn upon her. This was undeniably a real-life version of Cinderella, albeit with a stepmother replaced by a more malevolent aunt and two venomous sisters. The notion of crossing over into another realm surged within her mind, momentarily stunning her before she allowed a self-deprecating smile to grace her lips. Regardless of how she arrived here or when she might depart, bearing witness to the tribulations of the original owner of this body, she could not remain a mere bystander. Having arrived, she must find solace in her circumstances. She lifted her gaze towards the still weeping old woman, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in her eyes, yet her tone remained tranquil. Do not worry, dear grandmother. Such occurrences shall not repeat. The wicked must ultimately face the consequences of their actions, must they not? Consider it a quest for justice on behalf of the original owner, as well as a means to rid the world of malevolence. Chapter 5 Ghost. Ghost, Situ Yue exclaimed, gazing at the old woman with a hint of cautious hope. Grandmother, would you be willing to come back and care for me? The old woman nodded at first, but then her head drooped heavily, sorrow etched in the lines of her face as she shook her head repeatedly. Of course, I would be willing, but... Her words trailed off, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Situ Yue perceived her concerns and gently wrapped her arms around the old woman's shoulders, her fingertips softly pinching the hem of her garment as she leaned closer, her warm breath mingling with whispers. Do not fret. Tomorrow, you shall. Initially, the old woman kept her head bowed, but as she listened, she suddenly looked up, clutching Situ Yue's hand and nodding vigorously, the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth transforming into a smile. All right, we shall do as Miss says. Once the plan was fully articulated, Situ Yue pressed her fingertip against the back of the old woman's hand, her expression turning grave, her tone imbued with an unwavering seriousness. Grandmother, it is imperative that no one learns of my newfound cleverness, not even father. Should those individuals become aware, my life may well be forfeit. When the time is right, I shall explain everything to father. I implore you to safeguard this secret for me. The old woman immediately grew anxious, beads of perspiration forming in her palms. Miss S. life is in peril? Is it truly that grave? She clenched her fists, a heavy vow escaping her throat. Rest assured, my lady, even if it costs this old servant her life, I shall not utter a single word in betrayal. From now on, whatever you command, I will not shy away from death. Seeing her face flush with urgency, Situ Yue couldn't help but giggle, raising her hand to pat the old woman's arm. Granny, it's not so frightening, but from today onward, please do not call me Miss anymore. Just call me Yue. I delight in hearing you say my name. Granny nodded with a smile, gently stroking her hair, warmth surging within her heart. How wonderful. The young lady is finally well. From now on, who would dare to bully her? I must protect her well. Otherwise, how could I face the lady in the afterlife? The following day, at the break of dawn, General Situ was on his way back to the estate when he unexpectedly encountered a frantic servant rushing towards him, stammering that the young lady was missing. A pang of anxiety gripped the general's heart. Disregarding everything else, he cracked his whip, the sound echoing sharply as the horse's hooves crushed the morning dew, raising a cloud of dust as he charged into the Situ estate. Just as he reined in his horse, he spotted concubine Liu waiting at the gate with her two daughters. He dismounted without waiting for a maid to take the horse, his voice low and grave. Where is Yue? Concubine Liu quickly brought forward Situ Shuang and Situ Yue to greet him. As she rose, her eyes were red-rimmed, reflecting a state of utter disarray. My lord, you have finally returned. Last night, the second prince and fourth prince visited our estate. I had them rest in the pavilion and personally served them tea. After seeing them off, I returned to my room to rest, but this morning, when I looked for Yue, she was nowhere to be found. She pressed a handkerchief to her eyes, her voice trembling. I took Schwanger and the servants to search for most of the day, but we haven't seen even a trace of her. The general's forehead throbbed with veins standing out, and he slammed his palm against a stone lion, causing dust to scatter. He bellowed at the nearby servants, "Search! Search thoroughly!" His eyes were bloodshot, his tone fierce. My Yue would never simply vanish. Turn this estate upside down until you find her. If you do not, don't expect to keep your heads. Concubine Lu lowered her gaze, a flicker of concealed satisfaction passing through her eyes, her nails digging into her palms. According to their plan from last night, soon, a servant would go to the pond and discover the evidence. Situ Yue had been submerged for the night. Her body should have floated to the surface by now. At that moment, they could claim she had heard of the prince's visit, sneaked to the pavilion, and accidentally fallen into the water in the darkness, unable to find her way back. With the second and fourth princes as witnesses, this matter would be resolved without a trace of suspicion. She thought this, a barely perceptible smile tugging at her lips. Finally, she could rid herself of this thorn in her side. The general paced anxiously in the hall, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He knew Yue too well. Despite her mental shortcomings, she had always been obedient and never wandered about aimlessly. The servants, fearing his ire, scattered to search, and chaos erupted in the estate. Concubine Lu seized the moment to speak, her voice gentle yet guiding. "Why not check the backyard? Perhaps the young lady is playing by the lake or hiding behind the rockery." The servants took her suggestion and hurried towards the backyard. At that moment, Granny Xiao rushed into the hall, her skirt dusted with grass clippings, her hair slightly disheveled, almost tripping over the threshold. She bowed deeply to the general, her voice trembling but clear. "General, quickly, go to the moon-printing pavilion. The young lady is crying and requesting to see you." Upon hearing this, the general rushed towards the moonlit pavilion, his garments fluttering in the wind. Granny Xiao followed closely behind, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The expressions of Madame Lu and her daughters changed dramatically, their instincts propelling them forward as a tempest of confusion surged within them. Hadn't Situ Yue perished? She had plunged into the lake yesterday without anyone to save her. How could that foolish girl survive an entire night submerged? What trickery was this old woman up to? As they reached the entrance of the moonlit pavilion, heart-wrenching cries echoed from within. "Father! Father!" The voice, urgent and resounding, carried a childlike sense of grievance, striking the general's heart. He dashed inside, swiftly gathering the small figure that leapt towards him into his embrace, his large hands encircling her tightly, his fingers gently caressing her back as a choked sigh escaped his throat. "Yue, my Yue, thank heavens you are safe." The hurriedly arriving Madame Lu and her daughters froze at the sight of Situ Yue cradled in the general's arms. The second daughter, Situ Shuang, turned pale, pointing towards the shadows within the room, her voice trembling. "A ghost! A ghost!" She clutched Madame Lu's sleeve tightly, nearly trying to burrow into her embrace. The third daughter, Situ Yue, twisted her handkerchief, her lowered gaze concealing her panic, though the slight tremor of her shoulders betrayed her. Even the seasoned Madame Lu appeared transfixed, her earlier feigned smile stiffening, her pupils dilating in disbelief. This fool, she truly survived? Chapter 6. No more illness. Situ Yue caught a glimpse of Madame Lu and her daughters standing petrified at the doorway, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips. Filled with disdain. "Humph, now you know fear? Your days of comfort are likely coming to an end. Do you truly believe I am still the malleable Situ Yue of the past?" She quickly suppressed the sharpness in her eyes, burying her face in the general's embrace. In the next moment, tears cascaded from her eyes like pearls strung loose, her voice thick with sobs. "Father, I do not want Madame Lu to care for me. I only want Granny Xiao. I do not like her. She is a wicked person. She bullies me." The general, already unsettled by the return of his daughter, felt a surge of fury upon hearing her heart-wrenching cries. His piercing gaze, as cold as ice, shot towards Madame Lu at the door, clearly conveying, "I shall settle scores with you later." He turned back, looking at his daughter who was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms, his tone softening slightly, yet still laced with hesitation. "Yue, my dear, Granny Xiao is elderly and may not be able to care for you adequately. How about I select a few capable maids to assist you?" Granny Xiao, listening nearby, felt as if her heart were pricked with needles, a wave of sorrow washing over her, and her eyes instantly reddened. She clenched her fists, determined to stay by the young lady's side, vowing never to allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance again. Situ Yue had anticipated the general's forthcoming remarks, and her cries grew increasingly mournful, with tears, like beads of jade, splattering onto the general's attire, creating small, damp patches. Yue will behave. I shall no longer engage in the late-night water games with my sisters, nor will I consume the bitter beans that resemble broad beans given by my second sister. I will never fall ill again, father. I only desire Granny Xiao. I only wish for Granny Xiao. This declaration struck the general like a thunderclap, and even the dullest of minds could discern the underlying implications. He was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened as he turned ferociously towards concubine Lu, his gaze fierce enough to seem as if it could consume her whole. The second young lady, Situ Shuang, was so frightened by his glare that her spirit fled, and believing her father was about to hold her accountable, she hastily protested, "It wasn't he me. I didn't he give my sister the bitter beans." It was. Before she could finish, concubine Lu swiftly covered her mouth, internally cursing the foolish girl, fearing that her words might lead to an even greater calamity. "Who is it?" The general's roar reverberated, causing the very tiles of the roof to tremble. Situ Shuang shrank back, keeping her head low and daring not to utter another word. Seizing the moment while the general's attention shifted towards Situ Yue, concubine Lu hastily signaled her daughters to remain silent. The general's gaze fell upon Granny Xiao, whose eyes were red-rimmed, her face a portrait of grievance and sorrow, conveying more than 1,000 words ever could. This sight suddenly evoked memories of when he had rescued Granny Xiao over a decade ago, when she too had worn a similar expression of despair and helplessness. Recalling his previous misunderstandings towards her, a profound sense of guilt surged within him. The general immediately called out, "Come here." Servants rushed in at his command, and he announced sternly, "Concubine Lu and her 2 daughters are confined to their quarters for 1 month, not permitted to step outside the courtyard even once. Their allowances for the next 3 months will be halved." He then turned to Granny Xiao, his tone softening considerably. "From this day forth, Granny Xiao shall be promoted to the position of Xiao Mama in this household, solely responsible for the care of the young lady. The treasury shall be at her disposal. Whatever the young lady requires, at any time and in any quantity, she may take freely without needing to report to anyone. No one shall obstruct her." "Yes." The servants responded in unison. Granny Xiao, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy and quickly knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, great general, for your kindness." The heavy burden that had long weighed upon her heart was finally lifted, and she could now remain by the young lady's side, ready to protect her from any further harm. Concubine Lu, still reeling from the shock of Situ Yue's apparent resurrection, was further bewildered by the decree and could only mutter, "I take my leave," before hastily dragging her 2 daughters away in a panic. The general gently patted Situ Yue's head and said softly, "Yue, be good. When father returns from the palace, I shall bring you your favorite candied hawthorn. Granny Xiao, I entrust the young lady to you." He offered a few more comforting words to Situ Yue before hurriedly departing for the imperial palace. According to protocol, he was to report to the emperor upon his return to the capital. Had he not heard of his daughter's disappearance en route, he would not have returned to the estate first. After the general left, Situ Yue called out to Granny Xiao, who was about to withdraw, and instructed, "Mama, please go to the market and purchase some items for me." Last night, she had scrutinized her reflection in the bronze mirror, and what was regarded in this world as a troublesome affliction was merely a case of pustular acne. In the 21st century, this is a question of utmost commonality. With diligent care, one can always expect improvement. Initially, she paused, recalling the gaudy garments in her wardrobe, hues of peach and willow green, which she found utterly distasteful. Her brow slightly furrowed as she remarked, "The ones in the cabinet are far too ostentatious for my liking. Please procure more in solid colors, particularly soft shades of blue, which are refreshing and comfortable to behold." Next, she enumerated the medicinal herbs with her fingers: goji berries, honeysuckle, coptis, and chrysanthemums, those that can dispel heat and enhance beauty. "I wish to experiment with remedies for my complexion." Xiao Mama diligently noted everything and, upon receiving her instructions, promptly proceeded to the treasury for funds. Addressing the steward, she stated, "Given the garments the young lady currently wears, the fabric is indeed rather coarse and unbefitting her status. I shall visit the new clothing shop to select a few suitable outfits. She must be attired appropriately and elegantly." The steward readily nodded in agreement. "Madam is correct. The clothing of a legitimate daughter of the general's house should indeed be of the finest quality. Please proceed with your purchases, and should you require any funds, do not hesitate to command. With the funds in hand, Madame Xiao personally led several maidservants to the marketplace. Only as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, did she return, laden with numerous parcels. When Situ Yue beheld the simple yet elegant garments, particularly a few light blue skirts, crafted from soft fabric with meticulous stitching, her heart brimmed with delight. Xiao Mama joyfully unveiled each piece for her inspection, her eyes radiating affection. My lady, do these garments please your taste? Chapter 7. A husband may not be within reach after dinner. General Situ staggered home in a drunken stupor. His steps were unsteady, swaying every few paces. Were it not for the sturdy arms of two strong servants supporting him, he might have struggled to locate the very entrance of the general's residence. It appeared the emperor, overjoyed at the general's return to the capital, had insisted on a celebratory drinking session in the imperial study, compelling him to drink until he was inebriated. In light of such warm hospitality, the general was thoroughly intoxicated, currently mumbling incoherently for another cup, Your Majesty. At this rate, it was unlikely he would awaken before noon the following day. Situ Yue observed from the corridor, refraining from approaching. This man, her nominal father, she had encountered only once. Their bond was not one of deep affection, yet she harbored no aversion. After all, he had defended her today and avenged her grievances. Having lost her parents at a tender age, if fate were to grant her this rare opportunity for paternal love, she would gladly cherish and honor it. This father indeed treated her well. Upon returning home, he sought her first and even punished concubine Lu on her behalf, a kindness she would remember. 3 days later, the general unexpectedly returned from the palace. Upon entering the estate, he commanded his servants, "Go, summon the eldest young lady." As Situ Yue approached the door, she was beckoned by the general. "Yue, I have come to see you." She knelt gracefully, her demeanor poised. "Yue, later you shall accompany me to the palace to meet the emperor." The general's tone bore a hint of gravity. "Today after court, His Majesty specifically requested my presence to bring you along." Situ Yue tilted her head, her large eyes blinking in surprise, before responding cheerfully, "Of course, father." Xiao Mama, listening nearby, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Once they were aside, she asked with concern, "Yue, what do you suppose this visit to the palace entails?" The general's expression appeared rather solemn. However, Situ Yue maintained a gentle smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. What could it be? Surely, they merely wished to ascertain the extent of my perceived unattractiveness and folly. It was either a discussion about marriage or the dissolution of it. I surmised that on that day, Aunt Lu had spoken ill of me in front of the fourth prince, leading him to reconsider the prospect of marrying me. "Madam, please adorn me with a splendid makeup and attire. No matter the outcome, I must not bring shame upon my father," Situ Yue instructed. "Very well," replied Madame Xiao, promptly turning to prepare for Situ Yue. Within the imperial palace, the atmosphere in the Zichuan Hall was notably delicate. The emperor sat regally at the head, with the favored concubine at his side, as the four princes took their respective seats. General Situ, clad in military garb and bearing a long sword at his waist, stood upright like a pine tree, exuding an undeniable aura of a seasoned warrior, a testament to his esteemed status, even in the presence of the emperor. Beside General Situ, Situ Yue presented a transformed appearance. She wore a long, pristine white brocade gown, intricately embroidered with plum blossoms and peach-red silk thread, the design cascading from the hem to her waist, cinched with a silver-white wide belt that accentuated her slender figure. Over this, she draped a light pink open-front gauze garment, her face partially veiled with a white lace. Once General Situ and Situ Yue were seated, a few courteous exchanges ensued before they transitioned to the crux of the matter. It was revealed that the favored concubine was the biological mother of the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai. Years ago, upon the birth of her son, she sought to solidify her position by requesting a betrothal between the fourth prince and the child of General Situ, who was then still in his wife's womb. Though the general was reluctant, he acquiesced due to the circumstances and endured considerable reproach from his wife thereafter. Who could have predicted that after 15 years, the general's legitimate daughter would be branded as grotesquely unattractive and foolish? Such a reputation would certainly not sit well with the favored concubine. How could such a girl be deemed worthy of her precious son? How could she possibly belong to the royal family? Even to be a concubine would seem beneath her standards. Initially, The favored concubine contemplated allowing Situ Yue to marry into the family, with the intention of later securing beautiful concubines for her son. However, just days prior, the fourth prince had insisted on breaking off the engagement, declaring he would rather marry General Situ's two illegitimate daughters than lay eyes upon Situ Yue again, unable to persuade her son otherwise. The favored concubine had no choice but to shamelessly appeal to the emperor for clemency. The emperor, naturally reluctant, agreed only to summon General Situ to the palace, leaving the matter of the engagement's dissolution for the favored concubine to address. Ultimately, the decision rested with the esteemed general, as he had rendered remarkable service to the dynasty. Matters of marriage were not to be dismissed lightly. After considerable deliberation, the favored concubine lifted a teacup from the table, took a sip, and slowly began to speak. General Situ, I have been reflecting that my son is still quite young and rather impetuous. He may not yet be ready to assume the responsibilities of a husband and adequately care for Miss Situ. However, as Miss Situ approaches the age of marriage, might it be preferable for me to seek out more mature and handsome suitors for her, allowing for a splendid wedding in due course? Upon hearing this, the general's countenance darkened immediately. This was not a negotiation. It was a blatant attempt to annul the engagement. It was clear that they looked down upon his daughter, who had earnestly sought the betrothal when the fourth prince was merely a month old. Were they unaware that Situ Yue and the fourth prince were born in the same year? Now, they deemed his daughter too old for marriage. Did they think there was no one in the Situ household to defend her? The general glared with fierce eyes, his gaze like a blazing torch, leaving the favored concubine in a state of unease, her face alternating between crimson and pale, utterly flustered and at a loss. She covertly turned her gaze towards the emperor, seeking his intervention, yet he appeared oblivious, engrossed in savoring his tea, leisurely fiddling with the lid of the teapot. The favored concubine, feeling helpless, steeled herself to continue speaking. General, please do not take offense. My son is the youngest among the princes, and the crown prince has only recently married a single consort. The second and third princes, as elder brothers, have yet to establish their households. How could my son overstep? It is entirely my fault for my lack of foresight. 14 years ago, in a moment of folly, I was so enamored with you that I overlooked the principles of seniority, which is indeed a transgression. Chapter 8. Truly unfit for marriage. Situ Yue listened to the back-and-forth exchanges of the crowd, akin to a game of pass the parcel concerning her marriage, and felt a surge of indignation rise within her. She chuckled coldly to herself. How grandiloquent their words sound. The favored concubine had once exerted great effort to elevate the fourth prince's standing with the Situ family, yet her current demeanor was far removed from that. Now, seeing her as foolish, she wished to cast her aside like a worn-out shoe, urging others to take her place, exhibiting such base behavior. With her gaze lowered, her fingertips tightened slightly, already plotting her counter-strategy. Observing the various intentions swirling among the crowd, the favored concubine seized the moment, her tone imbued with an unmistakable familiarity. I find that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is of similar age to you, endowed with talent and virtue. Truly a match made by heaven. Why not consider a union with the Crown Prince? I wonder what the esteemed general thinks of this proposition. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression instantly darkened, and he hastily waved his hand. Your Highness's words are misguided. I have only recently wed the Crown Princess. There is no reason to take a secondary consort. Furthermore, General Situ's legitimate daughter, of noble birth, cannot be relegated to the status of a concubine. He then shifted his tone to one that seemed fair, suggesting, in my view, the second prince possesses commendable looks and is of suitable age, perhaps. His dismissive tone was unmistakable. If one were to marry this foolish girl, it would only be as a minor wife. To aspire to be a secondary consort? Such a notion is utterly delusional. All eyes turned towards the second prince, who merely lowered his head and coughed lightly, appearing unwell and offering no response. At this moment, the emperor finally spoke, his tone calm, yet authoritative. Chun-Er has always been frail. It would be unwise to consider marriage for him. This matter need not be discussed any further. The gaze naturally shifted to the third prince. He leisurely sipped his tea, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Tonight is rather dull. Perhaps the pleasure district outside the palace is more lively. No sooner had he spoken than he received a glare of wrath from the emperor, while the assembly cast scornful looks his way. Indeed, he was a hopeless case. Situ Yue had heard before entering the palace that this third prince was notoriously lecherous, frequenting establishments of ill repute nightly. Having encountered countless women, General Situ would never dream of thrusting his daughter into such a perilous situation. Ultimately, all eyes gravitated towards the fourth prince, and Situ Yue felt akin to a discarded rag tossed about by this assembly. A tumult of humiliation and rage surging within her. She raised her eyes to scan the crowd, sensing the opportune moment had arrived. In the next instant, Situ Yue suddenly covered her face, her shoulders trembling violently, her delicate sobs escalating into heart-wrenching wails. Yue does not wish to marry. I refuse to marry a coward, and certainly not a useless wretch. As she wept and wailed, she abruptly raised a hand, her trembling fingers accusingly directed at the fourth prince, embodying both indignation and grievance. The assembly within the hall was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. A coward? A spineless wretch? Was this truly about the fourth prince? Renowned for his prowess in both literature and martial arts, how had he devolved into this pitiful state? The first to break the silence was the enchanting concubine Mei, furrowing her brow as she pressed, "Miss Situ, why do you label the fourth prince a coward? One must not speak frivolously." Situ Yue, stifling her sobs, managed to catch her breath, lifting her tear-streaked face, her gaze vacant as she looked at concubine Mei, her voice imbued with the innocence and plaintiveness of a child. "A few days ago, that coward visited our residence. While resting in the pavilion, I accidentally fell into the pond. And what did he do? He merely stood on the bank, watching, offering no assistance. My sisters knelt on the ground, pleading for him to save me, yet he lacked the courage to enter the water. That cowardly prince abandoned me and walked away. I nearly lost my chance to see my father again." As she spoke, she appeared to be transported back to that moment of fear, her cries growing ever more heart-wrenching as she threw herself into the embrace of General Situ, clutching tightly to her father's garment. The emperor's countenance darkened instantly, his piercing gaze directed at the fourth prince. General Situ trembled with rage, glaring at the fourth prince. "You, Dongfang Tai, even for an ordinary girl to fall into water, one ought to extend a hand, let alone when it is my precious Yue, who is betrothed to you. To witness her peril and do nothing is a profound disgrace to the royal family." The fourth prince's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and green as he opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately swallowed his words. He understood that should this matter escalate, regardless of whether he had pushed her or not, the phrase "to witness peril and do nothing" was sufficient to shatter his reputation. He could only grit his teeth and remain silent, a posture that, to the onlookers, was akin to tacit acceptance. Seeing this, concubine Mei could not stand idly by as her son faced such slander. She swiftly turned to the second prince, attempting to salvage the situation. "Chin'er, were you not at the Situ residence with Tyre that day? Is what Yue says not the truth? One cannot rely solely on a single account." The second prince cleared his throat twice, his tone feeble, yet laced with an unassailable distance. "Your Majesty, that day the skies darkened and a chilling wind arose. I was unwell and took my leave early. As for what transpired afterward, I truly do not know. Perhaps the concubines and the two young ladies of the Situ residence are more informed." This statement effectively returned the ball to concubine Mei's court. At once, she fell silent. How could the people of the Situ household speak in favor of an outsider? Was this not akin to asking a fruitless question? Well, Dongfang Tai. General Situ slammed his hand upon the table, causing the teacups to leap and clink sharply. He rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at the fourth prince, his voice booming with fury, each word like ice, striking the ground with resounding force. "I must ask you, has royal upbringing been cast to the dogs? What of your moral ethics, your studies of the classics? What of the teachings of the sages you've read? To witness peril and do nothing, especially toward your betrothed. You heartless wretch, devoid of even the most basic compassion, what manner of man are you? Even the stray dogs by the roadside would wag their tails in warning at a person in distress. What about you? Beyond fleeing, what else can you do?" His chest heaved violently, and his eyes blazed with fury. "From this day forth, my Situ family shall have no further dealings with you, Dongfang Tai. I, Situ Ba, will stake my very life to ensure my daughter does not wed a cowardly and incompetent wretch like you." His words struck the hall with the weight of thunder, leaving all in shock. The general's fierce protectiveness of his daughter starkly contrasted with the pitiful state of the fourth prince, rendering even the emperor momentarily speechless. Unable to find words to counter the assertion, Situ Yue nestled in her father's embrace, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 9. Scolding the fourth prince, Situ Yue stifled a laugh, finding great satisfaction in witnessing the fourth prince's current discomposure. She did not forget to nod slightly at the second prince in gratitude, a gesture that genuinely startled him. The prince mused, "Isn't she a fool? What was that look just now? This cannot be the response of a simpleton. Could it have all been an act? A mere 15-year-old girl displays such patience. Pretending to be simple for over a decade? Such a keen mind should not be underestimated." As the second prince pondered her gaze, General Situ fondly embraced his beloved daughter, comforting her with the words, "Our Situ household has never welcomed cowards. Do not weep, Yue. We would rather perish than marry a man lacking courage. Your father possesses the means to support you for decades to come. If you do not wish to become a wife, I shall provide for you for life. This boy is unworthy of our schemes or to act as a matchmaker." Bah! The disdain in his voice pierced like a tempered steel needle, striking sharply at the fourth prince's face. On the surface, the general merely sought to chastise the prince for the sake of his daughter. Yet, in reality, this was a blatant severing of ties with the fourth prince. In the future, the Situ family would undoubtedly find no place within the fourth prince's sphere of influence, and those generals aligned with General Situ would likely hasten to distance themselves from him under cover of night. Concubine Mei felt a tightening in her chest, her fingers nearly embedding themselves into her palm. 15 years ago, she had painstakingly arranged this marriage, hoping to solidify her son's status through the general's military power. After waiting so long, all was crumbling in an instant. Yet, the fourth prince remained oblivious to these intricacies. As he listened to the general's scolding, his anger swelled. But he could not retaliate, his face shifting from green to white, much to Situ Yue's delight. Is this what a father's love looks like? However, General Situ was not yet finished. He pointed a finger at the fourth prince's nose and continued his assault. "I ask you, fourth prince, have you been deprived of food? How else could one possess a cowardice lesser than that of a rabbit?" He then turned to concubine Mei, raising his voice, "Your Highness, it seems you have miscalculated your prince's birth date. In my humble opinion, he seems more akin to one born at the hour of the rat. Though a prince, the fourth had been raised in the lap of luxury, never having endured such humiliation." He trembled with rage, his fists clenched under his sleeves, knuckles whitening with the effort. He longed to strike out. The general observed the prince's stance with keen eyes, subtly straightening his back, the scales of his armor clinking softly. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Oh, still unconvinced. I don my armor today in preparation for a fight. This boy wishes to spar? I shall gladly oblige. Am I to be intimidated by a mere youth?" The enchanting concubine felt an overwhelming tension as the situation escalated, frequently casting meaningful glances at the emperor in hopes that he would intervene and restrain the formidable General Situ Ba, a man who had once been a sworn brother. However, to her dismay, despite her frantic gestures, the emperor remained seated in his commanding position, his hand holding the teacup steady as a rock, silent and unyielding. In his perspective, allowing General Situ to vent his frustrations would serve to mitigate the ire of this old comrade. He recalled the tumultuous days of his youth as a prince, when the Eastern Palace was rife with tension, and his royal brothers vied fiercely for the exalted throne, engaging in a relentless cycle of betrayal and conflict. During those times, while the entire court observed with bated breath, only General Situ stood steadfastly by his side, shielding him from countless overt and covert threats. On that snowy night following his ascension, amidst the fragrant warmth of the chamber, he raised a cup and inquired of Situ, in those perilous times, "Why did you choose to stand by me?" Situ Ba, polishing the tiger-head spear that had accompanied him through countless battles, paused at the question. His rough fingers brushed over the cold spear, and he chuckled. "I recall that the entire court disparaged me as a mere brute, yet only your highness defended me, stating that to protect one's homeland, one must wield real weapons rather than mere words." He then set the spear aside and bowed deeply to the emperor on the dragon throne, saying, "Your casual remark at that time may have seemed inconsequential, yet it vindicated the honor of all martial generals. I am the sort who repays even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. How much more so for such profound recognition?" The emperor understood that his seemingly thoughtless words had inadvertently forged a bond that tethered this valiant warrior to him. General Situ was not one to covet fame or fortune. He had guarded the eastern borders for decades, commanding a formidable army without ever harboring thoughts of overstepping his bounds. The courtiers often remarked that General Situ's heart was occupied by three things: the people of the vast lands, the unquenchable beacon of the northern frontier, and the solitary grave on the outskirts of the city, that of his long-deceased wife. In the court, it was well known that the relationship between General Situ and the emperor transcended the ordinary bounds of ruler and subject. In the grand hall, they adhered to strict decorum. Yet once the court was dismissed, they would share hearty drinks and reminisce about the amusing tales of the battlefield. The emperor would jestingly admonish him as an old rogue, while Situ Ba would dare to tease, pointing at the emperor's robe, claiming it was less durable than armor. This bond of mutual trust in life and death had become the most steadfast pillar of the Eastern Yue dynasty. As General Situ's words grew increasingly harsh, the other princes quaked with trepidation, relieved that the ire was not directed at them, deeming it utterly inhumane. Only the second prince, Dongfang Chun, remained fixated on Situ Yue. Perceiving a stark transformation in her demeanor compared to before, Situ Yue, sensing the prince's gaze, smiled radiantly, signaling that she held all the reins in this matter. The second prince then subtly curled his lips, seemingly intrigued by Situ Yue. Rising, he addressed General Situ, saying, "General Situ, ahem. My younger brother is inexperienced and unaware of the complexities of human relations. Please do not hold his ignorance against him. Ahem, ahem. I find the world to be quite superficial, judging others solely by appearances. While others may be blind, I am discerning. I believe your esteemed daughter is intelligent and astute. Undoubtedly a remarkable woman. I, lacking in talent, recently had the fortune of meeting a renowned physician. Ahem. I shall beseech the esteemed healer to examine and treat Miss Situ's pulse on an auspicious day. What say you, General Situ?" Upon hearing this, the general gradually calmed his emotions, cast a glare at the fourth prince, and then turned his gaze to the second prince, lifting his wine cup slightly as he said, "If that is the case, I shall not hold this child accountable, lest I acquire the reputation of being a cantankerous elder. I shall trouble the second prince regarding the esteemed physician, and I offer my gratitude in advance." His demeanor suggested that it was not he who had just berated the fourth prince so severely. The second prince responded, "Naturally. Please rest assured, General." No one anticipated that it would be the second prince who would come to the rescue, and the fourth prince silently cast a grateful glance toward his elder brother. The crown prince, however, was displeased. The second prince had disrupted what could have been a splendid performance. He immediately expressed his discontent, saying, "I report to your majesty. I believe that General Situ's daughter is most compatible with my second brother. I see that he has reached the age for marriage. Why not arrange a joyous occasion? It would also serve to lift his spirits. With the assistance of the esteemed physician, I am certain that my brother's affliction will be cured. Would this not be a double blessing?" In the eyes of others, the second prince, Dongfang Chun, though the son of the late empress and of noble birth, had lost the protection of his maternal family due to her long disappearance. He had relied solely on the emperor's occasional benevolence. Without a solid backing, he was susceptible to being manipulated and humiliated in the treacherous court. Now, the crown prince intended to thrust the burden of the unattractive and foolish Situ Yue upon the second prince, and naturally, others were eager to concur, reveling in the misfortune of another. After all, as long as they could offload this troublesome matter onto someone else, they could remain carefree. Who would not relish such a bargain? Thus, it was decided in accordance with the crown prince's wishes. The emperor, after much deliberation, ultimately rendered his decision, his tone revealing little emotion. Consequently, under the intense persuasion of the court, this seemingly ludicrous marriage arrangement was solidified. The emperor harbored dissatisfaction towards the sycophancy of his ministers, while General Situ was filled with guilt regarding his daughter. Situ Yue, in turn, cursed the malicious individuals who had taken pleasure in her plight 1,000 times in her heart, yet ultimately succumbed to the circumstances, reluctantly acquiescing. On the way home, General Situ's eyes were red, resembling a child who had suffered an injustice, perpetually blaming himself. "It is my inadequacy. I cannot even protect my own daughter or take charge of her marriage." Situ Yue could only patiently soothe him, comforting him as one would a child, speaking until her voice grew hoarse, before she could finally coax him into a semblance of calm. Alas, it seemed that in this father-daughter relationship, the daughter was the one providing solace. In the depths of night, the general's residence had succumbed to silence, with only a few corners still illuminated by scattered lights. Situ Yue, unable to find rest, felt an emptiness within her. She decided to don an outer garment and stealthily ventured to the kitchen in search of sustenance. The stove still retained a warmth from the pastries, and as she picked up a piece and savored its sweetness, a sudden shift in her demeanor occurred. A glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes as she coldly broke the silence of the kitchen. "Since you come to visit me, yet dare not show your face. Are you a gentleman lurking in the rafters, or a scoundrel hiding in the shadows?" Startled, Dongfang Chun, who was concealed in the beams above, was taken aback. He prided himself on his martial prowess and had not consciously suppressed his breath, believing that no ordinary person could detect his presence. How could Situ Yue have discovered him? Little did he know that the current Situ Yue was no longer the naive girl of yesteryears, but rather a top-tier agent from the 21st century. The variety of agents was vast, yet Situ Yue excelled in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. She had once been an elite responsible for safeguarding national relics and transporting confidential documents, even without the aid of internal energy or sophisticated instruments. Her acute hearing and years of accumulated experience enabled her to accurately perceive any subtle movements within a 10-meter radius. Realizing his cover was blown, Dongfang Qin chose not to conceal himself any longer. He leaped down from the rafters, landing gracefully and confidently standing before Situ Yue. She cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning her focus to the pastries, mumbling indistinctly as she offered him a piece. "Are you hungry? Here you go. Just this one, the rest are mine." Observing Dongfang Qin frozen in place, hand hovering in indecision, Situ Yue grew impatient, directly shoving the pastry into his hand while she picked up another piece and indulged in it with delight. Dongfang Qin held the still-warm pastry, his face a mask of confusion. Was this woman genuinely foolish or merely pretending? She showed no fear upon witnessing his late-night intrusion and even willingly shared her food with him. Steeling himself, he ventured to ask, "How did you discover my presence?" Without lifting her head, Situ Yue spoke with her mouth full. "I know you have a multitude of questions. Can you not ask them all at once? It's exhausting to answer them one by one." This woman was indeed intriguing and peculiar. Dongfang Qin chuckled softly, inhaling deeply, and decided to voice all his inquiries at once. "How did you find me? Aren't you afraid of me? I am a sickly man, yet you would still consider marrying me? Are you truly feigning ignorance, or are you genuinely simple-minded? And regarding your appearance, does it truly reflect reality?" Upon hearing this, Situ Yue set down her pastry, unable to suppress a laugh. How mundane the world is. It seems even the second prince is not exempt from such trivialities, being so concerned with looks and gossip. "Very well, I shall tell you everything." She extended a finger and enumerated. "First, I simply had a feeling that led me to discover you. You can only blame yourself for not hiding well enough. Second, your martial skills are commendable. If you truly wish to harm me, I would have no chance of escape. But if you do not wish to harm me, why should I fear you? Third, you maintained a steady breath while hidden above, landed soundlessly, and even saved someone from the water. Such agility is hardly that of a dying invalid. Wouldn't you agree? Fourth, do I sound like a fool as I speak? Fifth, am I ugly? Can you not judge for yourself? Look. She leaned in closer, pointing at the blemishes on her face, nearly bringing them to his eyes. "These are genuine. Aren't they frightening? If you wish to retract your promise, now is the time. I have no interest whatsoever in the title of princess." Dongfang Chun was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yet he soon composed himself, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "This prince has never uttered a word of disdain towards you, nor have I ever contemplated breaking our engagement. I came today merely to confirm a few matters. Now that I have heard your words, I am quite clear." With that, he turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he paused and added, "Situ Yue, I shall send someone to ensure your safety discreetly. Furthermore, the esteemed physician I have summoned should arrive at the manor in approximately 5 days." With his words lingering in the air, he vanished into the enveloping darkness, as silently as he had appeared when he saved her by the pond days prior. What an elusive character, and undeniably handsome as well. Situ Yue gazed in the direction of his disappearance, muttering to herself before yawning and leisurely tidying up the pastries, then turning to return to her chamber. Reflecting on his previous statement, "I have never spoken of disdain towards you," it indeed seemed true. Aside from the prince feigning a cough when he first pushed her towards him during the day, he had never uttered a single disparaging remark about her. In fact, during the court session, his words subtly supported her father. Thus, it appeared he was not such a bad person after all. Situ Yue shook her head, too lazy to ponder further. What does it matter? I shall face whatever comes my way. With another yawn, she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. Another gentleman thief? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting a warm glow upon the rosewood dining table, where a bowl of millet porridge emitted delicate wisps of steam. Situ Yue was accompanying the general for breakfast when a servant returned from the palace, whispering, "General, miss. Last night the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, wreaked havoc in the manor, shattering porcelain and jade across the floor." Situ Yue's hand holding the spoon paused for a moment, a fleeting smile flickering in her eyes before she masked it, lowering her head to slowly savor her porridge. The general, however, chuckled heartily, remarking, "Deservedly so," as he continued to enjoy his meal, the slight raise of his brows betraying his delight. It seemed the words he had spoken to the emperor the previous night had borne fruit rather swiftly. In high spirits, the general finished his breakfast and, before departing, solemnly patted the hand of Nurse Xiao, saying, "I entrust Yue to you. Please take good care of her. Ensure no further mishaps occur." After Nurse Xiao acknowledged him repeatedly, he hastily left the manor with his guards. The afternoon at the Situ Manor was anything but tranquil, unlike when the general was present. In Situ Shuang's courtyard, the sound of items shattering reverberated as a celadone vase exploded upon the brick floor, shards scattering onto the gilded screen. An exquisite rosewood chessboard was hurled against the table's edge, black and white pieces rolling chaotically across the ground. With tear-filled eyes, she vented her fury by smashing everything within reach, each crash akin to tearing apart Situ Yue's shadow, her lips ceaselessly cursing, "Why? Why does that fool get to marry into royalty?" The reason is quite simple. Recently, news has spread through the palace that the Grand General finds the fourth prince timid and cowardly, unworthy of a match, and has petitioned the emperor to betroth his eldest daughter, Situ Yue, to the second prince instead. Although the second prince is frail, rumored not to survive past 20, he is still a legitimate prince, and the status of a princess consort far surpasses that of a common daughter. What infuriated Situ Shuang even more was the general's proclamation that no daughter of the Situ family would marry a worthless, ineffectual fourth prince. This news pierced Situ Shuang's heart like a needle. She had longed to become the fourth princess, only to have her aspirations shattered by her foolish elder sister. How could she not harbor resentment? Aunt Lu patted her back in consolation, though her nails dug secretly into her palm, her eyes glimmering with venomous resentment. "My child, do not let your anger harm your health. That little wretch must have some good fortune to have the general so concerned for her." She paused, lowering her voice. "Do not worry, mother will find a way. She must not be allowed to marry into the prince's residence so easily." In the adjacent courtyard, Situ Yue, though not as tempestuous as her sister, sat alone by the window, twisting a silk handkerchief into a distorted shape with her fingertips. With downcast eyes, shadows cast by her lashes concealed a surging tide of hatred. Why should Situ Yue, such a foolish and unattractive wretch, possess everything she yearned for? Aunt Lu, observing her daughters, felt her anger swell. She had believed that the fourth prince would see through Situ Yue's foolishness and voluntarily withdraw from the engagement. With her daughter's beauty, at least one could become the fourth princess, or even a secondary consort. But now, her plans were in disarray, as Situ Yue was to marry the second prince as his primary consort. How could she accept this? Damn that Situ Yue! Aunt Lu gritted her teeth, her voice laced with malice. She must have said something vile before the general. I must find an opportunity to rid myself of this wretched girl once and for all. Meanwhile, in the serene confines of Yin courtyard, Situ Yue reclined gracefully against a beauty couch, delicately toying with a piece of white jade. Her gaze drifting to the newly bloomed roses in the corner of the courtyard, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Hearing that Aunt Lu and her daughters were in a frenzy, she found it amusing. If they could not withstand such a minor upheaval, how would they manage in the days to come? Turning to Mama Xiao, she said, "Mama, please take a trip to the market for me. Procure some writing materials, a guqin, and a chess set, as well as some historical texts." Being newly arrived, she needed to familiarize herself with this world swiftly to avoid revealing any flaws. Moreover, she intended to strip away the label of foolish and ugly from Situ Yue and transform her into a refined young lady, proficient in literature and the arts, ensuring that those who had bullied the original owner would taste the bitterness of regret. Mama Xiao nodded in response, swiftly pocketing the silver and stepping out of the courtyard with a lightness in her step. Left alone in the room, Situ Yue took a sip of tea, suddenly raising an eyebrow as her gaze swept the beams of the room, her voice light and airy. "Since you are here, why hide? Another lurking gentleman?" As her words fell, a figure clad in white descended from the beams like drifting willow fluff, landing gracefully. the hem of their skirt brushing the ground and stirring a gentle breeze. The newcomer, with long hair cascading over their shoulders and bound by a dazzling golden ribbon, bore a short sword at their waist, standing tall and poised. She knelt before Situ Yue on one knee, clasping her hands into fists. Her voice clear and powerful. "I am Yue, sent by the second prince to protect Miss Situ." Situ Yue did not lift her gaze, her fingertips tracing the cool rim of the cup, her brow slightly furrowed. Yue lowered her head, a sense of doubt beginning to stir within her. No wonder the prince had cautioned her to be careful, to avoid being discovered by Situ Yue. She had assumed the young lady was merely a sheltered aristocrat without much capability. However, upon meeting her today, it became apparent that this young lady was far from ordinary. And what of that phrase, "another gentleman on the beam"? What did the another signify? After a moment, Situ Yue spoke slowly. "I do not appreciate being watched from the shadows. If you genuinely wish to protect me, find a suitable identity to remain by my side. If not, you may take your leave." Yue dared not say more, responding in a subdued tone. "Yes, I take my leave." Before her words had fully dissipated into the air, she had darted to the window, her toes barely touching the ground before she vanished behind the courtyard wall. Situ Yue gazed at the empty window, letting out a soft sigh. She was all too aware of her precarious situation. Aunt Lu and her daughter were ruthless, likely to resort to underhanded tactics, and she indeed required assistance. Yet, during her previous life as a spy, she had loathed being surveilled. The sensation of being constantly watched was enough to rob her of sleep for an entire night. As her fingers continued to trace the cup's surface, her gaze darkened. It appeared that life in the Situ residence was destined to become increasingly lively. Chapter 12. Xiao Feiyu. It was not until after dinner that General Situ returned home, the night heavy upon him. He stumbled through the door, his clothes stained with wine, humming an off-tune melody, half supported by the servants as he made his way into the inner courtyard. Situ Yue stood by the window, observing the swaying figure with a slight frown, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that her father is a drunkard? Once the general's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, she turned to the elderly Xiao Mama beside her, asking, "Mama, has my father always been this fond of wine? Or is it since his return that he has taken to drinking so excessively?" Xiao Mama sighed heavily, her gaze tinged with a distant melancholy as she began. "To speak of it, the general has loved alcohol since childhood, possessing an astonishing capacity for it. No ordinary person could match him, and he seldom became inebriated. However, after meeting Madame Shui, who disdained his fondness for drink, he consciously reduced his consumption." Madame's name was Shui Linglong, once the most renowned talented woman in the imperial city and a sworn sister to the empress. The general and the madam fell in love at first sight, and they returned to the capital together, marrying in grand fashion. After their marriage, their affection was as sweet as honey, with the general's heart and mind wholly devoted to her. Xiao Mama paused, a hint of disdain creeping into her tone. But at that time, Lu Xiangyan had already been betrothed to the general. He wished to annul that engagement. Yet the old matriarch refused, even resorting to fasting as a form of coercion. With no other choice, the general married Lu Xiangyan but only granted her the status of a concubine, dismissing her most of the time. His heart belonged solely to his wife, and he treated Lu Xiangyan with indifference, only sharing a room with her on their wedding night due to the old matriarch's insistence, which ultimately led to her conceiving the second daughter. Later, the lady tragically succumbed during childbirth, and the general stood vigil by her side for 7 days and nights, consuming not a morsel of food, only drowning himself in alcohol, appearing as though he had lost his very soul, utterly haggard. Had it not been for the emperor's personal counsel, urging him to consider the young Yue and the necessity of her care, the general might well have followed his wife into the afterlife. At this juncture, Nurse Xiao dabbed at her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. Regaining her composure, she continued, "A year later, the detestable Lu Xiangyan, seizing the opportunity while the general was inebriated and disoriented, stealthily led him into the late lady's former chamber, and did not emerge until the break of day, resulting in the birth of the third young miss. Perhaps her methods were too despicable. The general harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her, remaining particularly distant from the third miss. Over time, this fostered the delicate and reclusive disposition of Situ Yue. Upon concluding her tale, Situ Yue felt an unsettling disquiet, akin to a thorn pricking at her heart, though she could not articulate the source of her discomfort. Steeling herself, she decided not to dwell on it and gently urged, "Nurse, it is late. You should retire to your quarters. The next day, Situ Yue sat alone in her room, absorbed in her reading as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the pages. Suddenly, a lithe figure descended from the rafters. Kneeling on one knee with clasped hands, voice resonant. Miss Situ, I am Yue, here to protect you. The second prince has acquiesced to your request, but your identity must be determined by you. It would be more prudent for you to assign me a role within the general's residence, lest my involvement arouse suspicion. Situ Yue pondered briefly before responding. Very well, conceal yourself for now. I shall devise a plan shortly. Yue nodded and vanished in an instant. Soon after, Nurse Xiao entered the room, bearing a plate of exquisite pastries. Situ Yue set aside her book, approached the nurse, and softly beckoned. Yue, you may come forth. With a swift motion, Yue appeared behind them, kneeling once more. Startled, Nurse Xiao nearly dropped her plate. Without waiting for her reaction, Situ Yue explained, Nurse, this is Yue. She is highly skilled and has come to protect me. I wish to grant her an appropriate identity, claiming her as a distant relative of yours who has fallen on hard times and seeks refuge in the capital. In an instant, Nurse Xiao grasped the young lady's intent. Lacking martial prowess herself, she recognized that should danger arise, she could not assist and might, in fact, become a liability. The young lady was also untrained in combat. Having a capable protector nearby would provide a greater sense of security. Moreover, Yue, being a young woman, would be easier to manage. After scrutinizing Yue, she nodded and said, Miss Yue, my family name is Xiao. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Feiyu. Yue inclined her head in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Nurse Xiao conveyed the situation to the steward, arranging for Xiao Feiyu to don the attire of a maid and reside in the Inue courtyard, where she would assist Nurse Xiao in caring for Situ Yue. 3 days later, the second prince arrived at the Situ residence accompanied by a gentleman. After greeting General Situ, he expressed his intention to examine Situ Yue's health. This gentleman was the renowned physician previously mentioned by the second prince, famed for his extraordinary medical skills and ability to restore health, though he rarely intervened without compelling reason. Were it not for the second prince's intervention, he would never have engaged in the affairs of a military family. He pondered silently. The acne on his face could be remedied with a few prescriptions to regulate his health, yet if he were to be foolish since childhood, he would find himself utterly powerless. The two arrived at the moonlit garden, where the renowned physician entered Situ Yue's chamber alone. This esteemed healer, known in the realm as the matchless physician, accepted only one disciple in his lifetime, meticulously chosen from many. The current physician, a strikingly handsome young man of merely 19 or 20, possessed medical skills rivaling those of his master, earning him the reverence of the populace as the reincarnation of Hua Ta. Despite his youth, he exuded an air of grace and composure, embodying a remarkable serenity. Chapter 13. Heart-mending powder and face-losing water. Situ Yue had long awaited in her room. Upon hearing the soft footsteps at the door, she looked up to see the physician gracefully push the door open. Dressed in a flowing moon-white robe, his garments billowed lightly, untouched by dust. His arched brows swept elegantly towards his temples, while his elongated phoenix-like eyes sparkled with clarity akin to a mountain stream. His high nose and distinctly defined lips formed a sculpted visage that was strikingly handsome, with sharp angles that rendered him captivating. Situ Yue had never encountered such a pure and exquisite man. Momentarily entranced, her heart felt as though it had been gently nudged, sending ripples through her emotions. Noticing her gaze, the physician's lips curled into a gentle smile as he spoke. Miss Situ, please place your hand here. I shall take your pulse. As he said this, he retrieved a plain hand pad from his medicine chest and delicately laid it on the table. Though momentarily dazzled by his extraordinary beauty, Situ Yue, having undergone rigorous training as an operative, swiftly regained her composure, chiding herself internally. If this had been a previous mission, that fleeting moment of distraction could have cost her dearly. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her mind and complied, resting her wrist upon the hand pad. The instant his fingertips met her pulse, the physician's demeanor remained calm, yet moments later, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze scrutinizing Situ Yue's face with an inquisitive intensity. As time passed, a look of unmistakable surprise flickered in his eyes, and he unconsciously applied more pressure with his fingertips, clearly having discerned an extraordinary condition. Situ Yue, astute to his change in expression, felt a tightening in her chest and quickly inquired, Physician, what is my condition? Retrieving his hand, The physician replied with poise, "Miss Situ, you are afflicted with a severe poison. While this toxin is not immediately fatal, its instigator is exceedingly malicious. This poison, known as heart-mending powder, as the name suggests, gradually disperses one's mental clarity, leading from foolishness to madness, ultimately culminating in terrifying hallucinations and a path toward self-destruction." He paused, his tone growing increasingly grave. "You have been deeply poisoned, yet still retain your sanity, which is no small feat normally. This toxin could be remedied with careful treatment over a year or so, but tragically, you are also afflicted by another poison, known as face-losing water. When taken in small doses over time, it manifests as pus-filled acne on the face and neck, potentially spreading throughout the body, leading to unbearable itching and self-harm that could result in death. To contend with one toxin is challenging enough, yet the combination of these two, compounded over such a duration, and for you to still sit here speaking with me, is indeed a stroke of fortune, though it is not a matter of being beyond cure. The journey ahead promises to be rather arduous." As Situ Yue listened, her heart felt as though it were weighed down by a colossal stone, heavy with sorrow. The life of the original owner was indeed steeped in tragedy. From a tender age, she had been poisoned, perpetually ensnared in schemes, maligned, and ridiculed, until her very last breath, ultimately cast into a lake to drown. A chill ascended from her core, and she clenched her fists resolutely. As long as she remained in this world, she would live on behalf of the original owner, ensuring that all those who had conspired against and tormented her would pay dearly for their deeds. The esteemed physician, perceiving her despondent demeanor and contemplative expression, spoke gently. "Miss Situ, do not be disheartened. I shall exhaust every possible means to treat you. Please have faith in my abilities. This is not solely due to the second prince's request, but rather because of you." Situ Yue lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with confusion. "Because of me? Indeed. Because of you," the physician affirmed with a sincere nod. "The world may have deemed the General Situ's legitimate daughter to be inherently foolish and of unsightly appearance, yet today, upon assessing your pulse, I have discerned that despite the profound toxicity within you, you have retained your faculties. This alone speaks volumes of your innate intelligence and unique fortune. As a healer, it is my duty to save those deserving of salvation." His words were resolute and compelling, warming Situ Yue's heart. Rising, she offered a slight bow. "Thank you, esteemed physician. I believe in you. However, I kindly request that you refrain from disclosing my poisoning to my father, as the circumstances are rather intricate, and I hope you can safeguard this secret for me." With that, she performed a deep bow. The physician promptly moved forward to assist her, saying, "Miss, your esteemed status does not necessitate such grand gestures. I am unworthy of them. Furthermore, please refrain from referring to me as the esteemed physician. I am Zhuge Qingfeng, and you may call me Qingfeng." Situ Yue nodded in acceptance. After Zhuge Qingfeng tidied his medicine chest and bid her farewell, he turned to exit the room. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted General Situ pacing anxiously at the door. Upon seeing him emerge, the general hastened forward, his face etched with urgency. "Physician, how fares my daughter now? Is there a remedy for the pustules on her face? Can her affliction be cured? How long will it take? Is there a chance of recurrence?" The general inquired in rapid succession, each word laden with love and concern for his daughter. Zhuge Qingfeng understood the gravity of the situation. He had already devised a strategy before entering. He needed to honor his promise to Situ Yue while alleviating the general's anxiety. Thus, he spoke soothingly. "Miss Situ's condition is indeed somewhat challenging, and achieving complete recovery will not be straightforward. However, General, rest assured that I have conceived a plan for treatment. I shall return to the second prince's residence to prepare the medicinal formula, which I will deliver to your estate by dawn tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the general's face blossomed with a joyful smile, nodding repeatedly, "Excellent, excellent. I am grateful for your efforts, esteemed physician." He personally escorted the second prince and Zhuge Qingfeng to the entrance, watching as their carriage departed, feeling as if a weight had finally lifted from his heart. The second prince proved reliable, and this renowned physician lived up to his esteemed reputation. It seemed that his daughter was indeed salvable, allowing him to finally reconcile with Shui Linglong, feeling worthy of meeting her gaze in the afterlife. Chapter 14. The Snowy Jade Ointment. On the following morning, as the delicate mist lingered in the air, the second prince personally visited to deliver the medicinal prescription drafted by Zhuge Qingfeng into General Situ's hands. The general received the aged parchment, his fingertips gliding over the vigorous calligraphy without a moment's hesitation, instructing his servants to prepare the horses. Rather than sending someone from the manor to procure the herbs, he resolved to undertake the task himself. Having spent many years on the battlefield, his ability to discern medicinal ingredients was unparalleled, rivaling that of any apothecary. He could effortlessly identify which herbs were of superior quality and which possessed potent properties. When it came to the medicine for his daughter, he could not afford any carelessness. Only through his own efforts could he find peace of mind. Take, for instance, the ginseng prescribed as a catalyst. The inferior specimens from common apothecaries were utterly beneath his notice. He rode through the bustling streets of the capital, ultimately making his way to the largest herbal shop, where he exchanged a handsome sum for a century-old wild ginseng. The ginseng's roots were intact, its body plump, and its cross-section displayed an amber hue, faintly shimmering with a rare brilliance, easily recognizable as a prized specimen. The general carefully placed it in a silk box and meticulously selected the other herbs according to the prescription, inspecting each one repeatedly until he was satisfied before returning to the manor. After the general's departure, the second prince proceeded directly to the moonlit garden. Within the Situ manor, concubine Lu and her 2 daughters, though still confined, had already heard of the second prince's arrival and were filled with restless anticipation. Peering through the gaps in the courtyard wall, each of them contemplated their own schemes. Regardless of whether the second prince was indeed the frail figure of rumor, his royal status remained unaltered. If one of them could become a royal consort, it would be worth enduring years of widowhood. Although he was already betrothed to Situ Yue, circumstances were ever-changing, and they felt compelled to seize the opportunity. As they watched the second prince's figure turn towards the moonlit garden, they could only stamp their feet in frustration, powerless to intervene. Upon entering the garden, the second prince beheld Situ Yue standing in the corridor, gazing at the flowers. She was clad in a water-blue strapless RU skirt, adorned with delicate silver-embroidered peach blossoms that seemed poised to fall at any moment. Over it, she wore a light gauze robe in moon white, which billowed gently in the breeze, revealing an ancient jade bracelet on her fair wrist, its warm luster accentuating her porcelain skin. A water-green knot was cinched at her waist, and the edges of her sleeves were draped with a dark-colored water gauze, embellished with intricate golden patterns, exquisite yet understated. Her tall and slender figure was crowned with a high bun, adorned with several delicate jade hairpins, the pearls at their tips swaying gently with her movements, casting glimmers of light. Her deep black eyes, shimmering with a mysterious allure, combined youthful grace with a hint of serene composure, rendering her unforgettable. Upon noticing the second prince's arrival, Situ Yue promptly turned, bowing in greeting. Yue greets the second prince. She raised her gaze slightly, her eyes falling upon the gentleman before her. The second prince was dressed in fine ice blue silk, the hem embroidered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns, the snowy white trim harmonizing beautifully with the jade hairpin atop his head. He wore a jade belt at his waist and held an ivory folding fan, exuding an aura of warmth and refinement akin to that of jade. His face was chiseled, with distinct features, beneath a prominent nose. His moderately full crimson lips were adorned with a dazzling smile. Dongfang Chun promptly stepped forward to assist her, saying, "There are only the 2 of us here. No need for excessive formalities." Seeing his casual demeanor, Situ Yue also relaxed, gesturing for him to enter and rest. As the second prince settled down, he produced an exquisite small box made of pear wood from his sleeve and presented it to her. "Qingfeng has informed me of your condition," he said, "and he specifically entrusted me to deliver this medicine to you." He paused, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. "This ointment is called Ningxue Yuji cream, crafted from the Tianshan snow lotus, meticulously processed over 49 days and nights. It is exceedingly rare. Previously, when I sought it from him, he refused to part with it, yet now he generously bestows it upon you. It appears your influence is quite significant, Yue." Situ Yue accepted the small box, feeling its coolness in her palm. Upon lifting the lid, a gentle floral fragrance wafted towards her, mingled with a refreshing chill, indicative of its extraordinary value. The second prince continued, "This ointment can yield but a single bottle per year, making it immensely precious. Apply it to your face each night before sleep. In conjunction with the medicinal broth your father prepares, it will nurture you from within and without. Within a month, the affliction on your face will be healed." He shifted his tone to a more serious note. "However, the poison within you, as Qingfeng mentioned, has not accumulated overnight, and the intertwining toxins are quite troublesome. Even with his intervention, it will take at least 6 months to completely eradicate. Joy illuminated Situ Yue's face as she quickly rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, Second Prince, for saving my life. Please also convey my thanks to the esteemed physician Zhuge. Dongfangchen nodded. That goes without saying. He regarded Situ Yue and suddenly inquired. What are your plans moving forward? Situ Yue hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. What plans could I possibly have? Those who conspired against me have surely devised new schemes by now. However, this time, I shall not passively endure. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. I will ensure that those who have harmed me repay their debts tenfold. They shall learn that Situ Yue is not to be trifled with. The second prince's eyes gleamed with appreciation as he nodded in agreement. Well said. Should you encounter any troubles henceforth, feel free to entrust them to Yue. She is now at your service. If matters become unmanageable, have her relay the message to me, and I will certainly assist you. Situ Yue felt a twinge of discomfort at his words. She is now yours. After all, Yue was a living person, not an object to be freely bestowed. Perhaps her past life as an agent, where she was subjected to arbitrary orders from superiors, made her particularly sensitive to such expressions. She looked up at the second prince and playfully asked, but if one day both the prince and I were to give Yue conflicting orders, to whom would she listen? Without a moment's hesitation, Dongfangchen replied, she would listen to you. At his response, Situ Yue nodded in satisfaction, her smile deepening. Chapter 15. A Millennium Ginseng. Situ Yue continued. Then I must request that the second prince refrain from visiting Xiao Feiyu every night. From this moment forth, there shall be no Yush as you refer to her. She will only be known as Xiao Feiyu of the Situ General's residence. Upon hearing this, a few dark lines appeared on the second prince's forehead. This girl was simply insatiable. With good intentions, he had dispatched a capable subordinate to protect her. Yet now it seemed that not only was it offered freely, but there were also numerous demands attached. He cleared his throat, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. Observing his discontent, Situ Yue spoke candidly, expressing her dislike for the feeling of being surveilled, regardless of the reasons behind it. She implored the second prince not to make her situation difficult, while simultaneously expressing her fondness for Feiyu and her genuine need for her protection. What? Is the second prince having second thoughts? She teased, raising an eyebrow slightly. The second prince rubbed his nose and chuckled helplessly. No second thoughts. Everything shall proceed as you wish. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Situ Yue's face, her eyes sparkling with delight, resembling a kitten that had just pilfered a sweet treat. Meanwhile, General Situ had hurriedly arrived at the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the medicinal herb store, meticulously selecting the finest herbs listed in the prescriptions. He stuffed the highest quality, aged herbs into a cloth bag. A few physicians, witnessing this, approached to intervene, but the general merely drew forth his imperial sword and slammed it onto the table with a resounding clang, the cold gleam of the blade silencing the room. In an instant, the physicians knelt before him, their heads bowed low, not daring to breathe. After gathering a substantial amount, the general suddenly recalled something, paused, and turned to hasten towards the emperor's study. Just recently finished with court, the emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Suddenly, his hand holding the red brush halted, an inexplicable chill coursing through him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Sure enough, moments later, the general barged in. Kicking open the study door, the head eunuch unable to stop him, nor did anyone dare to intervene, for this was a formidable general, second only to the emperor. The head eunuch rushed in, falling to his knees in fright, his voice trembling like a leaf. Your Majesty, I am at fault. Before he could finish, the emperor waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with resignation. Enough, you may leave. The eunuch, quick to read the room, bowed deeply and retreated, shutting the door behind him. The general, seeing the eunuch had departed, wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Your Majesty, where have you hidden the 1,000-year-old ginseng that the Shimi tribe presented last year? Hand it over. He extended a hand, his demeanor unmistakably demanding. Feigning ignorance, the emperor replied, What ginseng? I consumed it long ago. He even pretended to pat his stomach, feigning a look of savoring a delightful meal. The general was not swayed by such antics. His brows furrowed as he adopted a more authoritative tone. Your Majesty, the divine physician has stated that ginseng is essential for the medicine. If my daughter is not cured, how will you face Empress Yunxi? How will you confront her son? Let us not forget, Linglong and Yunxi share a bond akin to sisters. His voice boomed, filled with fervor, for he was a general who had shared life and death with the emperor. Had it been anyone else, such a demeanor would have cost them dearly. The emperor scoffed coldly. Do not use Yunshi to pressure me. When you barged in, I thought I had offended you. It turns out you merely seek medicine. While it may be acceptable before me, what would outsiders think if they witnessed such a spectacle? The words carried a hint of sarcasm. Who would come to seek medicine at one's door, rather resembling a debtor instead? The general, perceiving the dissatisfaction in the tone, felt a twinge of guilt. His previously stern countenance quickly softened into a sycophantic smile as he placed a hand on the emperor's shoulder, adopting an overly familiar demeanor. Your Majesty, do not be so stingy. I am merely a father concerned for his daughter. Moreover, this is for your precious second prince. To ensure he marries a beautiful and healthy princess, is it not? The emperor, pressing his temples, sighed heavily. Fine. I shall fetch it, I shall fetch it. Truly, you have instilled fear in me. He approached a painting titled A Thousand Miles of Landscape, pressing a hidden mechanism at the corner of the wall. With a soft click, a section of the wall slowly slid open, revealing a concealed compartment. From within, the emperor retrieved a purple gold box, muttering as he did, Ah, Sima, this is a millennium-old ginseng, exceedingly precious. In light of your future daughter-in-law, I shall share a portion with you. The general, already consumed with anticipation, barely registered the emperor's words. He stepped forward and snatched the box, opening it without a glance, forcefully breaking off a small segment of ginseng, still adorned with fine roots, and tossed the remnants back to the emperor. Clutching the nearly intact millennium ginseng, he bolted away. The emperor stood frozen, gazing at the meager ginseng roots in his hand. Realization dawning slowly, nearly causing him to spit blood in despair. His millennium ginseng. It was unlikely he would ever encounter another in his lifetime. And now it was reduced to this pitiful sprout and a few roots, a thought too much to bear. Guards! Guards! Pursue him! The emperor bellowed. The guards rushed into the study, exchanging bewildered glances. Your Majesty, whom shall we pursue? Only then did the emperor realize that within 100 meters outside, General Sima had already vanished from sight, making pursuit impossible. He could only weakly wave his hand. Enough, you may all leave. Allow me a moment of solitude. My millennium ginseng. That scoundrel. A thief. A bandit. The guards exchanged glances, bowing as they retreated. Alone in the study, the emperor clutched the fragment of ginseng, tears streaming down his face as if snowflakes drifted gently about him, a scene profoundly tragic. As the snowflakes danced and the north wind howled. Chapter 16, Never Leaving You Unfolded. Upon returning to his residence, the general headed straight to the kitchen, laying out the herbs he had collected, meticulously weighing and combining them. Madame Xiao and Xiao Feiyu attempted several times to assist him, but were waved away. You both tend to Yue. I can manage here. His movements, though somewhat clumsy, were marked by a deep seriousness. Each herb's weight was measured repeatedly, fearing any error. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon his chiseled profile, softening its edges. Seeing she could not help, Madame Xiao returned to the Yue courtyard to accompany Sima Yu, while Xiao Feiyu stood guard at the kitchen door, her gaze occasionally drifting to the general's actions. Though he was Yue's biological father, her duty was to protect her. In her eyes, everyone posed a potential threat. Even this formidable general. As the general stirred the concoction in the pot, he silently reflected, in the past, I was always preoccupied with battles, never truly spending time with Yue. She has fallen ill, and as her father, my heart aches with regret for not having done more. Today, as I personally gather and brew her medicine, I can only hope that heaven shows mercy, allowing Yue to recover swiftly. Not long after Situ Yue had bid farewell to the second prince, she learned of her father's return. Initially, she intended to visit him. But upon hearing from Granny Xiao that the general had created quite a scene at the Imperial Medical Institute in his quest to procure medicine for her, and was now personally concocting a remedy in the kitchen, a wave of warmth surged through her heart, bringing her to the brink of tears. She had never experienced a father's love and had never dared to hope for such affection. She once believed that even the smallest gesture from her father, a trinket or a gentle pat on the head, would be an immense blessing. For one who had never laid eyes on her father since birth, such simple comforts felt like distant dreams. Time passed unmeasured until the general entered the Yue garden, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. With utmost care, he placed the bowl beside her bed, ladled a spoonful, blew gently on it, and offered it to Situ Yue. Xiao Feiyu nodded slightly from the side, indicating that the medicine was safe. Situ Yue fought back her tears, taking sip after sip of the concoction her father had brought. The bitter taste spread across her tongue, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Years of pent-up grievances and longings transformed into tears, creating a vast ocean within her soul. The medicine is a bit bitter. The general's voice was especially tender. If you find it too harsh, I have prepared some candied fruit. You can have a piece after finishing the medicine. As he spoke, he pinched a glistening piece of candied fruit and placed it in her mouth. The sweet flavor melted on her palate, and unable to contain herself any longer, Situ Yue suddenly threw herself into her father's embrace, sobbing, "Father, I miss you." The general was taken aback by her sudden display of emotion, quickly steadying her and exclaiming, "Oh dear, what is the matter? Is the medicine too bitter? Or do you feel unwell? I shall fetch Master Zhuge to examine you at once." His anxious demeanor only deepened Situ Yue's feelings of gratitude. Sniffling, she composed herself and gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes, pleading, "I do not want you to leave, father. Will you stay with me always?" The general, unable to refuse her, hastily replied, "Of course, I will never leave you." He embraced her even tighter. Exhausted from her tears, Situ Yue gradually drifted off to sleep in his arms. The general gently laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and instructed Granny Xiao and Xiao Feiyu to take good care of her. He specifically mentioned, the remaining ginseng can still be brewed for over 10 more doses. If that is insufficient, I have prepared a century-old ginseng as well. After handing over the prescription and ginseng to Granny Xiao and reiterating his instructions several times, he reluctantly departed. A month later, after the general had returned to the estate for over a month, Lady Lu and her daughters were finally released from their confinement. Lady Lu paced in her room, her eyes glinting with resentment. "At last, we see the light of day. That wretched Situ Yue dared to confine us for so long. We shall ensure she faces utter ruin, unable to recover." On the first day of their release, the general summoned Lady Lu, Situ Yue, Situ Shuang, and Situ Yue to the dining hall, announcing a small reunion dinner. Situ Yue was the last to arrive. Veiled, her long, dark hair flowed like a cascade through her fingers, intricately styled into a bun, secured loosely with a jade hairpin and adorned with a golden hair ornament that swayed gently, tracing graceful arcs against her temples. She bore a natural elegance without the need for embellishing her brows. Her coral bracelet and red jade bangle creating a delightful harmony on her wrist. The crimson beads wound around her delicate hands, white as snow and red as fire. Clad in a bright yellow robe that gracefully enveloped her slender figure, a jade green ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. The diners in the hall were rendered speechless, astonished by how captivating Situ Yue appeared with just a hint of adornment. The general was the first to regain his composure, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. "Today, my wearer is simply breathtaking. Come here, sit beside your father. Is your face feeling better?" Situ Yue approached and settled beside him, replying softly, "Father, I have fully recovered, and the sores on my face have subsided. I owe my gratitude to the 1,000-year ginseng you brought back, and I thank you for your concern." She silently marveled. Had it not been for the second prince's visit a few days prior, informing her that her father had ventured into the palace to seize the emperor's precious 1,000-year ginseng for her treatment, she would have remained unaware of the depth of his paternal love. That ginseng, a rare treasure gifted by the emperor of Xixia, was the only one of its kind in the entire Xinhua continent, most of which had been reclaimed by her father. It was indeed the extraordinary efficacy of this ginseng that enhanced her skin's absorption of the snow jade cream, amplifying its medicinal properties. What would have taken months to heal was restored in less than a month. The general, filled with anticipation, urged, "Let me see, quickly." Situ Yue did not hesitate. She slowly lifted her hand and removed the veil from her face. Chapter 17. The missing golden hairpin beneath the veil. Situ Yue's visage revealed skin so exquisite it required no powder, smooth and lustrous like the finest mutton fat jade, radiating a subtle luminescence. Her lips, naturally tinted, resembled ripe fruit, invitingly luscious. Her brows and eyes curved gently, as if holding a spring's worth of water, possessing an enchanting allure that captivated the heart. The general gazed upon this face, strikingly reminiscent of the delicate Ling Long, his eyes instantly glistening with tears, his voice trembling. So similar, truly too much like Ling Long. He reached out, yearning to touch, yet withdrew his hand, letting out a heavy sigh. "Father has made you suffer. It's all my fault for not protecting you." Situ Yue tenderly grasped her father's hand, soothingly replying, "Father, I am well now. so please do not blame yourself." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu and her two daughters turned pale, their nails digging into their palms. This wretched girl was so fortunate. The 1,000-year ginseng was exceedingly rare, the likes of which could not be found elsewhere on the Shunyue continent. Why should she alone enjoy it? Yet such resentful thoughts had to remain hidden, as Madame Lu quickly donned a sycophantic smile, chiming in, "General, do not be troubled. Yue is naturally beautiful, and with her recovery, she will surely be stunning enough to captivate a nation. Besides, has she not been promised to the second prince? She will become a royal consort, a position that should bring you joy." Her words were sweet, but her heart seethed with rage. Situ Yue not only survived, but had regained her clarity, now with a face that was utterly beguiling. She loathed that she had not eliminated this thorn in her side sooner. Situ Shuang trembled with fury, her small hands tightly gripping her skirt beneath the table, her knuckles whitening, her teeth clattering, yet she forced a smile of envy, her eyes almost spilling over with jealousy. "How beautiful my Yue is, do you even need to say?" The general shot a glare at Aunt Lu, and the thought of Yue eventually marrying filled him with unease, yearning for his daughter to remain by his side a little longer. Aunt Lu was left speechless, lowering her head in embarrassment. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms, and while the surface appeared tranquil, each harbored ulterior motives. Aunt Lu summoned her two daughters into the room, whispering conspiratorially about how to sabotage Situ Yue the following day. In their eyes, Situ Yue was merely a foolish and useless girl, easily manipulated in the past. Now that she seemed a bit sharper, could she truly contend against the three of them? At dawn the next day, Situ Shuang arrived at the moonlit pavilion, adorned with her most treasured jewelry, a lustrous pearl necklace, a pair of verdant jade bangles, and a gold hairpin set with rubies. These were her most prized possessions. Upon entering the courtyard, she wore a feigned, sweet smile, inquiring after Situ Yue's well-being. "Sister, after a month apart, you have grown even more beautiful. Hearing that you have just recovered from your illness fills me with joy. Look, I have brought you some trinkets. Do you like them?" As she spoke, she unceremoniously removed the pearl necklace from her neck, slid off the jade bangles from her wrist, and plucked the gold hairpin from her hair, shoving them all into Situ Yue's hands. Situ Yue scoffed internally. The weasel was wishing the chicken a happy new year, clearly with ill intentions. She did not refuse, smilingly accepting everything, curious to see what this girl was truly scheming. She was no longer the gullible fool of the past. Aware of the trap, why would she foolishly leap into it? Watching Situ Shuang sway away, Situ Yue whispered a few words to Xiao Feiyu, who nodded and retreated into the house. Situ Yue then strolled leisurely to the courtyard, settling into a lounge chair just as Mama Xiao approached with a bowl of freshly brewed bird's nest soup. She took the bowl and drank leisurely, savoring each sip. Before long, a raucous commotion approached. Aunt Lu, accompanied by her two daughters and a throng of servants, barged in. As soon as Situ Shuang entered, she pointed an accusing finger at Situ Yue, yelling, "You wretch! How dare you steal my belongings? Return my hairpin at once, you filthy thief!" She extended her hand, demanding the item with fierce eyes. Before Situ Yue could respond, Situ Yue fanned the flames from the side. What a pitiful sight! Why resort to thievery when you could choose to be decent? Truly disgraceful. Second sister kindly gifted you a necklace and bangles, and yet you're not satisfied. Daring to steal second sister's gold hairpin. How shameless, truly beneath contempt. Aunt Lu feigned a serious demeanor, saying, "Yue, you might as well hand over the hairpin. Your sister's one tea hold it against you. If you truly like it, I shall have someone buy you an even better one tomorrow. What do you think?" Situ Yue blinked her innocent big eyes, feigning ignorance. "What hairpin? My sister only gifted me the necklace and bangles. I have never seen any hairpin." Following Situ Yue's lead, she adamantly insisted that she only accepted the two items, refusing to mention the hairpin at all. Situ Shuang scoffed coldly. "Humph, how shameless. Still refusing to admit it? Had I known this earlier, I would not have troubled myself to present you with a gift. Casting it aside would be far superior to bestowing it upon you. You wretched creature." The trio of mother and daughters harmonized in their derision, incessantly labeling her a shameless wretch, igniting a fiery rage within the heart of Elder Xiao. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Situ Yue, her eyes fixed in a fierce glare upon Aunt Lu. "Lu Xiangyan, is it not enough that you have wielded power and influence in this household for so many years? Do you not fear retribution? The young lady is the cherished jewel of the general. A mere gold hairpin is of no consequence when the treasury holds countless riches. If the young lady desires it, Does she need to take from you? How dare you slander her, not fearing that Linglong will be watching you from beyond? The mere mention of Linglong's name struck Aunt Lu like a dagger, causing her to tremble slightly before fury surged within her. That nameless, wild woman, long departed, still managed to vex her. Unable to touch Situ Yue for the moment, could she not deal with this insignificant elder Xiao? A glint of malice flickered in Aunt Lu's eyes as she spat. You insolent servant! How dare you show me such disrespect? Someone, seize this ungrateful old hag and give her 100 lashes. The servant stood frozen, aghast. Elder Xiao, at her advanced age, was no match for such brutality. Even a robust young man would be left half dead after 100 strikes, let alone an elderly woman. Moreover, Elder Xiao had always treated the servants with kindness. And despite her recent elevation alongside Situ Yue, she never flaunted her newfound power. Most within the household respected her and were reluctant to act against her. Chapter 18. A resounding slap. The atmosphere in the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Aunt Lu's heavy breaths. Seeing the guards retracting their hands, her face darkened with rage as she scolded, "You bunch of useless gluttons! What purpose do you serve? Gue Mama, Chen Mama, you too, step forward. Drag this ungrateful old woman to the woodshed." Gue and Chen, loyal to Aunt Lu and accustomed to acting with impunity due to her influence, immediately grinned wickedly and advanced to seize Elder Xiao's arms. Yet Elder Xiao refused to budge. If she were taken away, what would become of you? Left to face the wrath of this trio? She clutched the pillar of the corridor desperately, her nails digging into the wood. Her voice a choked cry of defiance. "I will not go. I will not go. I must protect the young lady." Situ Yue, witnessing this, joined in, crying out against the bullying of Elder Xiao while secretly delivering sharp kicks to both Gue Mama's knee and Chun Mama's ankle. Caught off guard, they yelped in pain, their grip loosening. The surrounding servants, however, remained paralyzed with fear, hesitant to assist Elder Xiao for fear of Aunt Lu's retaliation. Yet, they could not bear to strike the kind-hearted Elder Xiao, especially since she was close to the young lady. Thus, a chaotic tussle ensued for some time, until Aunt Lu, observing the disarray, was consumed by rage. She stepped forward herself and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Elder Xiao's face. Smack! A crisp sound erupted in the courtyard. Madame Xiao staggered back, clutching her face, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yinyang, still unsatisfied, angrily exclaimed, "What a wretched creature! Refusing to drink the good wine. Now you shall taste the bitter. Drag her out and beat her to death. She is merely a servant. I can certainly handle her." Situ Yue could hardly believe Lu Yinyang's audacity. Her pupils constricted in shock, and a surge of fury ignited within her. She yearned to rush forward and tear apart that venomous face. Just as she was about to act, a thunderous voice from outside the door roared, "Lu Xiangyan, how dare you?" The general stormed into the courtyard, his gaze immediately falling upon Madame Xiao, who was covering her face, blood trickling from her lips. His anger flared uncontrollably. Situ Yue followed closely behind. Upon seeing Situ Yue seated on the ground alongside Madame Xiao, he swiftly pushed past Situ Shuang and rushed to help them up. The general, observing the clear handprint on Madame Xiao's face and the tears streaming down Situ Yue's cheeks, felt as if the fury within him would erupt. How dare anyone harm those under his protection? He whirled around and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yinyang. The sound echoed, sharper and more forceful than the previous strike. Lu Yinyang was sent sprawling to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth, her hair disheveled and her dignity in tatters. Situ Shuang and Situ Yue were left in a state of shock, and after a brief pause, Situ Shuang rushed forward, shrieking, "Father, how could you strike my mother? You would harm my mother for an old, worthless servant?" Situ Yue, with red-rimmed eyes, chimed in, "Father, it was clearly eldest sister's fault. She stole second sister's hairpin, and mother merely reprimanded her. Madame Xiao had the audacity to insult her." "You lie," Madame Xiao interjected vehemently. "General, it was Lu Xiangyan and her daughters who first accused the eldest lady of thievery, hurling insults without shame. I merely cautioned them that the lady is watching from above and advised them to mind their words. All the servants present can attest to this." The surrounding servants nodded in agreement, silently affirming that Madame Xiao spoke the truth. The fire of rage in Situ Yue's heart blazed fiercely. She had vowed to make all evildoers pay tenfold, and now was the moment to fulfill that promise. taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. She adopted a FAAD of hurt. Yet Situ Yue continued to throw a tantrum. Father, I am not wronging her. I distinctly wore the hairpin when I arrived. It was only after leaving the Inua pavilion that I discovered it missing. I searched all along the way and couldn't find it. If she didn't steal it, then who did? If you don't believe me, search her room. You will see that I speak the truth. I ask you to be my advocate. The general glared at her. Perhaps you lost it yourself. To come here with a crowd without ascertaining the facts shows great audacity. If your sister desires jewelry, she could empty the treasury. Why would she covet your worthless hairpin? You are deliberately trying to bully your sister. Situ Yue's face paled from the reprimand. Yet she remained obstinate. Father, you are biased. If you don't believe me, then search Sister's room. The item must be inside. What benefit would I gain from slandering her? Situ Yue dried her tears and looked at her defiantly. Very well, I shall allow my sister to search my room. However, if it cannot be found, I want my sister to kneel and apologize. Situ Yue was resolute in her belief that the hairpin was within the room. And without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Fine. Who's afraid? The general, with a stern expression, commanded his subordinates, search. Search thoroughly. Upon receiving the order, the servants hurried into Situ Yue's chamber, turning it upside down in their frantic search. Before long, a house servant emerged, holding an object wrapped in a handkerchief. Upon unveiling it, there lay a string of pearls as white as jade and a pair of translucent emerald bracelets, exactly the two items that Situ Yue had gifted in the morning. Moments later, all the servants exited the room, shaking their heads in unison to indicate that the hairpin had not been found. Situ Yue, in an instant, became agitated, hopping in anger and cursing. You bunch of useless fools. Have I raised you for nothing? You can't even find a hairpin? It must be right here. Search again. Search meticulously. If you cannot find it, then search her. It must be on her. Madame Xiao, trembling with fury, retorted, We have searched once and found nothing. There is simply nothing. Searching 100 times will yield the same result. You have falsely accused the young lady before, and do you not fear retribution? You always bully the young lady in the general's absence. It is endless. Chapter 19, Another Slap. Situ Yue was infuriated by Madame Xiao's rebuttal, pointing a finger at her and angrily shouting, You old, decrepit servant. Do you even realize your own status? Do you think you have the right to interrupt me? Do you want me to cut out your tongue right now? Blinded by rage, she behaved like a common street ruffian in front of the general, bringing shame to the entire general's household. The general's brows furrowed deeply, his countenance dark enough to drip with water. This uncultured daughter has truly disgraced him. Today he must teach her a lesson. As Situ Yue continued her tirade, the general could no longer contain himself. He shouted furiously, Unrefined wretch. Who taught you such disgraceful behavior? Look at yourself. Do you resemble a young lady of the general's household? You have brought me nothing but shame. With that, he raised his hand and struck her across the face. The sharp sound echoed through the courtyard. Situ Yue stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. As her body hit the earth, a golden hairpin slipped from her bosom, clattering onto the stone slab. At that moment, Xiao Feiyu, with a cold smile in her heart, recalled how she had shoved her upon entering and deftly slid the golden pin back into Situ Yue's embrace. She immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, mustering her courage to speak to the general. General, Feiyu can attest that when the second young lady arrived, she only presented the necklace and bracelets to the eldest young lady as an apology and did not mention the hairpin. It seems the second young lady intended to frame the eldest young lady, deliberately concealing the hairpin within her bosom, as the saying goes. The most dangerous place is the safest. The second young lady, in collusion with the madam and the third young lady, seeks to slander the eldest young lady. We implore the general to stand up for the eldest young lady. As Feiyu's words fell, all the servants involuntarily glanced at Situ Yue, quickly averting their eyes once more. They had long harbored a deep-seated resentment, particularly those tasked with searching the young lady's quarters. It was evident that the second young lady had deliberately framed her. Yet they were compelled to rummage through her belongings like fools, only to be scorned as incompetent. The hairpin was, in fact, concealed within her own possession. Such base tactics were truly contemptible. General Situ, witnessing this, was consumed by fury and abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Bang! With a resounding crash, the pearwood table shattered beneath his force, splinters flying in all directions. Aunt Lu and her 3 daughters, having never encountered such a spectacle, were struck with fear and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Situ Yue's complexion turned ashen, her lips quivering, unable to even muster a sound to cry. It was the seasoned Aunt Lu who first regained her composure. She shot a fierce glare at Situ Yue and admonished, "Shuang'er, how dare you slander your sister? What punishment do you deserve? Apologize to your sister at once. She has always been kind-hearted. Surely she will forgive you." Situ Yue was still in shock, rendered speechless. Observing this, Aunt Lu swiftly turned to the general, her face a mask of distress. "My lord, I had no knowledge of this matter. It is entirely my fault for being momentarily deceived by Shuang'er's one-sided account. I should have verified the situation before causing a scene. I am guilty. I willingly accept the punishment." Situ Yue quickly chimed in. "Father, I too was misled by my second sister, believing her words to be true. How could you, second sister, have committed such an act?" Situ Yue, known for her fiery temper, could no longer contain herself as her mother and sister shifted all blame onto her. She sprang to her feet, pointing at Aunt Lu and shouting, "You!" But before she could utter the final words, the quick-witted Aunt Lu delivered a sharp slap across her face. Crack! Another resounding echo. Situ Yue fell to the ground once more, now bearing a handprint on both cheeks. A comically tragic sight. Aunt Lu glared at her, sternly commanding, "Dare you retort? A mistake is a mistake. Quickly apologize to your sister." Then, turning to the general, she pleaded, "It is my failure to discipline her that has allowed this wretched child to commit such folly. I vow to strictly educate this ignorant daughter in the future. I implore the general for leniency." She silently prayed that the general would take their past relationship into account and not be too harsh on Shuang'er. However, the general did not even glance at Aunt Lu, instead turning to Situ Yue and softly saying, "Yue, it is your decision on how to deal with Situ Yue." Situ Yue lowered her gaze in contemplation and gently replied, "Father, since the item has been found, confirming Yuer's innocence, let us resolve this matter quietly, minimizing its significance." Yue wished to avoid escalating the situation further, not wanting to provoke her father's anger. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu visibly exhaled in relief, inwardly murmuring, "Fortunately, this foolish girl lacks discernment. Otherwise, Shuang'er would surely face severe punishment today." The servants present shared the sentiment, thinking the young lady too naive to be so bullied, yet still hoping to pacify the situation. What a pity for her beautiful face. A collective sigh echoed in the hearts of all present. However, Situ Yue remained unfazed by their thoughts and continued, "But father, I previously stated that if no hairpin is found in my room, my younger sister must bow and apologize to me. This should indeed be binding." Chapter 20. Bowing in apology. Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Their gazes fixed intently on the general and Situ Yue, awaiting the general's verdict on the second young lady. The demand for a bow of apology had been clearly heard by all present, and naturally, the general would not forget it. He nodded, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at Situ Yue. You are truly a kind-hearted child, unlike some who are cruel. You are the daughter of both me and Ling Long, who also possessed such a gentle heart. Yet, your kindness makes you susceptible to bullying. From now on, with your father here, I shall protect you and ensure that no villain dares to mistreat my Yue again." Having said that, he turned to the crumpled figure of Situ Yue on the ground, his tone suddenly chilling. "Shuang'er, come here and bow to your sister in apology." The general's words epitomized the art of veiled criticism. Previously, he had directed his ire at the fourth prince, nearly causing the latter to faint from anger. Today, he employed the same tactic, rendering Lady Lu and her daughters pale and trembling with rage. A simple remark of "You are truly kind," while others are cruel, struck them like invisible slaps, humiliating them before the assembly. What infuriated Lady Lu the most was the fact that after all these years, the general still harbored feelings for that wild woman, Shui Linglong. What, then, had been the worth of her patience and sacrifices during her years in the general's household? In an instant, emotions of anger, grievance, sorrow, and self-mockery intertwined within Lady Lu's heart, creating a tumult of feelings. She could not bear to remain in this humiliating place a moment longer, and hastily urged Situ Yue. "Shuang'er, you are the younger sister, and Yue is the elder sister. Hurry and apologize to her. Yue is known for her magnanimity and will surely not hold it against you. Go now." In truth, Lady Lu's words concealed a shrewd calculation. On the surface, they appeared to be a prompt for her daughter, but in essence, they were a subtle hint to Situ Yue. As the younger sister, bowing to the elder sister is not disgraceful. Moreover, having praised Situ Yue's generosity, that foolish girl would undoubtedly not make things difficult for you. Quickly apologize and leave this place of gossip, and this matter will be laid to rest. The deeper meaning of her words was understood clearly by the general, Situ Yue, Xiao Feiyu, Xiao Momo, and even Situ Yue, while the more astute servants caught a hint of the underlying message. Yet, Situ Shuang, in her fury, seemed oblivious to it all, now the target of everyone's scorn. Bearing all the blame, she felt both aggrieved and enraged, convinced that dying would be preferable to bowing to that once malleable fool. In a fit of frenzy, she suddenly sprang to her feet, hurling herself with all her might toward the old locust tree in the corner of the courtyard, shouting hysterically, "Bow to a fool? In your dreams." Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Situ Shuang collided with the tree trunk, subsequently collapsing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Her face instantly marred with blood, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Upon witnessing this, Aunt Lu was seized by terror, rushing forward in a frenzy to embrace her daughter. Weeping as she pleaded with the general, "Quick, please summon a doctor. General, have the physician attend to Shuang's injuries first. She is your daughter as well. We can discuss other matters later. I implore you, General." Turning her gaze towards Situ Yue, her tears cascading, she continued, "Wearer, Auntie apologizes on behalf of Shuang. Please save your sister. Once she recovers, I will personally bring her to you to atone, if that is agreeable." In that moment, although Aunt Lu's heart ached for her daughter, she yearned even more to depart from this place swiftly. However, contrary to her wishes, the general did not immediately summon a doctor. Instead, he ordered his servants to restrain Aunt Lu and her daughter from assisting Situ Shuang. The general regarded Aunt Lu with a cold stare, declaring, "Lu, you have failed in your duty as a mother, allowing your daughter to act with such recklessness and arrogance, bringing shame upon the general's residence. You are no longer fit to manage the affairs of this household. Henceforth, during my absence, all matters shall be entrusted to my legitimate daughter, Situ Yue, with the assistance of Nurse Xiao." He deliberately emphasized the term legitimate daughter, casting his gaze over everyone present, clearly intending for the entire household to comprehend that aside from himself, the one holding the most authority was none other than Situ Yue, rather than any concubine or illegitimate daughter. Then, the general fixed his furious gaze upon Aunt Lu, his tone imbued with an unyielding authority. "Let me reiterate. My wearer is off limits to anyone. Should I discover even a single hair out of place on her head, I shall not spare you. Leave. All of you get out." Only then did he gesture for Aunt Lu and her company to depart. "Bring forth new furnishings for the courtyard. Anything tainted is deemed unlucky." The general commanded anew. The servants hurriedly stepped forward, diligently cleaning the bloodstains and removing the shattered table, replacing it with a pristine one. After all was settled, the general accompanied Situ Yue indoors to sit. He gazed at his daughter, his face etched with remorse. "Wearer, I have caused you suffering. Your father has not been a good parent. Truly he is not. If Linglong were still alive, she would." Sighing deeply, Situ Yue couldn't help but reflect, if only the general's wife were alive to know that her daughter has long since departed this world, and that I am but a stranger occupying this body, she would surely be heartbroken, wishing for death once more. Chapter 21. Forbidden from drinking, the general looked at Situ Yue, his remorse deepening. Pausing momentarily as if making a solemn resolution, he spoke, "Wearer, shall I teach you how to manage accounts? Your father has been preoccupied with military affairs and has lacked the time to spend with you. Truthfully, I have not known how to interact with you, and I owe you an apology." Throughout his life, he had gallantly traversed battlefields, vanquishing countless foes, yet he appeared clumsy before his daughter. Over the years, he had never adequately educated her, depriving her of much paternal affection. This time, upon his return, henceforth, he resolved to double his love for this daughter, to make amends for all that he owed her. She had endured far too much suffering. Should he neglect her further, he feared he would have no face to meet Shui Linglong in the afterlife. As Situ Yue gazed upon her father's face, etched with a sense of remorse, her heart softened, for this was the first time she truly felt the warmth of paternal love. She gently shook her head and softly remarked, "Father, please do not speak so. You are a great general, safeguarding the entire nation, and I understand that. I am doing quite well." Upon hearing her words, the general's eyes glimmered with a flicker of solace, and he called out loudly, "Bring forth the account ledgers." The servants swiftly carried a hefty stack of ledgers to the table, and the general opened the topmost one, patiently elucidating the details to Situ Yue. From the minutiae of income and expenditure to the procurement of goods, he explained each entry with clarity, fearful that his daughter might not grasp the concepts. Situ Yue, being inherently intelligent and possessing a doctoral degree in her previous life, found the numbers in the ledgers to be mere elementary arithmetic. Not only could she effortlessly handle basic operations, but even advanced calculus posed no challenge to her. Many calculations could be resolved in her mind without the need for an abacus. The general's demeanor gradually transformed, from initial seriousness to astonishment, and finally to a glimmer of delight in his eyes, as he gazed at Situ Yue with admiration. This child was remarkably astute. She even proposed more efficient methods of calculation for some entries, filling the general with immense joy. Who dared to label his daughter as foolish? Anyone who did so would face his wrath, for he would not hesitate to silence them. Thus, the days passed in tranquil succession, with the figures of father and daughter often seen poring over accounts in the general's residence. However, the atmosphere was far from serene in the quarters of concubine Lu. While she busied herself tending to the injured Situ Yue, she discreetly sent word to her acquaintances at the silk shop, urging them to swiftly balance the accounts and ensure no discrepancies were evident. For years, the general had entrusted her with the household affairs, allowing her to embezzle a considerable sum of silver under the guise of management, resulting in a veritable mess of financial records. Now that the general had appointed Situ Yue to oversee domestic matters, should any of those irregularities be uncovered, she would surely face dire consequences. Not long after Situ Yue awoke, she learned of a distressing matter that left her seething with rage. Situ Yue had ground the pearl necklace she gifted into powder to use as a facial treatment for old Madame Xiao, and had pawned the accompanying bracelet for money to buy supplements for the same maid. Enraged, her face turned a shade of green as her anger intensified. How could the second daughter of the general's household be treated worse than a mere servant? The audacity of Situ Yue to bestow her jewelry upon a slave was utterly intolerable. In a fit of rage, she began to smash anything within reach: vases, bronze mirrors, porcelain bowls. All were reduced to fragments as she unleashed her fury upon the servants, embodying a petulant spirit of, "If I am unhappy, no one shall be at ease." Yet Situ Yue was not one to indulge her whims. She instructed the servants to clear away the shattered remnants, and thereafter, all was silent. There were no reprimands or reassurances, as if the incident had never transpired. Having exhausted her rage, Situ Yue found no objects left to destroy within her chamber. Yet her inner turmoil remained unresolved. With her spoiled and arrogant temperament, how could she simply relent? "I demand new items. Go buy me new ones at once," she bellowed at her servants, insisting on the finest new dresses, cosmetics, and jewelry. The servant, bowing respectfully, replied, "Miss, the general has instructed that all the items you broke have been cleared away. If you desire new ones, you must procure them yourself." Furious, Situ Yue retorted, "Preposterous. Go to the treasury and fetch me money. Choose only the finest." The servant responded, "Miss, the funds in the treasury now belong to the eldest young lady, and we are not authorized to access them. Should you wish to acquire new items, you must personally request them from the eldest young lady. I dare not overstep my bounds." "What?" Situ Yue felt as though she had been struck by lightning, nearly stumbling but managing to steady herself against the wall. How could this be? She glanced around the empty room, feeling an unsettling sense of desolation. In all her years, she had never endured such indignity, and her anger was nearly explosive. Observing her ashen face, the servant wisely retreated, leaving her alone to ponder in disbelief. How could this happen? She could not fathom how the authority of the general's residence had fallen into the hands of someone she deemed a fool. Situ Yue was perplexed, but Lu Yinyang was even more confounded. That unattractive and foolish girl, how did she come to deserve such a fate? As Lu Yinyang lamented Situ Yue's incompetence, she schemed relentlessly to eliminate Situ Yue, whom she viewed as a thorn in her side, in a bid to reclaim her rightful authority. After all, she had managed the household for so long. She could not bear to relinquish control so easily. Ultimately, she resorted to unsavory methods and contacted a lady from the palace, with whom she forged an alliance to remove Situ Yue and restore her dominance over the general's estate. They selected a fine day for their scheme, coinciding with the market day when the household servants would venture out to procure items for their masters. Given the bustling crowds, prominent young ladies typically did not partake in this chaos. Thus, On these days, the market was always teeming with people, as maids and footmen jostled for the chance to snatch up desirable goods, knowing that anything their masters deemed unworthy would rightfully become theirs. On this very day, the palace lady incited the second and fourth princes to visit Situ Yue at the Situ residence. However, the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Situ family and outright refused to go. The lady, unable to persuade him, ultimately settled for sending the third prince in his stead. The household servants were fervently preparing, eager to serve their masters well and then indulge in a shopping spree at the market, hoping to acquire as much as possible. Even the cleaning aunties and kitchen staff looked forward to selecting inexpensive items for their personal use, as even small treasures could accumulate to something worthwhile. Madame Xiao was no exception. After preparing bird's nest soup for Situ Yue, she hurried to the treasury to collect funds, planning to purchase ample supplements, clothing, and jewelry for the young lady. As she urged Xiao Feiyu to hurry with the preparations, she muttered, "If we arrive late, we may miss out on the best goods." With that, she hurriedly departed. Situ Yue, seated indoors, watched Madame Zhao's retreating figure and couldn't help but reflect on the fervor of bargain hunting, which seemed to transcend time. Reminiscing about her past indulgences in modern shopping sprees, she found herself amused by the scene unfolding before her. She lifted the bowl of bird's nest soup to her lips. Just as her mouth grazed the rim, a melodious voice, sweet as silver bells, suddenly chimed. "Miss, you mustn't drink that." The voice, perfectly pitched, reached the ears of Situ Yue, and naturally, Xiao Feiyu heard it as well. Immediately, she took a protective stance, shielding Situ Yue behind her, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Startled, Situ Yue followed the direction of the voice and turned her attention toward the window. Chapter 22. The alluring charm unfolds in an instant. A flash of red swept through the window, propelled by a gust of wind, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The woman was clad in a strikingly vibrant red attire, her face shrouded in a gossamer veil as delicate as a cicada's wings. The contours of her features were faintly discernible beneath the veil, adding an enigmatic allure to her presence. Both Situ Yue and Feiyu felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they failed to detect any hint of malice. They instinctively suppressed the urge to act, contemplating instead to observe the unfolding situation and gauge the stranger's intentions. Situ Yue subtly signaled Feiyu to step back, her expression composed, and with a calm demeanor, she inquired, "May I ask who you are, dear lady? What brings you here? When you interrupted me, were you implying that there is something amiss with this bowl of bird's nest soup?" This bird's nest was painstakingly prepared by Granny Xiao, and deep down, she was reluctant to entertain the possibility of any foul play. Thus, her gaze towards the woman in red brimmed with palpable skepticism. She had already familiarized herself with most of the inhabitants of the general's residence, yet this figure was entirely unfamiliar, igniting her curiosity further. The woman in red, upon hearing her words, tilted her head with an enchanting smile and replied in a sweet voice, "As for my identity, that is not for me to disclose at present. However, I assure you, there is indeed an issue with this soup. Today, as I passed by the Situ residence, I noticed someone acting suspiciously and happened to overhear a woman speaking in such a manner." With that, she raised her hand to cover her lips, deliberately lowering her voice to mimic a sharp tone. Cough, cough. "Shuang, do you know what this is? This is none other than the most potent alluring charm from the palace. Once that fool consumes it, she will become even more shameless than the courtesans in the brothel. After the servants leave, Shuang, you must take these two men to her chamber. When the general and the prince arrive this afternoon, let them witness this shameless fool for themselves. Let us see who will come to her defense afterwards." As she spoke, a sinister glint danced in her eyes, her demeanor mirroring that of Madame Lu when she schemed in the shadows, filled with bitterness and malice. With a deliberate display of a wicked smile reminiscent of her earlier description, she sent chills down their spines. Although doubts still lingered in Situ Yue's heart regarding when the bird's nest might have been tampered with, she considered the treacherous nature of the general's residence, rife with dangers. Given that Madame Lu had always regarded her as a thorn in her side, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. She solemnly bowed to the woman in red and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your warning, dear lady. Might I inquire your name? I would be sure to pay my respects in the future." The woman in red continued to beam with a radiant smile, waving her hand dismissively, her tone lighthearted. "Sister, no need for such formality. It was merely a small act of kindness, a disdain for wickedness at play. I was merely curious to see what the fools they spoke of looked like. However, dear lady, you are truly exquisite. Subsequently, she rummaged through her petite handbag and produced 2 delicate porcelain vials, one sealed with a pink ribbon and the other with a golden one, presenting them to Situ Yue with a cheerful smile. These 2 vials are for you, dear sister. One contains the joyous maiden powder, and the other, the indomitable pill. They may prove useful one day. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell. Before her words faded, the woman in red lightly tapped her toes and, like a wisp of willow fluff, gracefully leaped out of the window using her lightness skill. Situ Yue gazed down at the 2 vials in her hand, a smile tugging at her lips as she mused to herself. This woman is truly remarkable. My visit here is indeed fortuitous. However, at that moment, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, and she abruptly lifted her gaze to the window, her expression sharpening. Farewell? In this foreign world, where she had resided for quite some time, she had never encountered such an exotic term. Did she? Fei Yue, startled by her abrupt reaction, stepped forward and inquired, Miss, is there something wrong with that person? Situ Yue composed herself and first asked, Fei Yue, have you ever heard the term hello? She articulated the phonetics carefully with her mouth. Fei Yue furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. Hello? Is it the name of some kind of tower? I have never heard of it. However, among our shadow guards, the one most proficient in various dialects is Yufeng. Perhaps he might know. Should I consult him later? Situ Yue responded with a soft "oh" and refrained from further elaboration, instead inquiring, What do you think of that woman's lightness skill? Fei Yue's expression grew serious as she candidly replied, Superior to mine. Situ Yue was not overly surprised by this revelation, as though she had anticipated it. She glanced at the vials in her hand and instructed Fei Yue, You should now openly leave the residence to procure some items. Once outside, swiftly return using your lightness skill and secretly hide them in my room. When Situ Shuang arrives, act according to my gaze and seize the right moment to incapacitate her. Fei Yue accepted the command without hesitation, promptly departing in a flurry. Situ Yue turned her attention to a bowl of bird's nest, her expression turning icy as she unhesitatingly poured it into a nearby vase. Having completed her preparations, she awaited the arrival of the east wind. It was not long before the east wind arrived as anticipated. Situ Shuang entered, accompanied by 2 burly servants with unfriendly expressions, undoubtedly the individuals meticulously arranged by Aunt Lu. Upon entering, she observed Situ Yue with her collar slightly open, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze dreamy, portraying an image of unbearable heat and self-restraint. Internally, she scoffed. Humph, mother was indeed correct. This wretch is nothing but a wretch. Soon, let the general and the prince witness her disgraceful state, and let us see how she can maintain her footing in the general's household or aspire to be the prince's consort. As Situ Yue witnessed Situ Shuang's impudent intrusion, a surge of indignation ignited within her heart. However, she maintained an air of delicate vulnerability, her voice soft as she called out, Sister, you have arrived. I feel so overheated. I long for an embrace. With these words, she extended her arms in a feigned desire to embrace Situ Shuang. Unbeknownst to her, as Situ Shuang's gaze fell upon the empty bowl on the table and noted Situ Yue's apparent discomfort, a sense of secret satisfaction stirred within her. Yet, before her smile could fully blossom, a swift and stealthy strike from Fei Yue rendered her unconscious in an instant. The 2 servants, who were intently watching Situ Yue, were equally caught off guard and swiftly dispatched by Fei Yue's deft hand. In an instant, the room returned to a profound silence. Situ Yue delicately adjusted her disheveled attire, the facade of fragility and allure vanishing, revealing a clarity of perception and coldness in her eyes. Chapter 23. More than one man and one woman. Situ Yue tidied her slightly rumpled clothing and bent down to drag the unconscious Situ Shuang towards the Yue courtyard. Fei Yue, carrying the 2 servants, leaped through the window and followed swiftly to Situ Shuang's quarters. The Yue courtyard had once been the most resplendent part of the general's residence, adorned with opulent furnishings, a Zetonwood table and chairs crafted in Jiangnan, exquisite paintings of noble women on the walls, and intricately carved window frames, painstakingly polished by artisans over 3 months. Yet, as they entered, they were met with desolation, debris strewn across the floor and shards of shattered porcelain littering the corners. A fleeting pang of melancholy crossed Situ Yue's heart as she surveyed the scene. The path Situ Shuang had chosen led her to this dismal fate. entirely of her own making, and thus evoked no sympathy. The pair unceremoniously tossed the three unconscious individuals onto the bed. Situ Yue retrieved 2 vials from her sleeve, uncorked them, and poured their contents into the mouths of the 3. Fei Yu, with efficiency, stripped Situ Shuang of her outer garments and delicate skirts, carelessly discarding them onto the floor, even discarding her undergarments to the side. She then turned to remove the shirts of the 2 servants, exposing their lean backs while leaving their trousers intact, preserving a semblance of decency and avoiding any mess during their endeavor. In the end, one servant's hand was strategically placed on Situ Shuang's arm before Fei Yu stepped aside. Situ Yue assessed the scene on the bed and exchanged a knowing glance with Fei Yu before leaping back into her courtyard through the window. Fei Yu approached, pinched the acupoints on the 3 individuals, and upon seeing their eyelids fluttering as they began to stir, she nimbly darted out the window like a cat, ensuring to leave the door slightly ajar behind her. Meanwhile, Lady Lu was stoking the flames of her grand scheme. Sitting before her vanity, she smirked at her reflection in the bronze mirror, pondering how to ensure that the general and the prince witnessed Situ Yue's disgrace. It was insufficient. The general valued his reputation immensely. He might reduce the incident to a mere family scandal, punishing Situ Yue lightly, which would not suffice to ruin her utterly. She instructed the matron beside her, "Go, summon all the prominent stewards of the household, informing them that the young lady wishes to take charge of the household, and invite them to offer their congratulations. Also, invite several familiar ladies, such as Lady Wang and Lady Li, who relish lively gatherings. It will be splendid for them to witness this." What she desired was to make Situ Yue lose all face before the powerful elite of the capital, to ensure that everyone knew the Situ family had produced a daughter devoid of shame, a reputation so tarnished that even the general could not protect it. Naturally, Situ Yue was unaware of the schemes devised by Aunt Lu. She was leisurely sipping tea in her room. Meanwhile, Situ Yue was preoccupied in front of the dressing mirror at the UN pavilion, bustling about in a frenzy. Having heard that a prince would visit today, she had eagerly rummaged through her finest garments. The water-green gauze dress complemented her fair complexion, but seemed too plain upon trying it on. The peach-pink silk skirt was vibrant enough, yet she feared it might appear frivolous. As she styled her hair into a casual bun, she felt it appeared too aged. When she let it down into flowing locks, she deemed it insufficiently dignified. Back and forth she went, undoing and redoing her hairstyle, until well past noon when she finally settled on a lotus-hued dress, adorning her hair with a pearl hairpin, satisfied at last. Just past midday, carriages lined up at the entrance of the general's residence, with General Situ Jing still clad in his military attire, having just arrived from the barracks. Several princes were already present in the main hall, accompanied by the shopkeeper and lady invited by Aunt Lu, the atmosphere bustling with guests. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no sign of Situ Yue. The servant, bribed by Aunt Lu, had already wandered around the courtyard twice without approaching the UN pavilion, and upon being questioned by the general, he immediately bowed and replied, "General, I went to summon her, but the young lady stubbornly refuses to come out. I am unaware of the reason. Perhaps you might personally check on her?" General Situ Jing, who cherished his daughter dearly, lost his patience at this remark and promptly rose, declaring, "Let us go see Yue." The guests exchanged glances, intrigued, each eager to discover why the young lady, soon to be a prince's consort, was avoiding them. Prior to this, Situ Yue had discreetly instructed Fei Yu to open all the windows of the Inshua pavilion and even left the door slightly ajar. The group, moving in a grand procession through the corridor, had just approached the vicinity of Inshua pavilion when they were met with a scandalous uproar emanating from the courtyard. A sound so shocking it could stir the heavens. Everyone, even the elderly merchants, could hear it clearly. The sound was both enchanting and sultry, mingled with the breaths of men and women, at times sharp, at others soft, piercing through the half-closed window panes, jarringly loud in the stillness of the afternoon. The general at the forefront halted abruptly, his expression darkening instantly. The princes exchanged astonished glances, while the ladies behind gasped, some covering their mouths with handkerchiefs, others turning away yet unable to suppress their curiosity. Who could be in Inshua pavilion at this hour? Aside from the general, there were no adult males in the residence. The unmarried young ladies resided in the back courtyard. How could such sounds arise from this place? And it was evident that there was more than one man and woman involved. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes reflecting surprise and suspicion. The general's temples throbbed with tension, each vein seeming as taut as a bowstring. This courtyard was clearly Situ Shuang's dwelling. How could he not recognize it? What a disgrace. A furious shout echoed like thunder on a clear day, causing the copper bells hanging in the corridor to jangle wildly and startling the birds perched on the eaves, which took flight in a flurry. He stormed to the front of the house, a blaze of rage igniting within him, and with a swift kick, shattered the slightly ajar door. The splintered door crashed heavily to the ground, sending wood chips flying. The crowd outside was initially taken aback, but soon rushed to peer through the gap, curiosity overpowering their initial fear. Inside, the bed was disheveled, the brocade quilt tossed aside. And there lay Situ Shuang, disheveled and half-clad, her hair matted against her sweat-soaked neck, her expression dazed. Several accompanying official wives gasped in horror, immediately covering their eyes and stumbling out of the room, their jeweled hairpins trembling precariously, while their skirts became stained with their panic. The merchants present turned crimson, hastily averting their gazes, yet unable to resist stealing glances through their fingers or over their shoulders at the bed, their eyes betraying a tumult of unspoken emotions. The general's gaze was fixed on the scene before him, as if a colossal stone had struck his chest, leaving him breathless and a wave of metallic sweetness surging in his throat. In a fit of rage, he seized the sword from a guard by his side, its cold gleam flashing ominously, and in a swift motion, he brought it down upon one of the still twitching men, cleaving him to the ground. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the gilded bedposts, the vivid red starkly contrasting with the opulent decor surrounding it. "My lord." Lady Lu finally emerged from her initial shock, and upon recognizing that the figure on the bed was Situ Shuang, her spirit nearly fled in terror. She scrambled to the bedside, trembling as she wrapped her daughter in the quilt and cast a fierce glare at the still moaning Situ Shuang, hissing in a low voice, "Silence. Do you wish to bring ruin upon yourself?" Yet, Situ Shuang seemed oblivious, her lips continuing to murmur incoherently, a sound that pierced the air with a jarring intensity. Lady Lu's face darkened, a flicker of panic and malice crossing her features. She hastily covered Situ Shuang's mouth, her knuckles whitening from the force, trembling uncontrollably at the thought that if the general's wrath were to boil over, he might take her daughter, the source of this calamity, with him. At that moment, Situ Yue hurried in, her skirts gathered and her hair slightly disheveled, a fitting urgency etched on her face. Just as she was about to enter, two figures blocked her way. Dongfang Chun raised a hand to stop her, his palms slightly open, his voice calm and deep like a still pond. "The situation inside is inappropriate. You must not enter." Situ Yue frowned, her eyes darting anxiously toward the room, insisting, "My sister must be in shock. I need to fetch a doctor at once." The onlookers regarded her with silent approval, acknowledging her rare character. Rather than shying away from the disgrace that had befallen her sister, she was the first to think of summoning a physician. Clearly a well-bred young lady raised under the general's guidance. Moments later, a doctor arrived hastily with a medicine box, and with Situ Yue's personal assistance. He made his way to the bedside. He first checked the pulse of the lifeless male corpse on the ground, then leaned down to examine the eyelids of Situ Shuang closely. Finally, stroking his grizzled beard, he addressed the general with a respectful clasp of his hands. "General, these two gentlemen have fallen victim to a potent aphrodisiac. The effects have already infiltrated their hearts, rendering them beyond salvation. As for this young lady, she is merely fatigued and in a state of weakness, and with a few days of rest, she shall recover well." "What?" The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes swiftly darting towards Situ Shuang on the bed, filled with astonishment and disdain. So, it was she who had administered the drug to the men, engaging in such illicit activities in broad daylight? The handkerchiefs of the several ladies present were nearly crushed in their grips, their gazes towards Aunt Lu brimming with undisguised contempt. The upbringing of such a daughter spoke volumes about her mother's conduct. Aunt Lu's face drained of color, as if all blood had been drawn from it, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word for a long while. How could this be? That drug was clearly intended for Situ Yue. How had it ended up affecting Shuang and these two men instead? As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Soon, tales circulated through the streets and alleys, declaring the second young lady of the Situ residence to be lascivious, having drugged a stranger for pleasure, leading General Situ to mistakenly believe she was a flower thief, resulting in his wrathful execution of the men. Of course, this was merely the aftermath. At that moment, the owner of the city's largest silk shop cleared his throat and, bowing to the general, stated, "General, we shall ensure that today's events remain confidential. We shall take our leave now." The other guests hastily concurred, heads bowed, eager to escape this place of scandal, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would taint them with misfortune. After escorting the guests out and instructing the servants to clean the scene and arrange for a physician to prepare a prescription, it was Situ Yue who managed everything with remarkable composure and clarity. Even the usually stern general could not help but cast a couple of extra glances at her, his eyes reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and a subtle hint of appreciation. Once everyone had departed, Situ Yue rubbed her throbbing temples and turned towards her Inua courtyard. However, not too far behind her trailed two figures, Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li, like shadows that refused to dissipate. She chose to disregard them and made her way directly to her courtyard. The three of them sat at the stone table in the courtyard, Fei Yu standing behind Situ Yue, her expression still taut. Situ Yue picked up the cool tea from the table and briefly recounted the incident of the drugging of the bird's nest, the red-clad woman's warning through the broken window, and Situ Shuang's intrusion. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chun slammed his palm onto the stone table with a resounding smack, causing the teacups to tremble. "Fei Yu, is this how you protect your mistress? If not for that red-clad maiden's timely appearance, it would have been you in peril today." Fei Yu fell to her knees with a thud, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold bricks, her voice laden with remorse. "This subordinate has failed in her duty to protect. I implore the young lady to impose punishment." Situ Yue took a sip from her teacup, leisurely raising her gaze to Dongfang Chun, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "Second Prince, Fei Yu is under my command. I shall determine her punishment as I see fit." Her gaze was calm, yet piercing. And now she was addressed as Fei Yu. The prince should remember this clearly. After saying this, she turned to the Fei Yu on the ground, her voice softening with a soothing tone. "Rise. Today's events are not entirely your fault. The other side was excessively ruthless. Just be more cautious in the future." Fei Yu looked up at her, her eyes slightly reddened, and softly replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Chapter 25. How to handle it. A flicker of hesitation crossed Fei Yu's face as her gaze flickered between the solemn expression of the second prince and the tranquil demeanor of Situ Yue. Ultimately, she silently rose, stepping deliberately back behind Situ Yue, standing tall in a protective posture. Clearly, in her heart, she only acknowledged Situ Yue. The third prince, Dongfang Li, observed this with interest, gently snapping his folding fan shut, obscuring the lower half of his face, revealing only his enchanting peach blossom eyes. He watched his elder brother with undisguised amusement, a glimmer of delight in his gaze. "Oh, dear brother, even you find yourself at a loss for words sometimes? How fortunate I am to witness your moment of embarrassment." Though the second prince, Dongfang Chun, was the son of the late empress and held a noble status, he had long been deprived of his mother's protection and the support of her family. As a result, he often faced subtle hostility within the palace, especially from the crown prince and the fourth prince, who, in their youth, frequently bullied him, relying on their mother's influence. Fortunately, the emperor, reminiscing about past affections, provided him with some protection, causing their outward behavior to temper somewhat. Moreover, the second prince had always maintained a tranquil disposition, rarely taking to heart the usual provocations, effortlessly diffusing tensions. However, the sight of his brother's furrowed brow and the slight twitch of his lips revealed an unusual frustration, a rare sight that the third prince was eager to observe closely. The second prince cleared his throat a couple of times, breaking the subtle awkwardness, and turned his gaze to Fei Yu, asking in a deep voice, "Fei Yu, do you know the origin of the woman in red who warned you that day?" Fei Yu shook her head, her voice tinged with regret. In response to the second prince, "I have investigated, but found no leads. I am wholly unaware of her origins." At this moment, Dongfang Li perked up, eagerly interjecting, "From your earlier descriptions, I am reminded of someone, the fifth-ranked fairy of the wandering mist in the martial world." He paused, gently tapping his fan against his palm, and continued, "It is said that this fairy possesses not only unparalleled beauty, but also extraordinary lightness of foot, leaving no trace upon the snow. Remarkably, she is capable of both concocting deadly poisons and miraculous medicines, earning her the title of fairy. There are rumors that she is as beautiful as a celestial being, yet she always appears veiled, never revealing her true visage. When she takes a life, she leaves behind a vibrant red mandala flower. When she saves a life, she leaves a blue flower. However, This blue flower has never been recorded in historical texts or recognized by the common folk. It seems to belong solely to the realm of legends. Consequently, the people regard this flower as pure and clear as the sky, bestowing upon her the revered title of the Fairy of the Wandering Mist. However, as Dongfang Li shifted her tone with a hint of playful intrigue, it was said that her remarkable prowess had made her the object of desire for countless men. Yet, with her formidable skills and unpredictable temperament, those who dared to dishonor her ultimately met with dire consequences. Moreover, this enigmatic woman was as elusive as a dragon. Her whereabouts known to no one, shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing this, Situ Yue felt she had arrived at a substantial conclusion. This ethereal maiden must be the red-clad heroine who had come to her aid that day. The phrase bye-bye, imbued with modernity, and the rare blue flower mentioned by Dongfang Li seemed out of place in this world. Perhaps, like herself, she too had traversed from the modern era? Situ Yue's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly smile gracing her lips as she teased. The third prince certainly seems well informed, even aware of the details surrounding the killing with flowers and saving with blooms. Might it be that you once wished to witness the splendor of this ethereal maiden yourself? As she spoke, she playfully blinked, wearing an expression that suggested she had seen through all, urging him not to feign innocence. The third prince's cheeks flushed crimson, and he awkwardly turned away. Now it was the second prince's turn to cast a glance at him, an amused eyebrow raised, as if to say, "Look at you now. You deserve this." Seeing the third prince in such a predicament, Situ Yue reined in her laughter, her expression turning serious as she addressed the two of them. "Regardless of who she is, fate will guide us to meet again in due time. I shall know eventually. But tell me, what brings you two esteemed princes to my humble abode? Do not tell me you royal gentlemen have such leisure, with no pressing matters of state to attend to?" At her words, both princes paused, exchanging glances. Situ Yue's forthrightness was indeed striking, a trait befitting the daughter of a general, brash and direct. Clearing her throat, Dongfang Li suppressed her playful demeanor and explained, "Originally, the fourth prince intended to come, but he felt it would be better not to at this time. You know the recent tensions between him and the general's household. He fears that his presence might provoke your father's ire. Thus, I came in his stead to check on you, considering that you now belong to our royal family." Situ Yue set down her teacup, her gaze sharpening, her tone laced with frost. "Better not to come? I believe he fears being directly expelled by my father. Third prince, from now on, feel free to visit me anytime. I shall welcome you with open arms. However, if you come as a substitute for the fourth prince, be prepared to bear the brunt of his punishment. You know my father's temperament." As she spoke, she raised her fist, feigning a threatening gesture, her displeasure unmistakable. After that, Situ Yue resumed sipping her tea, her expression noticeably darkening, revealing her dissatisfaction with the fourth prince to any discerning observer. The two princes, recognizing her genuine displeasure and recalling the recent troubles in the Situ household, shared a silent understanding and rose to take their leave. "Since you are weary, we shall not impose further. Do take your rest," the second prince said gently. As outsiders, they were hesitant to interfere excessively in the affairs of the general's residence. However, before departing, Dongfang Chun cast a deep glance at Fei Yu, his eyes unmistakably conveying a warning. "Let this one slide, considering your eagerness to protect your master. But should you allow another oversight that endangers you heir, you shall not escape unscathed." Fei Yu met his gaze without flinching, merely lowering her head slightly in silent acceptance of the unspoken admonition. After bidding farewell to the two princes, Situ Yue returned to her chamber and picked up a medical tome, though her thoughts wandered. It was only after dinner that Granny Xiao returned, beaming and laden with packages, having been sent out in the afternoon to procure supplies, thus avoiding the turmoil within the residence. Speaking of that evening's meal, it was fraught with complications. Due to the scandal instigated by Situ Shuang, the general had been humiliated before the guests, inciting his wrath to such an extent that upon returning home, he sequestered himself in his study, refusing to see anyone. The servants, witnessing the general's genuine fury, dared not provoke him, and with Lady Lu's influence waning, no one bothered to prepare food for her quarters. Ultimately, it fell upon Situ Yue to take matters into her own hands, and alongside Fei Yu, she crafted several exquisite dishes favored by the general, bringing them to the study in an invitation for him to partake in a meal at the Inu courtyard. Naturally, the general would not decline dishes prepared by Yue herself. After silently finishing his meal, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. intending to leave the residence for a tavern to drown his sorrows in drink. Situ Yue hastily stepped forward, inquiring, "Father, the incident concerning my sister has become widely known. How do you plan to address it?" The general halted, turning to regard her with a mixture of weariness and trust, and replied solemnly, "Yue, this wretched child has brought shame upon the general's household, and it has chilled my heart. I entrust this matter entirely to you. You shall determine how she should be punished and how to deal with her." With that, he said no more and strode out of the gate with determination. Seeing the general depart, Fei Yue swiftly approached and asked, "Miss, how do you intend to handle the second miss?" Chapter 26. The woodcutter's call. She could discern that the general had deliberately assigned this matter to the young lady, both out of trust in her judgment and a desire for her to assert her authority. Yet, the situation was delicate. If the punishment was too lenient, it would fail to quell the gossip both inside and outside the household, making it difficult to govern the servants in the future. Conversely, if the punishment was too severe, it could invite criticism of the young lady for being harsh towards her half-sister, painting her as unfeeling and ungrateful. The balance was indeed challenging to strike. Situ Yue traced the rim of her celadone teacup with her fingers, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Fei Yue, do you understand why I took to the kitchen today? Why I invited the general to join me?" Fei Yue paused, perplexed, her hands halting their movement as she blinked in confusion. Miss, you don't mean to say you intentionally sought to have the general relinquish his authority over the matter to you, do you? Why would you do such a thing? Isn't that courting trouble?" Situ Yue continued, her smile unwavering. "My father must believe that my act of cooking was an attempt to plead for leniency on behalf of Situ Shuang, which is why he has seized the opportunity to go out for drinks. Given his temperament, I suspect he will not return home for the next few days." Fei Yue was even more bewildered. "But miss, why would you choose to do this?" With a gentle smile fading from her face, Situ Yue's gaze grew solemn as she spoke. "It is not the appropriate moment. As a father, the general cannot be excessively harsh. Yet a lenient punishment may lead to accusations of enabling wrongdoing and lax family discipline. Therefore, I shall take matters into my own hands on his behalf." Fei Yue's eyes sparkled with understanding, though she soon furrowed her brow in concern. "What does the young lady intend to do? Will you expel her from the residence?" Situ Yue shook her head lightly. "No, since the general wishes to show leniency, I must not impose too severe a penalty, lest I appear devoid of familial compassion as an elder sister. Moreover, the general hopes that this incident will foster better relations between myself and the three sisters, particularly with Situ Shuang. I, too, desire harmony within the family. Thus, granting them another opportunity is not out of the question. Do you understand now?" Fei Yue's expression transformed into one of enlightenment and admiration for her mistress. Not only was she astute, but she also possessed a rare kindness. To serve such a master was indeed a stroke of fortune. After ensuring Situ Yue was settled for the night, Fei Yue intended to return to her quarters, but unexpectedly encountered the hurriedly approaching Mama Zhao around the corridor's corner. Seizing Mama Zhao's hand, she pulled her into her room and recounted the day's events in detail. Hearing the account, Mama Zhao's face paled, her frail fingers gripping Fei Yue's arm tightly, alternating between self-reproach and fervent prayers to the statue of the Bodhisattva by the window. "It is all my carelessness. Had it not been for the young lady's cleverness, the consequences would have been dire. Thank you, Buddha, for your protection. The young lady is truly favored by destiny." The following day, the general indeed did not return to the residence, and the young lady took it upon herself to address the situation regarding the second young miss, Situ Shuang. She issued the following decrees. "The second young miss of the Situ household has displayed shamelessness and moral degradation. However, considering her youth and naivety, the punishment shall be lightened. First, her monthly stipend shall be reduced to 1/10 of its original amount. Second, she shall not leave the residence for 1 year. Any violation will result in severe penalties. Third, Lu Xiangyan has failed in her duty as a mother, resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 servants. The burial costs and compensation for their families shall be borne by Lu Xiangyan and her daughters. Fourth, Situ Shuang shall pledge her life. Should she engage in similar disgraceful conduct again, she shall take her own life as atonement." Of course, Lu Yinyang and her daughters were not present during this pronouncement, but the servants quickly relayed the news to them. Lu Yinyang, preoccupied with caring for Situ Shuang, did not pay much attention, especially since these penalties were relatively lenient in their eyes. Nevertheless, she could not suppress her resentment, gritting her teeth in anger. Meanwhile, after delivering her verdict, Situ Yue remained seated in the hall, instructing the servants to withdraw. At that moment, Mama Xiao and Fei Yu knelt beside her, both still troubled by the previous day's oversight that had nearly jeopardized Situ Yue's safety. They insisted that they would not rise until they were assured they would not be punished, leaving Situ Yue at a loss for how to respond. These two cared genuinely for her well-being, and she could not bring herself to chastise them. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered and reported, "Young lady, there is a woman outside seeking an audience. She did not reveal her identity, but instructed me to convey a message that you would surely wish to meet her." Curious, Situ Yue inquired, "What message?" The servant hesitated before furrowing his brow. "It seems something about feeding something or other. I'm afraid I do not quite understand." Upon hearing those words, Situ Yue abruptly rose to her feet, her expression one of disbelief. She was acutely aware that this was English. She thought to herself, "Indeed, she has truly traveled across dimensions. I did not miss here. This is English. Yes, it is her. We have finally discovered a fellow Earth dweller." With excitement, Situ Yue exclaimed, "Quickly, invite her in." The servant, upon witnessing the young mistress's joy and urgency, understood that this was undoubtedly an esteemed guest. Without hesitation, the servant hurried to the entrance, respectfully inviting the lady inside. Shortly thereafter, the servant ushered the woman into the hall and retreated, closing the door behind her. She was adorned in the same attire as when they had first encountered one another. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Situ Yue almost instinctively blurted out, "What is your name?" The woman in red paused for a moment, then beamed with delight, replying, "My name is Murong Xin." Situ Yue stepped forward, her fingertips trembling slightly. Murong Xin, in a shared understanding, extended her hand, and at the moment their palms met, it felt as though they had traversed the boundaries of time and space. 1,000 unspoken words lodged in their throats, ultimately manifesting as tears welling in their eyes, each longing to embrace the other and weep profusely. Leaving Fei Yu and Grandma Xiao exchanging bewildered glances, Fei Yu discreetly signaled to Grandma Xiao, inquiring, "Who is this woman?" Grandma Xiao furrowed her brow and shook her head. "I do not know either." The two women gazed at the tightly clasped hands of Situ Yue and Murong Xin, listening to the utterly incomprehensible dialogue. Their minds swirling with questions, yet they dared not interrupt, choosing instead to bow their heads in silence, speculating endlessly about the woman in red. Chapter 27. What a strange place the young mistress had been under Grandma Zhao's care since childhood, seldom leaving the estate, so where could she have found companions? The closest she had were merely the young maids within the household. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged a brief embrace, and then Situ Yue promptly called out, "Fei Yu, hurry. Prepare some tea for our esteemed guest. We must not be negligent. Go swiftly." Though Fei Yu harbored doubts, she quickly set about brewing the tea. The display of camaraderie between Situ Yue and Murong Xin was indeed reminiscent of the saying, "When fellow townsfolk meet, tears are shed." It was a rare occurrence to encounter someone from the same world in this foreign realm. Situ Yue hurriedly introduced Murong Xin to Fei Yu and Grandma Xiao, recounting the recent events, hoping she could assist in resolving the matter, as she found herself at a loss for words. After assessing the situation, Murong Xin turned to Fei Yu with a serious expression, "Miss Fei Yu, let me ask you, if it were your task to poison a dish personally prepared by Grandma Xiao without her noticing, what would your confidence level be?" Without hesitation, Fei Yu replied, 100%. Murong Xin then turned to Grandma Xiao and inquired, "Grandma, if the food were prepared by Fei Yu, would you use a silver needle to test for poison?" Grandma Xiao glanced at Situ Yue and then at Fei Yu, stating, "Of course not." Murong Xin continued, "Fei Yu, if Grandma Xiao lacks martial prowess, can she be blamed if someone with ill intent poisons her?" Fei Yu responded, "No, she cannot." Murong Xin then queried Grandma Xiao once more, "Grandma, I have heard that you have cared for Sister Yu since her youth. If Fei Yu trusts you so implicitly that she does not test your food for poison, is that a fault on her part?" The old woman contemplated for a moment and said, "Of course, it is not incorrect. How could I blame Fei Yu? Thanks to her protection, my lady is safe." Ultimately, Murong smiled and remarked, "Since Fei Yu claims not to blame the old woman, and the old woman agrees that Fei Yu is in the right, then why are you still kneeling? The fault lies solely with the enemy's cunning. The error was in your assumption that the enemy possessed any kindness. Moreover, if the young lady were to punish you, would that not bring delight to those wicked individuals? Sister Yu is not foolish enough to commit such a blunder. So please rise." As soon as she finished speaking, Situ Yue quickly interjected, "Indeed, indeed. You all should stand up. This cannot be blamed on you. If I were to punish you, I would truly be acting foolishly, wouldn't you agree?" The old woman and Fei Yu exchanged glances, finding some semblance of logic in her words. In truth, it was merely their negligence. Yet Miss Situ had no intention of punishing them. To continue pleading for punishment would only displease Situ Yue. Situ Yue and Murong Xin assisted the old woman and Fei Yu to their feet. As the old woman and Fei Yu promised to be more cautious in the future, they expressed their profound gratitude towards Murong Xin, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Situ Yue then took Murong Xin to the Yue courtyard, instructing Fei Yu to stand guard outside and allowing not a single mosquito to enter. Once inside, Situ Yue was filled with excitement. Encountering kindred spirits in this peculiar world ignited a torrent of questions within her. Finally, she had someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. Murong Xin was equally exhilarated. No one knew how many years she had spent searching for someone who had also traversed into this world. She had nearly given up hope, never imagining she would truly encounter another who could comprehend the difficulties she had faced. Situ Yue gazed intently into Murong Xion's clear eyes, her throat constricting slightly as she finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had lingered for so long. "Where are you from?" Murong Xion paused momentarily, her hand holding the teacup trembling slightly. When she lifted her gaze, her eyelashes still glistening with moisture, it was as if she harbored secrets unspoken for years. "Me? I am Chinese." Situ Yue abruptly stood, the chair scraping loudly against the stone floor, her eyes widening with astonishment before igniting with a brilliant light, akin to a lost soul encountering a lighthouse. "I am too." Tears unexpectedly streamed down Situ Yue's cheeks. She suddenly recalled the words of her captain during her mission before her time travel, who always said that Chinese people abroad meet one another as if they were family. At that moment, she understood the profound significance of those words. Chinese people do not deceive one another, Murong Xion declared with unwavering conviction. "In this strange place, I have encountered far too much insincerity." Situ Yue nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Chinese people stand united and loving, even if separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Even if donning different exteriors, the essence within remains unchanged. Before the words Chinese people, the two finally found someone with whom they could confide. Situ Yue spoke first. "I am truly delighted to meet you. I was previously called Qing Yan, and I was an intelligence agent, primarily responsible for the safeguarding and transportation of national secrets. I cannot quite recall how I came to this world. All I remember is being forced to jump from an airplane, believing I would plummet into the Pacific Ocean. I thought I was going to die, but when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the waters of the Situ residence, saved by the second prince who was visiting the estate. Upon arriving here, I found myself utterly bewildered, surrounded by unfamiliarity, knowing not a soul, and inexplicably ensnared in a web of deceit and poison. It felt as though everyone conspired against me, rendering every corner unsafe. Later, the elder revealed that it was highly probable that the scheming concubine within the estate was behind it all. It was only later that I discovered the original owner of this body was the eldest daughter of the Situ household. I delved into numerous tomes, medical texts, military treatises, musical scores, and more, including the various nations that dotted this realm: Dongyu, Nanman, Shimi, and Baidu, names I had never encountered before. What manner of place is this ghostly land? Chapter 28. Has the mind been damaged? Murong Xion furrowed her brow, her fingertips absently twisting the tassels at her waist, her gaze flitting across Situ Yue's face. "Sister, how long have you been here?" Situ Yue raised her eyes, pondering for a moment before replying. It hasn't been long, perhaps just under 2 months." With a heavy sigh, Murong Xion poked the wooden table, confirming her thoughts. Although Situ Yue was inherently intelligent, she was ultimately not of the modern era, a realization I should have anticipated. Situ Yue's eyes glimmered with confusion. "What do you mean by that, Miss Murong? Have you met Situ Yue before? Was she exceptionally clever?" Murong Xion, with a hint of exasperation, curved her lips into a slight smile and suddenly shifted the topic. "Take a guess, how many years have I existed in this world?" Situ Yue blinked, observing her youthful appearance of 13 or 14 years, and tentatively replied, "I don't know, a few years? It must have been quite a while. There are rumors about you in the capital." Murong Xion stated matter-of-factly, 15 years. "Well, what?" Situ Yue exclaimed in astonishment. You look only 13 or 14, yet have been here for 15 years. Her mouth hung open, unable to close. Murong Xin regarded her with a mix of bemusement and sympathy, letting out a soft sigh as her fingers glided over the cool surface of the table. Slowly recounting her past. Actually, I am much like you. I am also a special agent. I am an international spy, specializing in the procurement of confidential intelligence. And when necessary, I would also engage in assassination. Her fingers tightened slightly, as if recalling the smoke of battle. During my last mission, I lost consciousness in an explosion. The life of the one known as Black Rose should have ended then. Yet, when I opened my eyes, I felt as if I were encased in ice. It was a dreary, rainy day, the cold droplets stinging my face. The air was filled with a man's heart-wrenching wails, mingling with the iron scent of blood, choking me. Murong Xion's voice lowered as she continued. I saw a man in black holding a bloodied woman, repeatedly calling out for her, his cries transforming from thunderous to sobs, until he seized his sword and attempted to take his own life. In that moment, I was frantic, desperate to shout for him to stop. Yet all that escaped my lips were incoherent utterances. I wished to crawl over and intervene, but my limbs felt as weak as cotton. After a monumental struggle to free myself, I looked down and she shuddered violently. Whose hands were those? They were not my own, but rather chubby little paws. Delicate and soft, resembling those of an infant barely a month old. I had never felt such panic in my life. I screamed in terror. To my astonishment, the man suddenly turned to me, rushing over and lifting me into his arms, his eyes alight with an unnerving brilliance. As I wept over my transformation into a mere child, he mistook it for a miracle, embracing me with laughter and tears. Murong Xian rubbed her forehead and said, "It was only later that I came to understand that the woman was named Furong, his wife. They were being hunted, and their adversaries employed a cunning strategy to lure him away. By the time he returned, Furong had already succumbed to an arrow, and the infant beside her had also lost her breath. It was likely at that moment that I took over this body. He buried Furong beneath a tree and then wandered aimlessly with me. It was said to be nurturing, yet in hindsight, it is quite a headache." She pouted, her expression darkening. How could a grown man possibly care for an infant? Had it not been for my sharp intellect, I might have perished under his care. However, due to the woman's frail condition, she could not withstand the onslaught of adversaries. When the man arrived, it was just as the black-clad assailants pierced the woman with an arrow, and the infant was also fatally harmed. In his grief, he contemplated self-immolation to join her in death. Once, when I wet my pants, I made exaggerated expressions to signal him, nearly poking at my diaper. Yet he merely patted my head and said, "Has little Xena hurt her head? Why is she making such strange faces?" Situ Yue chuckled softly, striking the wooden table. Infuriated, I cried out uncontrollably, my sobs echoing through the air. And guess what? He was stunned for a moment and suddenly smacked his thigh. "Oh, is it hunger?" He fed me half a jug of goat's milk, and only after my crying did he realize I had wet myself. From that point on, it became a pattern. Whenever I cried, he would first offer milk, and if I continued crying, it meant a diaper change was in order. Situ Yue listened intently, a smile dancing in her eyes. "In that case, your father is rather endearing." Endearing? Murong Xin raised an eyebrow. "Just wait until you witness him offering you bitter herbs as if they were sweets, insisting that good medicine tastes bitter. You won't think so anymore." Chapter 29. Those who act immorally will meet their doom thus. Murong Xin continued her witty remarks from the time she began to speak until she was about 1 year old. After that, she began to exhibit astonishing intelligence, clever enough to leave her father astounded, who privately referred to her as a little prodigy. What does it mean to have a remarkable memory? She would only need to glance at a book to recite it verbatim. What does it mean to grasp concepts instantly? When her father taught her medical formulas, she could seamlessly continue from where he left off, even drawing connections to other concepts. What does it mean to be a child prodigy? By the age of 3, she could identify hundreds of medicinal herbs, and by 4, she could decipher simple toxic remedies, astonishing her well-versed father, who could only exclaim in disbelief. By the age of 5, she could write with a captivating elegance, even outshining the accountant in the manner. By 10, her medical skills had become quite advanced. She could diagnose common ailments with a mere pulse reading, and her prescriptions often surpassed her father's in intricacy. At 12, her martial prowess made remarkable strides, executing a family sword technique with fluidity that even her father struggled to overcome. In her 13th year, she secretly entered a martial arts competition, advancing through the ranks to secure 5th place. Upon her return, she nonchalantly remarked, "I was afraid a high ranking would attract trouble. 5th place is just fine." Her father, outwardly expressing pride, said, "Indeed, she resembles the vigor of my youth." Yet inwardly, he silently wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting, Murong Xin is undoubtedly our child. She embodies the essence of both the literary star and the martial star. Even the legendary prodigy pales in comparison." Situ Yue, unable to contain herself, interrupted Murong Xin, inquiring, "What is your father's name? How did he become your master? Surely, these two must be the same person?" Murong Xin smiled and explained, "Considering that my father's enemies might pursue us, we refer to each other as master and disciple in our daily lives. I am unaware of my master's true name. However, the common folk affectionately call him the Water Cloud Immortal. His medical skills are truly formidable, and it is he who has meticulously guided me in the art of healing. As for me, I am known as the enigmatic fairy of the Jianghu." Pausing briefly, she continued, "When I was 4 years old, I accompanied my master to Dongyu. At that time, I had the pleasure of meeting Situ Yue, yourself, when you were merely 5, a bright and clever child with both wit and the makings of a beauty, possessing a particularly kind heart. I recall you secretly offering pastries to comfort a small beggar who was being bullied. Yet, it is curious that later rumors about the young lady of the Situ household depicted her as a tempestuous, unattractive, and foolish madwoman. I have longed to uncover the truth, but my master kept a close watch, leaving me with no opportunity to slip away. At last, I managed to escape from his grasp and hurried straight to Dongyu, intending to discreetly ascertain whether you truly were as others claimed. It was precisely due to this that I inadvertently overheard someone plotting to harm you, prompting me to warn you to exercise caution. Perhaps this is indeed a matter of fate. In truth, when I administered the medicine to you, I was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that you might truly be deranged, which is why I did not venture far. Later, when I heard you greet Feiyu with a hello, I nearly lost control of my inner strength, as that is a salutation from our world. That day, due to other matters demanding my attention, I could only bid you a hasty farewell. Once those matters were resolved, I hastened to find you." The sequence of events had finally become clear. Situ Yue nodded and inquired further, "I see. However, there remains one matter that perplexes me, regarding the aphrodisiac. Why was the physician unable to discern its presence in Situ Shuang, yet able to identify it in those two men?" Murong Xin paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and replied, The physician detected an aphrodisiac in the men? That should not be the case. My concoction was prepared by my own hands." Furrowing her brows in contemplation, she suddenly appeared enlightened. "Oh, the only plausible explanation is that the men were already under the influence of a drug. My aphrodisiac is a unique formula, and only a physician of the imperial level could possibly detect it. An ordinary doctor would certainly be incapable." Analyzing the situation, it must be that those two men were previously administered an aphrodisiac, and my potion merely acted as a catalyst. Otherwise, how could they have behaved so foolishly before the general? As for Miss Situ, she was never drugged, and since my aphrodisiac could not be identified by the physician, it resulted in her being perceived as having ensnared the servants of the Situ household. As she spoke, a laugh escaped her lips, finding the irony quite amusing. Situ Yue understood, realizing that this was likely the consequence of malevolence begetting misfortune. Ultimately, the repercussions had fallen upon Situ Shuang herself, leaving no one else to blame. She then asked, "Where exactly is this place? Have we traversed back to ancient times?" Murong Xion's smile faded slightly, and she replied earnestly, "Though I have resided here for over a decade, I cannot definitively articulate what this place truly is. All I can say is that it is entirely unlike our Earth. Perhaps it exists in a different dimension, or perhaps it is another realm beyond death. This remains unclear to me. Nevertheless, I can ascertain that we have not merely traversed through time. It matters not, for we have ample time ahead to explore at our leisure. It is indeed quite marvelous. Perhaps this is our opportunity for a fresh start." Situ Yue nodded in agreement and promptly extended an invitation. "What are your plans, Miss Murong? Would you consider staying here as my companion? I shall speak with the general to request that he allows you to remain in the estate, if you are willing." Murong Xion's eyes sparkled, and she smiled radiantly. "Sister, you need not intervene on my behalf. Simply introduce me to General Situ. I have my own means of persuading him to keep me here, so rest assured." Seeing her confidence, Situ Yue smiled in acquiescence. Chapter 30. Rise up. The candlelight in the Yue courtyard flickered into the late hours of the night, casting two overlapping silhouettes upon the window paper. As Situ Yue listened to Murong Xin recount tales of the martial world, a gentle smile lingered on her lips. Murong Xin spoke of a potion concocted by her master that could poison a bull, eliciting peals of laughter from Situ Yue as she covered her mouth. Fei Yu stood in the shadows of the corridor, adjusting his grip on the sword 3 times, until the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, at which point he finally heard the rhythmic sound of breathing from within the room. On the following day at dawn, the general returned to the estate. Aunt Lu grasped Situ Yue's hand as they stood beneath the eaves, and upon spotting the general's horseman rounding the corner, she hurriedly adjusted her skirt. However, as the general reined in his horse, his gaze merely brushed past them before settling on the western corridor, ignoring them entirely as he rode on. Situ Yue's hand, clutching her handkerchief, trembled slightly as she watched the general's hurried retreat, the pearl earrings at her temples glinting in the light. Aunt Lu's nails dug into her palm, yet her lips curled into a sardonic smile. What is the rush? The best part is yet to come. Upon arriving at Yue courtyard, the general seated himself at the stone table, and soon 3 figures emerged from the room. Situ Yue donned a soft satin dress in moonlight white, with a single jade hairpin adorning her hair. Fei Yu carried a gilded lacquer box, moving gracefully beside her. And to the left stood a young lady in a red dress, her raven hair tied with a matching ribbon, her crescent-shaped smile outshining the blooming begonia in the courtyard. Father, Situ Yue rushed forward, you have finally returned. I thought I would have to wait many more days. The general's gaze swept across her face twice. Upon seeing her rosy complexion, he relaxed his clenched fist. The border skirmishes have eased, so I rode back swiftly. When his gaze fell upon Murong Xin, he frowned slightly, finding her visage unfamiliar. Father, this is Murong Xin, Situ Yue said, taking Murong Xin's hand, their fingertips warming at the contact. Not long ago, I faced peril, and it was Sister Xin who came to my rescue. The general regarded Murong Xin with a nod and a smile, expressing his gratitude. Murong Xin curtsied gracefully. I am Murong Xin. It is an honor to meet General Situ. As she raised her eyes, the morning light still clung to her lashes. I have come to the capital to seek an old acquaintance of my master, and encountering Sister Yue is indeed serendipitous. The general stroked his beard thoughtfully. Whom does the young lady seek? If they are in the capital, I may be able to assist. Murong Xin smiled and performed a slight curtsy. General, the individual I seek is a general. General Situ's eyes lit up. Very well. Since you seek a general of our dynasty, I shall certainly assist you in your quest. Pray tell, which general do you seek? Murong Xin narrowed her eyes and smiled as she inquired. Might the general spare a moment to converse? The general hesitated, glancing at Situ Yue, who offered him a subtle nod before he departed from the Yue courtyard, leading Murong Xin to his study. Upon settling into the grand chair within, the general observed as Murong Xin retrieved a jade pendant from her sleeve. The verdant jade shimmered with a lustrous glow in the morning light, its crescent shape adorned with intricate phoenix tail feather patterns, reminiscent of the dragon seal jade pendant left by a benefactor long ago. The general's hand instinctively clenched the pendant as his fingers traced its cool surface, his throat tightening. Your master, my esteemed teacher, once met the general, he recalled. Murong Xin, beaming with delight, replied, he is currently in seclusion and has sent me to seek refuge with you. The general immediately recognized the jade as belonging to the gallant hero who had once rescued him and the emperor from peril. After saving their lives, the benefactor had entrusted them with 2 jade pendants, a dragon seal for Dongfang Ju and a phoenix seal for himself, along with a promise that should anyone present such a pendant in the future, they must comply with any request, irrespective of the terms. In the throes of danger, they had felt immense gratitude towards the hero, and together they had vowed to assist him in any capacity, a sentiment that remained fresh in their memories as they longed for the chance to repay his kindness. Suddenly, the general rose, the jade belt at his waist jingling softly. Is my benefactor well? He asked with concern. Murong Xin tilted her head, smiling. Rest assured, my master enjoys good health and sleeps soundly. Continuing, she expressed her gratitude. I must first thank the general for his kindness. By the way, I have formed a deep bond with Sister Yue. We became sworn sisters yesterday. Excellent. The general's eyes crinkled with joy, for he knew Situ Yue to be a tranquil soul who seldom found kindred spirits. Make yourselves at home within the estate. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the steward. At the dining table adorned with the 8 immortals, the general watched with amusement as Murong Xin and Situ Yue playfully served each other dishes, their laughter echoing more vibrantly than usual. After the meal, he summoned everyone to the main hall. Upon hearing the news, concubine Lu forcibly roused Situ Shuang from her bed. "Mother, I shan't go," Situ Shuang protested, wringing her handkerchief, her eyes swollen and red from tears. "Father treated me so poorly yesterday." "Foolish girl," concubine Lu hissed, her voice low. "If you do not bow your head now, do you wish to wait until those 2 little vixens trample over us? When you see the general, simply weep and apologize. His heart will surely soften." She pinched Situ Shuang's arm with a venomous grip, her voice a whisper of malice. "As long as you live, there will come a day when they pay for their insolence." Situ Shuang bit her lip, trailing behind, her mind racing with potential excuses. As they traversed the corridor, she gazed at the vermilion doors of the main hall, her nails digging deep into her palm. Situ Yue, Murong Xin, this debt, she would not forget. In Chapter 31, adopted as a daughter, within the main hall of the general's residence, concubine Lu sat regally in the pearwood chair to the left of the main seat, traditionally reserved for the general's lawful wife. The first seat beneath her remained vacant, meant for the second daughter, Situ Shuang. Further down, the third daughter, Situ Yue, nervously clutched a silk handkerchief, casting anxious glances toward the entrance. Opposite her, a seat adorned with water-green brocade had evidently been prepared for the eldest daughter, Situ Yue. General Situ, clad in dark attire, emerged from the moon gate, his broad shoulders and imposing figure immediately drawing attention. Accompanying him was Situ Yue, while Murong Xin followed closely behind. The servants, holding teacups, momentarily froze. One young attendant accidentally knocked the lid against the rim, producing a crisp sound. Yet no one dared to lift their gaze. Today, the young lady's radiance outshone that of the princess from last year's banquet. Concubine Lu hurriedly rose with Situ Yue to pay their respects, the golden collar clinking softly as they bowed. The general has returned. However, General Situ remained steadfastly focused, his piercing gaze scanning the hall until it softened slightly upon settling on Situ Yue, before he proceeded directly to take his seat in the main position. Murong Xin stood in the hall, glancing at the vacant seat and then at concubine Lu's tense expression, unsure of where to position herself. Who is this girl? Concubine Lu finally could not contain her curiosity, twisting her handkerchief with her fingers. General Situ placed the teacup firmly on the table, the sharp sound silencing the entire hall. In a deep voice, he declared, "Listen well, everyone. This is Murong Xin, and from this day forth, she shall be regarded as my adopted daughter. She is younger than you, ranked second, and you are to serve her as if she were your own flesh and blood. Should anyone show her disrespect, they shall face military discipline." His gaze swept over Granny Xiao. Xin will temporarily reside in the Inu courtyard. Select 4 nimble maidservants for her and prepare seasonal clothing and accessories. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," Granny Xiao replied, bowing, though she could see the pallor growing on concubine Lu's face from the corner of her eye. The general then turned his attention to the empty pearwood chair. Situ Shuang, move to sit behind you. What? Situ Shuang's head snapped up, the hairpin nearly slipping from her hair. In disbelief, she stared at the chair, her knuckles whitening as she clenched her fists. That seat had been hers for over a decade in the general's residence. Why should it be given to an unknown wild girl? Yet, meeting her father's fierce gaze, the words she wished to say caught in her throat, leaving her no choice but to clutch her skirt and reluctantly take her place on the guest seat behind Situ Yue, the cushion painfully digging into her tailbone. The servants bowed their heads, yet in their hearts, they understood clearly. This new second young lady held more weight in the general's eyes than the legitimate second daughter. The general continued, "Situ Shuang, you will sit behind you. This seat is now designated for Xin. What? Situ Shuang felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, grappling with disbelief. Why was this happening? The bitterness of injustice welled up within her, as the second daughter of the Situ family. What was wrong with sitting in the first position of the second row? Who was this wild girl, demanding to take her place upon her arrival? However, with the general's fierce glare fixed upon her, Situ Shuang had no choice but to comply, begrudgingly settling into her new position behind Situ Yue. Observing this, the others understood that the newly arrived second young lady was favored by the general, and they must treat her with utmost care to avoid incurring her wrath. Once Situ Yue and Murong Xin were seated, the general spoke again. The situation at the border is dire, and I shall depart tomorrow. Everyone in the household must attend to the needs of the young ladies, especially in the Inu courtyard. His fingers drummed sharply on the table, his voice suddenly turning stern. If I discover anyone scheming in the shadows or showing disrespect to you, and Xin. With a swish, the entire hall of servants knelt in unison, their foreheads striking the blue bricks with a resounding thud. We dare not. The general nodded in satisfaction, turning to Situ Yue with a voice as gentle as spring water. Yue, tomorrow I shall depart. For a considerable time. You may find it difficult to enjoy my culinary creations. Situ Yue rose with a smile, her skirt flowing like emerald waves. Father fights for the nation, and it is only right that I fulfill my filial duty. Today, I shall prepare a few dishes to send you off, hoping you will triumph and return swiftly. The corners of her eyes curved like crescent moons, fearing her skills might be lacking, hoping her father would not find fault. Foolish girl. Your cooking is a feast of delicacies. The general laughed heartily, warmth radiating from the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Murong Xin clapped her hands in delight. General, let Sister Yue showcase her skills. I have yet to taste her dishes. The general raised an eyebrow at her, deliberately adopting a stern expression. Xin, what did you just call me? General? With a quick flick of her eyes, Murong Xin seized the general's arm and shook it playfully, the silver bells in her hair jingling. Oh, please forgive me, Situ Father. When you return victorious, I shall prepare sweet osmanthus sticky rice lotus for you, guaranteed to be more fragrant than that of any renowned establishment. The servants watched in astonishment. The typically formidable general permitted such familiarity from a young lady? Very well, the general relented, allowing himself to be led outside. He turned to the others and declared, let us go to Yue's garden. Tonight, I shall dine with Yue and Xin. The rest may arrange for themselves. With a smile, Situ Yue followed. And as the three figures vanished through the moon gate, Lu Yinyang suddenly smashed her teacup to the ground, the shards of celadon scattering in an instant, igniting two flickering flames of resentment in Situ Yue's eyes. Chapter 32. Drunken fragrance house. The servants kept their heads down, attending to their duties. The fallen leaves in the corridor rustling as they were swept away. Only Lu Yinyang, Situ Yue, and Situ Yue remained frozen in place, like three statues encased in morning frost. The golden hairpin in Lu Yinyang's fingers still swayed slightly, unable to conceal her suddenly pale visage. Situ Yue's knuckles turned white as she gripped her skirt tightly, the humiliation from the general's reprimand still fresh, now further startled by this unexpected turn of events. Leaving her speechless, Situ Yue bit her lip, feeling her cheeks flush under the strange glances from the servants. The three stood in the wind, their adornments swaying, as if on the brink of shattering. Lu Yinyang was the first to regain her composure, her chest heaving violently, the resentment in her eyes nearly spilling over. The general, from the moment he entered the residence to when he departed, had not even spared them an extra glance, as though they were mere dust, insignificant in his presence. Situ Yue tugged at her mother's sleeve, her voice trembling. Mother, let us return. Before dawn the next day, the gates of the general's residence swung open. Clad in battle armor, the silver gleamed coldly in the morning mist, yet his gaze towards Situ Yue was filled with reluctance. He clasped his daughter's hand, gently rubbing her jade bracelet with his fingers. Yue, if you miss me after I leave, simply place a pot of mimosa at the gate, and I shall return without delay. Situ Yue looked up at the newly silver strands at her father's temples, her eyes slightly moist. Yet she smiled as she stood on tiptoe to adjust his collar. Father should prioritize the well-being of the people at the border. There is no need to worry about your daughter. With Xin by my side, we shall manage just fine. Dearest father, please take care of your health. No matter how busy you are, remember to dine on time. Do not leave me in worry. The general was momentarily taken aback, the warmth of his palm astonishingly intense. How long had it been since he had heard such tender words from his daughter? In a fleeting moment, he seemed to envision the little girl with braided hair, clinging to his leg and sweetly saying, "Be careful on the road, father. I will patiently await your return." Regaining his composure, he gently stroked his daughter's head with his rough hand, his voice laced with barely perceptible emotion. "All right, father will listen to you." After bidding farewell to the general, Situ Yue gazed at the radiant smile of Murong Xin and suddenly felt a comforting warmth in this unfamiliar realm. Though not bound by blood, they shared an unspoken understanding. During the day, They toiled together in the apothecary, with silver needles dancing between Situ Yue's fingers while Murong Xin studied blueprints for improving concealed projectiles. In the evening, as they sat in the corridor analyzing court affairs, Situ Yue spoke of the undercurrents within the general's residence, and Murong Xin would interject with tales of the martial world. Occasionally, they would confide in each other with girlish whispers. And Situ Yue cherished hearing Murong Xin recount her 14 years of adventures, tales of swordplay and intrigue in the martial realm, and the bustling life of the marketplace, which captivated her utterly. Days later, Situ Yue suggested they venture outside the residence, and Murong Xin immediately cheered, her dark hair adorned with jingling silver bells. I've longed to go out. If I stay cooped up any longer, I shall turn into moldy dried tangerine peel. In truth, ever since she entered the residence, she had stealthily slipped out each night like a cat, returning only by midnight. Unbeknownst to any one of the countless streets she traversed in the dark. At dawn, Situ Yue and Murong Xin finished their breakfast early and set out with Fei Yu. Since Situ Yue seldom ventured out and Murong Xin was still new to Dongyu Imperial City, the role of tour guide fell to Fei Yu. She felt a twinge of bitterness. As a covert guard cultivated by the second prince, she typically operated under the cover of night and was quite unfamiliar with the sunlit streets of the Imperial City. However, seeing her exuberant mistresses ahead, she steeled herself to take on the role. After traversing 2 streets, the gilded sign of Zhe Xiang Lu came into view. The wind fluttered the hanging sign, and from afar, a rich aroma of wine mingled with the scent of dishes wafted through the air, enticing passers-by to stop. Situ Yue and Murong Xin stood at the entrance, their eyes drawn to the couplets on either side. The first line read, "Exquisite wine and fine dishes welcome esteemed guests," showcasing a profound elegance. The second line, "Golden cups and jade vessels intoxicate noble patrons," conveyed a certain carefree spirit. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared delight in the other's eyes. Indeed, such an establishment was worthy of its reputation. "3 young ladies, please come in." The attentive waiter, briskly wiping his cloth, noticed their elegant attire, and his eyes sparkled with interest. "Will you be dining or lodging?" Fei Yu stepped forward, her voice bright. "Is there an upper-class private room available?" Yes. The waiter beamed, revealing a wide smile, and promptly led them to the second floor, where the last and finest room awaited them. As they ascended, Situ Yue and Murong Xin admired the exquisite decor of the establishment. In the center of the ground floor stood a rosewood stage, where several dancers gracefully twirled in their flowing sleeves, while to the sides, a few scholars were engrossed in their calligraphy, surrounded by an audience of onlookers who marveled at their artistry. The 8 immortals table on the first floor was surrounded by diners, their laughter and the clinking of wine pots mingling with the sounds of rock, paper, scissors, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a boiling pot. On the second floor, the medium-sized private rooms were draped with bamboo curtains, through which vague silhouettes could be seen moving. Situ Yue gazed down at the bustling scene below, her fingertips lightly brushing against the intricately carved wooden railing, a curious smile flickering in her eyes. This was the vibrant essence of the Imperial City's marketplace, far more captivating than the tranquil courtyards of the manor. Chapter 33. The superior private room. The waiter was guiding 3 individuals up to the 3rd floor, the wooden stairs creaking softly underfoot, when suddenly their ascent was interrupted by a boisterous shout from below. "Waiter, where have you disappeared to? Prepare a superior private room for me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 figures strode through the door. Leading them was a young nobleman, fanning himself with an ivory folding fan, adorned in a lake blue brocade robe embroidered with golden python patterns, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. Following closely was a woman in white, her snow-white shawl cascading over her shoulders, the jade bracelet on her wrist gently swaying with her movements, presenting an elegant appearance. Behind her, 3 women clad in garments of green, pink, and yellow lined up, their hairpins clinking, yet their gazes held an air of disdain. "Waiter, are you deaf?" the young nobleman snapped, snapping his fan shut with a sharp clap and pointing an accusatory finger at the waiter, spitting droplets of saliva onto the latter's face. The waiter, startled, recoiled slightly, bowing apologetically. "Please forgive me, young master. The last superior private room has already been reserved by these 3 young ladies. Might I arrange the most exquisite medium room for you? Do you know who I am?" the nobleman exclaimed, kicking the nearby pillar with force, causing the lanterns at the eaves to tremble. "My father is a second-rank vice-governor." You want me to settle for a medium room? Do you wish to court death? He slapped his palm against the fan, declaring, I only want a superior private room. Situ Yue discreetly tugged at Fei Yu's sleeve, her gaze fixed on the arrogant nobleman. Who are these individuals? Particularly the brazen one in the middle. Is he truly the son of a vice-governor? Fei Yu lowered her voice and replied quickly, Indeed, miss. This man is the legitimate son of the second-rank vice-governor. It is likely that the vice-governor brought his son along to the capital for an audience. The woman in white behind him is the only daughter of the grand historian, Bayalan. Despite her pure appearance, her temperament rivals that of anyone in arrogance. The three behind her are the daughters of a cabinet reader, a city magistrate, and a county magistrate. After Fei Yu finished speaking, Murong Xin leaned in with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. How do you know them so well, Fei Yu? Fei Yu explained, it was courtesy of Yufeng. He excels at gathering such information. Murong Xin nodded, just as the woman in white below exclaimed angrily, How dare a wild girl occupy my private room? Get down here at once. The superior private room belongs to us. The waiter, flustered and drenched in sweat, hurried up and down the stairs. Bowing to the upper level one moment and saluting the lower one the next, his back dampened by cold sweat. Esteemed guests, please calm down, it is all my fault. The three on the upper level exchanged glances, and Fei Yu stepped forward, raising her voice. Waiter, have you not heard of first come, first served? We reserve this room. Why should it be given to others? Situ Yue's fingers brushed against the autumn chrysanthemums on the railing, her tone calm, yet resolute. Waiter, take us to the last superior private room. Lead the way. She deliberately enunciated the final two characters with clarity, her eyes glinting with determination, causing the waiter to hesitate. Just as he was about to step forward, the young master downstairs erupted in fury, his fan pointing fiercely at the third floor. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you take liberties with my generosity? If you don't come down and bow to me, I shall sell you to the brothel. Fei Yu tightened her grip on the dagger at her waist, poised to confront him, but was gently restrained by Murong Xin. Murong Xin shook her head, then turned to the young master with a mocking smile. You seem quite familiar with the brothel, sir. Perhaps you often seek entertainment there? Since there are no private rooms available here, might I suggest you relocate to a more upscale establishment? The young master's expression darkened, his grip on the fan tightening. She had hit a nerve. Back in his hometown, he had abused his father's power, making a mockery of the local courtesans. Even the innocents recently sold into such places had to endure his scrutiny. But now, in the capital, with several noble ladies by his side, he could not possibly admit to such disgraceful behavior. He feigned composure, the fan snapping open to obscure part of his face, and pretended to be high-minded. I have always maintained my integrity. How could I ever step foot in such a filthy place? As he spoke, he glanced towards Bayalan and the others, his tone suddenly softening. Only a woman of Miss Yalin's grace and beauty deserves my admiration. You lot are simply unworthy to even carry her shoes. Bayalan, charmed by his flattery, looked up at the third floor. Her eyes filled with scorn. Are you not coming down? Do we need to invite you ourselves? The sunlight at the staircase flickered, casting shadows on the upright figures of the three on the third floor. Situ Yue lightly pressed down on her concealed sword. Murong Xin toyed with the silver bells in her hair, and Fei Yue's hand remained firmly on her dagger. Chapter 34. No one is allowed to leave maintaining integrity? Being pragmatic? Possessing talent? Situ Yue's fingers, hidden within her sleeves, tightened slightly, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips. Such arrogant proclamations from the young master were laughable, even more so than the antics of a comical character in a play. Murong Xin did not hide her disdain. Rolling her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the group below, already mocking this shameless fellow in her mind. What kind of fool dares to act so brazenly beneath the imperial city? Though the women below maintained a facade of decorum, their eyes betrayed their amusement. With the support of young Master Luo and Bayalan, they felt emboldened. Suddenly, the woman in yellow let out a sweet yet malicious laugh. Young Master Luo, Sister Yalan. Why bother wasting words on such wild girls? We shall have the upscale private room we desire. Surely they cannot impede us. Indeed, this young lady had struck upon the crux of the matter. Bayalan scoffed, her snowy cloak swaying with a sharp elegance. Sister Yin is right. If a wild dog blocks our path, we shall simply beat it away. There is no need to waste breath on these three oblivious creatures. With that, she waved her hand and boldly advanced towards the staircase. The five of them surged forward, and the waiter, pale with anxiety, blocked the stairs, pleading desperately, "Please, noble sirs and ladies, this private room was indeed reserved by these three young ladies first. Get out of the way." Young Master Luo delivered a fierce kick to the stair railing, causing the intricately carved balustrade to emit a muffled thud. "Who dares to obstruct me? I shall make them leave horizontally," he declared with bravado. "If this wretched tavern dares to speak out again, I will raze it to the ground on the spot." Bai Yalan chimed in, her voice sharp as a hawk's cry. "Indeed, whoever lacks the foresight to stand in our way, I shall set this decrepit establishment ablaze." Their raucous outcries attracted the attention of patrons throughout the hall, plunging the room into silence as all eyes turned toward the staircase. Some recognized Bai Yalan's identity, whispering amongst themselves with a hint of trepidation. The daughter of the Grand Historian was not to be trifled with, even within the imperial city. Relying on his imposing stature and some rudimentary martial skills, young Master Luo was the first to charge up the stairs. He reached out to seize the obstructive maid, Situ Yue, intending to hurl her down the staircase. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to graze her sleeve, he collided with an invisible barrier, a tremendous force surging toward him. With a startled cry, he stumbled backward, tripped by an unseen obstacle, and tumbled down the stairs, his brocade robe now dust-laden. Bai Yalan instinctively moved to assist him, only to be brusquely shoved aside by Luo. Struggling to rise, his cheeks flushed from the impact, he bellowed in fury, "Stay back. I shall not rest until I have dealt with those three harlots. Who dares to stand in my way?" Bai Yalan hesitated, observing his frenzied demeanor, and pulled the other three women aside to avoid collateral damage, reassured by Luo's presence at the forefront. With a roar, young Master Luo charged up the stairs once more, brandishing his folding fan as a weapon, aiming directly at the trio. The young waiter, terrified, dropped to the ground, clutching his head and trembling, pleading, "Please don't hit me." Murong Xin exchanged a glance with Fei Yu, silently agreeing to shield Situ Yue. A cold smile graced Murong Xin's lips as she watched Luo's flawed technique, and deftly retrieved a silver projectile from her sleeve. With a slight movement of her fingertip, the silver bullet, infused with formidable internal energy, darted toward young Master Luo's groin. A piercing scream echoed through the Duexiang building as he crashed down the stairs, having failed to even make contact with anyone before tumbling down. The shrill cries reverberated, and young Master Luo curled up like a boiled shrimp, his folding fan clattering to the ground. Murong Xin descended the stairs calmly, crouching beside him under the guise of concern, while her fingers swiftly retrieved the silver bullet, silently concealing it back in her sleeve. Situ Yue and Fei Yu, observing from above, admired her swift and precise technique. Suddenly, Murong Xin gasped, covering her mouth in feigned horror, her eyes welling with tears. She turned and raced upstairs, grasping Situ Yue's hand tightly, her voice trembling. "Sister Yue? He is bleeding profusely." Situ Yue gently patted her back, her gaze sweeping the room below with a tranquil demeanor. "Fear not, Xner. We did not touch him. He merely attempted to seize the private room and lost his footing, perhaps striking the steps." Her words resonated clearly in the ears of the onlookers, imbued with an undeniable candor. With trepidation, the attendant cautiously moved the flower pot from beside young Master Luo's feet. Upon discovering the bloodstains on the ground, he was nearly overcome by faintness. Bai Yalan, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly summoned her maid and whispered urgent instructions. The maid grasped the implication and dashed out the door, evidently to seek assistance. Everyone must have witnessed this. Bai Yalan suddenly pointed towards the third floor, her voice trembling with fury. "It is these three wretches who have harmed young Master Luo. No one is permitted to leave until the deputy governor arrives. These three culprits shall be brought to justice. You might as well prepare for your doom." The onlookers exchanged glances. For although none had directly observed the actions of Situ Yue and her companions, the daughter of the Grand Historian had spoken, and none dared to defy her. In an instant, the Zuexiang pavilion fell silent, with only young Master Luo's muffled groans echoing through the hall. Chapter 35. Who dares to harm my princess? The atmosphere within the Zuexiang pavilion seemed to freeze. Even the flickering candle flames appeared to have forgotten their dance. The guests, who had previously craned their necks to witness the spectacle, now wished to bury their heads in their garments. Who could have anticipated that a dispute over a private room would escalate to such bloody consequences? Some attempted to stealthily retreat towards the exit, but upon catching sight of Bai Yalan's venomous gaze, they froze in place, their backs drenched in cold sweat. A barely audible sigh escaped from a corner. Everyone understood the implications. Deputy Governor Luo, who was notorious for his ruthlessness in the military, and it was rumored that his only son, Luo Wu, was the apple of his eye. With his precious son so grievously injured, particularly in such a critical area, it was likely that Zhuexiang Pavilion would soon be drenched in blood. Looking at the three young ladies on the third floor, despite their remarkable poise, they remained delicate women who would likely suffer unspeakable humiliation at the hands of Luo Hu. A few compassionate souls contemplated speaking up for justice, but as they opened their mouths, they were firmly restrained by those nearby, who was unaware of the camaraderie between the Grand Historian and the Deputy Governor. To speak out now would be akin to courting death. Thus, everyone could only lower their heads in silence. "Make way. Clear the path for me." A harsh bellow shattered the stillness as Deputy Governor Luo, who stormed through the doors of the tavern, flanked by a group of loyal guards and officials. The brass studs on his armor gleamed ominously in the daylight, and his face, flushed with rage, quivered with fury. The maid who had relayed the news had provided a fragmented account, merely stating that his son had been grievously injured, with blood flowing profusely from his lower body. Luo, who immediately spotted Luo Wu lying in a pool of blood, his ornate robe thoroughly soaked, the crimson stains around his groin blurring the vision. He rushed forward. But as his rough hand grazed his son's face, he abruptly turned to the physician who had followed him, his voice hoarse with urgency. "Hurry. Assess the situation. If my son does not survive, I shall have your life." The physician trembled as if caught in a storm. His medicine box clattered to the ground, scattering silver needles. He shakily reached for the pulse pillow, his fingertips brushing against Luo Wu's wrist. Within moments, beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. "Why, Your Excellency?" The physician knelt before him, the sound of his knees striking the stone floor echoing ominously. Although the young master has not sustained internal injuries, his lower body is severely mangled, and the blood loss is excessive. It may be beyond saving. Before he could finish, the deputy governor's furious glare silenced him. Silence. Ro delivered a fierce kick to the physician's chest, sending him sprawling 3 feet away. "My son is perfectly fine. How could he possibly be beyond saving? You incompetent quack, do you seek death?" The doctor curled on the ground, coughing blood, no longer daring to utter another word. Upon witnessing this, Bayalan hurriedly lifted her skirts and approached, her eyes reddened as she squeezed out a few tears. "Uncle Luo, you must stand up for Brother Luo. We merely came to the tavern for a small gathering. Yet these 3 wild girls, oblivious to their own insignificance, not only seized our private room, but also hurled insults at Brother Luo. He merely attempted to reason with them, and look at what they have done to him. Their hearts are so cruel. They must be punished severely." The other 3 young women echoed her sentiments, with the one in green covering her face and feigning tears. Indeed, that girl in the white dress was the most vicious. Brother Luo never even touched her before she pushed him down the stairs. Rohu's eyes turned crimson. Veins bulged on his forehead as he abruptly looked up at the 3rd floor, his voice seething like it was forced through clenched teeth. "Bring me those 3 wretches. I shall make them experience a fate worse than death." Just as the constables drew their iron chains, a thunderous voice froze them in place. "Who dares to touch my princess?" Everyone turned towards the sound, revealing a man clad in a moon-white brocade robe standing at the tavern entrance. His jade belt accentuated his tall figure, and his dark hair was elegantly tied up, exuding an unassailable authority from his brows and eyes. It was none other than the 2nd prince, Dongfang Chun. The guards behind him swiftly unsheathed their long blades, the cold light blinding to behold. Dongfang Chun did not even glance at the kneeling Ro, but walked directly to the main seat on the 1st floor, tapping the tabletop nonchalantly with his fingertips. Situ Yue slowly descended the stairs and bowed gracefully before him. Yue pays her respects to the 2nd prince. "Rise," he commanded, extending his hand to pull her into his embrace, his arm naturally encircling her waist. When he turned his icy gaze towards Ro, it was as cold as ice. "Ro, whom did you just say you would capture?" Ro quivered, a cold sweat soaking his temples. Only then did he realize who the woman protected by the 2nd prince was, his throat constricting as he stammered. "And no, I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. I meant to capture those 2. He tremulously pointed at Fei Yu and Murong Xin. "They harmed my son." Dongfang Chun did not even raise his eyelids, instead tenderly looking at Situ Yue. "Yue, tell this prince, who are these 2? Situ Yue gently pushed his hand away and stepped to the center of the hall, her voice clear as jade striking stone. This is Fei Yue, a guard chosen by the second prince, who currently accompanies me at the Situ residence. She paused, her gaze softening as it fell upon Murong Xin. This is Murong Xin, the direct disciple of the Water Cloud Immortal, and also my father's newly recognized adoptive daughter, as well as my sworn sister. A collective gasp filled the tavern. Who among them did not know that General Situ was a sworn brother of the emperor? They had survived hardships together, having gnawed on tree bark and crawled out of heaps of corpses. Situ Yue, as the cherished jewel of the general, already held a prestigious status, and now, having been betrothed to the second prince by the emperor, her identity was nothing short of that of a golden branch and jade leaf. Fei Yue belonged to the second prince. To strike her was tantamount to striking the face of the second prince himself. Yet, that Murong Xin is actually the disciple of the Water Cloud Immortal. That venerable sage has lived nearly a century, a legendary figure in the martial world, renowned for his miraculous medical skills, respected even by emperors. Offending his disciple, let alone a mere vice commander like Luo Hu, would be a perilous endeavor, even for the current chancellor. Moreover, Murong Xin is the adopted daughter of General Situ, thus enjoying the dual protection of both the court and the martial realm. Luo Hu's face turned ashen, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. He glanced at his son lying in a pool of blood, and then at Situ Yue and her companions, shielded by the crowd. Feeling as if the world was spinning around him, it seemed impossible to avenge this grievance. Chapter 36. 100 sheets of paper and ink. The vice commander hesitated, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, yet he remained motionless. Just then, Situ Yue's melodious voice rang out. Your Highness, the vice commander is acting rashly, attempting to apprehend us based solely on a few careless words. Before the second prince could respond, the woman in white interjected, her voice rising defiantly. I am not speaking nonsense. They are the ones who harmed young Master Luo. The crowd, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of frustration. This woman was truly insufferable, brimming with arrogance and disdain, yet she sought to drag them into her folly. Recognizing her as the daughter of the grand historian, they could not help but deem her as dim-witted as a pig. Even if she was sheltered in her boudoir, ignorance of the Water Cloud Immortal was inexcusable. However, it was abundantly clear that these three were not to be trifled with. One was the legitimate daughter of the Situ family and the future consort of the second prince. Another the adopted daughter of General Situ, and the third a guard under the second prince's command. To slander them in the presence of the second prince was nothing short of folly. At that moment, Situ Yue gracefully approached the second prince, her fingertip brushing against her lips as she leaned to whisper a few words in his ear. The second prince, who had initially furrowed his brow, gradually relaxed, a glimmer of admiration igniting in his gaze as he regarded Situ Yue. He then commanded in a deep voice, bring me 100 sheets of paper and ink, and distribute them to everyone present. I wish to see who is truly lying. The second prince surveyed the kneeling individuals and spoke slowly. Each of you must write down the events of today, word for word. Who said what? Who did what? Make it all clear. Should anyone dare to concoct falsehoods, I assure you, they shall not leave this place unscathed. The crowd trembled as they clutched the distributed paper and ink, their fingers quivering. How should they write? To pen the truth would be daunting, for the harsh words exchanged were difficult to articulate, yet offending either side was a perilous gamble. If they omitted details or made errors, would their accounts align with those of others? That could spell their doom. This tactic was indeed brilliant. The onlookers, who had merely come to observe, found themselves ensnared as the vice commander and the prince arrived, leaving them no time to conspire. No one knew how the others would write. Only by adhering to the truth could their accounts match and preserve their lives. Gradually, individuals began to put quill to paper, while some appeared paralyzed by fear. Observing this, Murong Xin encouraged, everyone, please write carefully. Just write the truth, and remember to sign your name upon completion. If someone writes something distinct from others or deliberately fabricates information, I shall resort to testing my newly concocted poison on their entire family. I wonder who possesses such fortune? Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into a cold sweat, as such fortune was one they dared not seek. Those who had previously hesitated promptly lowered their heads. The sound of their pens scratching across paper filled the entire tavern. In such a situation, who would still dare to show even a hint of reluctance? After a stick of incense had burned, the guards of the second prince collected the written papers and presented them to him. The second prince rapidly perused them, his expression growing increasingly grim. Finally, he slammed a stack of papers against the face of the deputy commander, bellowing, "Open your eyes wide and examine closely. Who is it that is to be sold to the brothel? Who is the crude and vulgar woman? Who is unworthy even to hold another's shoes? What? Do you of the Luo family wish to raise the drunken fragrance pavilion? Does the grand historian's residence seek to incinerate it? Such audacity, such boldness. You must be weary of life." Coughing, he declared, "I shall now go to see father, so he may witness the ambitious nature of this deputy commander. I wish to see if your head can remain securely on your shoulders." Coughing once more, Situ Yue hastily supported the second prince, saying, "Your Highness, your health is paramount. The divine physician has expressly warned against anger." With concern etched in her gaze, she gently soothed his chest. Chapter 37. The burning of the drunken fragrance pavilion. At this moment, the deputy commander, upon reading the contents of the papers, felt as though his heart had plunged into a frozen abyss. How could this unfilial son utter such outrageous words? Heaven! He should not have brought him to the capital. With a thud, the deputy commander fell to his knees, weeping as he bowed his head. "Please, second prince, grant me mercy. Please, Miss Situ, forgive me. Please, Miss Murong, forgive me. It is my fault for failing to educate my son. It is entirely my error. I implore you to spare my son's life." Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged knowing glances, each feeling a mischievous impulse rising within them. Situ Yue said, "Sister, are you not renowned for your medical skills, comparable to that of the divine physician? Do you believe this Master Luo can be saved? Perhaps you might try?" Murong Xin furrowed her brow, contemplating before replying. "Preserving life is feasible, but I cannot guarantee anything beyond that." Upon hearing this, the deputy commander hastily bowed before Murong, acknowledging. Although it is said that a man's knee is worth gold, he now appeared more like an ordinary father, enduring humiliation for the sake of his son. This sight softened the hearts of the onlookers, and sympathy began to emerge. Murong Xin narrowed her eyes, saying, "Of course, I can save him. But such salvation is not without cost. The ingredients for my elixir are exceedingly rare. Prime medicinal materials are not given freely, especially not to someone who wishes to sell me into a brothel. What say you, Deputy Commander?" The Deputy Commander responded, "No matter the price, I am willing to pay, as long as my son's life is saved. I beg you, miss." He resumed his bowing. Seeing his predicament, Murong Xin remarked, "Very well. I shall reluctantly accept 500 taels of gold, and I shall ensure your son's life is spared." The Deputy Commander was momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground. 500 taels of gold was no small sum. Reflecting on this amount, he considered how meager his annual salary was. Murong Xin observed his reaction and declared, "All right then, it appears that the life of young Master Luo is not worth much, so let him fend for himself." With that, Murong Xin, in high spirits, sauntered over to Situ Yue's side, exuding an air of indifference. The deputy commander glanced at his son, still unconscious and barely clinging to life in a pool of blood, and resolutely declared, "Very well, Miss Murong, I shall gather the 50,000 taels of gold. Please, I implore you to save my son. If this drags on, his life will be in grave danger. I beseech you to assist my unfilial son." Murong Xin replied, "No, I want it now, not a single coin less." The deputy commander stammered, But I left home in haste today and did not bring sufficient silver." Murong Xin suggested, "Why not use your residence in the capital as collateral? When you have gathered the money, you can redeem your property deed." The deputy commander, left with no choice, agreed, and soon after, the prince dispatched his secret guards to fetch the property deed from the deputy commander's confidant. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Situ Yue noticed a white-clad woman attempting to sneak away and called out, "Ah, Miss Yalan, where are you going? Aren't you concerned about young Master Luo? Did you not proclaim your intent to capture us? Why are you leaving?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards a corner, where indeed, the white-clad woman was frantically trying to escape. Murong Xin smirked inwardly and feigned sudden realization, exclaiming loudly, "Oh dear, Sister Yue. I suspect that Miss Yalan is hurrying back to the Grand Historian's residence to summon people to set fire to this drunken fragrance tower in a fit of rage." Situ Yue turned to the second prince and inquired, "Prince Qin, are officials now permitted to set fire to buildings at will? Is the law no longer applicable?" Chapter 38. Self-inflicted slap. Upon hearing this, the second prince, Dongfang Chun, snapped his folding fan shut with a resounding clap, his shoulders beneath the moon-white brocade robe tensing slightly. and fury ignited in his eyes. What a fine grand historian. To raise such a lawless daughter, daring to act so recklessly in the capital. Does she desire rebellion? The word rebellion reverberated like thunder, causing all in the tavern to shrink back in fear, even forgetting to breathe. This was a grave offense punishable by extermination of entire families. No one dared to speak, and the hall fell silent, save for the faint sound of candle flames flickering. Bai Yalan's complexion drained of color, her earlier arrogance evaporating entirely. She stumbled forward, kneeling heavily before the second prince. Her knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Your Highness, spare my life. I recognize my mistake. I plead for your mercy. A hairpin slipped from her disheveled hair, rolling to rest at Situ Yue's feet, accentuating her current state of disarray. However, Dongfang Chun did not even lift his gaze. Instead, he drew Situ Yue into his embrace, his fingers gently brushing against her hair, as though the kneeling figure before him was nothing more than an inconvenient speck of dust. Bai Yalan's desperate pleas echoed throughout the hall until he finally frowned, his tone laced with impatience. Slap yourself. Until I command you to stop, you shall not cease. Bai Yalan trembled, gritting her teeth as she raised her hand. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated painfully in the still tavern. As she sobbed, she self-inflicted slaps, her voice barely audible. Miss Situ, I am blind and should not have opposed you. As the ordeal continued, her arms grew weary, and her cries diminished. Murong Xin suddenly tilted her head, raised her hand to her ear, and took a step forward, deliberately elevating her voice. Oh dear, what did Miss Yalan say? I can't quite hear. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Dongfang Chen's eyes as he played along. Can't even slap your own face? Should I summon the guards of the tavern to assist you? Bai Yalan was terrified, fully aware that the guards of Zhexiang Lu were seasoned warriors. Should they intervene, she feared she would be left utterly disfigured. Gritting her teeth, she abruptly struck her own cheek with considerable force, the resounding slaps echoing through the hall, reverberating in the hearts of the spectators. After a brief moment, a cloaked shadowy figure silently appeared behind the second prince, presenting a yellowed scroll. Dongfang Chen glanced at it, and casually tossed it to Murong Xin. The property deed is in order. As per our previous agreement, if you save his life, this document shall be yours. Murong Xin accepted the deed, tucking it into her sleeve, and clapped her hands with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Rest assured, I will safeguard young Master Luo's life. Dongfang Chun suddenly smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Miss Murong, would you mind if someone provided accompaniment while you administer the needle? Murong Xin's eyes darted to the trembling figures of the women in green, pink, and yellow kneeling nearby. If these three sisters could accompany me, it would be even better. You should follow her example and slap yourselves. Dongfang Chen's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The three women wasted no time, hastily kneeling and delivering a chorus of slaps that filled the hall with sound. Murong Xin did not linger. She approached Luo Wu. The doctor had previously managed a rudimentary attempt to stop the bleeding, but blood continued to froth from his mouth. Without hesitation, she pried open Luo Wu's lips and forcefully inserted a large pill, emanating an unusual fragrance, the life-extending elixir she had procured for 50,000 taels of gold. She then retrieved her silver needles, swiftly applying them to the Zhongji, Guanyuan, Sherman, and Qihai acupoints. At the moment the needles pierced, Luo Wu's brow twitched slightly. Moments later, Murong Xin withdrew the needles, dusted off her hands, and approached the second prince. Your Highness, young Master Luo's life is no longer in danger. However, his injuries below are severe. I advise the deputy commander to procure a male physician promptly, as it is rather inconvenient for a young lady like myself. Dongfang Chen nodded. There is indeed a distinction between men and women. It should be thus. He glanced at the four women still slapping themselves, frowning. Enough. This is intolerably noisy. The onlookers silently exchanged glances, bemused. It was he who requested their accompaniment, yet now he found it bothersome. Luo Hu, already pale as death, hastily commanded his men to carry the unconscious Luo Wu on a stretcher. Just as he was about to rise, he heard Murong Xin call out, Deputy Commander, remember to come redeem the property deed. I'll give you a 20% discount. Luo Hu faltered, feeling as if a boulder had struck his chest, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the urge to spit blood, staggering after his men with a defeated demeanor. Within Zhexiang Lu, The second prince looked down at the young woman in his arms. Situ Yue, his voice as gentle as a flowing stream. Were you frightened? Situ Yue shook her head, her gaze resting on the four women still kneeling on the ground, her eyes reflecting an unsettling calm. Chapter 39. The unassuming tavern. The four women remained prostrate on the ground, their once exquisite hairdos now disheveled. Their cheeks were swollen like freshly steamed buns, tears mingling with the blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, staining their garments with dark crimson spots. The tattered hems of their skirts were frayed from contact with the ground, and their knees were smeared with mud, a pitiful sight that drew gasps from the onlookers. The second prince did not lift his gaze, his fingertips idly caressing the jade pendant at his waist. You may all leave, he declared, his voice laced with a languid disdain. I have no desire to see you again. The remaining spectators dispersed. The four kneeling women, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet, stumbling away while covering their faces. The bystanders exchanged glances, awkwardly shuffling away, and within the span of a tea ceremony, new patrons flooded into the tavern. The raucous sounds of games and the clinking of wine vessels gradually filled the hall, seemingly swallowing the earlier commotion without leaving a trace. The second prince took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Situ Yue's waist, followed by Murong Xin and Fei Yu, who wore faint smiles as they ascended to the upper-class private room on the second floor. Yue, were you satisfied with my performance just now? Situ Yue, feeling the cold sweat on her brow, quickly adjusted her attire and seated herself on a stool, raising her chin defiantly. It was passable, but in the future, do not touch me without my consent. Are you not aware that it is improper for men and women to be so familiar? The second prince chuckled softly. So? You are implying that I was not intimate enough just now? His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Next time, shameless. Situ Yue exclaimed, a vein twitching at her temple as she shot him a glare before turning away to sip from her teacup. Murong Xin settled beside her, delicately skimming the froth off the tea with her jade fingers. This by Luo Chun does have a hint of the imperial studies flavor. The water temperature is perfectly balanced. Indeed, Situ Yue replied, her gaze drifting to the ink-wash landscape hanging on the wall. She had assumed that the drunken immortal tavern was renowned solely for its aged wines, unaware that its tea was equally exquisite. Truly, it was a hidden gem. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged playful banter, leaving Fei Yu bewildered, unable to contain her curiosity. Fei Yu inquired, Miss Murong, what does hidden gem mean? Situ Yue and Murong Xin shared a knowing glance, with the former speaking first. Fine wines and delicacies to welcome esteemed guests. The latter promptly continued, this tavern operates under imperial decree, catering exclusively to upper-class patrons. Golden cups and jade carvings lead to a realm of intoxication, Situ Yue added, lightly tapping the gilded teacup with her fingertip. Murong Xin smiled and elaborated, on the surface. It is the rich wines and sweet waters that entice the guests. Yet, covertly she intentionally elongated her tone. It could command the lords of various regions. Fei Yu gasped in astonishment, command the lords? Who possesses such power? Murong Xin giggled. Who else could it be? Naturally, it is the emperor. The second prince paused, his hand holding the tea momentarily faltering, hot liquid splattering onto his fingertips, unnoticed. How could these two women discern the intricate mysteries hidden within a couplet? Back in the day, when his father was still a prince, it was through this tavern's interactions with officials and merchants that intelligence was gathered, facilitating his eventual ascension to the throne. The matter may not even be known to the high-ranking officials in the court. She coughed lightly twice to break the silence. You have guessed correctly. This indeed belongs to my father from years past. However, since ascending to the throne, he has seldom concerned himself with it, keeping it merely as a sentimental remnant. No sooner had her words left her lips than her hand, concealed within her sleeve, clenched tightly. Fei Yu, seemingly confused yet understanding, nodded, while Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged a glance at the prince and continued sipping their tea. The skepticism etched plainly on their faces sent a chill of apprehension through the second prince. As dusk enveloped the sky, the second prince deliberately ordered a carriage to be prepared. Situ Yue and her companions, unceremonious, lifted their skirts and climbed inside. The prince watched the departing carriage, his gaze inadvertently deepening. Within the carriage, Murong Xin could not help but ask, Sister Yue, what do you think will happen to them afterward? Situ Yue smirked. I dare say they shall meet a most unfortunate fate. The two exchanged knowing smiles, leaving Fei Yu even more bewildered. She blinked vigorously, attempting to feign understanding. Yet a whirlwind of questions swirled in her mind, impossible to suppress. Murong Xin, noticing her perplexity, playfully flicked her forehead. Do you truly believe the second prince's sentimentality? Feiyu appeared even more confused. Is it not so? Observing Feiyu's naivety, which surpassed even that of a child, Murong Xin and Situ Yue could not suppress their laughter and patiently began to explain. Situ Yue said, Feiyu, consider this. The inn was established before the emperor's ascension, significantly contributing to his rise. If he needed it to seize the throne, does it not stand to reason he would require it to maintain it? Murong Xin continued, precisely. Though we are unaware of the emperor's intentions regarding the inn, I can assure you it is far from ordinary. Feiyu pondered deeply. Realizing the inn's strategic location within the capital, where those in power are always eager to expand their influence and increase their wealth, especially a sovereign who commands the world. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Miss, when you say they will suffer, whom do you refer to? Situ Yue replied leisurely, naturally. I speak of the Deputy Supervisor's office and the Grand Historian's office. Their offspring dared to provoke the emperor, one threatening to set the inn ablaze, and the other vowing to raze it to the ground. Such audacity cannot lead to a favorable outcome. It remains uncertain how long it will take for this news to reach His Majesty, yet the conclusion is clear. They shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Suddenly, Murong Xin giggled. A glint of cunning in her eyes. The prince has spies at his side. Can we assume the emperor lacks them? Situ Yue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xiner, what have you disowned? Both she and Feiyu had indeed observed something amiss. Murong Xin jingled the silver bracelet on her wrist, indicating the innkeeper from earlier. Sister, you know my background. Having traversed the world for years, I have never misjudged a person. Consider the innkeeper's demeanor when young Master Luo charged at him. He cowered in a corner. Does that not strike you as odd? An ordinary citizen, faced with such a scene, would instinctively flee. Yet he chose to wait in stillness for his demise. Feiyu remained unconvinced. Perhaps he is simply timid, thoroughly frightened? Moreover, what does his crouching signify? Murong Xin leaned in closer, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. You only see him clutching his head, trembling, but I caught a glimpse of his sleeve twitching, the glint of an iron lotus concealed between his fingers. It is the most common concealed weapon in the martial world. If I hadn't discreetly nudged Luo Wu with my inner strength, causing him to stagger just a fraction, that iron lotus would have struck long ago. So, when my sister inquired whether the news had reached the emperor, I suspect His Majesty may have already taken covert action. I can only wonder what the outcome will be. It truly piques one's curiosity. Situ Yue chuckled at her words, playfully tapping her forehead with a fingertip. I find myself quite curious as well. Feiyu, listening nearby, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her heart. Though Miss Murong had roamed the martial world for years and, despite her youth, had become quite the seasoned veteran, it was not surprising that she possessed such keen insight. Yet, Situ Yue, who had been sheltered in her boudoir, could also perceive things so clearly. This wisdom was truly admirable. As evening descended upon the Inu garden, Situ Yue's chamber remained as tranquil as ever, the only sounds being the occasional crackle of the candlewick, which accentuated the clarity of the conversation between mistress and servant. Gazing out at the deepening twilight, Situ Yue inquired softly, has she gone out again? Feiyu, with hands at her sides, replied, yes, she headed towards the flower street. The flower street? Situ Yue's brows furrowed slightly. What business does a woman have in such a place? Feiyu asked, would you like me to follow her? Unnecessary. Situ Yue shook her head. You may rest. Just ensure the courtyard is secure. Meanwhile, the most bustling scene in the capital was undoubtedly the flower street. Lanterns lit up the avenue like daylight. The mingling scents of powder and wine wafted through the evening breeze. Among the establishments, the renowned Baiwa Tower, built by the water's edge, was the most famous. Wealthy young lords would reserve a pleasure boat in advance for their amusement. On this night, the grandest vessel was graced by the presence of a young man clad in red, Prince Dongfeng Li. He twirled a jade wine cup between his fingers, casually commanding, bring forth your premier courtesan, Peony. The matron standing by the cabin door instantly donned a beaming smile, her voice a blend of sweetness and charm. Oh, I shall fetch her at once. With that, she swayed her hips and departed. Moments later, a figure clad in red appeared, brandishing a sword. The woman wore a red dress adorned with the flowing cloud pattern of Su embroidery, her countenance radiant as the morning sun. yet her brow bore an air of haughty intensity. With each step, she exuded grace, like a blazing fire igniting the night. Only when she stood 3 feet away from Dongfang Li did she come to a halt, clearly not the expected peony. Dongfang Li's hand holding the wine cup paused, and he asked in a low voice, "Who dares approach?" The woman pointed her sword directly at his heart, her voice sharp as ice. "I am here to take your life." Rather than show fear, Dongfang Li chuckled softly, tapping his fingers on the table. "We shall see if you possess the skill to do so." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted in from outside the cabin. As the dark guard knelt on one knee, a bloodied blade was drawn and positioned before him, his gaze cold and fierce, like a bloodthirsty beast. Fixated on the woman in red. The woman in red smirked and engaged the dark guard in combat. Their weapons clashed. The cold light of the sword and blade reflected in the lake's mirror-like surface, creating a dazzling display. With a sneer, the woman unsheathed her long sword. With a swift motion, the white rainbow sword sliced through the air, colliding forcefully with the dark guard's bloody blade. As she twisted her wrist, the shadows of her sword danced like snowflakes in the air, scattering white sword energy in all directions. A chilling aura enveloped the two, and amidst the shimmering sword light, the two figures soared within the cramped cabin. The woman struck with the swiftness of lightning and the precision of a shooting star, each thrust aimed at vital points, only to change her tactics at the last moment, deliberately allowing her opponent a fleeting chance to breathe. The shadowy guard struggled to advance even half an inch, as if mired in quicksand, let alone attempt to counterstrike. After merely 10 exchanges, he was clearly at a disadvantage, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Enough." The woman suddenly sheathed her sword and turned, her tone laced with a hint of mockery, "For you cannot possibly defeat me." With a triumphant lift of her chin, she strode into the inner cabin and slammed the door shut behind her. In the confined space, only she and Dongfang Li remained. The smile on Dongfang Li's face faded, his fingers subtly pressing against the soft sword at his waist, his expression growing grave, clearly prepared to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 41. With abdominal muscles, yet as he attempted to channel his energy, he felt a stagnation within his body, his limbs rendered as heavy as lead. That familiar internal force collided within his dantian, soundlessly, as if crashing into a pile of cotton, leaving him without the strength even to raise his hand. The woman in red approached the bed, looking down at him with piercing eyes, her crimson lips parting. "Do not struggle in vain." With a teasing flick of her slender fingers across his cheek, she continued with a mocking tone, "I have already slipped soft bone powder into your cup. Not even a deity could save you now." The cool touch of her fingertips sent a shiver down Dongfang Li's spine, particularly under her unabashed scrutiny. Her gaze burning with the intensity of a hungry wolf fixating on its prey, causing beads of sweat to form on the back of his neck. Suddenly, the playful demeanor vanished from her face as she glared at him with wide eyes. "So you are the master of this 100 Flowers Pavilion?" Dongfang Li's heart raced, though he feigned calmness. "And what if I am? What if?" She abruptly released his face, her voice rising sharply. "You wield your power to forcibly seize innocent women. How many pure maidens have you defiled?" Dongfang Li frowned in rebuttal. "We never force anyone. They come of their own accord." She scoffed. "Do you take me for a child? I personally rescued Xiao Tao from this 100 Flowers Pavilion. Do you still wish to deny it? Of their own accord?" Her laughter echoed, chilling and incredulous. "Xiao Tao was abducted by you last month. Had I not fortuitously passed by, she would have long since been tortured beyond recognition." Dongfang Li's throat tightened, momentarily leaving him speechless. Seeing his tacit acceptance, the woman's tone softened slightly. "If I wished to kill you today, it would be as easy as turning my hand." She drew a short sword from her waist, its blade reflecting a cold, harsh light in the candle's flicker. "Spare your life, and I offer you a chance for redemption. Should I encounter you engaging in such vile acts again," the sword's edge grazed his neck, leaving a faint red mark, "I shall ensure you experience the torment of being unable to live or die." Noticing Dongfang Li's continued silence, the woman grew disinterested in further words. She leaned in to scrutinize the man on the bed, her gaze gliding from his tightly furrowed brows to the prominent bridge of his nose, finally resting upon his perfectly sculpted lips. The candlelight delicately outlined his porcelain-like profile, and his ebony hair cascaded onto the embroidered pillow, revealing a fragility seldom seen. The woman gazed at him, momentarily entranced, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against his garment. As her icy fingers grazed the ornate button, Dongfang Li abruptly snapped back to reality, exclaiming fiercely, "If you intend to kill, then do so. Should you dare to insult me, I shall make you regret it." Amused by his reaction, the woman sat up, laughing heartily. "Oh, are you shy now?" She playfully poked his cheek, teasing, "You, a master of the pleasure quarters, accustomed to the sight of exposed skin. How is it that you become flustered at a mere glance?" Noticing the veins on Dongfang Li's temple throbbing, her laughter grew even more infectious. She then casually undid his outer robe, declaring, "Fear not, my dear, my tastes are far too refined to covet your body, tainted with the scent of makeup." Her fingertips brushed against his toned waist, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," discovering a surprising strength, far superior to that of the lurking guard outside. "Fortunately for me, I had the foresight to administer a potion in advance." Hee. As she spoke, she circled around the couch, occasionally tapping his arm with her knuckles or pinching his side. Resembling a butcher selecting choice cuts of meat, Dongfang Li felt every hair on his body stand on end while he was rendered immobile, powerless to resist her antics. What a pity. The woman finally grew weary of her amusement, straightening up with a sigh. Such a splendid exterior, yet concealing a heart so debauched. It is indeed a waste. This is intolerable. Dongfang Li's eyes widened in fury, vowing, "If I ever capture you, I shall ensure your body is torn to shreds." Torn to shreds? The woman raised an eyebrow, smirking as she leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, her breath fragrant, "You seem to be unaware of the situation. Angering me at this moment is hardly a wise choice." A heavy weight settled in Dongfang Li's heart, in his moment of rage. He had neglected the fact that he was at her mercy. However, the woman suddenly chuckled, affectionately patting his head as one might a small dog. "Be good. Killing you would only dirty my sword." Her fingers traced his jawline, her tone imbued with certainty. "One day, I shall have you obediently serving me tea." With that, she turned towards the door, and just as she was about to exit, she glanced back, casting a flirtatious look. "The effects of the potion will wear off in an hour. Do behave yourself." The wooden door creaked shut, leaving Dongfang Li to stare at the empty doorway, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Chapter 42. The Taishirling's residence was set ablaze an hour later. Amidst the flickering candlelight within the cabin, Dongfang Li's fingers stirred slightly, and the pallor of his face began to regain its color. At the entrance, the hidden guard suddenly opened his eyes wide, letting out a muffled cough as he staggered through the cabin door, cold sweat beading on his brow, nearly collapsing to his knees. "My lord, I am utterly incompetent. Allowing you to fall into such peril, I deserve death 1,000 times over." Dongfang Li replied, "Enough. That person possesses formidable skills, far beyond your single capacity. Remember to bring more people next time." Dongfang Li was already seated at the desk, his fingers tracing the rim of a celadone teacup, the tea long since gone cold. He lifted his gaze to glance at the guard's bloodied lip, his tone devoid of emotion. "Rise." The man was not only exceptionally skilled but also adept at using rare poisons. You alone cannot contend with him. As he finished speaking, a shadow of seriousness crossed his eyes. "Investigate whether, in recent days, the Baiwa Tower forcefully abducted a woman who was then taken away by someone else." In the early hours of the following day, as the dawn light gently illuminated the cobblestone path, the tea houses and taverns of the capital erupted with excitement. "Have you heard? The residence of the Grand Historian was set ablaze last night," exclaimed one passerby, gesticulating animatedly, spitting flecks of saliva onto the face of another. "When I delivered vegetables this morning, I saw the charred beams still smoldering, the scent of burnt wood wafting down the street." "Is that true?" inquired another, clutching a fried dough stick, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Who would dare such a thing? The Grand Historian is a court official, after all." "You don't know?" interjected a third, leaning closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I heard that the Grand Historian's daughter was at the Zhe Xianglu yesterday, banging on the table and demanding that the building be burned down. And now her own home is reduced to ashes. What else could it be but retribution?" "Goodness! That was the Zhe Xianglu," the first man exclaimed, spitting on the ground in disgust. The plaque bestowed by the current emperor was later entrusted to the great Yendi for protection against chaos in the realm. To provoke the Zhe Xianglu is akin to poking a sleeping tiger. The crowd erupted in laughter, mingled with a few murmurs of "serves them right." Meanwhile, in the elegant courtyard of the Situ residence, a different scene unfolded. On a bamboo-woven table lay dishes of preserved fruits, almond pastries, and a plate half filled with sunflower seed shells. Situ Yue reclined against a delicate couch, delicately pinching an almond pastry between her fingers, while Murong Xin lounged with her feet propped on a low stool, leisurely stuffing her cheeks with osmanthus cake, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. Suddenly, Fei Yu burst in, her skirt hem still damp with dew, her voice bubbling with excitement. Miss Situ, Miss Murong, the Grand Historian's residence really did catch fire. The flames soared higher than the gatehouse, and it was only extinguished this morning. From a distance, it looks like a mound of charcoal. Murong Xin let out a laugh, spitting out cake crumbs as she clapped her hands on the stone table. Ha ha ha, I told you, that headstrong girl had it coming. What do we call this? Instant karma. Situ Yue covered her lips with a silk handkerchief, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she softly remarked, Sister, you truly possess an uncanny foresight. Feeling proud, Murong Xin wiggled her toes in delight, resembling a little fox that had just pilfered a hen. Situ Yue exchanged a knowing glance with Fei Yu, both unable to suppress their smiles. In the midst of their playful banter, Mama Xiao hurried along the stone path, bowing slightly. Miss, the second prince and third prince have arrived, expressing their desire to pay you a visit. Situ Yue set down her almond pastry and adjusted her skirt. Very well. Please escort them to the courtyard. Soon, under Mama Xiao's guidance, 3 gentlemen approached. The second prince led the way, adorned in a peacock blue satin robe. His long black hair elegantly tied with a jade crown, his gait graceful as if walking on clouds, exuding an ethereal charm. Beside him, the third prince was clad in a fiery red robe, his hair cascading freely over his shoulders, creating a striking contrast to his face, which rivaled the beauty of spring blossoms. His narrow eyes, slightly tilted, sparkled with an enchanting allure that could rival even that of a woman. Behind the 2 individuals followed a man clad in black, his dark attire accentuating a tall and imposing figure, with a piece of obsidian jade hanging silently at his waist. His brows and eyes were as deep as a cold pool, and his jawline was sharp as if carved by a knife. As his gaze swept across the courtyard, it carried a certain keenness akin to a blade, and yet, when his eyes lifted, they radiated the unique vigor of youth. Murong Xin dropped the sunflower seed shell onto her lap with a soft thud, her eyes widening in surprise. She gazed at the 3 distinguished men before her, one resembling the coolness of the moon, another as radiant as the sun, and the last as sharp as the coldest star. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink hue, her eyes seemingly adorned with 2 hearts, fixated on the trio without the ability to look away. The second prince and the third prince exchanged glances, each catching a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. The man in black furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly puzzled by the sudden change in the young lady's demeanor. Chapter 43. The impotent Situ Yue shook her head in resignation, lightly pinching the handkerchief before her lips. Feigning a cough. Ahem, Xiner, allow me to introduce you. Her gaze first fell upon the second prince. This is the second prince, Dongfang Chun, whom you met at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Beside him is the third prince, Dongfang Li, and this. Before she could finish, Fei Yu stepped forward, her voice as clear as silver bells. He is the second prince's personal guard, named Yufeng. Situ Yue nodded at Fei Yu with a gentle smile, then turned her attention back to the assembly. This young lady is my father's newly acknowledged adopted daughter, Murong Xin. As soon as her words fell, the expression of the third prince, Dongfang Li, darkened abruptly, his obsidian eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. He stepped forward fiercely, pointing at Murong Xin and bellowing, "Hand over the antidote." His gaze was as frigid as ice, nearly exuding murderous intent. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Fei Yu instinctively placed herself in front of Situ Yue, while the second prince furrowed his brow, perplexed by his younger brother's uncharacteristic display of agitation. Murong Xin, however, blinked innocently, tilting her head with feigned confusion. "Who is this young sir? I do not recognize you. You shameless woman. Even if I were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you." Dongfang Li's chest heaved with anger, recalling how she had stripped him of his outer garment the previous night, examining him as if he were livestock, and even daring to tap his head. His fury ignited further. "Stop pretending to be foolish." Murong Xin suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, mischief glimmering in her dimples. "I am shameless? Do you have any evidence for such a claim? Have I ever been frivolous with you?" Dongfang Li was rendered speechless, his cheeks flushing crimson. He could not possibly confess before so many that he had been stripped by a woman. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, He found himself unable to articulate a single word, merely allowing his anger to churn within. All right, Murong Xin, seeing him fuming like a pufferfish, finally stifled her laughter. Stepping forward to grasp his wrist, her fingers resting delicately upon his pulse. For the sake of Sister Yue, I shall help you take your pulse. The second prince hastily intervened. Brother, do not act recklessly. Miss Murong possesses exceptional medical skills. I witnessed her save the son of Vice General Luo this morning. She is no ordinary woman. Dongfang Li found himself in a predicament that rendered him speechless, feeling certain that this woman had played tricks upon him. Upon returning home last night, he sensed something was amiss with his body, yet he could not articulate what the issue was. Now, as she grasped his wrist, his frustration mounted, causing his temples to throb. Moments later, Murong Xin released her grip and patted his arm, declaring, the third prince's pulse is steady and vigorous. He is in excellent health, sturdier than an ox. Situ Yue chimed in. If all is well, then there is no need for concern, third prince. You lie? Dongfang Li retorted, abruptly flinging his sleeve, the black robe slicing through the air with a fierce arc. It is undoubtedly your doing from last night. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall not spare you today. The assembly was taken aback. What deep-seated animosity could provoke such fury from the third prince? The second prince hastily grasped his arm, fearing that he might lash out and inadvertently harm someone, particularly Situ Yue. Murong Xin blinked innocently, then leaned closer to Dongfang Li. Her voice a conspiratorial whisper just loud enough for those nearby to overhear. If the prince insists on claiming an ailment, I would advise you to consume more eggs and chives upon your return home. After all, being young and unmarried yet earning a reputation for impotence is quite unfortunate. At that, Situ Yue could no longer suppress her laughter, turning away to feign a cough, her shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone's faces turned crimson, their lips twitching in an effort to suppress smiles. Fei Yu stared at her shoes. Her ears flushed as if they could bleed. Yu Feng, turning away from the crowd, suspiciously shook his shoulders. Even the second prince averted his gaze, pinching his palm to stifle his laughter. Dongfang Li's face shifted from pale to red, feeling as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Both humiliated and enraged, yet he found himself at a loss for words, glaring at Murong Xin with a look that could devour her whole. However, Murong Xin leisurely added, Fear not, third prince. While this ailment may have been acquired, it is not difficult to remedy. It is both simple and complex. The second prince stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Might I inquire if Miss Murong has a method to treat my younger brother? Murong Xin replied, Rest assured, second prince. This is but a minor ailment for me, easily treated. As long as he follows my instructions for proper care, he shall surely recover within a year or so. The second prince quickly expressed his gratitude. Then I am much obliged, Miss Murong. Please inform me of any necessary precautions, and I will ensure all required herbs are procured. Merely a trifling matter, Murong Xin waved her hand dismissively, her tone as casual as a discussion about the weather. As long as he adheres to my guidance, abstaining from women for a year, practicing martial arts daily to maintain a tranquil mind, and following my prescribed remedies, his affliction will be resolved in due time. The crowd engaged in animated discussions regarding the remedy and regimen, entirely ignoring Dongfang Li, who stood frozen in place, feeling like a mere jester being toyed with by this woman, unable to retaliate, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. Finally, Situ Yue managed to contain her laughter and turned to the second prince. Your Highness, have you come today with important matters to discuss? Only then did the second prince regain his composure, signaling to Yu Feng. Yu Feng, please speak on my behalf. Yu Feng stepped forward and clasped his hands, addressing Miss Situ. This morning, I received news that the residence of Vice Governor Luo was razed to the ground last night. What? Razed? Situ Yue exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as the teacup in her hand trembled slightly. Who could have done such a thing? The specifics are yet to be determined, Yu Feng replied gravely. Last night, the entire Luo family was resting, and upon awakening this morning, they found the roofs and walls completely vanished, leaving only bare foundations. The household was thrown into chaos, and already many citizens have gathered outside to witness the spectacle. I estimate that tomorrow, the vice governor will return with his disabled son. A hush fell over the hall at these words. No one had anticipated that the Luo residents would suffer such a calamity. The audacity of the perpetrator was indeed remarkable. Chapter 44. The prince's birthday. Suddenly, Murong Xin recalled something and, covering her mouth with a laugh, said, I wonder what expression Vice Governor Luo will have when he returns to find his mansion gone. By the way, I still have a land deed from the Luo estate. I truly do not know when he will come to redeem it. Haha. Fei Yu, listening nearby, could not suppress a quiet chuckle as well. Miss Murong is quite right. With the Luo estate reduced to rubble, the cost of reconstruction will surely be substantial. I doubt that deed will return to his possession anytime soon. Yufeng glanced at the smirking Fei Yu, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Seeing that the jesting had come to a close, Situ Yue turned to the second prince and inquired, what is the second matter of concern? The second prince straightened his demeanor and replied, Yue, in 10 days, it will be the crown prince's birthday, and dignitaries from all corners will come to offer their congratulations. With General Situ absent, I must trouble you to take charge of this matter. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. The third prince quickly interjected, and I as well. Whatever needs to be done, I can lend my hand. Situ Yue smiled gently and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, second prince, third prince, for your kindness. There is no need for excessive worry. As long as both princes can attend with me and Xin, that would suffice. As everyone gathered to discuss what gift to present to the crown prince, only Murong Xin remained silently seated, saying nothing. She quietly observed everything unfolding before her, taking in the expressions of those around her and the surrounding commotion. She could keenly sense the subtle bond between Fei Yu and Yufeng, as well as the undeniable care and admiration reflected in the second prince's gaze towards Yue. Of course, she did not miss the third prince's foolishly rapt attention when Situ Yue spoke. A silent laugh bubbled within her. It seems that Sister Yu's romantic prospects are blossoming. Marriage may not be far off. After bidding farewell to the two princes, the atmosphere within the Yue courtyard lightened considerably. Situ Yue suddenly turned, her expression serious as she looked at Murong Xin. Xin, what did you do last night when you secretly visited the flower street to the third prince? The smile on Murong Xin's face faltered slightly as she hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, Alas, sister. A few days ago I rescued a girl who was being forced into prostitution at the brothel. She claimed it was the third prince's men who were coercing her. I went last night to warn him to be more discreet in the future. Situ Yue turned around, her gaze fixed intently on Murong Xin, sharp and piercing, causing a shiver to run down Murong Xin's spine. Fei Yu stood nervously beside her, thinking that the young mistress might be about to become angry. However, to everyone's surprise, Situ Yue suddenly curled the corners of her lips and remarked casually, Oh, then he truly deserves it. But isn't it rather lenient to let him off with only a year and a half? Murong Xin was momentarily taken aback, but then joyfully leaped towards Situ Yue, enveloping her in a warm embrace. You truly are the best sister. I knew you would understand me. Haha. Fei Yu watched in astonishment, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Silently, she offered a candle to the third prince in her heart, realizing that the days ahead would be challenging for him. After the laughter subsided, Murong Xin inquired, Sister, what gift do you intend to present? Situ Yue pondered for a moment before responding. He did save me, and subsequently helped me on numerous occasions. It is only just and reasonable that I should offer him a substantial gift. Fei Yu, with a puzzled expression, asked, When did the crown prince ever save the young mistress? Murong Xin rolled her eyes and replied helplessly, Fei Yu, my dear. Situ Yue is referring to the second prince. It is common knowledge throughout Dongyu that the crown prince and the second prince share the same birthday. As someone who has served under the second prince, you should be more informed. Fei Yu, momentarily silenced, lowered her head and lamented. I am aware that the crown prince and the second prince were born on the same day. However, the crown prince has always been so illustrious, hosting grand banquets every year at the crown prince's palace for his birthday. No one dares to offend the crown prince by celebrating the second prince's birthday, and over time, the second prince's birthday has been largely forgotten. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them, followed by a shared smile. It appeared that the second prince's life within the palace was far more arduous than what outsiders perceived. Situ Yue then composed herself, addressing Murong Xin with gravity. Xin, there are only 10 days left until the birthday banquet. We must begin preparations promptly. By the way, we might be short-staffed. If you have a maid in mind, please bring her along to lend a hand. Murong Xin beamed in understanding, winking mischievously, Of course, sister. I've had my eye on a particular maid for some time now. I shall invite her to the residence tomorrow to assist. This left Fei Yu utterly bewildered. Scratching her head, she couldn't fathom how Miss Murong had suddenly come to have a favored maid she wanted to bring to the general's residence. Chapter 45. The adopted daughter acknowledged by my father. The following morning, Murong Xin entered the courtyard, holding the hand of a young maid. A cheerful smile on her face as she introduced her to Situ Yue. Sister, this is the maid I mentioned. Her name is Xiao Tao. The young maid was delicate and graceful, with a fair complexion tinged with pink, though her frame was rather slight, appearing no older than 11 or 12. She stood quietly behind Murong Xin, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her large eyes timidly gazing at Situ Yue like a startled fawn. Situ Yue's face softened into a gentle smile as she spoke tenderly. Little sister, do not be afraid. Where do you hail from? What is your home? Xiao Tao's voice was as soft as a whisper, trembling slightly as she replied, I come from Wu Li Po in the outskirts. My father is a hunter, and my mother is a weaver. On that fateful day, our home was besieged by robbers. My parents were no longer with me. Choking back tears, I could scarcely continue. They were gone. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Sister Murong, I might not have survived either. Later, she generously provided the funds for my parents' burial. I had intended to remain by their graves to honor them, but then a group of people appeared, claiming that my father had incurred debts that I must repay, threatening to sell me to a brothel if I failed to do so. Murong Xin interjected, fortunately. That day I was in the flower street looking for someone and happened upon her being captured by those men, thus rescuing her once more. I felt it was far too perilous for Xiao Tao to reside alone in the outskirts. Hence, I procured a residence from the Luo family for her to stay temporarily. Situ Yue nodded in understanding and then addressed Mama Xiao. Mama Xiao, please arrange for a room to be prepared. From now on, Xiao Tao shall serve as Sister Xion's personal maid and accompany her daily. Mama Xiao replied, Yes, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao immediately knelt down, tears cascading down her cheeks. Thank you, Miss Situ, for your kindness. Mama Xiao stepped forward, kindly assisting her to her feet. Come, Xiao Tao, let me show you your new room. Wiping her tears, Xiao Tao offered a slight bow to Situ Yue and Murong Xin before following Mama Xiao away. In the following 10 days, Situ Yue and Murong Xin busied themselves in Situ Yue's chamber. Occasionally, onlookers would see them carrying out basins of murky water, only to summon Mama Xiao for fresh water. The air was often filled with the gentle scent of herbs and the sound of metal being polished. The servants of the estate speculated on their activities. But considering the approaching birthday of the crown prince, they assumed preparations for a grand feast were underway. Soon, the day of the crown prince's birthday arrived. The palace was festooned with lights, and red silk adorned the surroundings as eunuchs and palace maids hurried about, busily attending to their duties. As the eldest son of the emperor, the crown prince remained in the palace even after marriage, as he was the foremost candidate for succession. In contrast, the other princes, upon marrying, were typically granted the title of prince and moved out to establish their own residences. The banquet was held in the Taiha Hall, which had been arranged with tables and chairs, and an abundance of exquisite food and wine was served in a steady stream. Officials and dignitaries arrived in succession, taking their seats according to rank, while the emperor occupied the highest position, surrounded by several esteemed ladies. The crown prince, the guest of honor, sat at the center of the hall, accompanied by his dignified princess consort. The third and fourth princes took their places on either side, while the second prince remained in the corner, quietly seated as if he were merely an inconsequential decoration. Miss Situ Yue has arrived. With the sharp announcement of the eunuch, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Two women gracefully approached, with Situ Yue at the center. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a cascading cloud bun, adorned with a snow-white jade hairpin, and a delicate crescent-shaped ornament nestled at her temple, swaying gently with her movements. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and emotion, her lips reminiscent of ripe cherries, and her skin gleamed like purest jade. Her brows were artfully arched and devoid of any makeup. She possessed a beauty that was strikingly pure and utterly captivating. Everyone was taken aback. The once rumored foolish and unattractive young lady of the Situ family was, in fact, as beautiful as a flower, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Situ Yue and her companion, Murong Xin, gracefully entered the hall, their steps poised and serene. They each bowed to the emperor and the esteemed ladies present. Situ Yue's voice rang clear. I am Situ Yue, loyal subject, greeting your majesty and the esteemed ladies. Murong Xin followed suit, proclaiming, I am Murong Xin, loyal subject, greeting your majesty and the esteemed ladies. In unison, they chanted, Long live the emperor! Long live the esteemed ladies! The emperor set down his wine cup, his gaze falling upon Murong Xin with surprise. Oh? Who is Murong Xin? I have never heard this name before. Situ Yue stepped forward, responding with composure, Your Majesty. My sister Murong is the adopted daughter of my father and has only recently come to reside in our household. Chapter 46. Presenting gifts. All eyes turned to Murong Xin, who was adorned in a gown of jade-white feathered silk with flowing sleeves, the edges embellished with delicate golden filigree resembling drifting clouds. As she moved, it appeared as if wisps of clouds danced within her sleeves. She wore a waist-cinched moon-white skirt adorned with embroidered blue floral patterns, fresh and elegant, accentuating her delicate and charming visage. Her large, sparkling eyes shone like clear springs, revealing a hint of vivacity and mischief. The emperor regarded Murong Xin thoughtfully. This Situ old fellow already has 3 daughters and now adopts another. I wonder what his intentions are. Yet, this girl walks with grace and poise, clearly possessing considerable inner strength. Just days ago, scouts reported that a heroine had taught the son of Vice Commander Luo a lesson alongside Situ Yue at the Zhuexiang Lu. It must be her. Not pondering further, the emperor waved his hand. Rise. It has been a while since we last met. Yue, you have grown even more beautiful. How is your health now? Situ Yue knelt and replied, Thanks to your majesty's benevolence, my illness has improved significantly. I heard that my father sought the finest medicinal herbs from your majesty to treat my ailment, and I have yet to express my gratitude in person. On this occasion of the crown prince's birthday, I finally have the opportunity to thank you. The emperor chuckled. There is no need for such formality, Yue. General Situ has served the nation valiantly, and I shall naturally extend my care to his beloved daughter. Situ Yue continued, I am deeply grateful for your majesty's kindness. My recovery from this severe illness is also thanks to the second prince. If he had not summoned a divine physician to attend to me, I might still be confined indoors. At her words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was aware of the delicate position of the second prince in the palace. It was a topic seldom broached. Yet, Situ Yue boldly mentioned it in public, which was truly unexpected. At that moment, all gazes converged in the dim corner of the hall, where the second prince stood, slightly awkward yet composed. His voice gentle yet distant. Miss Situ, you overstate my efforts. It was merely a small favor. Situ Yue turned and smiled, her gaze bright. So, you were here all along. No wonder I could not spot you after searching for so long. She exchanged a glance with Murong Xin and walked directly to sit beside the second prince. Murong Xin then summoned a eunuch, pointing to the shadowy corner. In such a dark place, aren't you afraid of accidentally eating food up your nostrils? Quickly, light some lamps. As Situ Yue stood by, a subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The eunuch hastily lit a lamp, illuminating the previously dim corner, where the figure of the second prince emerged distinctly before the crowd. After a brief moment, the atmosphere gradually eased, and the ministers once again began to extend their congratulatory remarks to the crown prince, their words laden with flattery. The gifts they presented were a dazzling array, featuring exquisitely carved Pishio jade artifacts, vibrantly colored agate and jade, priceless paintings and calligraphy, and finely crafted silks and satins, each a rare treasure. Yet none were intended for the second prince. As the majority of the gifts were offered, dusk had already fallen. Suddenly, Situ Yue rose and approached the hall, kneeling in reverence as she announced, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I too have prepared a gift to present to the second prince, who shares this day of birth. The emperor appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression growing somber. The crowd turned their gaze once again toward the illuminated corner, where the light revealed the second prince. His features sharp and beautifully chiseled, radiating an aura of aloofness that seemed to keep others at bay. Yet, the glimmer of intelligence in his eyes commanded respect. Situ Yue smiled at the crown prince, saying, Your Highness, since the second prince shares the same birthday, and knowing your fondness for your siblings, I trust you would not mind if I offered him a gift. The emperor interjected, Yue is truly thoughtful. I have betrothed her to Chinner, and thus, it is only fitting for her to present a gift to her future husband, demonstrating her virtue and understanding. His words deftly assuaged any concerns that the gathering might have about Situ Yue seeking attention, rendering the act entirely reasonable. With the emperor's endorsement, the crown prince could only agree. Miss Situ is correct. I have always cherished my younger siblings and would certainly not take issue with this. However, given the second prince's lofty principles, I fear that ordinary gifts may not meet his expectations. The audience exchanged glances of disdain, as if to say the second prince was overly proud. Who did not recall the past? There once was an official who, on the birthdays of both princes, presented gifts, with the one given to the crown prince being notably more valuable. What followed? That official was demoted several ranks within 3 days, from a respectable position in the capital to a county magistrate in a remote town. Since then, who dared to offer gifts to the second prince, or even mention it? Chapter 47. The painting comes to life upon hearing this. The second prince immediately rose, bowing respectfully to the emperor, his tone sincere. Your Majesty, I seldom receive gifts on my birthday, especially when compared to my elder brother. It is rare for Yue to be so considerate, whatever the gift may be. I shall be pleased. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Situ Yue, an undercurrent of hope flickering in his eyes. The emperor nodded slowly, his fingertips lightly tracing the armrest of the dragon throne, internally musing, why are Yue and Chun'er so impatient? Must they vie for attention before the crown prince? Is it truly necessary? If they provoke the crown prince's resentment, it could lead to future troubles. Situ Yue, seemingly oblivious to the emperor's thoughts, maintained her gentle smile and instructed Fei Yue, please bring forth the gift. Yes. As the rain fell, Fei Yue swiftly retrieved a scroll from her exquisite satin pouch. With utmost care, she unfurled the artwork, revealing a stunning ink wash painting before the assembled audience. The bold strokes delineated the scene, while the lighter hues accentuated its beauty and soft colors enhanced its vibrancy. The painting depicted stone steps extending mysteriously from the clouds, ascending gradually. Surrounding the steps were lush, unnamed saplings, their forms twisting towards the light. Amidst the foliage, the ancient and unadorned foundations of a dwelling subtly emerged, accompanied by wisps of smoke leisurely dispersing through the gaps in the leaves. In the distance lay mountains resembling darkly arched brows, their bases consumed by clouds. Yet they willingly surrendered to the dreamlike mist. The small bridge over the flowing water sparkled with clarity after the rain, akin to delicate needles stitching the earth's cloak, inadvertently stirring the crystalline laughter of the river's surface. The solitary figure in the boat gazed quietly at the water, which mirrored the hue of blue satin, pondering whether those distant mountains were indeed the same. The onlookers were captivated by the painting, lost in its allure. However, the fourth prince could no longer contain himself. He scoffed, remarking, "This painting, though exquisite, lacks the name of its creator, and even the title and inscription are absent. Crown Prince, surely you must see that it pales in comparison to your magnificent landscape painting." That masterpiece was the result of a year-long collaboration among 10 renowned court painters of the previous dynasty, and its vibrant representation of mountains and rivers stretches approximately 30 feet, 9.9 meters, in length, existing as the sole piece of its kind, treasured by you. Situ Yue paid no heed to the fourth prince's words and turned her gaze toward Murong Xin, silently urging her, "Xin, the next part is yours." Murong Xin replied confidently, "Sister, fear not. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open and do not blink." She commanded her attendants to place the painting on the prepared easel and procured 2 basins of clear water, while she herself unsheathed a sharp sword, standing tall before the artwork. With a slight gathering of her energy, Murong Xin began to wield the sword, its movements resembling a white serpent flicking its tongue, slicing through the air with a hissing sound, akin to a dragon weaving through the painting. At times, she moved gracefully like a swallow, skimming the water's surface, and at others, she struck with the swiftness of lightning, splattering the canvas. The audience, puzzled by her actions, began to wonder why she was dousing the painting with water. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, look, the painting is moving. It's alive." The crowd gasped in disbelief, leaning in to scrutinize the artwork closely. It was not the painting that was moving, but rather the landscape depicted within was gradually fading away, replaced by the silhouette of a figure. The onlookers held their breath, their focus intensifying as the outline of the person became clearer. A striking visage, a robust physique, clad in a blue robe, the sleeves fluttering as if caught in the wind. An official standing closest gasped, This is unmistakably the second prince. With the final flourish of her sword, Murong Xin deftly sheathed it. At that moment, the second prince was momentarily entranced, only to suddenly feel a small hand gently grasp his own. Murong Xin approached the second prince and Situ Yue, addressing the former. Second prince, this painting was tirelessly created by Sister Yue, working through the night. It employs water-resistant paper and special inks that vanish or reveal themselves upon contact with water. Though it bears no title or signature, I believe that in the future, the second prince will surely add the finishing touch, completing this masterpiece. The second prince lowered his gaze to his hand, which was being held, then looked towards the vividly painted representation of himself, feeling a warm surge within. He cast a gentler glance at Situ Yue. Chapter 48. The phoenix transformed into a crow. Situ Yue turned to Murong Xin, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. I must express my gratitude to my sister for accompanying me these past few days, and even more for procuring this remarkable ink for me. Upon hearing this, the second prince felt his heart skip a beat, his fingertips trembling slightly. Situ Yue always brought unexpected joy, and since the disappearance of his mother, no one had openly shown him such kindness. The hidden affections, the healing ointment subtly passed to him by his third brother. The warm stove secretly placed under his pillow during his father's late-night visits had all been like ink submerged in water, unseen and unacknowledged. He had long believed himself to be cursed. If he indulged in warmth, it would surely bring calamity to those around him, numbing his desires over time. Yet at this moment, she was sacrificing her energy and sleepless nights for him, even seeking out ink with such thoughtfulness. He gradually loosened his grip on his clothing, as a long silent belief within him began to stir back to life. Dongfang Chun took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Yu Feng, bring forth the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." Soon, Murong Xin presented the prepared ink and brush, her hand trembling slightly as she held them. To outsiders, it seemed his health was failing, but only he understood the profound impact of today's events, so startling that he feared he might awaken from a dream at any moment. As the brush dipped into the rich ink and touched the rice paper, it was as steady as a rock. In an instant, 4 lines of poetry were inscribed, the ink flowing freely along the edges of the painting. The wind stirs the clouds, yet the heavens remain still. The water shifts the boat, but the shore does not yield. A knife cuts through lotus roots, yet the strands remain unbroken. Though mountains rise and rivers stretch, true feelings never part. Murong Xin gazed at the words, reciting them softly. The wind stirs the clouds, yet the heavens remain still. The water shifts the boat, but the shore does not yield. This speaks of unwavering loyalty. A knife cuts through lotus roots, yet the strands remain unbroken. Though mountains rise and rivers stretch, true feelings never part. This conveys steadfast devotion. What a poem of unwavering loyalty and fidelity. The assembled ministers erupted into applause, praising the work. The sound of their approval was like a tidal wave. What a splendid poem. The white clouds, the flowing river, the solitary boat, the mountain dwelling, all are encapsulated within these lines. The painting was extraordinary, the poetry exquisite. They truly complemented each other beautifully. The crowd's praises soared, nearly lifting the roof off. The crown prince sat at the table, his complexion oscillating between shades as if he had been splattered with ink. Yet the ministers, having long feigned admiration for the crown prince, were now liberated by the presence of someone as remarkable as Situ Yue, finally able to speak their minds freely, even feeling invigorated with each breath. As the applause began to fade, the watermarks on the painting had quietly dried. The figure in blue began to fade, and the landscape re-emerged on the paper, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting illusion. Dongfang Chun carefully rolled up the scroll, his fingers gliding over the cool bamboo shaft, as if cradling a rare treasure. The crown prince, suppressing his anger, spoke in a colder tone. "Does Miss Situ not wish to personally present me with a piece? Is she favoring my second brother instead?" Situ Yue tilted her head, her gaze filled with innocent curiosity, as if she were observing a peculiar artifact. "Your Highness, this is a birthday gift for my future husband. Why should I present you with one? Moreover, the congratulatory gifts from the Situ residents have already been prepared and will be delivered tomorrow." Of course, she swiftly changed her tone, a sly smile playing on her lips. "If the crown princess were inclined to present a gift to the second prince, I would not hesitate to prepare one for you as well." The onlookers stifled their laughter. Bemused by the audacity of the Situ manner, boldly proclaiming no favoritism towards the second prince. Surely, the crown prince must be seething with indignation. The crown prince, suppressing his mounting irritation, inquired, "Miss Situ, do you not intend to offer me anything? Is it solely for my younger brother?" Situ Yue tilted her head, regarding the crown prince with an expression akin to bewilderment. "Your Highness, this is a gift I am bestowing upon my future husband. Why would I need to present you with one? Moreover, the gift from the Situ manor has already been clearly stated and will be delivered tomorrow. However, if the crown princess wishes to send a gift to the second prince, I would gladly prepare one as well." The crown princess rose, offering an awkward smile. "Sister Yue, you jest. I have been preoccupied with the preparations for the crown prince's birthday celebration and have not arranged a gift for the second prince. I hope he can forgive me." With that, she gracefully bent her knee to the second prince, the jewels adorning her hair gently swaying. Situ Yue quickly followed suit, rising to perform a deep bow before the crown prince, her tone and demeanor mirroring that of the crown princess with uncanny precision. "Your Highness, I have been preparing a gift for the second prince and have not arranged one for you. I hope you can forgive me." The words were identical, the tone indistinguishable. Even the sweep of her garments as they brushed the floor bore a striking resemblance. The crowd could no longer contain their amusement, covering their mouths as they shook with laughter. Was this the so-called foolish young lady? Clearly, she was a clever and perceptive vixen. Those who had previously labeled her a simpleton were now likely to realize they had mistaken a phoenix for a crow. The crown prince stood frozen, his cheeks alternating between crimson and pale, as if publicly struck by two resounding slaps. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort. Chapter 49. The Osmanthus Tree. The emperor initially regarded the scene with a hint of trepidation. After all, it was quite unexpected for Situ Yue to mention the second prince so boldly at the crown prince's birthday banquet. However, observing her poised demeanor and listening to her articulate remarks, his apprehension gradually dissipated, replaced by astonishment. The daughter of General Situ possessed such remarkable audacity and intelligence. By the end, his gaze was filled with admiration as he mused. This Situ Yue is indeed an intriguing young woman, remarkably bold and perceptive, quite endearing. He feigned a cough to shatter the silence in the hall and declared in a clear voice, "Yue, with General Situ currently absent from the capital, I imagine your visits to the palace may be somewhat inconvenient. Bring forth a token for entering the palace. Henceforth, you may enter at your leisure with this token, without the need for further announcement." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Situ Yue's eyes as she promptly knelt to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." The banquet continued, while Murong Xin quietly observed from the side. Apart from the second prince, Dongfang Chun, whose piercing gaze remained fixated on Situ Yue, she also noticed other intriguing details. The fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, seated in the same row, occasionally cast furtive glances their way. His expression a curious blend of surprise and an indescribable lewdness. Diagonally across, the third prince, Dongfang Li, stared at Situ Yue with eyes that sparkled with longing. While the crown prince, positioned centrally in the hall, wore a countenance as dark as a storm cloud, frequently sweeping his sharp gaze across the room, appearing as though he wished to consume them whole. Finally, even the emperor could not resist stealing several discreet glances in their direction. Murong Xin, resting her forehead on her hand, inwardly marveled. Goodness, it seems Sister Yue's prospects for romance are blossoming into a veritable forest, with so many eyes upon her. It is indeed quite a spectacle. After the banquet concluded, the second prince, Dongfang Chun, promptly sought the emperor's approval to personally escort Situ Yue home. Naturally, the emperor was pleased to facilitate this request and readily consented. During their carriage ride back, Dongfang Chun learned from Situ Yue that she and Murong Xin had not prepared any congratulatory gifts for the crown prince. Initially, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, fearing that the crown prince might hold a grudge against Yue. However, this was swiftly replaced by a surge of delight. It turned out that in Yue's eyes, the crown prince held little significance. With this thought, his spirits brightened, and he could not help but smile slightly. Upon arriving at the Situ residence, Yufeng had long been waiting at the entrance. He swiftly approached and handed a brocade box to Dongfang Chun. Taking the box, Dongfang Chun passed it to Situ Yue, gently saying, "Yue, this is a century-old ginseng. When you enter the palace tomorrow, present this to the crown prince as a token of respect." Situ Yue's eyes lit up, and she eagerly accepted it. "Thank you, second prince." She had been fretting over this matter, having casually mentioned wanting to gift ginseng. But the backup century-old ginseng left by General Situ had already been compelled by Granny Xiao for her to restore her health. She had been at a loss for where to procure another, so it was a delightful surprise that the second prince had provided one. She glanced down at the brocade box, hesitatingly inquiring, "Second prince, this ginseng must be quite precious, right?" Unable to resist, Dongfang Chun reached out and gently patted her head, smiling. "This ginseng is worth far less than the gift you intended for me. Rest assured, Yue, you may accept it without worry." Situ Yue felt her cheeks warm at his unexpected affection. She pouted and hurried inside the residence with the brocade box. Yet halfway, as if recalling something, she abruptly turned back and lightly embraced Dongfang Chun, then, like a startled fawn, dashed into the house. Murong Xin and Fei Yu exchanged glances, then looked towards Yufeng, before bowing slightly to the second prince and following suit into the residence. Dongfang Chun was taken aback by the gentle embrace, his heart fluttering as if he had been swept away, feeling a bit lightheaded. Had it not been for the dimming light and Yufeng's averted gaze, he would have certainly startled at the sight of his own flushed face and the uncontainable smile at the corners of his lips. The following morning, Situ Yue, accompanied by Murong Xin, entered the palace with Fei Yu and Xiao Dao. Upon stepping into the imperial palace, Murong Xin appeared particularly exhilarated, though her excitement stemmed not from the grandeur of the palace itself, but from the cherished memories it held for her, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. She grasped Situ Yue's hand and, with an air of mystery, announced that she would take her to a secret place. Unable to resist, Situ Yue reluctantly entrusted the century-old ginseng to Fei Yu and Xiao Dao, instructing them to deliver it to the crown prince's palace. Murong Xin led Situ Yue through a labyrinthine route until they arrived at an exceedingly secluded garden. As they walked, Situ Yue noted the rarity of human presence. Even the patrolling guards were scarcely seen. Upon entering the courtyard, apart from a flourishing osmanthus tree, there was nothing particularly remarkable. Standing beneath the tree, they beheld its glossy green leaves, sharply pointed and uniquely shaped. The branches were laden with clusters of osmanthus blossoms, densely packed and sparkling under the sun's rays with glimmering golden hues, captivating to behold. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the branches to sway softly, and delicate petals began to fall like whispers, releasing a rich and sweet fragrance that enveloped them, instantly stirring a flood of memories within Murong Xin. Inhaling deeply, she turned to Situ Yue with a smile and inquired, "Sister, you must be quite curious as to why I brought you here, right?" Situ Yue, observing the glimmer in Murong Xin's eyes as she spoke of this place, nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it seems my sister holds a fondness for this location." Murong Xin's thoughts appeared to drift back many years, her face illuminating with nostalgic joy. "Sister, I first came here when I was 4 years old. It was beneath this osmanthus tree that I encountered a little ghost on the brink of starvation. Fortunately, he met me. I not only provided him with food to save him, but also promised that I would return to see him when I grew up." Intrigued, Situ Yue probed further. "Oh, is that so? Was that little ghost particularly adorable?" Murong Xin blushed at the inquiry, bashfully scratching her head. "Well, he was quite all right. He had large eyes and delicate brows, and aside from his pallor from hunger, he truly was a handsome lad." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Situ Yue playfully teased, "Haha. Oh dear, sister, why is your face so red? Did you perhaps indulge in some mischief with that little ghost back then?" Murong Xin froze momentarily before breaking into a silly grin. No, I just thought his cheeks were soft and gave his face a little pinch." Situ Yue raised an eyebrow, pressing on, "And what else?" Murong Xin, feeling somewhat shy under the scrutiny, quickly changed the subject. "Well, that's not important. What truly matters is my kind heart that saved him." Situ Yue, charmed by her adorable demeanor, smiled gently, and the atmosphere beneath the osmanthus tree grew increasingly light and pleasant. Just then, a sudden shout broke the tranquility. "Who are you? Where did you come from? How did you get in here?" Both Situ Yue and Murong Xin turned in unison to see a woman clad in a blue embroidered dress standing nearby, draped in a simple yet elegant white gauze coat. Her attire, while modest, exuded grace, with a captivating and regal presence. Her delicate features were adorned with subtle plum blossom makeup, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Beside her stood a maid dressed in light blue palace attire, attentively scrutinizing them. In a moment of surprise, while Situ Yue was momentarily taken aback, Murong Xin exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, beautiful sister. It's been such a long time." As the maid was about to reprimand, she was halted by the gentle grip of the Empress beside her. The Empress scrutinized Murong Xin, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes, which soon transformed into recognition. Tentatively, she inquired, "You are the little girl from over a decade ago, are you not?" With a radiant smile, Murong Xin eagerly nodded. "Yes, it's me. The beautiful sister remembers me." The Empress's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she stepped forward, taking Murong Xin's hand. Examining her delicate face and those bright, clear eyes, she could still faintly perceive the likeness of the child from many years past, and a tender smile surfaced in her eyes. Just as she was about to invite Murong Xin and Situ Yue into the chamber for a heartfelt conversation, a sudden clamor of footsteps interrupted the moment, as a throng of guards and eunuchs burst in. A gaunt, sharp-featured eunuch was the first to enter the courtyard. Raising his voice, "Are the guilty maidens Situ Yue and Murong Xin present?" The Empress instinctively shielded Situ Yue and Murong Xin behind her, coldly regarding the intruders. "Isn't that Eunuch Li, who serves the Shufei? Who decrees who is guilty in this palace?" Eunuch Li, however, showed no sign of fear. Rather, he scoffed, "Ah, isn't this the esteemed Empress Ling, long residing in the Yue Palace? I have come to apprehend these two culprits. It would be wise for you to step aside, lest my subordinates inadvertently cause you harm." The Empress's expression darkened as she replied sternly, "These two girls have been here with me, never straying a step. What crime could warrant such a large contingent to come for them?" Eunuch Li sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. "What crime, you ask? That is for them to answer. They dared to tamper with the ginseng meant for the crown prince, causing the crown princess to fall into a deep unconsciousness. Do you not see their guilt?" Having spent years in the inner palace, the Empress was well aware of the schemes and treacheries that unfolded daily. At that moment, Murong Xin gently tugged at the Empress's sleeve, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, beautiful sister. Oh no, Empress Ling, if we have done nothing wrong, we have nothing to fear. The innocent need not fear shadows. No one can falsely accuse us." Situ Yue nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, please do not worry. We shall handle this matter with care and ensure the truth is revealed." Despite their reassurances, the Empress gazed at these two endearing children, genuinely wishing to shield them from unjust suffering. After a brief contemplation, she declared, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you as a witness." Suddenly, Eunuch Li interjected with a sharp, mocking tone, "Oh dear, has Empress Ling's age dulled her memory? The Emperor explicitly forbade you from stepping beyond Yue Palace. What? Do you intend to defy the Emperor's decree?" He elongated his words, each syllable piercing like a needle, clearly emboldened by his impunity. The Empress paused, a shadow of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Indeed, the Emperor had once decreed that she must not step outside the confines of Yue Palace. In her eagerness, she had momentarily forgotten this stipulation. She gazed at Situ Yue and Murong Xin, her face etched with remorse and her eyes concealing an ineffable sorrow, ultimately unable to safeguard these two children. Upon noticing this, Situ Yue's lips curled into a slight smile as she retrieved an exquisitely carved waist token from her bosom, waving it before Li Gonggong and declaring in a clear voice, "Esteemed eunuch, this is the waist token personally bestowed by His Majesty yesterday. The Emperor has decreed that I may bring whomever I wish into the palace or let them out at my discretion. Therefore, I shall now take Consort Ling and her maid to the Crown Prince's quarters. What say you, eunuch? Do you intend to defy the Emperor's command and disregard this royal token?" Li Gonggong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on the token for a long while. Though reluctant, he dared not openly contravene the Emperor's edict and could only snort coldly. "If you wish to go, then go. However, should it later be discovered that the consort is involved, do not blame this old servant for being unfeeling." Thus, Situ Yue and Murong Xin followed closely behind Consort Ling, escorted by a number of guards. As they arrived at the Crown Prince's quarters, the atmosphere within was tense. The Crown Princess lay pale upon the bed, while the Crown Prince sat at its edge, his brow furrowed and face filled with anxiety. A group of imperial physicians knelt at the foot of the bed, each bowing their heads, afraid to breathe. The Emperor sat in a nearby pearwood chair, his countenance dark, flanked by Consort Shu, Consort Mei, and the second, third, and fourth princes, each exhibiting a distinct expression. The Emperor's gaze swiftly fell upon Consort Ling, who had entered with the group. After a long absence, she remained dignified and graceful, her eyes still captivating as in years past, seemingly able to stir the soul. Consort Ling slightly bent her knee in a respectful greeting. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. Situ Yue and Murong Xin followed suit. This daughter pays her respects to your majesty. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. Unlike his usual practice of dismissing Consort Ling, the emperor, perhaps due to the long interval since their last meeting, seemed reluctant to send her away immediately. Merely stating with indifference, "You may rise." Consort Ling rose to stand aside, and Situ Yue was the first to inquire, "Your Majesty, may I ask what has transpired that requires so many here?" Before the emperor could respond, Consort Shu interjected sharply, "You audacious lot! How dare you tamper with the ginseng mint for the crown prince? If not for your actions, how could my poor crown princess have fallen into a deep unconsciousness after consuming that ginseng tea?" Situ Yue furrowed her brows, instinctively glancing at the second prince. He met her gaze with resolute eyes, subtly shaking his head to indicate his ignorance of the matter. At that moment, Consort Ling spoke with displeasure. "Sister, your words are rather peculiar. This ginseng was neither brewed by these two children nor presented to the crown princess by them. On what grounds do you assert they are at fault?" Consort Shu raised her chin, her tone tinged with mockery. "Ah? How curious that you have left the tranquility of the Laurel Palace to come here. Indeed, it seems that Situ Yue and Murong Xin were just with you, dear sister." "Situ Yue, Murong Xin, do enlighten us on what Consort Ling discussed with you earlier?" Murong Xin interjected before Situ Yue could speak, her voice clear. "Your Majesty, esteemed consort." Consort Ling indeed imparted some words of caution. She mentioned that the harem is as deep as the ocean, often harboring unscrupulous individuals who seek to harm others. "We must be vigilant, lest we be bitten by some mad dog without even realizing it." The expression on the noble consort's face abruptly turned ashen, her voice rising a notch. "You must honestly disclose what manipulations were performed on the ginseng, for why else would the crown princess remain in a state of unconsciousness?" Calmly, Situ Yue turned to the group of imperial physicians. "Might I inquire if any of you have discerned the underlying issue?" One of the leading physicians hurriedly prostrated himself, performing a deep bow, and tremulously replied, "This humble servant, lacking in skill, is truly unable to ascertain why Her Highness the Crown Princess is in such a state. It neither appears to be poisoning nor a sudden ailment." Murong Xin gently tugged at Situ Yue's sleeve, nodding slightly, indicating that she wished to attempt a diagnosis. Understanding her cue, Situ Yue turned to the emperor, offering a slight bow. "Your Majesty, since the physicians cannot determine the ailment afflicting the crown princess, perhaps we might allow my sister Xin to take a look. I can assure you, her medical prowess is on par with any physician in the palace." The noble consort scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "What could a mere country girl, sprung from nowhere, possibly discern from a malady that even the chief physician cannot diagnose? She is merely attempting to deceive us." Ignoring the noble consort's outburst, Situ Yue fixed her gaze upon the emperor, bowing once more. "Your Majesty, I have always believed the noble consort to be a well-educated and composed lady, yet I am taken aback by her derogatory remarks towards Xin. She is no ordinary woman. Her medical skills are worthy of being compared to those of renowned healers. I implore your Majesty to allow Sister Xin to examine the crown princess, so we may swiftly uncover the truth." Upon hearing this, the emperor became contemplative. It was no wonder that General Situ had taken Murong Xin as his adopted daughter, for the purpose of safeguarding Situ Yue. Given Murong Xin's formidable medical abilities, it would be prudent to let her make an attempt. The emperor nodded. "In that case, we shall trouble Miss Murong." Murong Xin slightly bowed, approaching the crown princess's bedside, extending her fingers to gently rest upon her wrist. Although the noble consort was reluctant, she paid little heed, as the crown princess was merely feigning her faintness. With no actual ailment, the physicians would naturally be unable to diagnose anything. No matter how skilled Murong Xin might be, she could not possibly uncover any truths. Murong Xin closed her eyes in concentration, and after a moment, slowly withdrew her hand. Rising to stand before the emperor, bowing, "Your Majesty, I must report that the crown princess is not ill, nor has she been poisoned. Her health is quite robust." The noble consort immediately scoffed. "Oh, not ill? If she is not ill, then why does she remain unconscious? I dare say your medical skills are lacking, and you fabricate such claims to draw attention." Unperturbed by the noble consort's derision, Murong Xin continued, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, I can assure you that the crown princess is indeed without illness. Her state of unresponsiveness is merely a jest she is playing upon us. At that moment, a maidservant who had been attending to the crown princess suddenly fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Please, Your Majesty, see the truth." The crown princess only fell unconscious after consuming the ginseng tea they delivered. It must be that Miss Situ, harboring resentment for the crown princess not sending gifts for the second prince, has taken malicious action. It must be so. I beseech Your Majesty to ensure justice for the crown princess. The maid's performance was fervent, yet before her lines could be fully delivered, the crown princess abruptly sat up in bed, as if confronted by a specter. Without the time to don her shoes, she leaped from the bed in a frantic escape. Disregarding her dignity, her expression fraught with panic. The audience was taken aback, save for Murong Xin, who regarded her with a cold gaze, laced with a hint of derision. With a mocking smile, Murong Xin declared, "Your Majesty, behold. Is the crown princess not perfectly well? She is merely feigning poisoning and fainting, toying with us." She deliberately raised the volume on the word feigning, the sarcasm in her tone unmistakable. Situ Yue interjected, "Is this jest of the crown princess not excessively cruel? Do you realize that your pretended fainting causes distress to His Highness the Crown Prince and Lady Shu? And what of these physicians, who are fully aware of your health, yet dare not speak the truth? Should His Majesty attribute their incompetence to them, or should His Majesty's wrath lead to their punishment? What then? What grievance do you hold against these physicians that compels you to subject them to such peril?" Situ Yue's words were astutely crafted. Any discerning individual would recognize the collusion between the crown princess and Lady Shu to ensnare her. Yet she cunningly extricated herself from the situation while sowing discord between the crown princess and the physicians. At that moment, the kneeling physicians, upon hearing Situ Yue's remarks, had already cursed the crown princess in their hearts countless times. Reflecting on their interactions, they could not fathom where they had offended her or anyone in the crown prince's court. It was evident that the crown princess was fabricating grievances and deliberately provoking trouble. The chief physician, his face etched with indignation and sorrow, despite his advanced age, managed to squeeze out 2 tears as he trembled and gazed at the emperor, choking out, "Your Majesty." With a wave of his hand, the emperor replied solemnly, "Enough, I am aware." He then turned to face the crown princess, his eyes filled with displeasure. "Crown princess, you possess great audacity to conspire with Lady Shu to deceive me." Upon hearing this, the crown princess fell to her knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head. "Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness. Your daughter-in-law shall never dare again. I implore Your Majesty to spare me this once." Lady Shu, seeing this, was about to intercede on behalf of the crown princess when the emperor shot her a stern glare. "And you, as a lady of the harem, how can you allow the crown princess to behave in such a manner? What sort of decorum is this?" Lady Shu, frightened, quickly knelt down. "I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I shall never dare again." At this juncture, the crown prince stepped forward, pleading with the emperor, "Father, the crown princess has merely acted in haste. I implore you, for your son's sake, to pardon her this time." The emperor's expression remained resolute, clearly indicating no intention to relent. It appeared that the crown princess's transgressions would not go unpunished. Observing this, Lady Shu hastily signaled to Mei Fei. Mei Fei, understanding the cue, approached gently, "Your Majesty. The crown princess is, after all, the rightful wife of the crown prince. Surely, she must not be subjected to punishment. It stands to reason that this incident will serve as a lesson, and she shall not misbehave henceforth. I beseech Your Majesty to grant her clemency." The emperor regarded Mei Fei, then glanced at the trembling crown princess and Lady Shu kneeling on the floor, ultimately letting out a sigh, appearing somewhat helpless. Chapter 52. I can replace you listening to the words of the favored concubine and observing the emperor's helpless expression. A sense of frustration enveloped everyone present. Clearly, it was the crown princess who had instigated this situation, yet with merely a mention of her status as the crown prince's legitimate wife, she could effortlessly evade punishment. This was utterly vexing, especially for those imperial physicians who had nearly been implicated by the crown princess, their faces now betraying their displeasure. Yet they dared not voice their grievances. Murong Xin, who had always harbored a deep-seated aversion to injustice, could not swallow this indignation. A flicker of inspiration crossed her mind, and she raised her voice, "Sister Yue, it seems that this crown princess is merely toying with us. However, this insolent maid, From whence does she derive the audacity to slander us without cause? As her words echoed, every gaze in the room converged upon the maid still kneeling on the ground, who had been momentarily overlooked amidst the focus on the crown princess. In that instant, the collective anger of the crowd found an outlet, redirecting towards the maid. If the crown princess, with her esteemed status, was beyond punishment, could this mere servant not be held accountable? The emperor, astute as ever, immediately comprehended the underlying message of Murong Xian's words and declared in a grave tone, "This maid has displayed unparalleled audacity, distorting the truth and daring to deceive the sovereign. Seize this maid and take her away. If she cannot speak appropriately, let her be rendered mute forever." Upon hearing this, the crown princess's complexion paled, and she hastily crawled to the emperor's feet, weeping and pleading, "I beseech you, Father Emperor, show mercy. This Situ is my personal maid, loyal and devoted for many years. I implore your majesty to spare her." In that moment, the room was filled with a cacophony of pleas for mercy, further aggravating the emperor's headache. He turned to Situ Yue and inquired, "Yue, how should we punish this insolent maid for her slander?" Situ Yue, maintaining her composure, replied calmly, "If it is merely a matter of a mistaken statement, then let her receive a slap, so she understands what words are appropriate and which are not." The emperor nodded in agreement. "Very well. Take her out and administer the punishment. Anyone who dares to intercede shall face the same consequence." Before long, the maid named Situ was dragged outside by several eunuchs, and soon, the sound of slaps resonated within the chamber, each echoing louder than the last, stirring a mix of emotions among the onlookers. Only then did the emperor turn his attention to the favored concubine, speaking gently, "Concubine Ling, have the osmanthus blossoms in your garden begun to bloom?" Concubine Ling knelt respectfully and replied softly, "Your Majesty, they have bloomed, and the garden is filled with their fragrance." The emperor nodded. "I greatly long for the osmanthus cakes you make. Concubine Ling, Eunuch Chun, arrange for tonight's dinner to be held at the osmanthus palace." Eunuch Chun bowed and responded, "Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once." The emperor then looked at Dongfang Li, "Lir, take your mother back to the osmanthus palace to rest for a while. Chinner, bring Miss Situ and Miss Murong to my study." Dongfang Li and Dongfang Chun responded in unison, "We shall obey your command." The emperor rose, casting a cold glance at the still kneeling crown princess, declaring, "Crown princess, you are destined to become the empress, the mother of the nation. One must possess the capacity to embrace others and discern their worth. Should you find yourself inadequate, I am not averse to replacing you." With that, he swept away in a flurry of robes. The crowd hastily bowed. "We bid farewell to your majesty." Subsequently, Concubine Ling, supported by Dongfang Li, also departed. Situ Yue and Murong Xin were preparing to follow Dongfang Chun when they were suddenly called to a halt by Mei Fei. Mei Fei regarded them with a tone laced with insinuation. "My dear Situ, I advise you to be cautious in your dealings with the consort. She was the one who once pushed her own dear friend into the water. You must tread carefully. Do not be deceived by her facade." Situ Yue chuckled lightly, responding, "Thank you for your warning, Your Highness. However, without solid evidence, why ought we to impose baseless accusations upon others?" Mei Fei scoffed, "There's no smoke without fire. There were indeed witnesses who saw the consort push the empress into the river. Could that be false?" Her words were not only directed at Situ Yue, but were also intended for Dongfang Chun, aiming to make the consort a target for the second prince's ire. Murong Xin interjected with a hint of derision. "Oh, but Your Highness is mistaken. Look at that maid outside. Did she not just claim to have seen everything with her own eyes? Yet what do we see now?" She left her sentence hanging. But the sound of slaps echoing from outside had already revealed the truth. The so-called eyewitness accounts might not always be genuine. With a fierce glare at Mei Fei, Murong Xin grasped Situ Yue's hand and moved forward. Dongfang Chun trailed behind them, his mind replaying Murong Xion's words. The incident involving his mother and the consort had indeed been shrouded in suspicion, but he had been but a child then, powerless to investigate. Now, reflecting upon it, perhaps there were deeper secrets at play. As they made their way to the imperial study, they chanced upon Dongfang Li, who had just returned from delivering something to the consort, and they proceeded together. After a short while, Situ Yue could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Xiner, what did you do earlier? How did you manage to make the crown princess rise on her own?" Murong Xin tossed her head back, hands on her hips, and replied with a triumphant laugh, "Huh." With her demeanor, she dared to feign fainting in front of me? She clearly doesn't recognize who I am. Situ Yue laughed at her antics and urged, "Stop boasting and tell me, what method did you employ?" Murong Xin narrowed her eyes, the corners lifting slightly, resembling a cunning fox that had just stolen a chick. She glanced sideways at Situ Yue, her voice laced with a lazy pride. "I had cleverly concealed a silver needle coated with a secret poison within my fingers. When I took her pulse earlier, a slight pressure allowed the needle to silently pierce her wrist. This poison is quite insidious. Once it encounters blood, it travels through the veins without harming the bones or sinews. However, its effects are not merely limited to that." Situ Yue leaned in closer. Her curiosity piqued. What peculiar properties does it possess? Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li instinctively straightened their backs, their ears perked up to listen intently, their breaths quieting. Murong Xin giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "This poison, oh dear. Those afflicted can only stand still for 2 hours. Should they dare to sit, it feels as though they've been thrown into a furnace. If they lie down, their backs suffer the same fate." The crown princess, having been spoiled in the palace, could hardly withstand such torment, and thus she obediently got out of bed. Situ Yue clapped her hands, stifling her laughter as her shoulders shook, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons filled with delight. "Sister, your method is truly ingenious. It has only been 2 hours. It seems rather lenient on her part." Murong Xin clicked her tongue, a hint of regret etched on her face. "I share your sentiments. Next time, we must devise something more formidable to ensure she learns a more profound lesson." The two princes standing behind them felt a chill run down their spines. Secretly shuddering in unison, they exchanged glances, each discerning the same thought reflected in the other's eyes. These two young ladies must be avoided at all costs in the future. Otherwise, should one be ensnared by their schemes, one might find oneself utterly unaware of the misstep that led to one's downfall. Within the imperial study, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, and the bright yellow curtains swayed gently in the breeze. The emperor had long taken his seat upon the dragon throne, awaiting the arrival of Situ Yue and Murong Xin. Upon their entrance, a warm smile blossomed on his face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing somewhat. His gaze swept over the following princes, Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li, as he beckoned, "Chin'er, Li'er, come forth." He then led the two princes to the expansive rosewood table, which was laden with thick stacks of memorials. The vermilion annotations scattered across the pristine white paper resembled clusters of red plums. The emperor pointed to the 2 piles of documents, speaking in a grave tone. "This side contains reports from the frontier soldiers and various generals concerning military matters of utmost importance. The other side consists of submissions from the civil officials of various states, primarily addressing civil affairs and the livelihood of the populace. Today, let Li'er review the civil officials' memorials, while Chin'er manages the military reports. If you encounter any difficulties, discuss them with one another. I will personally verify your work shortly. Should anyone's reviews be careless or riddled with errors, they shall not escape punishment." Dongfang Chun, standing tall, replied earnestly, "This son obeys the decree." However, Dongfang Li momentarily froze, a flicker of panic crossing her face, before she too bowed and responded, "Ah, yes, this daughter obeys the decree." The emperor chuckled as he patted his son's shoulders, then turned to accompany Situ Yue and Murong Xin to the adjacent warm pavilion, leaving the brothers to exchange glances at the mountainous piles of memorials. Inside the warm pavilion, a chessboard had already been arranged, the black and white pieces glimmering with a gentle luster upon the jade plate. Situ Yue sat opposite the emperor, while Murong Xin perched on a soft couch beside them, savoring a plate of lotus cakes with delightful enthusiasm, occasionally glancing at the shifting tides of the chess match. For 2 entire games, the emperor's white pieces found themselves relentlessly pressed back by Situ Yue's black pieces, culminating in a dismal defeat. By the end of the 3rd game, the emperor's white pieces had fallen into a dire predicament, faced with an impenetrable black formation ahead and relentless pursuers behind, leaving no room for maneuver. The emperor set down his piece, letting out a long sigh. "I concede. I never imagined my chess skills would deteriorate to such an extent. Unable to best even Yue." Situ Yue smiled faintly, about to speak, when Murong Xin suddenly interjected, her speech somewhat muffled as she chewed on half a cake. "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this game is far from lost. Look here." She pointed with a finger dusted with cake crumbs to the upper right corner of the board, "and here, there are indeed paths to salvation concealed." Your Majesty has been overly focused on preserving those few pieces, retreating step by step. It might be wiser to take a bold leap. Perhaps what can be gained exceeds what is lost by far. The Emperor murmured, repeating, what can be gained exceeds what is lost. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in his eyes as he resolutely picked up a piece once more, his gaze growing steadfast. In the ensuing chess match, the Emperor's white pieces were nearly devoured with each move by Situ Yue's black pieces. Yet, he displayed no signs of retreat, continuing to play vigorously. Before long, the Emperor had lost a significant portion of his pieces, but this led to the board opening up extensively. As the game became increasingly lucid, the Emperor's thoughts grew clearer, and his moves began to flow seamlessly, gradually reversing the tide and allowing him to capture Situ Yue's black pieces one by one. Ultimately, Situ Yue fell just short, begrudgingly conceding defeat. "Shiner, why did you have to remind the Emperor?" Situ Yue pouted, her face a picture of grievance as she glared at Murong Xin. "I was about to win." Murong Xin, stuffing another morsel of pastry into her mouth, chuckled ambiguously. "Hey, I said nothing at all." The Emperor affectionately patted Situ Yue's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. All right. In a best of three, it is still you who emerged victorious." Yet, a wave of long-lost joy surged within him. This third game was a victory he truly earned through skill. In the past, whether playing against court officials or his two sons, others had always, whether intentionally or not, yielded to him. Such a thrilling contest was unprecedented. Lost in the euphoria of triumph, the Emperor suddenly recalled his two sons still engrossed in reviewing memorials. Glancing out the window at the sky, he noted the time and stood up, saying, "Let us go see how those two are faring." Chapter 54. They will certainly return. The Emperor's arrangement was, in truth, a discreet test. He understood perfectly. Dongfang Chun was well versed in the civil affairs of various states and counties, effortlessly interacting with civil officials. Whereas Dongfang Li excelled in military strategy and adeptly handled reports from military commanders. By having the brothers exchange fields of expertise and collaborate, he aimed to assess whether they could set aside their differences and complement one another. Such a trial had been previously attempted with the Crown Prince and Dongfang Tai, but the outcome left a bitter taste in his mouth. At that time, although the Crown Prince had reviewed the memorials with Dongfang Tai's minor revisions correcting several errors, numerous oversights remained hidden within the text. Whether Dongfang Tai had intentionally held back from making corrections or simply lacked the ability to perceive them indicated that this son either harbored ulterior motives or possessed insufficient talent. As for the Crown Prince, he had been a profound disappointment. Dongfang Tai, already inept in managing civil reports, had submitted a disarrayed document. Yet the Crown Prince had turned a blind eye, never offering a single word of guidance. Later, as he toiled late into the night, meticulously correcting Dongfang Tai's mistakes word by word, the Crown Prince had casually approached, pleading for leniency for his younger brother. While his eyes gleamed with the anticipation of a spectacle, the hypocrisy of that moment still ignited his ire. In the imperial study, the scent of sandalwood lingered. The Emperor sat before his desk, delicately scrutinizing the memorials with his fingertips. Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li stood quietly at his side, waiting in silence. The more he read, the more his brows relaxed, and surprise and satisfaction gradually surfaced in his eyes. Most of these memorials retained their original form, with only a few modifications in areas of deep implications, reflecting the diligence with which the two had checked each other's work, demonstrating a commitment far beyond mere perfunctory efforts. He raised his gaze towards his two sons, his voice laced with unmistakable amusement. "Indeed, Shiner, Lur, you have both performed admirably." To further delve into their understanding, the Emperor requested each of them to share their insights on reviewing memorials. Dongfang Li spoke eloquently about the myriad aspects of civilian life reported by the civil officials, his thoughts presented with clarity. Dongfang Chun elaborated on the military strategies detailed in the reports from the generals, his arguments well-structured. Remarkably, they were able to articulate insights from each other's domains. Clearly having exchanged knowledge in private, the Emperor felt a deep sense of reassurance. Not only had his sons not faltered in unfamiliar territories, but they had also made significant progress in their respective areas of weakness. "To reward your accomplishments," the Emperor declared, closing the memorials with a light-hearted tone, "we shall dine at the Laurel Palace this evening. Yue and Xiner have already arrived." Dongfang Chen responded solemnly, "Yes, father." Dongfang Li followed suit, bowing, "Yes, father." At the Laurel Palace, a feast had already been laid out, the fragrance of osmanthus mingling delightfully with the aroma of the dishes. Guests gathered around the table, laughter and merriment filling the air. When the osmanthus cake, handmade by the noble consort, was presented, Murong Xin's eyes sparkled. She grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed like a mischievous squirrel that had stolen food, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Content with their meal, Situ Yue and Murong Xin contemplated taking their leave. Murong Xin wiped the crumbs from the corners of her mouth and cheerfully announced, "Your Majesty, I foresee that the moonlight tonight will be splendid. Since it has been a while since His Majesty and the noble consort have seen each other, might we enjoy the moon here in the garden? However, my sister Yue and I have been out for quite some time and should return home." The noble consort covered her mouth with a soft laugh, thinking to herself, "This Murong girl is quite clever." But who could have guessed that the emperor frequently visits the Laurel Palace late at night? Just 3 days ago, he had met with her. The emperor nodded with a smile, "Very well. Chinner, Lear, please escort Miss Situ and Miss Murong back home." "Yes, father." Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li replied in unison. Watching the group depart amidst laughter and conversation, the emperor turned and gently embraced the noble consort, his fingertips brushing against the loose strands of her hair as he softly remarked, "I find that Murong Xin is quite a fine young lady. If she were to become a concubine, it would be beneficial for Chun'er." Upon hearing this, the noble consort immediately withdrew from his embrace, casting him a reproachful glance. "Your Majesty, I have long had my eye on Murong Xin. You must not covet her for my Lear." The emperor was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, pulling her close again. Very well, I shall not covet. Let her be Lear's primary consort. Does that satisfy you?" The noble consort nodded contentedly, resting her head on his shoulder with a soft sigh. After a prolonged silence, the emperor could no longer contain himself, and his voice tinged with a rasp, asked, "Yun'er, before Yunshi went missing all those years ago, did she say anything to you?" The noble consort stiffened, abruptly looking up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. "Your Majesty, you finally choose to inquire. You know I was wronged, do you not? Otherwise, you would not have kept the title of noble consort for me. Ling in your heart is unique. Irreplaceable, is it not? You remember, do you not?" The last few words were laden with a poignant sorrow, striking the emperor's heart like a hammer. He tenderly caressed her cheek, his thumb wiping away her tears. "Yes, I remember. I still recollect the words spoken by the empress in years gone by, assuring me that regardless of what the future may hold, the safety of Yun'er must be preserved." The consort Ling inhaled deeply, her voice trembling with emotion. She recounted how her sister had sought her out the night before her disappearance, uttering peculiar phrases. The emperor's heart raced, prompting him to inquire urgently, "What did she say?" The consort replied, "She implored me to take good care of your Majesty." As she reminisced about that fateful day, her gaze became distant. Her sister had also urged them to await her return, promising that she would surely come back. With that, she had hurriedly departed. The emperor gazed into the thick darkness outside the window, murmuring to himself, "We shall wait for her return. Yes, she will undoubtedly come back." His tone was imbued with an unshakable conviction, as if uttering these words could summon the long-lost figure from the depths of time back to his side. Chapter 55. What pillar? The consort Ling regarded the emperor's resolute profile and gently placed her hand over his. Her voice, still hoarse from unshed tears, conveyed an undeniable certainty. "Your Majesty, you must have faith in my sister. She has always been true to her word and will return." The emperor tenderly caressed her cheek, his fingers grazing her tear-streaked skin, filled with guilt and compassion. "These years, it has been I who has caused Yun'er's suffering." Hearing this, the consort, her tear stains still fresh, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. She understood that even if the world condemned and scorned her, the belief of this man before her was all that truly mattered. "Yun'er is not in pain." She shook her head, her tone lightening considerably. "As long as I can be with your Majesty, residing in the Laurel Palace, Yun'er finds solace in her heart." Observing her spirit, the emperor felt an even deeper admiration for her fortitude. He was acutely aware that the consort Ling had no solid footing in the palace, had it not been for his subtle protection, confining her to the Laurel Palace, her cherished haven. She would have long struggled to maintain her position amidst the treacherous intrigues of the inner court. He looked at her affectionately, bending to lift her into his arms. The consort gasped in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The emperor chuckled softly, carrying her into the inner chamber. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two figures intertwined. The following day in the palace was akin to a pot boiling over, with rumors spreading like wildfire through every corner. Three matters, in particular, captured everyone's attention. First, the personal maid of the crown princess was publicly slapped for falsely accusing Situ Yue, her face swelling grotesquely, resembling a ripe pig's head, rendering her speech nearly unintelligible. Second, not a single physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau was willing to attend to the maid's ailments. Several esteemed doctors even submitted letters of resignation, declaring they would no longer treat anyone from the crown prince's household. Even more astonishingly, the emperor approved this without hesitation, delivering a sharp rebuke to both the crown prince and princess. Lastly, and perhaps most captivating, was the revelation that the emperor had emerged from the Laurel Palace that very morning. This news struck like thunder, indicating that the long-neglected consort Ling had, in a single night, regained the emperor's favor. Those who had once disparaged her and conspired against her now fell silent, avoiding the Laurel Palace as if it were a source of fire, fearful of inadvertently igniting their own downfall. In the palace, various rumors circulated. Some claimed that the maid, no matter how daring she was, would not dare to falsely accuse Situ Yue without the instigation of the crown princess. Others suggested that the emperor intended to select a concubine for the crown prince, clearly intending to assert his authority over the crown princess, subtly implying that her position could be usurped at any moment. Upon hearing these whispers, the crown princess was engulfed in anxiety, unable to find peace or rest. As if the heavens conspired against her, the crown princess faced not only external pressures but also had to contend with the scrutiny of her mother-in-law, the virtuous concubine Shu. Concubine Shu had repeatedly cautioned her to remain in bed and avoid any mishaps, yet she had brazenly stepped forward herself. The mere thought of this infuriated concubine Shu, causing her to tremble with rage, and each encounter with the crown princess left her visibly displeased. The unfortunate crown princess bore her sufferings in silence. Who could fathom the torment she endured while lying in bed, her back feeling as if it were ablaze? Yet, even if she dared to voice her anguish, who would believe her? It was akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to articulate her suffering. Overnight, the crown princess inexplicably became the target of scorn within the palace, while the once neglected consort Ling transformed into the new darling of the court, receiving flattery from all sides. These tidings were discreetly gathered by the guard Yufeng, who served Dongfang Chun. Early in the morning, Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li arrived at Situ Manor's Yue Garden, recounting these events in detail to Situ Yue and Murong Xin. Dongfang Li looked at Situ Yue with gratitude in his eyes, expressing, "Miss Situ, I thank you. Had it not been for you, my mother would not enjoy such favorable circumstances today." Situ Yue smiled gently and shook her head, replying, "There is no need for your gratitude. The one deserving thanks is Sister Xin." Dongfang Li hesitated momentarily before turning to Murong Xin, awkwardly bowing his hand. "Thank you, Miss Murong." Murong Xin did not even glance up, evidently perceiving the reluctance in his tone. With a faint scoff, she replied distantly, "No need to mention it." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li took their leave. No sooner had they stepped out of Yue Garden than they encountered Situ Yue, who approached with measured steps. Upon seeing the two princes, Situ Yue promptly curtsied, her voice soft enough to be mistaken for a whisper. Yue greets the second prince and the third prince. Having heard that the princes had come to seek Situ Yue early in the morning, Situ Yue saw this as a rare opportunity and hurriedly adorned herself before hastily making her way to Yue Garden, eager to impress the princes and win their favor. However, she was utterly unprepared for the lack of response following her respectful greeting. At that moment, Fei Yu raised an eyebrow, dripping with disdain, and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the third miss? Shouldn't you be attending to your elder sister instead of loitering here like an unwelcome pillar?" Situ Yue abruptly lifted her head, only to find the princes had vanished, leaving her with the retreating figure of Fei Yu. Cursing silently, Situ Yue clenched her teeth, her smile fading in an instant, and she could only turn away, her heart heavy with disappointment. Chapter 56. Acceptance. The night descended like a piece of velvet soaked in ink, casting a heavy shadow over the eaves of Situ Manor as the candles in Yue Garden flickered to life. Fei Yu suddenly burst in, her skirts swirling in the night breeze, causing the candle flames to flicker violently. Miss, something terrible has happened." Her voice trembled with tears, her bangs disheveled. Miss Murong. Miss Murong has left. Situ Yue, seated at her dressing table, paused mid-removal of her hairpins. The sound of a silver hairpin clattering into the cosmetic box echoing in the silence. What did you say? She whirled around, the candlelight reflecting tumultuous waves in her eyes. I just went to summon Miss Murong for dinner, Fei Yue gasped, leaning against the doorframe for support. Upon opening the door, I found a letter on the table addressed to you, but the room was empty. She had already departed. Situ Yue sprang to her feet, her skirts sweeping across the chair legs, creating a rustling sound. She took the letter Fei Yue offered, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. The paper bore a faint scent of osmanthus, a fragrance favored by Murong Xin, yet the handwriting appeared more hasty than usual. Sister Yue, I must attend to some matters and may be gone for several months. Please take care of yourself, and I entrust Xiao Tao to your care. Also, beware of the malicious individuals around you. Especially be cautious of Dongfang Li. The exclamation mark at the end felt like a sharp needle, piercing deeply into Situ Yue's heart. She folded the letter and returned it to Fei Yue, her voice eerily calm, almost icy. Fei Yue, burn the letter. Yes. Fei Yue dared not inquire further, cradling the letter as she retreated to the corridor. The sound of flames consuming the paper resonated in the stillness of the night, soon transforming into a handful of ashes scattered by the night wind. 1 month later, at dusk, as the sunset painted the horizon with hues of fiery clouds, an imperial eunuch arrived at Situ Manor with a decree. His shrill voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. The imperial edict has arrived. Situ Yue, receive the decree. Situ Yue knelt on the ground, listening to the eunuch proclaim the emperor's command, feeling her blood rush to her head. The emperor had ordered her to marry Dongfang Chun immediately, with the wedding to take place the following day. The next morning, a grand procession of betrothal gifts from the Prince of Chun arrived at Situ Manor, the red silk-wrapped boxes dazzling in the sunlight. Situ Yue stood on the porch, her brow furrowed in disbelief. What was this? An immediate marriage? It was utterly absurd. What further vexed her was the absence of a chosen auspicious date for the wedding. They had arbitrarily selected the very next day, as if hastily forcing a duck onto a perch. Most ludicrously, while weddings typically resounded with festivities during the day, overflowing with guests and lively music, her union with Dongfang Chun was scheduled for the evening. There would be no guests, not even a proper welcoming procession. By the time Situ Yue entered the flower palanquin sent by the Prince of Chun, darkness had already descended. Outside the palanquin, there were no firecrackers, no traditional music, not even the basic sounds of drums and gongs. Only the muted thuds of the bearer's footsteps echoed against the stone path. Inside the palanquin, she clutched her skirts tightly. The luxurious satin fabric nearly crumpled in her grip. This was hardly a royal wedding. It felt more akin to the arrangements for a concubine. She absurdly wondered if the palanquin would simply slip through the side entrance of the prince's residence, too lazy to open the main gate. The second prince had long reached the marriageable age, and the emperor had established the Prince of Chun's residence for him outside the palace many years prior. On this day of her wedding, Situ Yue brought only her maid Xiao Tao as her companion. Fei Yue had long been arranged by Dongfang Chun to wait at the royal residence, while the weeping Aunt Xiao insisted on accompanying her but was firmly persuaded otherwise. Within her, a surge of indignation brewed. The marriage was shrouded in ambiguity, a blatant slap to the face of the Situ family. How could she allow Aunt Xiao to endure such indignity? The bridal sedan chair came to a quiet halt before the main gate of the Qinhuangfu, with even the doorman merely lifting the curtain of the sedan chair in a perfunctory manner. During the ceremony of bowing to heaven and earth, the red candles burned brightly. Yet no guests were present. Only a few elderly servants of the estate stood expressionless under the eaves, resembling lifeless clay figures in a temple. After the ceremony concluded, Xiao Tao assisted Situ Yue into the bridal chamber. The bright red wedding characters adorned the window, and the dragon and phoenix patterned bedding was meticulously arranged. Yet the stark desolation within the room overshadowed any semblance of festivity. Situ Yue perched on the edge of the bed, waiting and waiting. But Dongfang Chun never made an appearance. Miss, shall I go take a look? Xiao Tao suggested softly, observing her tense profile. Situ Yue shook her head and suddenly rose. No, I shall go myself. She turned to Xiao Tao, instructing, you wait here. The two swiftly exchanged garments. Situ Yue donned Xiao Tao's blue skirt, removed the phoenix crown from her head, and handed it to her before slipping out of the bridal chamber under the cover of night. The Qinhuangfu loomed like a labyrinth, enveloped in silence, with scarcely a patrolling guard in sight. After meandering through the corridors for the duration of half a teacup's worth of time, she finally found Dongfang Chun in the rear courtyard. The moonlight cascaded through the branches, casting an eerie glow on his bright red wedding attire. He was unexpectedly wielding a long sword, practicing beneath the trees. The blade sliced through the night air, creating a sharp wind, yet his movements betrayed an inexplicable restlessness. Situ Yue stood behind the moon gate, observing his silhouette, her gaze gradually turning frigid, as if encased in a thin layer of ice. She approached slowly, her footsteps crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. Dongfang Chun seemed to sense her presence, abruptly turning around, his sword slicing through the air towards her with a menacing swiftness, the cold glint flashing before her eyes. Situ Yue did not flinch or retreat. She merely fixed her cold eyes upon him, the chill emanating from her depths almost palpable enough to inflict harm. The sword tip halted mere inches from her throat. Dongfang Chun met her gaze, a tremor coursing through him, as if struck by an unseen force. He hastily withdrew the sword, the tassels brushing the ground and stirring a flurry of leaves. He stood firmly before Situ Yue, the hem of his wedding robe still swaying slightly, his tone laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Yue, why have you come out? Do not call me Yue, Situ Yue interjected, her voice as frigid as ice. Address me as Miss Situ or Sitagu. Dongfang Chin's complexion paled instantly, and he stepped forward to grasp her hand, only to have her recoil in disgust. Yue, do not be angry, he implored. Let us return to the chamber. Let us consummate our marriage. Get lost. Situ Yue suddenly shouted, her voice echoing through the stillness of the night, startling the night birds into flight. Who wishes to consummate anything with you? I have come to ask you, why did you agree to this marriage today? Dongfang Chun was momentarily taken aback, his fingers gripping the sword hilt turning white, his expression revealing a blend of helplessness and fatigue. I have never possessed any power, as you well know. No power? Situ Yue seemed to have heard the greatest joke of all time, bursting into laughter that was laced with profound desolation. If you prefer to endure this humiliation, then endure it for a lifetime. I, Situ Yue, cannot accompany you in this folly. Yue, please don't behave this way, Dongfang Chun urged, attempting to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder, only to be violently shrugged off. I am powerless in this situation, he lamented, his heart constricted by the icy glare she cast upon him. The Emperor has issued a decree. We have no choice but to comply. The night breeze swirled the fallen leaves at their feet, twirling them in its embrace, carrying a sweet fragrance that could not dispel the chill hanging in the air. Chapter 57. Four stalwart men. Situ Yue regarded Dongfang Chun with scorn, suddenly erupting into a fit of laughter that resonated with endless sorrow and fury. Accept the slander that will echo throughout the capital tomorrow? Accept the derisive laughter of the noble ladies behind closed doors? Or shall I accept that the Situ family, when marrying off a daughter, cannot even match the ostentation of a mere concubine from another household? How utterly ridiculous! Her laughter reverberated through the silent courtyard, sharp as a blade, shattering the stillness of the night and piercing Dongfang Chin's heart with pain. After her tirade, Situ Yue dramatically flicked her sleeve and stormed off towards the bridal chamber, her strides so swift they seemed to conjure a gust of wind. Dongfang Chun gazed at her resolute back, his lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately, he remained silent, following her in quiet resignation, the vibrant red of his wedding attire trailing behind him like a long shadow in the night. In her heart, Situ Yue harbored a singular thought. She must leave this wretched place with Xiao Tao. Such a suffocating marriage was something she, Situ Yue, could never endure. With a forceful shove, she flung open the door to the bridal chamber, and Dongfang Chun hastily followed her inside. To prevent her from proceeding further, he called out urgently, Yue. Before he could finish his plea, another woman clad in a bright red wedding gown, seated gracefully on the edge of the bed, responded in a soft, melodious voice. Ah Chun, you have finally arrived. Both Situ Yue and Dongfang Chun froze, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces a tableau of shock. What was happening? How could there be two Situ Yues? The first to regain her composure was Situ Yue, who understood that she and Xiao Tao had swapped outfits. Therefore, the lady in the wedding gown should rightfully be Xiao Tao. Yet, this woman not only claimed the name Yue, but her voice was unmistakably different from Xiao Tao's. A surge of rage ignited within Situ Yue as she strode purposefully to the woman's side. Without a moment's hesitation, She yanked the red veil from atop the woman's head. In that fleeting instant, she barely caught a glimpse of the woman's face before seizing her by the neck. The woman, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn, was rendered momentarily speechless, her face reddening as she clutched at Situ Yue's arms in desperation. Once Situ Yue discerned the woman's features, she gradually released her grip. Looking down at the woman now crumpled on the floor, a cold smirk graced her lips. "Isn't this my second sister? Instead of recuperating your frail health in the manor, you don my wedding gown and come to the Chunwang residence, hoping to take my place as the bride?" Dressed in the wedding attire, Situ Shuang initially froze, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The suffocating sensation from earlier still clung to her, and she paid no heed to the sarcasm in Situ Yue's words. Instead, she stared at Situ Yue in sheer terror. Her voice trembling. "Situ Yue? How could it be you? You were not supposed to." The fury in Situ Yue's gaze intensified as she stepped forward, gripping Situ Shuang's neck with even greater force than before, her tone fierce. "Enough with the nonsense. What have you done with Xiao Tao?" The very Xiao Tao who was just seated here in her bridal attire. Once again, Situ Shuang's face flushed red from the choking grip, her breath coming in gasps as she stammered. I thought it was you. She was taken away by 4 burly men. I do not know where they took her." The mention of 4 burly men struck Situ Yue like a thunderclap, causing her blood to rush to her head, only to freeze in horror the next moment. Xiao Tao was merely a defenseless maid. Her abduction by 4 men could lead to dire consequences. The thought left her dizzy and disoriented. In a sudden motion, Situ Yue released her grip, flinging Situ Shuang aside. Situ Shuang collided with the bed leg with a thud, letting out a muffled groan of pain. At that moment, Fei Yu, Yu Shui, and other guards from the Wangfu rushed in, drawn by the commotion. Dongfang Chen succinctly recounted the events, leaving everyone astonished. They swiftly dispersed to search for Xiao Tao as per the prince's orders. Regarding Situ Shuang, Dongfang Chen turned to Situ Yue, his tone grave. "How shall we deal with her? The decision is yours." A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Situ Yue's eyes as she commanded without hesitation. "Take this impostor in her bridal attire and hang her at the entrance of the Chun Wangfu." The others exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Hang her at the entrance? The Chun Wangfu was the residence of a prince, not some roadside stall selling sausages. Such treatment was unheard of. Hesitation filled the air as they turned to Dongfang Chen, awaiting his direction. With furrowed brows and eyes ablaze with anger, Dongfang Chen barked, "Why are you still standing there? Move." "Yes." They dared not delay further, swiftly binding the still muttering Situ Shuang tightly. Subsequently, Situ Yue instructed Fei Yu to escort her back to Situ Manor with agility, specifically requesting Yu Feng's presence. Aware of his expertise in gathering intelligence, she asked him to embellish the tale of today's events for the townsfolk, ensuring that all would learn of the sordid truths behind this absurd marriage. After arranging everything, Situ Yue spent the night without closing her eyes. She sat by the window, gazing at the waning moon on the horizon, her heart heavy with anxiety and guilt. She had promised Murong Xin to take good care of Xiao Tao. Fearing Xiao Tao would be bullied in the manor, she had taken her to Qin Wangfu, only to inadvertently cause her harm. If anything were to happen to Xiao Tao, how could she face Xin? As dawn broke the next day, a crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance of Chun Wangfu, drawn by the spectacle. There, hanging prominently on the gate, was a woman clad in a brilliant red bridal gown, bound like a zongzi, swaying gently in the morning breeze. This incident spread like wildfire, quickly permeating the streets and alleys of the capital. An increasing number of citizens flocked to the scene, pointing and gossiping about the woman suspended at the entrance, transforming the front of the Chunwang mansion into a bustling throng. Chapter 58. Where did the bride come from? The area before the Chunwang mansion was teeming with people who directed their attention towards the figure clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, their murmurs swelling like a tide. Who could this be? Mused a passerby, straining to catch a glimpse, confusion etched upon his face. Why would someone in bridal attire be hanging here? Could she be a bride snatched away by the Chunwang? Nearby, a vendor selling candied hawthorn fruit scoffed at the question, his wares glimmering in the sunlight. Are you foolish? Who hangs their own bride at the entrance? If anything, she should be draped over the bedpost. Ha ha. His jest elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd, all the while tinged with a curiosity about the peculiar sight. Suddenly, a burly bystander elbowed his way to the front, shouting, "Look closely." Isn't that the second miss of the Situ family, Situ Shuang? The one rumored to have had an affair with a servant. Indeed, exclaimed the first passerby, slapping his thigh in realization. No wonder she looks familiar. She is the shameless young lady. How did she end up here? The burly man, now the center of attention, animatedly continued. I know the ins and outs of this. I have relatives in the palace, and just yesterday I heard that an edict was issued, ordering the Chun Wang to marry the eldest daughter of the Situ family. Situ Yue immediately. At first, I didn't believe it, but look at this spectacle. There's no wedding procession and no officials from the court bearing gifts. It's all so clandestine. Like a thief in the night. The crowd, captivated by his words, clamored for more details. What exactly is going on? Is there some hidden intrigue? The burly man, puffing out his chest with pride, feigned suspense. Observing the eager faces surrounding him, he slowly revealed, isn't it obvious? Someone in the palace must have orchestrated this. They claim that Situ Yue is to be married. Yet this secretive display suggests that the one truly wed is this brazen hussy who has long been entangled with another. I suspect she fears she won't be able to marry and is attempting to latch onto the Chun Wang. When the Chun Wang discovered her deceit, he must have been furious, thus hanging her here for all to see. His proclamation acted as a key, unlocking the thoughts of the onlookers, who nodded in agreement. Their expressions transforming into sheer disdain as they turned their gazes back to Situ Shuang. The confusion in their eyes had morphed into overt contempt, with some pointing and hurling insults of shamelessness. A commotion soon erupted among the crowd. Several irate citizens, growing increasingly agitated, began to vociferously berate Situ Shuang, their harsh words raining down like hail. Seizing the moment, the burly bystander discreetly slipped away to a nearby vendor, purchasing 3 baskets of eggs and 3 baskets of cabbage. While discreetly pocketing several heavy stones, he returned to the forefront of the crowd, raising an egg high above his head before hurling it with force towards Situ Shuang. With a resounding crack, the egg exploded upon her chest, its golden yolk cascading down her wedding gown, presenting a most undignified spectacle. A bystander shouted vehemently, "You, a withered flower, dare to entangle yourself with the prince? Begone at once." With the first provocateur leading the charge, others, ignited by the moment, surged forward, seizing eggs and cabbages from their baskets to hurl at Situ Shuang. The cacophony of cracking eggshells and the dull thud of cabbage leaves striking fabric mingled with a chorus of curses, creating utter chaos. Situ Shuang, suspended at the door, had her mouth silenced, reduced to muffled sobs. Her eyes were swollen and red, tears mingling with egg liquid and vegetable juice, transforming her once festive crimson wedding attire into a filthy mess. Yet, the crowd's fury showed no signs of abating. Once the eggs and cabbages were exhausted, stones were picked up from the ground and thrown. Each impact sent jolts of pain through Situ Shuang, leaving her trembling, unable to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, the instigating bystander had long since vanished into the throng, as if he had never existed. At that moment, in the Situ residence, concubine Lu sat leisurely at her vanity, meticulously defining her eyebrows. She had been scheming all morning, planning for her daughter, Situ Shuang, to marry into the Chun Wangfu in place of Situ Yue. Even if the truth surfaced, the die would have been cast. The Chun Wang would, albeit reluctantly, have to grant the Situ family some measure of respect, allowing Shuang to become a secondary consort or concubine. As for the real Situ Yue, she had already arranged for someone to incapacitate her and whisk her away, instructing 4 robust men to ensure that Situ Yue experienced the torment of being toyed with, avenging her daughter in the process. Unbeknownst to concubine Lu, Situ Yue had stealthily returned to the residence the previous night. She was still contemplating how to fabricate a convincing narrative about Situ Yue's disappearance, justifying Shuang's proxy marriage. However, as she approached the vicinity of the Chun Wangfu in a carriage, witnessing the tightly packed crowd and hearing the rising tide of insults, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. She hurriedly pushed her way to the front of the throng and immediately spotted Situ Shuang, sullied and hanging at the door. Shuang, concubine Lu's piercing scream shattered the air, her mind spinning in an instant, leaving her in a daze, her limbs turning icy, frozen in place. It took her some time to regain her senses before she frantically dashed to the front, arms outstretched to shield Situ Shuang. She bellowed at the crowd. "What are you rabble doing? This is the daughter of General Situ. Dare you lay a finger on her? I shall report to the general and have you all executed. Your homes will be ransacked." Her voice, shrill and grating, resonated with a frantic mix of terror and rage. Chapter 59. If not killed, then what? Concubine Lu's sharp outburst struck like thunder, freezing the crowd that had been jeering at Situ Yue. Arms were suspended midair, stones poised in a moment of hesitation. Indeed, no matter how shameless or lowly this woman appeared, she was the flesh and blood of General Situ. Some among the crowd touched their flushed cheeks, realizing the force with which they had thrown stones. Now gripped by panic at the thought of repercussions should the general return to demand accountability. As the crowd exchanged anxious glances, uncertain and paralyzed, the grand red door of the Chun Wangfu creaked open with a groan, revealing Dongfang Chun emerging in a dark embroidered robe, stepping forth with measured grace. He wore his raven hair tied high, the pearls adorning his golden crown glinting coldly in the morning light. His gaze, sharp as a blade tempered in ice, did not even lift towards Situ Yue. Are you the concubine of General Situ? His thin lips parted slightly, his voice devoid of warmth. Is this your daughter? Quite the skill, indeed, to dare don Yue's wedding attire last night, attempting to poison me? His tone abruptly turned harsh, like ice shards piercing the eardrums. I have heard you previously dared to drug the servants in the manor, and now you set your sights on me? Truly, you must be tired of living. Before his words had fully settled, Yu Feng, who had been standing behind Prince Chun, hurled a porcelain vial. The bottle traced an arc in the air before crashing onto the bluestone ground with a clatter, rolling a few times to rest at the feet of Aunt Lu. This was found on Situ Yue, Yu Feng intoned, his voice colder than his masteress, each word seeming to emerge from an ice cellar. Aunt Lu's pupils constricted in shock. She recognized the gilded porcelain bottle all too well, as it was the very one she had handed to Schwanger just days prior. The lotus design on the bottle was crafted at her specific request from the apothecary. Cold sweat drenched her satin skirt as her legs weakened, threatening to buckle beneath her. I implore the prince for mercy. Please, have mercy. She clutched the sleeve of a nearby servant woman to steady herself, her voice trembling like leaves caught in an autumn gust. My daughter was momentarily foolish. I beseech you, for the general's sake, spare her this time. A mocking smile graced Dongfang Chen's lips, yet his eyes held no warmth. I may grant her freedom. Let Situ Yue come before me. Upon her arrival, I shall release Situ Yue. With that, he flicked his wide sleeves, the dark fabric sweeping across the threshold and stirring a chill in the air as he turned and entered the royal residence, leaving the grand doors to slowly close before the onlookers. Aunt Lu collapsed onto the ground, her mind a tumultuous whirl. Situ Yue? The legitimate daughter she had personally thrust into the hands of four burly men? Surely she had long since succumbed to fate. Even if by some stroke of luck she were found, how could her appearance escape the gaze of Prince Chun without consequence for Schwanger? In her moment of despair, Yu Feng stepped out from the palace once more. He first addressed the gathered crowd, his voice resonating. The prince has decreed that all actions taken against Situ Yue today will be borne solely by him. Then, casting a sidelong glance at Aunt Lu, his voice was low yet unmistakably clear. Should anyone dispute this, do not hesitate to seek the prince for clarification. The crowd erupted in cheers, and those who had hesitated before eagerly picked up stones to hurl at Situ Yue. Yu Feng, seemingly eager for the spectacle, ordered the palace guards to bring forth baskets of eggs and rotten cabbages, encouraging the populace to partake freely. Aunt Lu, witnessing the chaos, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, but Yu Feng's arm blocked her path. He leaned closer, his tone laced with a sinister edge. I advise you to obediently follow the prince's wishes and seek out Situ Yue. Otherwise, he gestured towards the battered Situ Yue, who was struggling to keep her eyes open amidst the onslaught. Your daughter is bound to be crushed under this rain of stones. Aunt Lu gazed at her daughter, disheveled and covered in filth, her heart crushed as though under a boulder. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter, Schwanger. Wait for mother to rescue you, before stumbling off towards the street corner. Yu Feng watched her hasty retreat, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He turned around, feigning a return to the manor, but in truth, he stealthily followed behind. The prince had decreed that, regardless of life or death, they must locate the maid named Xiao Dao. Within the grand hall of the Wang residence, Dongfang Chen leisurely savored his Longjing tea, harvested before the rain. Hearing the footsteps of the guards outside, yet noticing that Yu Feng had not entered, he momentarily paused, his fingers hovering over the teacup, before a knowing smile graced his lips. It seemed that Aunt Lu's pawn had indeed moved along the anticipated path, gazing at the tea leaves swirling within the cup. The image of Situ Yue from the previous night flickered through his mind. Initially, he believed her scheme of having Yufeng masquerade as a commoner to incite public humiliation of Situ Shuang was merely a petty act of a young woman seeking revenge. Now, however, he realized that it was a calculated ploy to compel Aunt Lu to lead them directly to Xiaotao. Furthermore, silencing Situ Shuang was not solely to prevent her from babbling nonsense, but also to ensure that Aunt Lu was thoroughly convinced that it was indeed Situ Yue who had been abducted. This woman was far more clever than he had anticipated. Within the Situ residence, Situ Yue had just concluded her report with Fei Yu. In her haste, she neglected her breakfast and swiftly donned a simple yet elegant lake blue dress before hurrying to the Wang residence. Just before stepping out, she couldn't resist casting a glance back at the flower pot that had been placed outside her door the night prior. The morning dew clinging to the petals sparkled in the sunlight, reminiscent of Xiaotao's eyes, which always sparkled with mirth. The sedan chair jostled along the way, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Xiaotao, you must not come to harm. Barely half an hour after Aunt Lu's departure, Situ Yue's sedan arrived outside the Wang residence. The townsfolk, caught up in the excitement, paused their activities, their eyes fixed upon the sedan curtain as it lifted. Situ Yue emerged slowly, her unadorned face bearing a hint of urgency, yet her demeanor remained composed. Her lustrous black hair was loosely secured with a jade hairpin, and the simple hem of her dress swayed gently with her steps, accentuating her fair skin and delicate features akin to a winter plum blossom under the moonlight. Dear villagers, she began with a graceful bow, her voice gentle yet distinctly audible. My younger sister has always been willful, often showing disrespect towards me. Yet I have always cherished our sisterly bond. At this juncture, she raised her gaze towards Situ Shuang, who was encircled by the crowd, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. I never expected her to be so audacious as to impersonate me, attempting to usurp the position of the Princess of Chun. This deeply pains me, yet she is, after all, my biological sister. Taking a deep breath, she bowed once more to the crowd. I implore you all, for the sake of my humble request, to spare her life. Once my father returns victorious, I shall beseech him to render justice and provide everyone with an explanation. As her words faded, she turned to enter the manor, only to be met with a chorus of gasps behind her. Is this truly the legitimate daughter of the Situ family? Someone murmured in disbelief. Were we not told she was both foolish and ugly? Yet she appears as a celestial being. The eloquence with which she spoke, advocating for her sister, starkly contrasted with the rumors of a mad girl. Whispers swelled among the crowd, as those previously deceived by Aunt Lu and Situ Shuang now scrutinized Situ Yue's retreating figure with growing doubt. At that moment, a voice rang out from the throng. Miss Situ has decreed to spare her life. As long as she is not killed, it shall suffice. Let us continue to hurl rotten vegetables. After all, the prince will bear the brunt of it. What is there to fear? The words seemed to ignite a fuse, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers once more, as rotten vegetables and eggshells rained down upon Situ Shuang. Chapter 60. Encounter with Xiaotao. Situ Yue hastily made her way into the Prince of Chen's residence. Just as she rounded the shadow wall, she spotted two familiar figures seated in the main hall, Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li. It turned out that Dongfang Li had heard early this morning of his second brother's marriage to Situ Yue the previous night, and his heart was immediately gripped by a tumult of emotions, akin to being scratched by a cat's paw. In his rush, he hadn't even had time to don his formal attire properly before hastening to the prince's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance, he caught sight of a woman clad in bright red bridal garments, hanging from the doorframe. His heart tightened, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was not Situ Yue, and thus he breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly entered the palace. Seeing him arrive, Dongfang Chen succinctly recounted the events of the previous night. As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Yue pushed the door open and entered. Her face was etched with frost, clearly indicating her dismal mood. She casually bowed to the two men in the hall, too weary to exchange any pleasantries, and immediately inquired, "Have you found Xiaotao?" Dongfang Chun observed her tense profile and spoke in a low, steady voice. Yufeng has already followed the leads and is pursuing them. I believe news will come soon. Situ Yue, upon hearing this, fell silent, moving to a nearby chair where she sat with her gaze lowered, lost in thought, for the ensuing time. Regardless of what Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li discussed, she remained seemingly oblivious, uttering not a word, which cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the hall. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Yufeng rushed in, a complex expression on his face. He clasped his hands before those in the hall and announced, "Your Highness, Third Prince, Miss Situ, I have located the place. But what?" Situ Yue sprang to her feet, her heart leaping into her throat, her voice trembling slightly. "Why did you not bring Xiaotao back? Could it be?" She dared not continue, as the dreadful thought coiled around her heart like a venomous snake, nearly suffocating her. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yufeng glanced at the pale-faced Situ Yue, hesitated momentarily, and then steeled himself to say, "Miss Situ, please rest assured. Although I found the location, I did not see Miss Xiaotao there. Only Situ Yue was present." "Situ Yue?" Situ Yue was taken aback, her eyes brimming with confusion. What on earth was happening? Yufeng steadied himself and slowly explained, "I had been discreetly trailing Aunt Lu, following her to a very remote wooden cabin on the outskirts. Inside that cabin, I saw a girl, completely naked and covered in grime. At first, I thought it was Miss Xiaotao and was about to rush in to rescue her. However, Aunt Lu suddenly lunged forward, weeping over the girl, exclaiming words like my poor child. I observed from outside for a long while, confirming that the woman was not Miss Xiaotao. After they both departed, I meticulously searched the cabin, but it was empty, and I did not find any trace of Miss Xiaotao. Therefore, I still have not located her." Situ Yue's mind raced as she struggled to comprehend why Situ Yue appeared there. However, one thing was certain. Aunt Lu had originally intended for those 4 rogues to shame her. Although the specifics of what transpired were unclear, it was evident that the one nearly sullied was to be Xiaotao. Xiaotao was still so young. The thought of her enduring such an ordeal sent a chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. Silence once again enveloped the hall. Whatever Situ Yue could conceive, so too could Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li. Filled with concern for Xiaotao, Situ Yue's heart sank. While the 2 princes felt a flicker of relief, silently grateful that misfortune had not befallen Situ Yue herself. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with confusion and helplessness, a faint sound echoed from outside the hall. The group turned towards the noise, and there appeared a man carrying a young woman clad in a vibrant red wedding gown. The gown was muddied, her hair disheveled, presenting a picture of utter disarray. Situ Yue was the first to react, like a gust of wind. She rushed forward and embraced the girl, her voice trembling with suppressed excitement. "Xiaotao? Xiaotao, are you all right? Please look at me." Slowly Xiaotao, cradled in the man's arms, opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Situ Yue, tears streamed down her face as she struggled to leap from the man's embrace and tightly enveloped Situ Yue, sobbing uncontrollably. As Situ Yue gently patted Xiaotao's back to soothe her, she whispered softly, "Do not fear, my dear Xiaotao. I am here, and I shall ensure justice is served." At that moment, Dongfang Li approached with a furrowed brow and inquired of the man who had brought Xiaotao, "Qing Shu? What on earth has transpired?" Dongfang Chen stepped forward, gazing at the man with curiosity. "Indeed, Qing Shu, we searched all night for Xiaotao. How is it that you arrived at the palace and brought her back so promptly?" He turned to Situ Yue, who looked perplexed, and explained, "By the way, this is the dark guard of my 3rd brother, named Qing Shu." Qing Shu bowed respectfully to the assembly and spoke gravely, "I report to my lords, Prince Chun, and Miss Situ, that I have been covertly protecting the 3rd prince. Earlier, while patrolling near the palace, I observed Miss Xiaotao staggering by the roadside, seemingly frightened. I hurriedly brought her here." Situ Yue cast a grateful glance at Qing Shu before lowering her head to continue gently comforting Xiaotao. Chapter 61. United Sisters. Situ Yue embraced the trembling Xiaotao, her fingertips lightly patting the girl's back as she softly inquired, "Do not be afraid, Xiaotao. Please tell me what happened." Xiaotao clutched Situ Yue's sleeve, her sobs gradually subsiding as her eyes reddened with unshed tears. She stammered, "Reporting to you, miss. I followed your instructions to wear the red veil and obediently sat on the bed waiting for your return. Then, upon hearing a noise at the door, I thought you had returned. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden sharp pain struck my neck, and everything went dark." She sniffed, her voice still trembling with residual fear. "When I awoke again, I found myself stuffed inside a wardrobe, my head feeling as heavy as if filled with lead. I struggled to emerge and call for help, stumbling out of the door, only to be pierced by the glaring sunlight, my head spinning dizzily. Eventually, I was rescued by this gentleman." As she spoke, she instinctively nestled closer to Situ Yue, clearly still shaken from her fright. Situ Yue listened attentively, nodding slowly. while her fingers, hanging by her side, tightened with increasing intensity. Her lips curving into a frigid arc. It must have been Situ Yue who first knocked out Xiao Tao and stuffed her into the wardrobe, disguising herself in the wedding garments that had long been prepared to impersonate me. Coincidentally, Situ Shuang barged in with 4 burly men, mistaking her for me, and without a second thought, knocked her out and dragged her away. She let out a light laugh, yet her eyes held no warmth. Ah, how truly united the sisters are, even in their sordid deeds. Dong Fengchen paused for a moment, his hand holding the teacup faltering as his gaze darkened. They bring this upon themselves. It is a stroke of fortune that Xiao Tao is unharmed. Situ Yue lifted her eyes to him, her tone suddenly grave. This Xiao Tao was entrusted to me by Xiner. Since Xiner is no longer in the capital, she specifically entrusted her care to me. If anything goes awry, I would betray Xiner's trust and would have no way to explain myself to her in the future. Once Xiao Tao had tidied herself up, donning a fresh pale pink skirt, her complexion regained some color, and she followed Situ Yue outside. Just as they were about to cross the threshold of the Chun Wangfu, Situ Yue abruptly turned back, her gaze as sharp as an icy dagger piercing Dongfang Chun. Her voice as frigid as a winter's chill. I have changed my mind. Whoever wishes to be the Chun Wangfei may do so. Choose another moonless night to take another as your wife. With that, she sharply flicked her sleeve and turned away. Dongfang Li, witnessing this, immediately clasped his hands and smiled. Since the marriage between my second brother and her has yet to be finalized, I shall store the congratulatory gifts for the third brother in the storeroom and deliver them at a later date. He then turned to chase after her, leaving behind a room filled with awkward silence. Not far from the Chun Wangfu, Dongfang Li paused briefly, lowering his voice to inquire of Qing Shu beside him. Have you encountered that Xiao Tao before? Qing Shu bowed his head to respond, his voice barely above a whisper, replying to my lord. This Xiao Tao is indeed the same young lady you previously sent me to investigate at the flower house. Her real name is Yao Ling, the daughter of a hunter from the outskirts. It is said that half a year ago, she fell victim to bandits, her parents murdered, and she was sold to the Baiwa Lu. He hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing. Those human traffickers claimed she was sold to repay her father's debts. But I have investigated, and that group consists of ruffians who specialize in abducting virtuous women to sell to the flower house for profit. In my view, her father owed no debts at all. It is said that this Yao Ling possesses a fiery temperament. She refused to yield in the flower house and was later rescued by a female hero, after which she vanished without a trace. The owner of Baiwa Lu showed me her portrait, which is why I recognized her immediately. Dongfang Li toyed with the jade ring on his finger, his gaze fluctuating between clarity and confusion. The masked woman on the flower boat had mentioned that she saved Xiao Tao, now, with Situ Yue stating that Xiao Tao was entrusted to her by Murong Xin. It was evident that the masked woman who had embarrassed him on the flower boat must undoubtedly be Murong Xin herself. This answer had been nestled in his heart for some time, but now that it was confirmed, a sense of helpless bewilderment washed over him. Confronting other women may present countless strategies, yet when faced with the audacious Murong Xin, I find myself at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, upon entering the gates of the Situ residence with Xiao Tao, Situ Yue encountered Lu Yinyang, who was assisting a disheveled woman into the house. The two parties collided in the corridor. Situ Yue's gaze, akin to a searchlight, fell upon the woman. It was Situ Yue. She was wrapped in a mink coat hastily shed by Lu Yinyang, the collar hanging loose, revealing a wrinkled inner garment beneath. Her body trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, her complexion as pale as parchment, with remnants of tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her lips were bitten to a deep purple, clearly having endured immense suffering the previous night. Upon noticing Situ Yue, Lu Yinyang's expression flickered with a hint of panic. Without pausing to greet, she commanded the maidservants behind her with urgency. Quick, take the third miss back to her room. Prepare a tub of hot water for her to cleanse herself, and fetch a thick cotton blanket. She understood well that such matters could not warrant a physician. The priority was to allow Situ Yue to rest, and whether she would recover was left to fate. After ensuring Situ Yue was settled, Lu Yinyang hastened towards Situ Yue's Inwei garden. She knocked on the door repeatedly, and only after a prolonged wait did Situ Yue leisurely open it. Situ Yue, you must visit the Chun Wang residence at once to rescue your second sister, Lu Yinyang exclaimed, hands on her hips, her chest heaving with indignation. Leaning against the door frame, Situ Yue fiddled with the jade bracelet on her wrist, responding with unwavering resolve, I will not go. The three words were pronounced with absolute finality. You. Lu Yinyang nearly choked on her words, and then, like a firecracker igniting, she unleashed a torrent of vitriol across the threshold. You, Situ Yue, a wild girl raised without proper guidance. Your heart is more venomous than a serpent's. Leaving your own sister to suffer. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? She stepped forward, only to retreat at a cold glance from Situ Yue. Yet her words grew increasingly venomous. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are of noble birth. Let me remind you, your mother was a disgraceful woman, and you, like her, are a bastard. Do not presume that the emperor's bestowed marriage grants you the right to become the Chun Wangfei. Bah, a bastard remains a bastard. No matter where you go, your base nature cannot be altered. Her foul words splattered forth like murky water, draining the color from Situ Yue's face. Her fingers gripped the door frame tightly, turning white with pressure, trembling slightly at the knuckles. Inside, Fei Yu and Xiao Tao listened to Lu Yinyang's shrill and scathing tirade from outside, their faces flushed with indignation, fists clenched with white knuckles due to the strain. Unable to contain her frustration, Fei Yu turned to the composed Situ Yue, her voice laced with suppressed fury. Miss, this Lu Yinyang is truly insufferable. Taking advantage of her elder status to act so recklessly. Allow me to confront her on your behalf, so she may learn her lesson. Situ Yue paused momentarily, her hand holding the celadon teacup, the steam rising softly to her serene brow. She then exhaled two deliberate words, hold on. Both Fei Yu and Xiao Tao were momentarily taken aback, glancing quizzically at their usually gentle mistress, who was not one to tolerate bullying. Why was she now holding back? Situ Yue slowly narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing within, as a chilling smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She raised her voice and shouted at the still cursing Lady Lu outside the door. Lu Xiangyan, you have allowed your daughter to deceive the crown prince in my name. What punishment shall you face for this transgression? Lady Lu outside was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the timid Situ Yue to suddenly confront her. She quickly retorted with a shrill voice, what of impersonating you? As your elder sister, you should naturally yield to your younger sister. Don't you understand that a sister is like a mother? Yield to her. Situ Yue felt as if she had heard the grandest of jokes. Her laughter laced with derision. When you used to call me a wild child and a mongrel, did you ever consider that I am indeed your sister? With someone like you, who only sees her own daughter and treats everyone else as stepping stones, why should I yield? Lady Lu refused to show weakness, defiantly arguing from outside. Humph, if it were not for your shameless mother meddling, I would now be the legitimate first wife of the Situ household. Her early demise was divine retribution. Let me tell you, you should be grateful for my care over the years. Now is the time for you to repay me. Quickly go to the Crown Prince's residence to save Shuang'er and beseech the Crown Prince to marry you both, ensuring that Shuang'er becomes a concubine. From now on, you must accommodate her in every way, never allowing the slightest neglect. Do you understand? Inside the room, Situ Yue helplessly supported her forehead, internally lamenting the existence of such shameless individuals in the world. Taking a deep breath, she spoke aloud. This truly amuses me. You say I should be grateful for your care? Should I thank you for poisoning my food since childhood, causing me to be perpetually dazed, mad, and the laughingstock of the entire capital? Or should I express gratitude for the toxic water you provided for my face, leading to festering skin and unsightly appearances, subjecting me to the scorn of others? Thank you for spreading rumors that I am inherently dull and cruel, bullying the servants, so that I could not even command a maid's respect in the household? Or perhaps I should be thankful for the leftover scraps you fed me, and the thin rags you made me wear in the biting cold, nearly leading to my freezing to death in the woodshed? Lady Lu outside was instantly paralyzed. Her arrogance evaporated, leaving only shock and disbelief etched across her face. How could this be possible? She had been so careful in her actions. And Situ Yue had previously been a naive fool poisoned into oblivion. How could she know so much? Seeing that there was no response from outside, Situ Yue continued to press. What? Now that I've struck a nerve, do you wish to retreat like a turtle? Lady Lu shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to regain composure, though her tone barely concealed a hint of panic as she stubbornly replied. So what if it is true? Blame your fox-like mother for giving birth to you. Aren't you well now? If you are willing to save Shuang'er, I will no longer make things difficult for you. Is that not sufficient? Situ Yue remained silent. Lady Lu secretly rejoiced, believing she had swayed her. As long as Situ Yue was willing to go to the Crown Prince's residence to save Shuang'er, she could gradually settle the score later. Now that she was aware of the poisoning, she could not allow her to live. If the general found out, she would surely face death. As she plotted, Lady Lu suddenly felt a chilling gaze piercing her back, making her extremely uncomfortable. She abruptly turned her head, her mind buzzing as if she were caught in a dream. Standing behind her was none other than General Situ Yue, who was supposed to be on duty at the city defense. At that moment, Situ Yue also emerged from within the house and softly inquired of her father, whose face was ashen. "Father, you heard what was just said, did you not?" The general nodded heavily, then suddenly whirled around, glaring at Aunt Lu with fury. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that knocked Aunt Lu to the ground. She lay there in a daze, unable to rise for some time. "Bring her here," General Situ bellowed, summoning a servant to drag the venomous woman back to her quarters. "Without my command, she is forbidden to set foot outside her courtyard." After dealing with Aunt Lu, the general turned to Situ Yue, his voice laced with guilt and anger, as he meticulously inquired about the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the full account, he trembled with rage, his fists cracking as he clenched them tightly. Observing her father's furious demeanor, Situ Yue gently asked, "Father, there is something I do not understand. Why do you always show such leniency towards Aunt Lu?" The general paused, momentarily taken aback by her question. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, "Yue, in my heart, there is only your mother. My feelings toward Aunt Lu are more akin to a sense of obligation. In my youth, my mother and her mother were close friends, having arranged a betrothal early on. Later, when her family fell into decline and her parents passed away, she had no relatives to turn to. Out of compassion for old ties, my mother, not wanting to break her promise to her sister, compelled me to marry her through fasting. Your mother was magnanimous and never held it against me. She even got along well with Aunt Lu. After your mother's passing, I spent many years stationed away from home, entrusting the household affairs to her. I heard from the servants that she treated you exceedingly well, providing you with far more than your two younger sisters. Believing she genuinely cared for you, I felt at ease allowing her to manage the household. However, I never anticipated that she would engage in such treacherous deeds behind my back. In principle, such a wicked woman ought to be cast aside, but without the Situ residence, she would meet her demise. Out of respect for your late mother, I can only confine her to the rear courtyard for the remainder of her life." Understanding dawned on Situ Yue as she nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to herself. After the general finished speaking, without waiting for her response, he hurriedly departed, making a beeline for the palace, determined to petition the emperor. He declared he would wait at the palace gates until he could gain an audience, refusing to heed any attempts at persuasion. Within the Situ residence, the maidservants, Xiao Momo, Fei Yu, and Xiao Tao, gathered around Situ Yue, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. Finally, Fei Yu, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Miss, isn't the general stationed at the city? How could he return so suddenly and fortuitously catch Aunt Lu in her wildness?" Situ Yue lifted her teacup, taking a gentle sip of the warm tea, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Look over there." She gestured towards the doorway, where a pot of blooming red peonies stood resplendently in the corridor, their petals unfurling under the sunlight, captivating the eye. Before he left, my father told me that if any trouble arose in the residence, all I needed to do was place this pot of flowers outside, and he would return promptly. I did not expect he would come back so quickly. At this revelation, Fei Yu, Xiao Tao, and Xiao Momo exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the serendipity of the moment. With the presence of the general, no one in the manor would dare to bully the young lady again. Indeed, this is a tremendous blessing. The three gazed at Situ Yue's tranquil profile, feeling that the current young lady seemed to radiate a luminous aura, no longer the easily manipulated figure she once was. In the Zen chamber of Han Temple, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish. The emperor was accompanying the Empress Dowager in contemplating the teachings of Buddhism when a eunuch quietly reported that General Situ was causing a commotion in the imperial study. The emperor's fingers, which had been holding onto the prayer beads, abruptly halted. A wave of unease surged within him. Noticing the emperor's disturbance, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow gently and placed her hand reassuringly on his shoulder, her voice calm, yet unwavering. "Your Majesty, though General Situ may be impetuous, he is not one to act without reason. If he is causing a stir in the imperial study, it surely indicates a grave matter. You should return to handle it. I shall remain here in this temple for a few days of seclusion before returning to the palace, so there is no need for concern." The emperor rose and clasped his hands, his expression filled with anxiety. "Yes, I shall return to the palace at once. Mother, please take care. I will come to pay my respects once I have settled the affairs." With no time to waste, he summoned several trusted guards and hurried towards the imperial city. Riding swiftly, within a few hours, the emperor's imperial carriage arrived at the palace. Without pausing for breath or acknowledging the court officials who came to greet him with memorials, he rushed straight to the imperial study. Upon opening the door, he found General Situ sprawled on a zeton chair, snoring thunderously, drool at the corner of his mouth, still clad in dusty armor, having not yet had the chance to remove it. The emperor waved his hand, dismissing the attendants. Leaving only the two of them in the study, he approached General Situ and forcefully pushed the armrest of the chair. The general jolted awake, bleary-eyed, and when he recognized the emperor, his eyes widened in shock. He slammed his palm on the table and stood up, causing the inkstone to jump. "You, Dongfang Ju," he exclaimed, his voice hoarse with rage. "I have followed you since childhood, helping you rise above the other princes to seize the throne. And I have defended the borders to ensure the stability of this realm. And yet, you dare to repay kindness with malice. I must have been blind to assist a thankless wretch like you. It infuriates me." General Situ's chest heaved violently, breathing heavily like a bellows, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. The emperor, witnessing his fury, realized that a significant issue had indeed arisen. Suppressing his own displeasure, he spoke in a solemn tone. "General Situ, cease your impudence. I have always regarded you as a brother, never harboring any ill intentions." "Regarded me as a brother?" General Situ scoffed, his laughter laced with derision. "If you truly see me as kin, then tell me, how do you intend to treat my daughter?" The emperor was taken aback, then replied, "As your esteemed daughter, I shall naturally take great care of her. Recently, I summoned both Miss Situ and Miss Murong to the palace for a meal, and I have never ceased to bestow gifts upon her. She has been treated well without any neglect." "Treated well?" General Situ stepped forward, his eyes wide as saucers. "Then allow me to ask, why did you decree that my Yue marry your second prince under the cover of night? The wedding held in darkness, devoid of a bridal procession, without festoons or lights. You took my Yue from the side door into the residence of Prince Chun in the dead of night? What do you take the Situ residence for? Is your son to marry the princess, or is he to take a clandestine concubine? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I, Situ Ba, shall remain here." The emperor, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment and repeatedly waved his hands. "What? Just a few days ago, I visited Han's Han Temple to serve the Empress Dowager, and I never issued such an imperial decree." General Situ raised his head defiantly, his neck stiff as iron. "I care not whether you are aware or not. You must give me and Yue an explanation." The emperor, perceiving the gravity of the matter from his furious demeanor, solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, General Situ, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and restore Yue's honor. For the time being, you shall reside in the palace until the truth is revealed." Soon, the emperor summoned his trusted confidants, instructing them to commence the investigation forthwith. Meanwhile, he called upon the palace eunuchs one by one for questioning, and through a series of inquiries, the clues pointed towards Consort Shu. At that moment, Situ Yue also entered the palace to seek her father, and the crown prince along with the other princes hurried over. While the various concubines such as Consort Mei and Consort Ling gathered within the hall, creating a scene bustling with figures and a tense atmosphere. The emperor, gazing at Consort Shu kneeling on the ground, thundered, "Consort Shu, are you aware of your crimes? Why did you falsely convey an imperial decree, allowing Prince Chun to marry Miss Situ overnight?" Consort Shu trembled in fear, hastily bowing her head. "I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. I too have my grievances." That day, Aunt Lu from the Situ residence entered the palace, weeping and claiming that Miss Situ was pining for the second prince night after night, neglecting her meals, even contemplating suicide, solely desiring to marry the second prince. Aunt Lu, fearing that she might act rashly, implored me to hasten this marriage. I thought they would wed sooner or later, and, fearing for Yue's safety, I foolishly agreed in haste. Foolish? The emperor, upon hearing this, became even more furious, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Consort Shu's face, exclaiming, "Do you think yourself of any significance? To falsely convey an imperial decree is a grave crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. If you wish to end your life, do so on your own. Why drag others down with you? The entire capital is now abuzz with rumors that my Chun is marrying a princess, with less grandeur than a commoner taking a concubine. All thanks to you. Consort Shu, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, paid no heed to wiping it away. Repeatedly bowing in supplication, I beg your majesty for mercy. I truly had no idea it would escalate to this extent. The arrangements for the wedding were not made by me, but at the insistence of Aunt Lu from the Situ residence, who suggested simplicity, and I did not inquire further. I implore your majesty to see the truth. The emperor scoffed coldly, his gaze as frigid as frost. So it turns out that a mere concubine from the Situ residence can lead you to disregard the law of the land and falsely convey an imperial decree? It seems you have occupied your position of consort for too long, and your audacity has grown. Consort Shu wept, her tears cascading like rain. Your majesty, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I shall never dare again. I beseech your majesty to spare me this once. The emperor, seething with rage, retorted, do you still wish for another chance? Guards. The eunuchs outside responded in unison, we are here. Take Consort Shu away, revoke her title, demote her to Shao Jiu, and confine her to Jingxin Garden. Without my decree, she is forbidden to step outside even a single pace. Yes, the eunuchs moved forward, seizing the limp Consort Shu and dragging her away. Her cries faded into the distance, leaving only a myriad of expressions among those remaining in the grand hall. Chapter 64. The Snow White Fox. The status of noble consort Shu plummeted dramatically, descending from the esteemed rank of first class to the mere third class of Jiu. Most significantly, Jingxin Garden had transformed into a veritable cold palace, marking an astounding fall from grace akin to plummeting from the heavens into the mire. The attendants who once surrounded her now steered clear, avoiding her presence entirely. Within the imperial palace, where beauties abound, with new candidates entering each year, the emperor seldom graced them with his favor. Over a decade ago, his affections were firmly entwined with the empress and consort Ling, who accompanied him daily. Subsequently, consorts Da, Shu, and Mei entered the palace and experienced the emperor's affection. Yet, apart from these few, other women appeared almost transparent in the emperor's eyes, especially the now third-class Jiu, noble consort Shu. Among the palace's numerous consorts, the youngest had entered at the tender age of 15, yet as the years passed, most remained in solitary chambers, their youth fading away. After addressing the matter concerning noble consort Shu, the emperor turned to General Situ Ba. General Situ, I regret that Yue has suffered due to my oversight. I have already punished noble consort Shu. No, rather, Jiu Shao. As for Jiu Zhao's assertion that your concubines share some culpability, that is a matter of your household. I shall refrain from further commentary. You should investigate this thoroughly upon your return. General Situ Ba replied solemnly, understood. In that case, I shall return home to make arrangements, and will head back to the border city tomorrow. Upon their return to the estate, as soon as they sat down, Situ Yue inquired with curiosity, Father, your arrival was remarkably timely and swift. It typically takes half a month to travel from the border city to the capital without pause. Even with your formidable skills, it would take at least 10 days to return using lightness of foot. How is it that you arrived by the afternoon of the following day? The general did not withhold the truth, smiling as he explained, this is all thanks to Exener. She previously gifted me a peculiar pearl containing a living creature, which she referred to as a mandarin bug. One was placed in the pearl, while the other was set in the flower pot you have. As long as you place the pot outside the door, the bug within will chirp, causing the bug in my pearl to sense it and become agitated, making the pearl tremble incessantly. In fact, I had intended to return a few days earlier, but upon noticing the pearl's vibrations while en route, I hastened my pace. Situ Yue nodded in realization. Indeed, Exiner is quite remarkable. However, she left abruptly a few days ago, and I wonder when she will return. General Situ Ba remarked, indeed, I see a strong affinity between you and Exiner. I hope she returns soon. Suddenly, Situ Yue recalled something and asked, by the way, Father, what of Sister Shuang? After your visit, I went to the Chun Wang residence to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen. General Situ Ba's expression darkened, and he scoffed. You mean that rebellious girl? She has truly brought shame upon me. I have commanded that she be sent back to the countryside, hoping she will behave herself there and refrain from causing further trouble. Situ Yue nodded, acknowledging the decision. That seems best. In the capital, her reputation is ruined, and she would face criticism at every turn. While life in the countryside may be modest, at least she could find peace and freedom. The following day, General Situ promptly returned to the border city as promised, continuing to guard the nation's gates. Within the Situ estate, concubine Lu was confined to her courtyard, akin to house arrest. Only a single maid remained to attend to Situ Yue, with none of the former grandeur. Thus, this turmoil finally reached a conclusion. The incident of Situ Yue hanging Situ Shuang at the entrance of the Chunwang mansion drew widespread criticism from the populace towards Situ Shuang, causing them to forget the desolation surrounding Situ Yue's marriage. The common folk believed that all misfortunes stemmed from Situ Shuang's actions, while Situ Yue's display of grace and kindness garnered her much praise. On this day, the Situ residence was enveloped in tranquility. Fei Yu observed Situ Yue seated by the window, engrossed in her reading. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Miss, what do you cherish the most?" Situ Yue looked up, slightly puzzled. "Me? Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Fei Yu scratched her head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Oh, it's nothing really. I just thought that since you often remain in the manor, you might grow bored, and I wanted to find something entertaining for you. I've seen other young ladies keeping small pets, like kittens or parrots. I wonder what you might like." Situ Yue smiled, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. "Fei Yu, you are truly thoughtful. In truth, having a pet is all about affinity. One must raise them from a young age to foster a bond. Furthermore, I do not require extravagant pets. I would prefer one with a certain spirit." Fei Yu nodded, though her understanding was somewhat nebulous. "It must possess a spirit, right?" Situ Yue chuckled. "Oh, I merely speak whimsically. Do not take it to heart. With you, and Xiao Tao, and soon, Sister Xian are returning. Your company is more than sufficient for me." Fei Yu eagerly agreed. "Yes, yes." Yet inwardly, she rolled her eyes and silently grumbled, "My dear lady, when you are displeased, you cast Chun Wang away, refusing him entry, yet he goes to great lengths to please you, compelling us to seek your favor. By the way, I must promptly inform Chun Wang that Miss Situ favors spirited pets." Fortunately, Fei Yu inquired further, "Miss, which pet do you believe is the most spirited?" Situ Yue rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, "Perhaps a fox." "A fox indeed." Fei Yu hurriedly relayed this piece of information to Chun Wang that very night. Upon hearing it, Chun Wang promptly summoned the finest experts from his household and set out to capture a fox. They scoured every possible location within and around the city where foxes might be lurking. The dark guards and sentinels, unable to discern the quality of the foxes, seized any with pointed snouts and keen eyes. Foxes are inherently cunning, and even the most skilled dark guards found it arduous to capture them, let alone the less experienced sentinels, who stood no chance against the wild creatures. Moreover, any fox of decent appearance had likely been snatched up by others already. They could not return empty-handed, could they? In desperation, they resorted to the marketplaces, purchasing small foxes caught by hunters, destined for slaughter. Regardless of whether these foxes possessed spirit or intelligence, they would suffice to meet expectations. They thought to themselves that the foxes sold by traders could not be too remarkable. As the night wore on, the secret chamber within Chun Wang's mansion became crammed with various foxes. Chun Wang sat regally at the head of the table, meticulously observing the assortment of foxes: blue foxes, snow foxes, silver-black foxes, red foxes, marble foxes, and silver-blue foxes, a dazzling array of colors and patterns. Among the vibrant collection, a timid little fox with a coat of white and gray cowered in the corner, utterly unremarkable. The Prince of Chun has always been meticulous in his thoughts, and naturally, he scrutinized everything carefully. When he cast his gaze upon the little gray fox, he initially perceived no oddity, inwardly dismissing it as merely a common fox. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. However, upon glancing at another fox nearby, an unusual glimmer flashed through his mind, compelling him to look back at the little gray fox. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the little gray fox had vanished. The prince was momentarily startled. Then he collected himself and continued to observe intently. After a while, he murmured to himself, realizing the truth within. He summoned his inner strength and swiftly darted towards a corner, reaching out to grasp a snow-white little fox, presenting it before his eyes. The little fox, evidently frightened, appeared timid, with its front paws clasped against its chest, fluttering its large eyes as if to convey its fear. The prince smirked, shaking the little fox gently, and quipped, "Stop pretending. You were that little gray fox just now, weren't you? It turns out you can not only change color, but also feign innocence. However, this trick will not work on me." Upon hearing this, the little fox began to wail, vigorously shaking its head in denial. The prince burst into laughter. Do you wish to know how I figured it out? The little fox ceased its cries and lifted its eyes, gazing curiously at the prince. He continued, look at the foxes here, then at yourself. You are not merely shorter than these foxes. Even if you could change color to blend in with the white foxes, can you also alter your size? Upon hearing this, the little fox visibly sagged, lowering its head, unable to maintain the pretense any longer. Chapter 65. The spirit treasure. The little fox perked up its ears, realizing that the most cunning were not the wolves of the forest, but rather the humans before it, who concealed daggers behind their smiles. It drooped its head, its fluffy ears pinned back, appearing resigned. Observing this demeanor, the prince's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile before he composed himself and said solemnly, now that you have fallen into my hands, it is indeed your fate. I intend to gift you to my beloved. If you can bring her joy, I shall spare your life. But should you lack this ability or dare to harm her in any way, I will skin you and make a delightful fox soup. Do you understand? The little fox inwardly cursed the man before it 1,000 times, wishing it could leap forward and bite him. Yet its short claws left it no choice but to acquiesce. Being given as a gift was certainly preferable to becoming soup. It nodded vigorously, emitting a soft whimper in agreement. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, as the paper on the window began to glow with a hint of light, Situ Yue lay peacefully asleep, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyelids. Suddenly, a tickling sensation coursed through her nose, causing her to frown in discomfort and slowly open her eyes. Upon awakening, she was startled to find a fluffy white ball rubbing against her chest, causing her breath to catch as she instinctively recoiled. The white ball seemed equally startled by her movement, leaping off the bed like a snowball thrown, rolling under the stool and revealing only its two bright eyes, warily watching the person on the bed. Situ Yue steadied her mind and scrutinized the white ball carefully, tentatively inquiring, a little white cat? Where did this little white cat come from? The white ball beneath the stool was indignant, emitting a huff from its tiny nose. What little white cat? I am a noble white fox. It cautiously shuffled a few steps forward, letting out a couple of aggrieved yelps directed at Situ Yue, as if protesting. Then, with a flourish of its fluffy tail, it turned away proudly, the fur glistening like pearls in the morning light. Only then did Situ Yue discern the plush tail and realize, with a start, that it was indeed a fox, not a cat. But how did a fox end up in her room? Filled with curiosity, she asked, what are you doing here? The little white fox tilted its head and yipped a few more times, glancing back repeatedly as it approached the bedside. Not understanding the fox's language, Situ Yue assumed it intended to pounce and sternly warned, don't come any closer. Take one more step and I shall summon help. The fox halted abruptly, its round eyes brimming with tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor that begged for a cuddle. It had believed this tactic would work on all women, yet to its surprise, Situ Yue was not swayed. Feigning innocence, "Want help? Come any closer, and I truly will call for assistance." Her tone grew colder. The fox froze in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Oh dear, it was the most adorable and dashing fox in the world. Yet it was met with such disdain. What a disgrace for a fox. Concealed outside the window, Prince Chun watched with amusement. The scene unfolded quite differently than he had anticipated. He had imagined Situ Yue would be elated upon seeing the fox, embracing and doting on it. Yet here it was, a far cry from his expectations. Resigned, he cleared his throat, glided behind the fox, and grasped it by the scruff of its neck, stating coolly, "It seems you lack the ability to amuse you. Very well, tonight, we shall prepare fox soup." With that, he disregarded the fox's frantic kicks and Situ Yue's astonished gaze, turning to leave. Just as he took 2 steps, he was halted by Situ Yue's call, "Wait, you intend to slay this fox?" Prince Chin turned back, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed. We had agreed that if it could not bring you joy, it would become soup." Situ Yue hurriedly waved her hands. "I am quite happy. Little fox, come here to your sister." At her words, the little white fox, as if finding a lifeline, yelped and broke free from Prince Chin's grip, darting into Situ Yue's embrace like a streak of white light, clinging desperately to her garment. Situ Yue gently stroked the fox's soft fur and murmured, "Look how frightened you are. Is that man a great villain?" The fox instantly raised its head from her arms, gazing earnestly at Situ Yue while fervently nodding, its little head bobbing like a drum. Yes, yes, he is indeed a wicked villain. This fox is troubled and seeks comfort, longs for a hug. Prince Chun approached the bedside, observing the alliance between the girl and the fox with a sigh. This fox is a rare spirit creature. I gift it to you. Please, do not remain angry with me, all right? Situ Yue shot him a sidelong glance. From where did you procure this treasure? The Prince of Chun cast a sidelong glance at the fox, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I purchased it from a trader of foxes. Had I arrived a moment later, it might have been reduced to nothing more than a pelt. Oh, is that so? Situ Yue lowered her gaze to the fox nestled in her arms, observing its front paws cradling its head, portraying a heart-wrenching sorrow, its little body trembling slightly, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Unable to restrain herself, she offered words of comfort. Do not despair. Humans falter, horses stumble. Simply exercise caution in the future. Upon hearing her words, the fox's spirits lifted instantly, nuzzling against her in delight, its fluffy tail brushing against her arm, eliciting a soft laugh from her. The Prince of Chun, watching this scene, felt a mix of emotions swirl within him. Regret for not having cooked the fox earlier. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he shifted the topic. This fox possesses the ability to change colors. It is a rare spirit creature. Intrigued, Situ Yue inquired, does it have a name? The prince replied, when I first encountered it, it was entirely gray, so I named it Little Gray. Situ Yue rolled her eyes dramatically. Little Gray? The fox, displeased by this name, yipped in protest at the prince, as if to say, why such mundane names as Little White or Little Gray? Could you not find something more melodious? Truly uncultured. Feeling the disdainful glares directed at him from both the girl and the fox, the prince felt his face heat up and quickly conceded. Perhaps you should name it Yue. Gently stroking the fox's head, Situ Yue softly suggested, Little Fox, since the prince regards you as a treasure and a rare spirit. How about we call you Ling Bao? The fox tilted its head in contemplation. Ling Bao? The name resonated well with its noble identity. Content. It nuzzled against Situ Yue, seemingly in agreement. The prince then stated, Yue, I shall personally protect you in the coming days. Situ Yue, ungrateful, turned her face away. No need. Undeterred, the prince nonchalantly sat on the edge of the bed, pulling Ling Bao from Situ Yue's embrace and tossing it onto the floor before wrapping his arms tightly around her. He glanced back at the fox on the ground. Ling Bao, go play outside, but do not wander too far, should you dare to run away. I shall have you for dinner. Ling Bao, disgruntled by being cast aside, yipped a few times at the prince but, seeing no one paying attention, it reluctantly wagged its tail and departed. The prince gazed down at Situ Yue, his voice tender enough to evoke warmth. Yue, I shall wait for you. For the moment you truly accept me. Situ Yue struggled slightly. Spare me the sentimentality. If you do not release me, I shall call for help. The prince chuckled softly, loosening his grip. Very well. I shall make my way to the palace. You must promise to wait for my return. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Situ Yue before turning to leave. Once the prince had departed, Ling Bao, who had been lurking outside the door, slipped back in. Situ Yue rose to embrace it, speaking gently. Ling Bao, my name is Situ Yue. From now on, we shall be friends. And I will take good care of you. From the moment it first laid eyes on Situ Yue, Ling Bao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Now, hearing her wish to befriend it rather than treat it as a mere plaything or pet filled it with immense joy, prompting it to nuzzle against her. Its soft fur brushing against her neck, causing her to laugh heartily. Half a month later, the Empress Dowager, who had been praying at the Cold Mountain Temple, finally returned to the palace, accompanied by the only daughter of the current emperor, Princess Anping, Dongfang Fuya, the daughter of the demoted Shu concubine, Xiao Jiyu. Princess Anping, having grown up in a sheltered environment, was indulged and pampered, exhibiting a haughty and willful temperament. During her time at the temple, she had heard the rumors circulating in the capital, learning of the supposed foolishness and unattractiveness of Situ Yue, who had repeatedly bullied the crown princess and her mother, ultimately leading to her mother's demotion to Jiyu. In her heart, seeds of vengeance had already taken root. Situ Yue, how dare you humiliate my mother so? I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Princess Anping clenched her fists in the carriage, her eyes brimming with fury. She swore to make Situ Yue experience a fate worse than death. Chapter 66. Composing poetry, the Empress Dowager and Princess Anping had previously visited the Cold Mountain Temple to pray for the well-being of the Eastern Yue populace. Now, having returned safely to the palace, the emperor was greatly pleased and issued an imperial decree to host a grand banquet, inviting officials from both civil and military ranks to celebrate, with the Situ residents also receiving an invitation. Situ Yue, having dressed with the assistance of Fei Yu and Xiao Tao, was prepared to enter the palace when Prince Chun was already waiting at the entrance of the Situ residence. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe and adorned with a jade belt, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty as she emerged. He stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. I shall accompany you to the palace today." Situ Yue nodded slightly, not declining his offer. They boarded the carriage together, which was lined with soft fox fur cushions, the air fragrant with a subtle scent of sandalwood. Noticing her calm demeanor, Prince Qin felt compelled to remind her, The Princess Amping will also be present at the banquet. As the daughter of the Shu concubine, now relegated to Jiu, she will undoubtedly hold you accountable for her mother's disgrace and harbor ill will towards you. If you find yourself in a difficult situation, feign illness, and I shall play along." Situ Yue maintained her composed exterior, yet internally sighed, realizing that this banquet was destined to be tumultuous. She would have to tread carefully. The carriage slowly entered the palace, halting outside the banquet hall. Prince Qin disembarked first and extended his hand to assist Situ Yue. Though she initially intended to withdraw, the warmth of his hand inexplicably stirred a sense of reluctance within her. For a fleeting moment, she fancied that being held by him for a lifetime might not be such a bad thing. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. Shaking her head inwardly, Situ Yue deemed herself foolish and allowed Prince Chun to guide her step by step into the banquet hall. Inside, the hall was brightly lit, filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments. Apart from the Shu concubine, now a Jiu, the palace concubines and invited ministers had already gathered, exchanging toasts and enjoying the graceful dances of the performers, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Princess Amping approached with a wine cup in hand, gliding gracefully before Dongfang Chun and Situ Yue. Her gaze swept over Situ Yue, a knowing smile playing at her lips. "Second brother, this must be my future second sister-in-law. She is indeed a beauty, capable of captivating your heart." Dongfang Chun smiled warmly, replying, "Fuya, it is essential that you and your future second sister-in-law cultivate a good relationship. That goes without saying." Princess Amping spoke with a facade of calmness, yet her gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes upon Situ Yue, clearly indicating her hostility. Situ Yue, having long sensed the animosity, chose to ignore it, lifting her teacup and taking a delicate sip. As the dance concluded, all eyes were drawn to the dancer. But Princess Amping suddenly addressed the emperor, stating, "Father, I have heard that the legitimate daughter of the Situ family was once a woman of both plain appearance and dull wit. Initially, I was quite concerned for my second brother. However, upon seeing Miss Situ today, I find her not only striking in beauty but also remarkable in demeanor. Quite unlike the rumors suggested. What could possibly explain this?" The emperor furrowed his brow and replied in a deep voice, "Fuya, you must not be disrespectful. Miss Situ suffered from a serious illness, which is why such rumors circulated. With the assistance of a skilled physician, she has fully regained her former appearance and intellect." Feigning enlightenment, Princess Amping nodded. "I see now. This physician must indeed possess exceptional skills, able to cure even such folly." "Fuya." The emperor's anger erupted as he slammed his hand upon the table. "What nonsense are you speaking? Apologize to Miss Situ at once." Conventionally, a princess of her status would not need to apologize to the daughter of a subject. However, Situ Yue was the daughter of General Situ, a family of significant military power entrusted with guarding the borders, thus holding considerable weight in the emperor's esteem. Yet, Princess Amping stubbornly retorted, "Father, I speak nothing but the truth. Why must I apologize? You infuriate me. You are increasingly unbefitting of a princess." The emperor's face darkened with rage. Sensing the escalating tension, Situ Yue quickly rose to mediate. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Princess Amping must have misunderstood my intentions and did not mean to offend." Turning to Princess Amping, she slightly bent her knee in a gesture of respect. "Princess Amping, the slanderous remarks regarding my supposed foolishness are mere fabrications spread by petty individuals. I suspect there are those who wish to target the Situ household, taking advantage of my illness to spread rumors, thus leading to your misunderstanding." Princess Amping, unwilling to let the matter rest, quickly seized the opportunity to further humiliate Situ Yue, stating, "I see. Since Miss Situ is the legitimate daughter of the Situ family, she must be proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why not showcase your talents for us to witness and dispel these rumors?" Seeing the situation unfold, Prince Qin quickly intervened. "Fuya, Yueter has only just recovered from a severe illness. and the physician has specifically advised against her exerting herself too much. Perhaps this matter can be discussed another day. However, Princess Omping would not miss a chance to belittle Situ Yue, promptly suggesting, "Brother, you are truly concerned for Miss Situ. In that case, let her compose a poem. True talent will reveal itself." Though Prince Chen wished to argue further, Situ Yue gently placed her hand upon his. Raising her gaze towards Princess Omping with composure, "As the princess requests, I shall comply. Might I inquire about your preferences for this poem?" After a moment's thought, Princess Omping feigned generosity. "I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply compose a poem of your choosing." Situ Yue nodded slightly, paused to gather her thoughts, cleared her throat, and declared loudly, "Hungry, hungry, hungry," as the last word left her lips. A loud pft was heard as the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, sprayed his tea across the room, pointing at Situ Yue and laughing heartily. "Hungry? Huh. You have me in stitches. Next line, is it eat, eat, eat? Haha." Princess Omping laughed heartily, clutching her stomach, exclaiming, "Haha. You are killing this princess with laughter. You claim not to be a fool, yet the hunger is evident. The next line must surely be eat, 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 followed by drink, drink, drink. Haha." Her words ignited a spark among the court officials, who could no longer contain their mirth, casting disparaging glances at Situ Yue. The crown prince, holding a wine cup, wore a sly smile, evidently relishing the unfolding drama. Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li, however, were visibly distressed, with Dongfang Chun helplessly resting his forehead in his hand, thinking that even a celestial being would be unable to intervene at this juncture. While the emperor and consort Ling maintained an impassive facade, their hearts were filled with anxiety. Amid the laughter, Situ Yue gracefully rose and walked to the center of the hall, declaring, "Your Majesty, my poem is not yet complete." Just as the emperor was about to respond, Princess Omping interjected, "You wish to continue? Truly, you are beyond redemption. Haven't my fourth brother and I already provided the subsequent lines? Eat, 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 drink, 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 and what about sleep, sleep, sleep? How about that? Haha." Ignoring her mockery, Situ Yue continued to recite aloud, "Goose, goose, goose, with a curved neck singing to the heavens. White feathers floating on green waters, red webbed feet stirring the clear waves." The melodious verses echoed through the banquet hall, abruptly silencing the laughter, leaving faces frozen in astonishment. The emperor was the first to recover, clapping his hands in delight. "Excellent. What a marvelous goose, goose, goose. Yue's poem is truly exquisite." The opening line captures attention, and the 3 repetitions of goose not only highlight its melodious call, but also add a touch of childlike whimsy. The contrast between the curved neck and the heavens, white feathers and green waters, red feet, and clear waves vividly depict the goose's form and colors. Moreover, the words sing, float, and stir convey the goose's dynamic nature, harmonizing sound and sight. Stillness and motion, a rare masterpiece. After praising her, the emperor was the first to applaud. The ministers soon regained their composure, joining in the applause. Their gazes towards Situ Yue now filled with admiration, a stark contrast to their previous disdain. Prince Chun wore a satisfied smile, glancing at Princess Omping, teasingly remarking, "Yue is indeed clever, far surpassing the eat, drink, sleep proposed by Fuyaya." Situ Yue smiled as she took her seat beside Prince Chun. Meanwhile, Princess Omping, her face alternating between shades of anger, remained unwilling to concede. Taking a deep breath, she defiantly stated, "Miss Situ, that poem may not have been entirely your own creation. Let us ask Father to present us with a challenge, and we shall respond together. If you can prevail over me, I will acknowledge that the previous rumors were unfounded." Unfazed, Situ Yue replied with a gentle smile, "Very well, I shall accompany you to the end." The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense once more, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of this captivating contest. Chapter 67. The fourth prince's birthday. The emperor gazed at the 2 individuals poised for confrontation, inwardly sighing. He was well aware that Omping was deliberately challenging Situ Yue, yet the previous poem had indeed been astonishing. Each word a gem radiating an extraordinary spirit that few could rival. Those capable of composing such verses possess a literary flair that undoubtedly rivals the elegance of the finest. Should a contest arise, it is likely that the one who suffers defeat would be none other than my headstrong daughter. Steeling himself, he proclaimed, "Since the 8 elegances of life encompass the lute, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Let us invite Princess Onping and Situ Yue to each craft a verse inspired by these four elements. Upon hearing this, Princess Onping's face instantly lit up with a triumphant smile as she eagerly declared, I shall go first. Lute, beneath the strings. The pine breeze whispers tales of old and new. In the mortal realm, a kindred spirit is hard to find. After reciting her lines, she cast a provocative glance at Situ Yue, seemingly confident of her victory. Situ Yue responded with a subtle smile, calmly continuing, Lute, with pride I wander the rivers and lakes, my heart unrestrained. In carefree song, the mountains and waters are my confidants. You, Princess Onping's expression faltered, taken aback by Situ Yue's swift and superior retort. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her anger and proceeded. Chess, in black and white, hidden mysteries lie. Amongst peril, one fights until the sun sets in the west. Situ Yue leisurely sipped her tea and replied, Chess, to upend the world is indeed a marvel. In black and white pieces, why must we debate superiority? Situ Yue, Princess Onping seethed, her voice quivering with rage. Now it is your turn to speak first, humph. Unfazed, Situ Yue declared, calligraphy, iron steeds and golden swords release a breath of valor. In the turning of fate, I gather emeralds as I sway the pearls. Painting, in the splendor of mountains and rivers, my brush conceals their beauty. Amidst the ink and hues, the charm is shared with countless homes. As her words resonated, the hall erupted in fervent applause. The gazes directed at Situ Yue were filled with admiration and awe, as whispers of appreciation filled the air. Magnificent. The princess lamented about the difficulty of finding a kindred spirit, and Miss Situ countered with the mountains and waters as confidants, a grand shift in perspective. Indeed, the princess spoke of battling until sunset, imbued with a touch of pettiness, while Miss Situ's retort revealed a broad-minded spirit. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, turning to Princess Onping. Enough, Onping. There is no need for further contest. You have already lost. Unwilling to accept defeat, Princess Onping stamped her foot, exclaiming, Why? Where did I lose? The emperor shook his head in resignation, sighing. Fuyo, I have previously posed poetry challenges based on the lute, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You offered the same lines last time, showing no progress, still relying on these old phrases. Situ Yue's final two lines were grand and expansive. Yours simply cannot compare. Left speechless, Princess Onping begrudgingly took her seat, gulping down her tea, her eyes still brimming with defiance. Situ Yue returned to sit beside the crown prince, and, lowering her voice with a hint of playful mockery, remarked, is that all you can manage? The crown prince gazed at her, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. What other secrets lay hidden within this woman, who so effortlessly brings forth delight? Though Situ Yue feigned bravado, she secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had previously instructed Granny Xiao to procure various books for study, discovering that this world lacked the 300 poems of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, she might not have navigated this situation with such ease. She recalled Murong Xin mentioning that she had been in this world for 15 years, contemplating that next time they must engage in a thorough discussion. This minor contest resembled an interlude, leaving the banquet largely unaffected. After a brief display of song and dance, the gathering dispersed. Prince Chun escorted Situ Yue back to her residence, and, after a prolonged hesitation, finally spoke. Yue, in 10 days it will be the birthday of our fourth brother, Dongfang Tai. The palace will host a celebration in his honor, and our father hopes you will attend as well. Situ Yue immediately furrowed her brow, displaying an expression of disdain. Is it possible to avoid going? Prince Chun paused, seemingly making a significant resolution, and gently replied, Very well. If you do not wish to go, then you shall not. Observing the disappointment in his eyes, Situ Yue's heart softened. She smiled and said, Never mind. I shall go after all. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Instantly, Prince Chin's spirits lifted, and he gently embraced her. Excellent. Situ Yue quickly pushed him away. All right. You should return to the palace now. I also need to rest. Prince Chun embraced her once more tightly before releasing her, speaking earnestly. Yue, it seems there have been some issues at the Luo residence recently. I have dispatched Fei Yu to handle it. Therefore, I shall visit you frequently in the coming days to ensure your safety. Situ Yue nodded in agreement. Very well. Before long, the day of Dongfang Tai's birthday arrived. As Situ Yue prepared to leave the estate, she saw Situ Yue rushing towards her. Sister Yue, I wish to attend the fourth prince's birthday banquet as well. Situ Yue said, wearing a pitiful expression. Situ Yue regarded her coldly. Sister, Your health is not well. It would be best for you to recuperate at home. Such lively gatherings might disturb you. Suppressing her inner fury, Situ Yue continued softly, Sister. This time the fourth prince is celebrating his birthday and has invited all the young ladies of the Situ residence. With our second sister absent, I am still a lady of the house. Do you intend to confine me here forever? Situ Yue smirked, her expression a blend of amusement and mockery. What are you saying, sister? How could I possibly keep you confined? If you are so determined to attend, then go ahead. However, you must conduct yourself appropriately and avoid causing any disturbances. All right, sister, Situ Yue replied obediently, though her mind schemed maliciously. The one to cause trouble will be you. Situ Yue. Outside the Situ residence, Prince Chen's carriage awaited. Assisted by Xiao Tao, Situ Yue stepped into the carriage, with Situ Yue following closely behind, eager to join. Situ Yue observed this and said coolly, Sister, Prince Chen's carriage is small and cannot accommodate many. It would be best for the steward to arrange a separate carriage for you. Situ Yue, unwilling to comply, replied weakly, What do you mean, sister? Prince Chen's carriage is quite spacious. With that, she stubbornly attempted to squeeze herself into the carriage. Inside, Prince Chen maintained his composure and addressed the outside, Yufeng. Please arrange another carriage for the third miss. Yufeng outside responded affirmatively, then reached in, lifting Situ Yue by her collar as if she were a small chick, and unceremoniously deposited her into a carriage that had been prepared behind Prince Chen's. Situ Yue's plans for a grand performance before the second prince had once again been thwarted, and she ground her teeth in frustration. She had hoped to seize this opportunity to shine in front of him, but it seemed that he was resolute in protecting Situ Yue. Nonetheless, she reassured herself that the best was yet to come. Upon arriving at the palace, Dongfang Chun assisted Situ Yue in disembarking from the carriage, while Situ Yue and Xiao Tao followed closely behind. Leaning in towards Situ Yue, Dongfang Chen whispered, Where? I told you not to bring Ling Bao along, yet here it is. Situ Yue turned her head, arching an eyebrow, and replied, If Ling Bao wishes to come, then let it come. Is that not permissible? Dongfang Chen quickly acquiesced. All right, whatever you say, Yue. He glanced down at Ling Bao, who was playfully sticking out its tongue at him before lifting its head imperiously and ignoring him completely. Dongfang Chen felt a wave of frustration. This fox was indeed a mischievous creature with a mind of its own. As the group arrived at the banquet hosted by Dongfang Tai, they were met with a considerable number of congratulatory guests, though the affair paled in comparison to the grandeur of the crown prince's birthday celebration. Many officials from distant provinces had merely sent gifts without attending in person. After all, Dongfang Tai was the fourth son of the emperor, with 3 princes ahead of him, and he was far from the throne. Furthermore, it was well known that Dongfang Tai's mother, concubine Mei, lacked a prominent background or powerful connections, leaving her future in the court uncertain. In previous years, concubine Mei had personally organized her son's birthday, and the emperor and crown prince only sent representatives without attending themselves. As for the second and third princes, concubine Mei never invited them, for in her eyes, her son was the true dragon son of heaven, unworthy of mingling with a frail one, referring to the second prince, or a debauchee, referring to the third prince. Chapter 68. A moment of spring night. Dongfang Chun and Situ Yue took their seats, positioned conveniently at the front of the banquet hall, affording them a splendid view of the performances. Situ Yue settled next to Situ Yue, directly across from the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. The guests were entranced by the melodies of the silk and bamboo ensemble, while maidens gracefully moved through the hall, serving wine from silver pitchers. Chilled liquid cascaded into jade cups, creating delicate ripples, as the fragrance of wine mingled with that of flowers, permeating the air. As the attendants filled Situ Yue's cup, Ling Bao, nestled in her arms, began to fidget restlessly. This sentient little fox leaned forward, sniffing at the rim of the cup, its ears drooping suddenly, as if sensing something amiss. Mistaking its behavior for a desire for wine, Situ Yue chuckled and scratched its chin, saying, Little Ling Bao, be good, this is wine, you mustn't drink it. However, Ling Bao abruptly turned its head, vigorously shaking it before dramatically rolling its eyes, letting its tongue loll out, and collapsing in a theatrical display of feigned death. A chill ran down Situ Yue's spine as realization dawned upon her. The wine was tainted. Casually scanning her surroundings, her gaze lingered for a moment on Dongfang Tai's face, noting the subtle tightening of his fingers around his wine glass, revealing a hint of barely concealed anticipation. In a flash, Situ Yue formulated a plan. She gently tapped Situ Yue beside her, lowering her voice to a whisper. Sister Yue, look, the fourth prince has been watching you intently. Upon hearing this, Situ Yue's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly turned to face Dongfang Tai. As Dongfang Tai observed whether Situ Yue had indulged in alcohol, he was unexpectedly caught off guard by Situ Yue, who greeted him with a foolish grin. Dongfang Tai could only muster a strained, polite smile before quickly turning away, feigning interest in the ongoing performance. In that fleeting moment, Situ Yue swiftly exchanged her wine glass with that of Situ Yue, cleverly concealed by the tablecloth. Ling Bao, noticing the change, perked up its ears and cautiously approached the newly swapped glass, sniffing it intently. Once satisfied with its safety, it nestled back into the warmth of Dongfang Tai's embrace, curling into a ball and remaining still, gazing into the clear liquid of her glass. Situ Yue felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. She was unaware of the poison that might be lurking in the other glass. Should anything untoward befall Situ Yue, she would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt. Yet, with circumstances as they were, she could only navigate one step at a time. Before long, Dongfang Tai could no longer contain himself. Rising with his glass in hand, he proclaimed to Situ Yue, Miss Situ, I apologize for any previous indiscretions, and I thank you for setting aside past grievances to celebrate my birthday today. I raise this glass in your honor. Situ Yue lifted her glass of safe wine, her smile radiant as she responded, You are too kind, fourth prince. With that, she tilted her head back and drank it down in one swift motion, her actions decisive and graceful. Dongfang Tai observed her finish the drink, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossing his eyes, though he outwardly praised, Miss Situ is indeed generous. He then drained his own glass in kind. After placing her glass down, Situ Yue reached for the wine jug on the table, pouring herself another full cup. Observing this, Dongfang Chun placed a hand on her shoulder, his tone laced with concern. Yue, you mustn't drink any more. Be wary of becoming intoxicated. Situ Yue smiled up at him, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Fear not, I have quite the capacity. You are clearly jesting, Dongfang Chun replied, playfully pinching her nose with a tone full of affection. Situ Yue exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with him before gently pushing his hand away, redirecting her attention to the dancers in the hall, though her fingers discreetly tightened around a handkerchief under the table. Moments later, Ling Bao peeked out again, adopting a pose of imminent demise. Situ Yue's heart sank. What was happening? This wine was poured by her own hand. Could it have been tampered with? Following Ling Bao's pointed paw, she locked eyes with Situ Yue, who averted her gaze, a peculiar smile lingering on her lips. In an instant, Situ Yue understood. While she had been conversing with Dongfang Chun, Situ Yue had seized the opportunity to enact her scheme. A cold smile crept across her lips as she suddenly lifted her and Dongfang Chen's glasses, striding directly to Dongfang Tai. Fourth prince, she said, offering one of the glasses with sincerity, I was remiss the other day, and I hope you can overlook my rudeness. If you drink this cup, we shall put past grievances behind us, shall we? In the act of presenting the drink, she skillfully and discreetly swapped the two glasses. Now in her hand was the harmless wine that originally belonged to Dongfang Chun, while the tainted glass was securely in Dongfang Tai's grasp. To onlookers, it appeared as though Situ Yue was using Dongfang Chen's personal wine glass to toast the fourth prince, a gesture far too intimate, inevitably leading to speculation. Dongfang Chun sat at the table, his expression suddenly darkening to the point where it seemed as if water could drip from his face. He clenched his fists tightly, a tumult of conjectures swirling within him. Could it be that she was still pining for the fourth prince? Had her previous closeness to him merely been a ruse for the sake of revenge against the fourth prince, a deliberate charade for his benefit? Meanwhile, Dongfang Tai remained blissfully unaware of the underlying intricacies, interpreting Situ Yue's actions as a gesture of submission and goodwill. His heart swelling with joy as he raised his cup and downed its contents in one go, feigning nonchalance as he wiped his mouth. Since Miss Situ has such intentions, this prince is, of course, more than willing. Situ Yue smiled and nodded, turning to return to her seat. It was not long before a young eunuch hurried to her side, whispering a few words with his head bowed. Observing this, Dongfang Chun immediately inquired, Yue, what is the matter? Situ Yue ignored him, instead pulling Situ Yue closer and murmuring something in her ear. After hearing her words, Situ Yue's face shifted from pale to flushed, and she hurriedly stood up and left the table, her destination unknown. Only after Situ Yue's figure vanished outside the hall did Situ Yue turn to Dongfang Chun and say, The fourth prince has invited me for a chat in the Imperial Garden. Dong Fangchen's pupils constricted sharply as he sternly commanded, Yue, you must not go. Situ Yue gently shook her head, her tone calm, yet resolute. I shall return shortly. You wait for me here. Without allowing Dong Fangchen a chance to retort, she lifted her skirts and swiftly departed the banquet hall. In the imperial garden, the moonlight cascaded like water, casting a cool, ethereal glow upon the eaves of the pavilions and towers. Dongfang Tai had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Situ Yue approach, his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, You truly came. I knew in my heart that you had feelings for me, didn't you? Situ Yue smiled without responding, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes. Dongfang Tai, mistaking her silence for acquiescence, grew increasingly smug, reaching out to embrace her waist. You look stunning tonight. Come, let us go to my chamber for a few more drinks. We can have a good chat. Situ Yue made no resistance, allowing him to lead her toward his quarters. Neither noticed the fleeting shadow that darted behind a rockery, witnessing the entire scene unfold. After walking a short distance, the effects of the drug began to take hold of Dongfang Tai. His gaze became hazy, and his hand began to wander restlessly on Situ Yue's shoulder. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, struggling to suppress the urge to strike him, and quickened her pace. Upon entering Dongfang Tai's chamber, Situ Yue suddenly pushed him forward. Dongfang Tai, already unsteady, stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, a woman emerged hastily from behind a screen, rushing forward to assist him. It was none other than Situ Yue, her face flushed and her neckline slightly open, clearly having also succumbed to the effects of the drug. Dongfang Tai, blurry-headed and confused, mistook her for Situ Yue, his desires overwhelming him as he pulled the woman toward the bed, mumbling incoherently, Where? Situ Yue stood outside, casting a cold glance through the window, a bitter smile curling her lips. Both of them wish to ensnare me with aphrodisiacs. It seems they have found each other perfectly suited for this moment of indulgence. She gently closed the door and turned to hasten back to the banquet hall. However, upon returning and taking her seat, she found the space beside her entirely empty. Xiao Tao, where's Prince Chen? Situ Yue inquired. Xiao Tao hastily replied, Miss, you have only just departed, and Prince Chen followed not long after. He returned once, accompanied by Yufeng, and then left again. By the way, Miss, the manner of Prince Chen earlier seemed rather displeased. Situ Yue furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat perplexed. How could he throw a tantrum merely moments after her departure? It was truly unreasonable. She glanced at the darkening night outside the window and said to Xiao Tao, It grows late. We should return to the residence. Indeed, Mississippi. Situ Yue boarded the carriage that Situ Yue had arrived in, and shortly after leaving the palace, a figure clad in white suddenly darted out from the roadside. The person moved with lightning speed, lifting the carriage curtain without uttering a word, and swiftly abducted Situ Yue. The bearers and Xiao Tao were taken by surprise and rendered unconscious. In a moment of desperation, Situ Yue fiercely pushed the spirit treasure she held in her arms out of the carriage. The spirit treasure, witnessing its master being taken away, began to howl in distress, circling in place before suddenly dashing toward the direction of Prince Chen's residence. At that moment, within Prince Chen's manor, Dongfang Chen had already returned home. Upon entering, he sequestered himself in his study, the flames of anger raging in his chest, shattering the teacup on the table. It was not long before Yufeng hurriedly reported, My lord, the little fox you gifted to Miss C2 has arrived. It has been howling outside the manor gate. It is my humble conjecture that something may have happened to Miss C. Tuesday. Dongfang Chen's heart seized in alarm, and he immediately burst out of the study. He saw the spirit treasure anxiously pacing in front of the gate, and as it caught sight of him, it rushed forward, tugging at the hem of his garment, attempting to pull him toward the palace. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Dongfang Chen followed the spirit treasure in haste toward the palace, initially believing that C2 Yue had encountered misfortune within. However, halfway there, he stumbled upon the bearers and Xiao Tao lying unconscious on the ground, while the carriage stood empty, devoid of any trace of C2 Yue. Under the moonlight, Dongfang Chen's expression was colder than ice. As he gripped the sword at his waist, a tempest of anger and worry swirling within his eyes. Where on earth are you? Chapter 69. Whispering winds and moonlight. Upon witnessing the scene, Prince Chen's heart leapt to his throat, his anxiety causing the veins on his forehead to throb as he barked at Yufeng. Quick! Wake Xiao Tao! Yufeng dared not delay, swiftly approaching and applying pressure to Xiao Tao's acupoint. Before long, Xiao Tao's eyelids fluttered, and she gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, She was met with Prince Chen's face etched with urgency, causing her to gasp in horror as she struggled to rise from the ground. Collapsing to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling with tears, "Prince, Miss, the Miss has been abducted by villains. I implore you, hurry and save her." As she spoke, she began to repeatedly bow her forehead against the ground, each knock more forceful than the last, quickly reddening her forehead, as if fearing that a single missed knock would lead Prince Chun to remain indifferent. Prince Chin's mood was no better than Xiao Tao's. He paced anxiously in place, hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Tao had only mentioned a person in white, without distinguishing gender, leaving him at a loss in the vast sea of people. Where could he possibly search? Yu Feng steadied himself and carefully searched the carriage again, soon discovering a handkerchief wedged in the crevice of the seat. The handkerchief was crafted from exquisite cloud brocade, with an intricately embroidered character Yu adorning its corner, unmistakably belonging to Situ Yue. Yu Feng promptly handed the handkerchief to Prince Chun. Upon receiving it, the prince gently caressed the character with his fingertips, inhaling deeply as he compelled himself to regain composure. He understood that panic was futile. He must swiftly uncover leads. Turning to summon Lingbao, he presented the handkerchief before it. Speaking in a grave tone, "Lingbao, take a whiff of this. It belongs to Yue. Can you track her down by this scent?" Lingbao cast him a sidelong glance, rolling its eyes inwardly. "I am not a dog. Why should I sniff anything?" Moreover, it had been nestled in Situ Yue's embrace all evening, the unique fragrance firmly etched in its memory. With a disdainful glance at the handkerchief, it pivoted and darted off in a specific direction. Observing this, Prince Chin immediately instructed the other guards, "You escort Xiao Tao and the bearers back to the residence. Ensure their safety." Having said that, he and Yu Feng hastened after Lingbao, sprinting away. Meanwhile, on Situ Yue's side, the man clad in white skillfully employed lightness techniques, guiding her to a flower boat that had been reserved in advance. After administering a drug to her, Situ Yue felt her body weaken, rendering even the slightest movement a monumental effort. She was laid upon the bed in the cabin. Stealing a glance at the man, whose tall figure was draped in white garments, yet his face concealed behind a peculiar mask. The mask, black at its base, was adorned with red patterns interwoven with strands of gold. The design seemed almost alive, creeping from the edges of the mask and exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Locking eyes with him, Situ Yue discerned the barely concealed ferocity lurking within his deep blue pupils, with fleeting glimpses of crimson revealing his bloodthirsty nature. As night deepened, a chill crept through the gaps in the boat's window. Situ Yue steeled herself, inquiring, "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" The man emitted a low, mocking laugh, tinged with amusement. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely know that soon you shall wish for death. Ha ha." Unfazed, Situ Yue retorted coldly, "If you know who I am, you should comprehend the consequences. Should I lose even a single hair, both Prince Chun and my father will not spare you." The man laughed even louder at this. "Indeed, since I dared to seize you, I am fully aware of your identity. But fret not. No one in this realm can capture me, not Dongfang Chun, nor that old scoundrel Situ Ba. Ha ha." Situ Yue recognized that confronting him directly would yield no benefit. Her only recourse was to buy time. She trusted in Lingbao's instincts and believed that Prince Chun would undoubtedly come to her rescue. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Since I have fallen into your clutches, further dialogue is pointless. Yet you must reveal to me what grudge you harbor against me to warrant such elaborate schemes." The man approached the bedside slowly, his hand caressing Situ Yue's cheek with an unsettling gentleness, his tone chilling. "There is no grudge. I simply find your beauty celestial and yearn to experience it." Situ Yue's mind raced, and suddenly recalling someone, she cautiously inquired, "Are you Feng Yue, ranked 9th in the martial world?" The man paused momentarily, retracting his hand from her cheek, and burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, what a perceptive Situ Yue. You have indeed discerned my identity as Feng Yue. Since you know who I am, you must also be aware of your impending fate, correct?" Situ Yue was certainly aware. Previously, Murong Xin had mentioned the rankings of the martial world, and Feng Yue was notorious for his ruthless methods and infamous reputation. However, at this moment, she had to feign ignorance and continued, "Though I have heard of you, I am not well acquainted with the details. Pray, enlighten me. What shall this conclusion entail?" The man named Feng Yue seemed to suddenly take an interest. He was eager to witness the expression of despair and pleading that would grace Situ Yue's delicate features. With an air of pride, he declared, Feng Yinyu ranks ninth in the martial world, and no one has ever glimpsed my true visage. Even those women I have toyed with do not know what I truly look like." As he spoke, his hand began to wander restlessly towards Situ Yue. Yet, she maintained her composure, her eyes revealing no trace of fear. Noticing her calm demeanor, Feng Yinyu exclaimed, "Fear not. For I have never understood the concept of cherishing beauty. Thus, Miss Situ, you must brace yourself." Unable to contain her anger any longer, Situ Yue retorted fiercely, "Humph, such an elegant name as Feng Yinyu, tarnished by the hands of a scoundrel like you." Feng Yinyu's hand halted abruptly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He then raised his hand and, with a resounding slap, struck Situ Yue across the face. She turned her head from the blow, blood immediately seeping from the corner of her mouth, trickling down her cheek to her ear, a sight both shocking and tragic. Feng Yinyu, infuriated, proclaimed, "Very well, you deem me a scoundrel. I shall show you precisely how this scoundrel intends to humiliate you." With that, he began to tear at Situ Yue's garments. Before long, her fair shoulders and arms were exposed to the chill of the air. Feng Yinyu's gaze grew increasingly frenzied as he could not resist lowering his head to plant soft kisses upon her collarbone, his hands roaming with abandon across her body. In that heart-wrenching moment, Situ Yue's eyes reddened, and the tears of humiliation could no longer be contained, streaming slowly down her cheeks. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a loud crash echoed as the cabin door was forcefully kicked open. Feng Yinyu abruptly looked up, rising to his feet only to be met with a powerful strike from the furious Prince Chun, which sent him staggering backward. Upon seeing Situ Yue, disheveled and tear-streaked upon the bed, Prince Chun was instantly engulfed in rage, his eyes ablaze. He swiftly snatched a nearby blanket. Wrapping it tightly around Situ Yue, and with no hesitation, he struck Feng Yinyu in the chest. Taken by surprise, Feng Yinyu could not defend himself in time and was struck solidly, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. Realizing that lingering would be unwise, he attempted to flee. Yet, Prince Chun, fueled by an unknown strength, grasped his sleeve and delivered another fierce blow to his chest, striking the same spot as before. Feng Yinyu was seized by a sharp pain in his chest, panic surging within him. In a moment of desperation, he drew a concealed weapon and hurled it at Prince Chun, expecting him to evade. To his astonishment, Prince Chun did not flinch but simply waved his hand, swatting the weapon aside and advancing relentlessly toward Feng Yinyu. As the winds whispered and the moonlight cast its glow, Feng Yinyu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He swiftly drew another concealed weapon and hurled it towards Situ Yue. Indeed, the Prince of Chun immediately abandoned the pursuit of Feng Yinyu, turning and rushing to the bedside, positioning himself protectively in front of Situ Yue. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Yinyu leaped and escaped through the shattered window, vanishing into the night. The Prince of Chun reached the window and watched Feng Yinyu's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He retrieved a plaque inscribed with the character Yen from his bosom and forcefully threw it towards Yufeng. "Pursue him, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. You must find him," he bellowed at Yufeng, who had just arrived. Yufeng picked up the plaque, nodded solemnly, and without uttering a word, dashed away. Only then did the Prince of Chun turn his gaze towards Situ Yue, who lay with her eyes tightly shut, clear tear stains evident at the corners of her eyes, and a distinct handprint visible on her face. His brow furrowed deeply, and his heart ached as if it might explode. His clenched hands trembled with fury. He gently approached the bedside and cautiously cradled the wrapped Situ Yue in his arms. He could distinctly feel her body quivering slightly, prompting him to hold her even closer, as if his embrace could offer her some semblance of comfort. Cradling Situ Yue, the Prince of Chun utilized his agility to swiftly return to the Situ residence. In the courtyard of Yingyue Garden, Xiao Tao and Mama Xiao had been anxiously awaiting their return. Upon seeing the prince bear the wrapped Situ Yue into the courtyard, Mama Xiao's expression turned to one of alarm as she quickly instructed Xiao Tao, "Hurry, prepare warm water for the young lady's bath and change." Although still young, Xiao Tao's past experiences allowed her to grasp the gravity of the situation. The person who had abducted the young lady must have tormented her. Filled with sorrow, compassion, and guilt, she could utter not a word but ran swiftly, tears streaming down her face as she hurried to prepare warm water for her mistress. Chapter 70. In unexplainable discomfort, the Prince of Chun carefully laid Situ Yue on the bed, gently covering her shoulders with a brocade blanket. His movements tender as if handling fragile glass. As he turned to leave, A cool hand unexpectedly grasped his sleeve with such force that it felt as though it might embed itself within the fabric. Situ Yue's voice was as cold as ice. How long until that person is found? The Prince of Qin's back stiffened, and he replied in a low voice, very soon. I will kill him with my own hands. Situ Yue's fingertips turned pale from exertion, her gaze filled with unmasked hatred. Furrowing his brow, the prince attempted to persuade her, you should bathe and change, and rest well. I will ensure that beast suffers before your eyes. He shall not die easily. I will kill him with my own hands, Situ Yue reiterated, her tone unwavering, as if declaring an undeniable truth. The Prince of Qin gazed into her bloodshot eyes and sighed, very well. I shall wait for you outside. He turned and exited the inner chamber. Just as he steadied himself in the corridor, Yu Feng rushed in, his expression grave, and cupped his hands in salute. Your Highness. Scouts report that Feng Yue has entered the imperial palace. The prince's pupils constricted, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the jade pendant at his waist, murmuring to himself, the palace? The flower boat? He inhaled sharply, the atmosphere around him thickening with tension, and commanded fiercely, investigate at once. Digging 3 feet into the earth, one must uncover him. Regardless of who stands behind him, he must perish. Indeed, with a swift nod, Yu Feng accepted the command and departed with haste. Within the span of an hour, Situ Yue had donned a simple, elegant dress and emerged from her quarters. The moonlight graced her countenance, illuminating her porcelain-like skin. Yet her eyes remained frosted with an icy veneer. She spotted Prince Qin standing solitary in the courtyard, his robes rustling in the night breeze. Have there been any developments? She inquired, her tone devoid of emotion. Prince Qin approached her, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. We have traced him to the desolate woolly slope beyond the city. Where? Shall we go and investigate? Situ Yue nodded, yes. Prince Qin uttered no further words, wrapping his arm around her waist. With a deft leap, they soared toward the city's outskirts like arrows released from a bow. The moonlight at Woolly Slope was particularly frigid, where a dilapidated pavilion stood lonely atop the slope. Faint melodies of a guqin drifted from within, resonating like a lament. Prince Qin had already ensnared the area with a web of meticulous planning. His hidden guards silently encircling the pavilion, arrows drawn and poised for command. Inside the pavilion, Feng Yue sat playing the guqin, and upon their arrival, exhibited no surprise. She slowly ceased her playing and smiled lightly. I have awaited you for some time. Situ Yue gently pushed past Prince Qin and entered the pavilion alone. He remained outside, one hand shielding her figure while the other gestured to the guards, instructing them to shoot Feng Yue immediately should any unusual movement occur, ensuring Situ Yue's safety. Do you have any last words? Situ Yue stood before Feng Yue, her tone chillingly calm. Feng Yue chuckled softly, suddenly erupting into a violent fit of coughs. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of her lips. There is nothing to say, only a pity that I did not cherish you properly. Cough, cough. Shameless. Situ Yue cried out in fury, a glint of cold steel flashing from her sleeve as a dagger pressed against Feng Yue's heart. Having endured 3 strikes from Prince Qin earlier, Feng Yue was bereft of internal energy and, due to excessive blood loss, could barely move. Nevertheless, he managed to tilt his head, narrowly evading the fatal blow, his movements imbued with a strange agility. Observing this, Prince Qin instinctively stepped forward to assist, only to be halted by Situ Yue's stern command. Do not approach. He paused, signaling the others to remain still, though cold sweat beaded on his palm. Feng Yue panted, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. Ha ha, cough cough. One must commend Miss Situ on her figure. That bosom, those shoulders. And those, cough cough, fair thighs. Silence. Enraged, Situ Yue kicked over the guqin, the strings snapping with a sharp twang that sliced through the night. Instantly, she followed with a fierce kick to Feng Yue's left chest, the very spot where Prince Qin had struck him. Feng Yue let out a pained cry, collapsing backward. Writhing in agony, unable to straighten up for a long while. Seizing the moment, Situ Yue plunged the dagger toward his lower body. Feng Yue's scream echoed throughout Woolly Slope, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spines of those outside the pavilion. Yet, Situ Yue did not relent. She withdrew the blade and thrust it down again. The men outside shuddered involuntarily, as if the pain had seeped through the air to envelop them, an inexplicable chill rising from their feet. Feng Yue fainted from the pain, but Situ Yue bent down to lift the mask from his face. Beneath the mask lies a face both familiar and unfamiliar. The eyes and brows seem to evoke a distant memory, yet the recollection eludes her. After a moment's hesitation, she seizes the bloodied knife and begins to furiously carve into his face. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonates clearly, yet her countenance remains as tranquil as still water, as if she were merely engaged in a trivial task. This demeanor sends shivers down the spines of the hidden guards outside, leaving them unsettled. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Situ Yue finally rose, carelessly discarding the knife upon the ground. Approaching Prince Chun, she stated coolly, "It is done. The rest is in your hands." The prince nodded, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. "Yue, your anger has subsided, but mine has not." He turned to the guards, commanding, "Take this man away and cast him into the Wolf Valley. Ensure he is alive." "Yes." The guards responded in unison, their hearts racing with cold sweat. To throw a man alive into a pack of wolves, forcing him to witness his own dismemberment, was indeed a cruel fate. Yet, reflecting on it, Prince Chin's actions were justifiable. After all, who could tolerate the indignity of seeing their beloved woman disrespected? Anyone in his position would likely seethe with rage. Prince Chin personally escorted Situ Yue back to the manor. Upon entering, she immediately locked herself away, refusing to see anyone, particularly the prince. Regardless of his entreaties from outside, there was no response from within. The following day, at noon, Situ Yue was secretly returned to the Situ Manor by the palace eunuchs. Early that morning, the favored consort Mei had received news that Situ Yue had spent the night in the chambers of the fourth prince. When a maid went to summon the fourth prince for breakfast, she discovered both him and Situ Yue lying naked in bed. Fearing the repercussions of such a scandal, consort Mei discreetly arranged for Situ Yue's return. Upon hearing the news, Situ Yue merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry, as if she were unaware of the events. For the next half-month, Prince Chin visited her daily, yet she steadfastly refused to see him. One afternoon, 15 days later, as Situ Yue was reading alone in her room, Shout-out burst through the door, her face alight with barely contained excitement. Miss, Sister Murong and Sister Fei Yu have returned." Situ Yue sprang to her feet, her book falling to the ground with a thud. "Quick, take me to welcome them." Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Outside, a bright laugh rang out. "Sister, we are already inside." "Haha." No sooner had the words left her lips than Murong Xin joyfully entered, embracing Situ Yue in a warm hug. "Sister Yue." Situ Yue did not hesitate, returning the embrace tightly, her voice brimming with excitement. "Xin, where have you been? I thought I might never see you again." Releasing her, Murong Xin appraised her from head to toe, smiling. "Sister, I've heard all about the recent events. You wouldn't believe it. Your exploits are the talk of the realm." Situ Yue was taken aback, perplexed. What exploits could I possibly have? They are merely disgraceful tales." Murong Xin shook her head, playfully waggling her finger. "The world does not see it that way." She cleared her throat and, adopting the manner of a storyteller, began to narrate, shaking her head in a theatrical fashion. Ahem. "It is said that the illustrious General Situ's daughter, Situ Yue, possessed extraordinary courage. She willingly became bait to ensnare the infamous rogue, Feng Yue, known throughout the martial world as a flower thief. In a bid to assist her, the Prince of Chun even invited Yin Jun out of seclusion. It remains unclear what agreement they reached, but Yin Jun indeed intervened. Utilizing his esteemed reputation, he swiftly located the injured Feng Yue in that dilapidated pavilion at Wulapo. Ultimately, Situ Yue personally administered a severe lesson to Feng Yue, who, it is rumored, has already met his just fate. What a relief it is to the hearts of the people. Everyone proclaims that Situ Yue is a true heroine, rivaling any man. Truly worthy of being General Situ's daughter. After hearing this, Situ Yue chuckled awkwardly. Who has spread such tales? Hee. Were it not for the timely arrival of the Prince of Chun, I might have. Moreover, it was the prince who first injured Feng Yue, allowing me to subdue him with ease. Murong Xin nodded in understanding. Now I see. Sister, could you elaborate on the circumstances of that encounter? What enmity did you have with Feng Yue? Did he utter any peculiar words? Situ Yue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately recounted the events as they transpired. Her tone calm, as if recounting another's story. However, when mentioning the vile words spoken by Feng Yue, her fingertips involuntarily tightened. Chapter 71. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Upon hearing this, Murong Xin furrowed her brow. her voice laced with curiosity. Sister, have you considered who Feng Yue truly was? The very person you ended? Or might there be a more sinister hand at play behind the scenes? Fei Yu quickly interjected, her face displaying a hint of certainty. Miss Situ, Miss Murong, I overheard Yu Feng mention that Feng Yue entered the palace that day and not long after took a guqin to Wulipo. In my humble opinion, there must be a hidden agenda at work, most likely involving someone from the palace. Perhaps that mysterious figure deemed Feng Yue no longer of use and feared he might provoke Yin Jun, intentionally sending him to that dilapidated pavilion to set the stage for you and the prince to confront him. Situ Yue nodded slowly, pondering Fei Yu's reasoning, which seemed quite plausible. Reflecting on the deliberate resolve in Feng Yue's eyes at that moment, it was evident he sought death, only to find himself in a fate worse than death, a fitting end to his own deeds. Murong Xian's gaze sharpened, pressing further. Fei Yu, have you investigated the origins of that guqin? Whose possession was it? A trace of hesitation appeared on Fei Yu's face as she stammered. I did inquire about it with Yu Feng, but he was vague, merely stating that the palace is deep with intrigue, and urged me to convey to you, miss, that one should not easily trust those within. Situ Yue nodded but reproached lightly. If there is anyone least to be trusted, it is the Prince of Chun. He promised to keep me safe, yet he left without a word. Had it not been for my good fortune, I might have met a dire end. Fei Yu quickly offered a smile, her tone cautious. Please do not be upset, miss. In truth, Yu Feng had privately mentioned to me that on that day, Prince Chun had quietly ventured into the back garden, only to unexpectedly encounter the young lady with the fourth prince. His expression darkened at that moment, perhaps feeling a pang of jealousy, leading him to leave in a huff. Murong Xian stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with mischief. Ah, so he was jealous? But dear Sister Yu, how could you disregard someone like Prince Chun and instead flirt with the fourth prince? Are you truly trying to have your cake and eat it too? This simply will not do. Situ Yu's face darkened at her words, and she playfully tapped Murong Xian's head, retorting, You silly girl, what nonsense you speak. My interactions with the fourth prince were entirely out of necessity. Had he not secretly drugged me, and with Situ Yue stirring up trouble on the side, would I ever have entertained him? As she spoke, she recounted how the fourth prince had poisoned her tea, her realization of the ruse, her attempts to escape, and how Situ Yue had appeared, uttering ambiguous words that incited misunderstandings. Murong Xian and Fei Yu listened with wide eyes, nodding and applauding, exclaiming how thrilling the tale was, lamenting, It seems we missed so much excitement during our absence. Situ Yue took a sip of her tea and regarded the two with a smile, saying, Look at you both, weary from your travels. Surely you have encountered many adventures? Do share your stories with me. Murong Xian exchanged glances with Fei Yu, and the former cleared her throat, stating, Sister, you may not be aware, but a few days ago, I visited Jingzhou, specifically the residence of Vice Commander Luo Hu. Shortly thereafter, Fei Yu joined me, and once we had completed our tasks, we returned together. Situ Yue tilted her head slightly, her expression puzzled. Oh, what was your purpose for visiting there? Vice Commander Luo has no close ties with us. What business could you possibly have at his estate? Murong Xian patiently elucidated. You see, Vice Commander Luo, who was once your father General Situ's deputy. He fought alongside General Situ in numerous battles, not merely as superior and subordinate, but as sworn brothers, having shielded each other from countless arrows and blades. After sustaining an injury to his leg in a battle, he relinquished his military position and became a vice commander in Jingzhou, never to return to the battlefield again. She paused before continuing. Recently, I heard that his son encountered some misfortune, and the Luo household was thrown into turmoil. Given the bond between my godfather and him, I felt I could not simply stand by and watch as he faced the prospect of losing his lineage. I thought perhaps I might be of assistance. Situ Yue's expression softened with appreciation as she nodded. Ah, I see. So, dear Xian, did you manage to save his son? Assisting Vice Commander Luo is indeed a way to honor my father's legacy. Murong Xian's hand holding the teacup faltered, her tone as nonchalant as discussing mundane affairs. You mean Luo Wu? Oh, he has passed away. Situ Yue nearly sputtered her tea, startled, as she abruptly set down her cup, exclaiming, What? Xian, how could you let someone die on your watch? If Vice Commander Luo were to find out, would he not hold you accountable? Murong Xian remained silent, while Fei Yu promptly interjected, Miss, do not be alarmed. This matter is rather intricate, and I shall explain it in detail. Fei Yu spoke gently. In truth, my journey to Jingzhou was on the orders of Prince Chun. A month ago, An informant within the palace conveyed to the emperor that the citizens of Jingzhou were enduring unbearable hardships. Initially, the emperor intended for Prince Chun to personally address the matter. However, the prince was preoccupied with other pressing affairs and thus instructed me to investigate on his behalf. Upon my arrival in Jingzhou, I was astonished to discover that Miss Murong was also present there, and we subsequently decided to join forces. Allow me to elaborate. Murong interrupted eagerly, straightening her posture slightly. Sister, it turns out that Lord Luo has 2 sons. The domineering Luo Wu is the eldest, born of the legitimate wife. Lord Luo also has a concubine, surnamed Su, who bore him another son named Luo Wenxuan. The legitimate wife, taking pride in her status as the primary spouse, has always exerted her authority in the household, treating both concubine Su and Luo Wenxuan with utmost cruelty. Due to the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, Luo Wenxuan was deprived of even the opportunity to attend private school, relegated instead to serving as Luo Wu's personal attendant, trailing behind him daily and enduring beatings whenever he displeased his brother. She sighed before continuing. In their daily lives, concubine Su and Luo Wenxuan are treated like servants, forced to undertake various menial tasks. If the legitimate wife is the slightest bit dissatisfied, she punishes them by withholding their meals, leaving them to wear scant clothing in the frigid winter months. Listening intently, Situ Yue inquired softly, given Luo Wu's severe injuries. Surely the Deputy Commissioner Luo would prioritize Luo Wenxuan, as he is also his biological son? Murong's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Oh, prioritize? The one who truly values Luo Wenxuan is the legitimate wife. However, her intentions are far from genuine. She harbors ulterior motives. Aware that her son would never be able to continue the family line, she set her sights on Luo Wenxuan. Initially, she secretly poisoned concubine Su, hoping that once Su passed away, she could adopt Luo Wenxuan, thereby retaining her status as the rightful lady of the Luo household. When Luo Wenxuan becomes successful, she would bask in the glory through her son. Fortunately, I arrived in time to notice something amiss with concubine Su and quickly sought a physician, thereby preserving her life. Subsequently, the legitimate wife made several underhanded attempts to harm her, all of which were thwarted by Fei Yu and me. Situ Yue pressed on. But how did Luo Wu ultimately meet his demise? Murong sighed again. Suicide. Situ Yue's expression turned to one of shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. Murong continued. I suspect that after Luo Wu regained consciousness and realized his injuries rendered him incapable of functioning as a normal man, he must have felt a whirlwind of emotions, anxiety, anger, and utter despair. During that time, the Luo residence was being dismantled, and Deputy Commissioner Luo was preoccupied with household matters, leaving him little time to attend to his son. His mother, upon learning of his disability, shed a few tears but thereafter neglected to visit him, her gaze filled with disdain. The household servants, who had suffered greatly under his tyranny, now seized the opportunity to confront him, some even making cruel jests at his expense. Imagine, he had been coddled since childhood, accustomed to a life of privilege. How could he endure such humiliation? On the 3rd day after my arrival in Jingzhou, I heard that he had taken his own life in his chambers. As the saying goes, a mother's status is elevated by her child. Upon discovering that the legitimate wife had not only repeatedly poisoned concubine Su and Wenxuan, but had also abandoned Luo Wu, Lord Luo was incensed and immediately divorced her, demanding that her name be expunged from the family lineage and banishing her from the household. It is said that shortly after the legitimate lady was ousted, she succumbed to madness, wandering the streets and mumbling incoherently. As for concubine Su, she was elevated to the status of the legitimate lady. Luo Wenxuan finally garnered the attention of Luo Hu, who not only engaged a tutor for his studies, but also frequently imparted life lessons personally, bringing an end to his hardships. Upon hearing this, Situ Yue sighed softly. Ah, goodness and evil eventually receive their just rewards. Fei Yu responded, Indeed, Mississippi. I have thoroughly investigated in Jingzhou, and that Luo Wu is not only arrogant, but also steeped in wickedness. In Jingzhou, he exploits his father's position as vice commander to act tyrannically, routinely bullying the weak and even abducting women. Many daughters have fallen victim to his debauchery, leaving the citizens of Jingzhou in constant terror, with families afraid to let their daughters venture outside. What is more infuriating is the county magistrate, a corrupt official who colludes with Luo Wu, protecting each other. As long as someone pays a handsome bribe, Even the gravest of offenses can be suppressed. Countless citizens, having suffered under Luo Wu's tyranny, sought justice at the county office, only to be met with punishment from the magistrate instead. Truly a case of calling upon heaven and receiving no response, appealing to the earth and finding no solace. Before our return, we had gathered evidence of the magistrate's corruption and his protection of Luo Wu, which we presented to the emperor. Upon review, the emperor was infuriated, ordering an immediate raid on the magistrate's residence, dispersing his 12 wives and concubines, and appointing a new, incorruptible magistrate to Jingzhou. At last, the people of Jingzhou can finally enjoy a measure of peace. Situ Yue listened, her brow slightly furrowed, and after some contemplation, she said, Feiyu, tomorrow, retrieve 500 taels of silver from the treasury and send it to the Luo residence. Now that Luo Wenxuan has gained attention, they must be facing difficulties, and this silver will assist them in their affairs. Feiyu replied respectfully, Yes, miss. Murong Xin's eyes brightened, and she eagerly added, Oh, Feiyu, I have a letter here. Please help me deliver it as well. Be sure to hand it personally to Luo Wenxuan and ensure he opens it himself. Feiyu promptly responded, Understood. Chapter 72. The Celestial Fox. The return of Murong Xin and Feiyu was like a refreshing breeze, infusing warmth into the entire Situ residence. The servants, upon seeing the two young ladies laughing and chatting as they traversed the corridors, found their spirits lifted, and even the aroma wafting from the kitchen seemed richer than before. As night fell, Murong Xin, clutching her bedding, persistently insisted on sharing a bed with Situ Yue, presenting her reasoning with conviction. Sister, your current circumstances are uncertain. It is best for me to sleep beside you for protection. Should any ill-intentioned intruder dare to enter, I can swiftly subdue him. Situ Yue, amused by her antics, recognized her excuse but refrained from genuine refusal. Granny Xiao, observing the two young ladies whispering closely, could not hide her delight and cheerfully assisted in preparing the bed, saying, The bond of sisterhood is precious. Sharing a bed is fine. It allows for more conversation and alleviates boredom. In Jingzhou, at the Luo residence, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Luo Wenxuan's simple robe. Having just finished his studies in the study, he stepped lightly into the main hall at his father's call. Father, you summoned me for something? Luo, who sat in a grand chair, a heavy brocade box placed before him on the table. He beckoned his son closer, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Wonner, come take a look. This is the silver sent by the Situ Manor, a total of 500 taels, which truly alleviates our urgent needs. Luo Wenxuan lifted the lid of the box and beheld the neatly stacked silver within, momentarily taken aback. The Situ Manor? Could it be General Situ Ba, who is stationed at the border? He should be guarding the city walls at this hour. Why would he be concerned about us? Luo, who sighed, his fingertips gently caressing the silver ingots, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his eyes. This must be the goodwill of his daughter, Situ Yue. It is worth mentioning that your brother, Luo Wu, was injured because of her and Murong Xin. Father, Luo Wenxuan hurriedly stepped forward, urgency lacing his voice. They did not act with malice, and ultimately, it was his brother's own missteps that led to his plight, so others cannot be blamed. Luo, who raised his hand to interrupt him, regret evident in his tone. Father understands. It was my indulgence towards your brother that led to this. I have only protected him while failing to teach him how to be a righteous person. Only now do I see clearly that his tyrannical ways, even without Situ and her companions, would eventually lead to his downfall. Seeing his father's eyes redden, Luo Wenxuan quickly reached out to support his arm, softly comforting him. Father, let bygones be bygones. You still have me. Luo, who patted the back of his hand, his expression gradually calming, as he retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Very well, let us not dwell on the past. Oh, and there is this. The person delivering the silver specifically instructed that it be opened by you. Luo Wenxuan accepted the envelope, his fingertips brushing against the delicate rice paper. Upon opening it, he found several lines of elegant yet robust characters. Evil men fear not heaven. Good men are wronged by heaven. Those who commit many injustices will meet their demise. I hope you remember this deeply. The strokes of the brush seemed to carry immense weight. Each character felt as if it burned with warmth upon his heart. Luo Wenxuan clenched the letter tightly, moving to the window to gaze outside, where the morning light was bright. He silently recited those lines, his resolve to be an upright gentleman firmer than ever before. In the Yue garden of Situ Manor, however, a different scene unfolded. The sun shone perfectly. Situ Yue and Murong Xin lay upon wicker chairs, a light blanket draped over them, the sweet fragrance of flowers wafting around their noses. Nearby, on a rosewood table, lay freshly picked strawberries, crystal-like grapes, and freshly baked osmanthus cakes and almond crisps from the kitchen, their aromas attracting bees and butterflies to flutter nearby. Suddenly, with a swish, a fluffy white ball sprang from the flowers and landed directly in Situ Yue's embrace. Situ Yue laughed at the impact, reaching out to pet the soft fur. Lingbao, where have you been running wild? Murong Xin, holding a piece of osmanthus cake poised to eat, saw the little white ball nestled in Situ Yue's arms and widened her eyes in surprise, tilting her head like a curious little squirrel. Sister, is this a fox? Situ Yue smiled and nodded, not shying away. Yes, its name is Lingbao, a gift from Prince Chun. Look, isn't it adorable? The little fox seemed to understand the compliment, proudly twisting its body before leaping onto the table, shaking its fluffy white tail, inadvertently knocking 2 grapes off the plate as its tail brushed against them. Unfazed, it held its head high, its front paws resting on the table's edge, embodying the very essence of a proud fox. Murong Xin leaned in closer, squinting her eyes to observe. A fox raised by Prince Chin? But it looked so small. Though its fur was pristine white, it appeared somewhat parched. Its petite frame resembled that of a creature who had not had its fill, suggesting malnutrition. It was not raised by him. As Situ Yue explained, she had heard that his guard rescued it from the hands of a fox trader, at which point it was little more than a mere collection of bones. Upon hearing the words fox trader, the little fox's ears drooped instantly, its tail coiling around its paws, burying its head against its chest, embodying a pitiful visage on the verge of tears. Murong Xin found its demeanor amusing and reached out to caress its leg gently, as if afraid to disturb it. Let me see whether this little creature is male or female, just as she grasped Lingbao's right hind leg. Before she could examine it closely, the little fox let out a sharp yelp, darting back into Situ Yue's embrace like a flash of white lightning, its tail puffing up into a fluffy ball. Situ Yue looked on, puzzled. Sister, what are you doing? Murong Xin blinked innocently, her smile mischievous. I was merely curious. Look how tense you both are. Oh, you. Situ Yue tapped her forehead lightly, reassuring her. Fear not, Lingbao is quite the little man. The little fox seemed to protest, sticking out its pink tongue at Murong Xin, emitting a soft hum from its throat, as if to assert, I am indeed a true gentleman. Murong Xin, amused by its antics, reached out to embrace it. Come, let your sister hold you. Unexpectedly, Lingbao appeared genuinely irked, growling softly in response, baring its teeth as Murong Xion's hand approached, refusing to relent. Situ Yue, troubled by the scene, was about to intervene when she noticed Murong Xion reaching into her small bag, retrieving a delicate porcelain vial, from which she extracted a round, golden-hued pill. Before even drawing near, a bittersweet fragrance wafted through the air. Murong Xion waved the pill before Lingbao, and Situ Yue observed with clarity as the little fox's eyes sparkled instantly, resembling 2 sunlit glass beads. Its tongue extending out as drool dripped from the corner of its mouth, nearly staining her attire. Lingbao's legs seemed magnetically drawn, inching towards Murong Xion, its tail swaying unconsciously. Sensing its interest, Murong Xion took her time, extending her hand as if to greet it. Come, let us shake hands. No longer preoccupied with its earlier irritation, the little fox eagerly placed its paw upon her hand, its gaze fixated on the pill, its head straining forward in anticipation. Murong Xion gently patted its head, and Lingbao obediently nudged her palm, ultimately being securely cradled in her arms. Here you go. Murong Xion offered the pill, which Lingbao snatched eagerly, chewing with delight. Once finished, it continued to nuzzle against her, its little head resting against her chin, eyes shimmering with innocence, melting the heart of anyone who beheld it. Observing this once proud creature now so submissive, Situ Yue shook her head in resignation. Ah, Lingbao, no wonder you were captured by a fox trader. You truly are a glutton, easily won over by just a few pills. Murong Xion, cradling Lingbao, smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling. Sister, do not worry. This little one is no ordinary fox. It is indeed a treasure. She spoke, placing the spirit treasure back into Situ Yue's embrace, her expression suddenly turning serious as she lowered her voice. Sister, do you know? The spirit treasure is of the Tianhu variety, a descendant of the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox. Situ Yue paused for a moment, bewildered. The nine-tailed celestial fox? Sister, you are speaking of those fantastical tales again. A fox attaining immortality? Such things do not exist in this world. While many may lack an understanding of science, we are aware of the truth. Sister, please allow me to finish. Murong Xin interrupted, extending her finger to enumerate thoughtfully. Ancient texts state that foxes are classified into 9 tiers: the one-tailed fire fox, the two-tailed blood fox, the three-tailed demon fox, the four-tailed magic fox, the five-tailed spirit fox, the six-tailed illusion fox, the seven-tailed divine fox, the eight-tailed earth fox, and the nine-tailed celestial fox. As far back as the Northern Song dynasty, the nine-tailed fox has been regarded as a mythical creature. In Investiture of the Gods, Daji is indeed a transformed nine-tailed fox. Captivating King Zhou. She paused, a hint of melancholy in her gaze. In the past, I too regarded these as mere absurd legends. However, upon witnessing a nine-tailed fox with my own eyes, I realized that all the knowledge I once acquired could not adequately explain the reality before me. The grapes in Situ Yue's hand fell to the table with a soft thud. Her entire being seemed to be nailed to the reclining chair. Her eyes wide in shock, her mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless for quite some time. Sunlight bathed her face, illuminating her expression of astonishment as if she were encountering this world for the very first time. Murong Xin's gaze deepened, her tone growing more earnest. It is true. My master, the water cloud immortal, once took me to see a six-tailed illusion fox from a distance. At that moment, my master and I dared not even lift our heads to look directly, for my master said that the fox spirits possess potent spiritual energy, and that mere mortals gazing upon them would disrupt their cultivation. She unconsciously traced the wrought tin pattern of the chair, seemingly lost in the memory of that distant moment. Though I did not dare to observe closely, as we departed, I feigned to stumble, and through the glimmer of a nearby pond, I caught a glimpse of its true form. In that fleeting moment, I distinctly remember, it was entirely snow-white, its fur gleaming as if coated in moonlight, its size comparable to that of a 14 or 15-year-old child, with 6 tails gently trailing behind. She lifted her gaze to Situ Yue, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Sister, if you still doubt, consider the unique traits of the spirit treasure. Can an ordinary fox exhibit such abilities? Though it is but a cub, as a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, it is innately endowed with divine characteristics. Prompted by her remark, flashes of memory surged in Situ Yue's mind, her eyes brightening as her fingers instinctively caressed the soft fur of the spirit treasure in her arms. Indeed, the crown prince mentioned that the spirit treasure changes color with its mood. At the time, I regarded it as merely an oddity without deeper thought. And during the fourth prince's birthday banquet, my wine was tampered with, unnoticed by others, yet the spirit treasure growled at the cup. In retrospect, this is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary fox. Murong Xin nodded, her tone laced with conviction. These are merely the most fundamental abilities. The powers of the nine-tailed fox grow stronger with each additional tail. For example, their charm can sway hearts, leading one to unwittingly succumb. They can become invisible, blending seamlessly with light and shadow, making it difficult for the ordinary eye to discern. Furthermore, they can speak human language and converse in dreams. Legends say that the nine-tailed celestial fox can summon winds and rain, yet throughout history, no one has ever witnessed a true nine-tailed fox, leaving the question of their authenticity unverified. Situ Yue gazed down at the little fox nestled in her arms, a tender smile gracing her eyes as she gently poked its nose. It seems our Ling Bao is quite remarkable. Ling Bao, though not fully comprehending, sensed the praise in their tones and puffed up with pride, nuzzling against Situ Yue's palm, its tail held high. Exuding an air of this fox is truly extraordinary. Both Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged amused glances at the little creature's self-satisfied demeanor, and the sunlight in the courtyard seemed to shine even warmer. Suddenly, Murong Xin squinted her eyes, her tone shifting to a more serious note. But Sister Yue, do remember that a creature like Ling Bao is exceedingly rare in this world. Its rarity invites those who would seek to hunt it, and they could line up from the Situ Manor all the way to the city gates. She pointed at the still preening Ling Bao, articulating each word with care. Look at its fur, fashioned into clothing. It provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Its blood can counteract 100 poisons, even reviving one on the brink of death. Its gallbladder can purify miasma, and its heart can aid martial artists in enhancing their prowess. Before she could finish, Ling Bao seemingly stepped on its tail, perked up its drooping ears, its round eyes widening in alarm, and its snowy fur fluffed into a voluminous ball. With a yelp, it darted into Situ Yue's embrace, burying its little head in her neck, those moist, pleading eyes gazing at her as it squeezed out a few crystalline tears. Looking utterly pitiful, as though on the verge of tears, Situ Yue, both amused and heartbroken, gently smoothed its ruffled fur. "Fear not, I am here. Both I and Sister Xin, along with Fei Yu, will protect you. No one shall harm a single hair on your body." Only then did Ling Bao peek out, licking Situ Yue's fingers with its tiny tongue, its expression one of overwhelming gratitude, which elicited another round of laughter from Situ Yue and Murong Xin, bringing an added warmth to the fragrant air around them. In the days that followed, with Murong Xin and Fei Yu's cheerful company, the clouds of melancholy gradually lifted from Situ Yue's heart. Whether out of guilt or genuine concern, Prince Chun made several personal visits to apologize, bringing gifts ranging from rare herbs to whimsical trinkets, filling half of a room, all in hopes of pacifying her ire. The palace appeared tranquil. Yet beneath this veneer of calm lay a current of unrest, quietly surging. One afternoon, the warmth of the Yin courtyard enveloped them still. Situ Yue and Murong Xin reclined in lounge chairs, conversing idly, while Fei Yu and Xiao Tao busied themselves peeling oranges nearby. Ling Bao curled up on Situ Yue's lap, its tail occasionally brushing against her skirt. Suddenly, Mama Xiao, clutching her handkerchief tightly, hurried through the moon gate, her face bearing a hint of urgency. Miss Murong, Prince Chun and the third prince have arrived." Situ Yue straightened slightly, adjusting her skirt. "Mama, please invite them in here." "Understood," Mama Xiao replied, retreating promptly. Before long, Prince Chun and the third prince entered, one after the other. Prince Chun donned a dark brocade robe, his posture erect, with a trace of gravity in his demeanor. The third prince, in a moon-white long gown, wore a smile, appearing more at ease. Yu Feng and Qing Shu followed behind, each holding offerings, yet they dared not step forward, choosing instead to stand in the corridor. The four took their seats, with Xiao Tao hastily serving freshly brewed Longjing tea from the rain-preceding harvest. The first to speak was Prince Chun, his fingertips gently caressing the edge of the teacup, his tone measured. "Yue, my third brother, and I have come today to discuss a matter with you." Situ Yue raised the teacup to her lips, took a sip, and met his gaze. "What is it? Speak freely, Prince Chun." Before Prince Chun could respond, the attendant Yu Feng stepped forward, gripping the jade pendant at his waist. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke softly. "Miss Situ, Miss Murong, in 3 days, the envoy from Nanman will arrive in Dongyu. According to my inquiries, their primary purpose is to arrange a marriage. The Nanman princess will choose a husband among you. Prince Chun, the third prince, or the fourth prince." He paused, as if summoning his courage. "Therefore, I believe that Miss Situ should hasten her marriage to His Highness Prince Chun. This would not only thwart the princess's intentions, but also—" Situ Yue gently set down her teacup, interrupting him with a calm, yet resolute tone. "No need to elaborate. The emperor has already betrothed me to Prince Chun. This marriage is inevitable. Why rush? I am not yet prepared for marriage." Yu Feng opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Retreating quietly, Prince Chen's expression darkened, his fingers tightening slightly. He should have anticipated this outcome. Yet hearing her state her unwillingness to marry left him feeling as though something were lodged in his chest, causing a suffocating discomfort. He could not articulate when it was that this woman's every smile and gesture began to so effortlessly captivate his heart. Beside him, the third prince could not suppress a chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at Prince Chun, his tone laced with teasing. "Second brother, I believe Yue makes a valid point. Marriage is a momentous affair, it cannot be rushed. One must choose an auspicious date and host a grand celebration." He paused deliberately, looking at Situ Yue, his tone turning serious. "After all, second brother is marrying the daughter of General Situ's day. If the event is poorly executed, it would not only tarnish the royal family's reputation, but also disgrace the general's house." After speaking, he turned back to Prince Chun, lowering his voice. "Have you forgotten? Last time, General Situ was so incensed that he scolded for an entire night in the imperial study. If this occurs again," Prince Chun sighed in resignation, waving his hand. All right, I understand." He slowly lifted his gaze, fixing it fervently on Situ Yue. suddenly reaching out to gently grasp her hand resting on her lap. His palm was warm, his gaze unwavering. Yue, I assure you that I will bring you into my home with great splendor. The position of Princess Chun will always belong to you. Feeling the warmth of his palm against her fingertips, Situ Yue flushed, swiftly withdrawing her hand and turning to gaze at the flowers in the courtyard, offering an awkward smile without responding. Those present were momentarily taken aback, the air thick with tension. At that moment, Murong Xin suddenly crouched down, pretending to sift through the blue bricks, her tone earnest. How strange. The moment Prince Chen spoke, I was covered in goosebumps, yet now I can't seem to find them. As soon as the words were spoken, Fei Yu and Xiao Dao burst into laughter, while Yufeng and Qing Shu turned their backs, their shoulders subtly trembling. The third prince laughed heartily, slapping the table, and even the crown prince couldn't help but curve his lips, the earlier awkwardness dissipating instantly. The crown prince cleared his throat, attempting to mask the warmth on his face. Ahem, let us discuss serious matters. Yue, Miss Murong, in 3 days, the envoy from Nanfan will arrive. His Majesty has decreed that both young ladies from the Situ residence are to attend the palace banquet. I shall send someone to fetch you in advance. Murong Xin raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring, both young ladies? What about me? Am I not permitted to go? The crown prince quickly waved his hand. Miss Murong, as the adopted daughter of a general, is indeed included. When I mentioned the two, I was referring to you and Yue. Situ Yue suddenly remembered something and raised her gaze to ask, what about Situ Yue? You just mentioned the young ladies from the Situ residence. Does she not count? The crown prince and the third prince exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of exasperation. They were well aware of Situ Yue's previous antics and wished to distance themselves from her entirely. Observing their expressions, Situ Yue let out a soft sigh. Very well. She is still a member of the Situ family, and avoiding her is futile. In 3 days, you may come to fetch the 3 of us. Reluctantly, the crown prince and the third prince understood the validity of her words and nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. The capable prevail. The defeated retreat after the crown prince and the third prince departed. Fei Yu clutched the handkerchief in her grasp, her cheeks puffed up as she exclaimed, Miss, why must you allow Situ Yue to join us? Her pretentious demeanor is simply irksome. Situ Yue gazed toward the courtyard gate, softly sighing. Do you think that if we ignore her, she will truly refrain from attending? Though our father seldom mentions her, she is still the third miss of the Situ family. If she wishes to find an excuse to accompany us to the banquet, she will certainly devise a means. Rather than let the situation become awkward later, it is wiser to accept it proactively and gain the upper hand. As they spoke, Granny Xiao leisurely entered, balancing an empty tea tray and smiling. Miss Murong, the third miss is waiting outside and wishes to see you both. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged knowing glances, a hint of understanding flickering in their eyes. Situ Yue raised her hand. Let her in. Before long, Situ Yue stepped in with small, delicate strides. Today, she wore a moon-white satin dress, her eyes downcast, her fingers gently clutching a handkerchief. Upon entering the hall, she bowed gracefully, her voice as soft as water. Third sister meets Sister Yue and Sister Xin. Situ Yue lifted the teacup, her fingertips gliding over the warm cup's surface, and remarked lightly, Rise. You did not come at this hour merely to offer greetings, did you? Situ Yue straightened, a well-practiced smile adorning her face. And without beating around the bush, she stated, Sisters, please see clearly. I just overheard the maids discussing that in 3 days, the envoy from Nanfan will arrive, and a national banquet will be held at the palace. I wonder when you both plan to enter the palace? I must prepare in advance. I cannot allow the Situ family to lose face. Murong Xin let out a soft laugh, picking up her teacup to take a sip, and leisurely replied, Oh, how well informed you are, Sister Yue. To be honest, the crown prince and the third prince did mention the palace banquet today, but the emperor only summoned me and Sister Yue, and did not mention you at all. The blood drained from Situ Yue's face in an instant, her fingers tightening around the handkerchief, knuckles turning white, and even her ears flushed red. Murong Xin leisurely added, However, you must express your gratitude to Sister Yue. She advocated for you, arguing that as daughters of the Situ family, we should not show favoritism, and ultimately persuaded both princes to take us into the palace together in 3 days. Only then did Situ Yue's complexion gradually improve. She quickly turned to Situ Yue, curtsied, and spoke with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yue. The foolish actions of my second sister were entirely her own doing and have nothing to do with me. Your kindness in overlooking past grievances is deeply appreciated. If I have ever offended you, I hope you can forgive me, and in the future, should I err, I would be grateful for your guidance." Situ Yue nodded, her tone calm. "Sister, you are too modest. We are all family." Situ Yue obediently curtsied again. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer and will return to my room to prepare." Situ Yue said nothing further, merely inclined her head slightly. Once Situ Yue's figure disappeared beyond the moon gate, Fei Yu let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Her demeanor today is far better than her second sister. Situ Shuang, at least she understands some decorum." However, Situ Yue gently shook her head, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "I would prefer she were Situ Shuang." Murong Xin nodded in agreement, tapping her fingers on the table. Indeed. Fei Yu and Xiao Tao exchanged puzzled glances, and finally, Fei Yu could not help but ask, "Why is that? Situ Shuang is both foolish and wicked. Is she not more difficult to deal with than Situ Yue?" Murong Xin smiled knowingly, explaining, "Situ Shuang's malice is overt and her foolishness easily discernible, making her easier to handle. But Situ Yue, like her sister, she harbors ill intentions yet is far more adept at concealing them, possessing a depth of cunning. Fortunately, she is still young and unlikely to stir up great trouble. We simply need to remain vigilant." Fei Yu and Xiao Tao nodded in understanding. 3 days swiftly passed. Prince Qin personally arrived at the Situ residence, clad in a dark silk robe that accentuated his tall stature. At the entrance, he naturally took Situ Yue's hand, assisting her into the foremost carriage. Murong Xin and Situ Yue climbed into the one behind, followed closely by Fei Yu and Xiao Tao. The carriage moved slowly, and the interior was momentarily silent. Situ Yue clutched her skirt and suddenly turned to Murong Xin, softly inquiring, "Sister Xin, I have heard that you came from afar to seek refuge with General Situ. May I ask where your hometown is? After being away for so long, do you not miss your parents?" Murong Xin lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, gazing at the fleeting street scenery outside, and smiled faintly. "There is no need for you to worry, dear sister. My father and General Situ share a bond of deep friendship. I am here at his ease." Unwilling to relent, Situ Yue pressed on, "Is your father also a general? Did he fight alongside my father?" Murong Xin abruptly lowered the curtain, her expression cooling slightly, her tone tinged with impatience. "My father is not a general. However, such matters are not for us ladies to gossip about. It would be wise for you to stay composed and refrain from entertaining such idle thoughts, lest you find yourself like your second sister Situ Shuang, who, in her scheming, ultimately tarnished her own reputation and suffered for it." As she uttered the words self-destructing one's purity, she deliberately emphasized her tone, her gaze fixed intently on Situ Yue, laced with a hint of warning. Situ Yue's complexion turned pale, and she hurriedly bowed her head, murmuring, "You will remember." The carriage swiftly entered the imperial palace, halting before the Zikan Hall, where the grand banquet was to take place. The hall was already lavishly adorned, with golden bricks underfoot, red silk draped from the beams, and the air filled with the crisp scent of fine dragon's saliva incense. The Emperor and Empress Dowager sat regally upon the highest throne, accompanied by the radiant Ling Fei and Mei Fei. To the right, 4 princes were seated in succession, with the Crown Princess and Princess Anping beside the Crown Prince. Situ Yue took her place next to Prince Chun, with Murong Xin beside her, while the third prince, Dongfang Li, settled next to Murong Xin. Situ Yue was positioned behind Situ Yue, followed by the fourth prince, Dongfang Tai. Across from them, the seats were occupied by the Grand Prince of Nanman, the emissaries, and the soon-to-be betrothed Princess Qingxue. Murong Xin's gaze fell upon Princess Qingxue, her brow slightly furrowed. The princess was adorned in a narrow-sleeved, water-red satin gown, topped with a short silver marten coat, a sapphire blue bow-tie sash cinched at her waist. Her dark hair was simply styled into a bun, secured with 12 lustrous white pearls, her features bearing the distinctive vigor of a Nanman woman, yet concealing an undercurrent of subtle sharpness. Noticing her expression, Situ Yue leaned closer and whispered, "What troubles you, sister? Does the princess pose a concern?" Murong Xin withdrew her gaze, lifting her wine cup to mask her underlying curiosity, responding with a smile, "It's nothing. Perhaps I merely gazed a moment longer at her extraordinary beauty." Nevertheless, she did not shift her attention, still contemplatively observing. As the music and dance in the hall gradually subsided, the Nanman emissary stood first, clasping his hands before the emperor, declaring, "Indeed, The imperial capital of Dongyu is as illustrious as rumored. It is a privilege for me to witness the grace of your four princes today. The emperor stroked his beard. Chuckling, you flatter me, esteemed envoy. The Nanman people have always been bold and spirited. Today, to see the Grand Prince's noble demeanor and Princess Qingshua's spirited presence is indeed a fortunate occasion for me. All eyes immediately turned to Princess Qingxue, who merely smiled faintly. Remaining silent, the envoy continued, Your Majesty, I must inform you that this princess comes on behalf of the Nanman King, intending to forge a marital alliance with Dongyu. May I inquire whether your crown prince is already wed? The emperor replied, Unfortunately, the crown prince, Dongfang Ao, married the crown princess several months ago. My second son, Dongfang Chun, is betrothed to General Situ's daughter, Situ Yue. Thus, the only unbetrothed are my third son, Dongfang Li, and my fourth son, Dongfang Tai. As the envoy hesitated to respond, Princess Qingxue suddenly stood, her voice resonant. A betrothal is not a marriage. It does not count. In Nanman, we believe that the capable shall attain what they desire, while the defeated shall withdraw. I propose a contest with Miss Situ. Whoever proves superior shall wed the second prince. The emperor furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone, Princess Qingxue, this is Dongyu, not Nanman. We must adhere to our customs. Yet, Princess Qingxue smiled. A glint of cunning in her expression. Your Majesty just stated that we need not be constrained, and we should treat this place as our own home. Why then? Do you suddenly grow distant? The emperor was momentarily at a loss for words, intending to persuade further when Situ Yue unexpectedly rose. Her gaze calm as she addressed Princess Qingxue. What contest do you propose, Your Highness? Princess Qingxue seemed taken aback by the speed at which her expectations were met. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes, quickly transforming into a derisive smirk as she scrutinized Situ Yue, akin to assessing a prey destined for slaughter. Since it is a national banquet, why not engage in a contest of music? We of the southern barbarians possess a novel instrument that you have surely never encountered. Allow me to perform a piece, and I invite Miss Situ to present an instrument of her own that is equally unknown to us. Should you fail to produce one, or should your performance not surpass mine, you shall concede defeat. Situ Yue inclined her head in acquiescence. You may proceed first, princess. With a dismissive glance cast in her direction, Princess Qingxue turned and accepted a palm-sized copper box from one of her maidservants. The surface adorned with 2 rows of meticulously crafted small holes. Raising the box to her lips, she gently blew into it, and an ethereal melody erupted forth, a sound that alternated between the cheerful chirping of woodland birds and the gentle flow of a babbling brook, gradually crescendoing into a spirited tune reminiscent of galloping steeds across the vast grasslands, infused with the southern barbarians' unique fervor and exuberance. Though not overwhelmingly loud, the music seemed to penetrate the hearts of all present, filling every corner of the hall with its resonance. The attendees were left spellbound. Even the emperor leaned forward, his eyes brimming with curiosity. None had ever witnessed such a diminutive instrument capable of producing such enchanting sounds. As the performance concluded, a moment of silence enveloped the hall before it erupted into murmurs of admiration. Setting aside the box, Princess Qingxue crossed her arms and raised her chin, declaring, This is called a harmonica, crafted by our skilled artisans of the southern barbarians. Her gaze fell upon Situ Yue, who was staring at the harmonica with disbelief, and a hint of astonishment, which prompted the princess to beam with even greater pride. What do you say, Miss Situ? It is not too late to concede. I am aware that such a novel contraption could not possibly be crafted in the Eastern realm. Situ Yue slowly regained her composure, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, imbued with an air of inscrutable tranquility. Chapter 75. The Dance of the World's Finest. Who says we cannot compete? Murong Xian's voice rang out clear and assured, tinged with an air of nonchalance. Rising gracefully, she gestured to the eunuchs standing nearby. Would you kindly bring forth a long table? Turning to the palace maids, she added, Also, procure several white porcelain bowls of varying sizes, ensuring they are thin-bodied and lustrous. The eunuchs, not daring to delay, soon returned with a long table made of pear blossom wood, polished to a brilliant sheen, while the maids hurried in, cradling several porcelain bowls, their rounded mouths and translucent bodies demonstrating exquisite craftsmanship. Murong Xian personally arranged the bowls in order of size and requested clear water, which she then poured into each bowl in varying amounts, some barely covering the bottom, while others brimmed to the rim, the surfaces shimmering and reflecting the light from the glazed ceiling above. Clapping her hands, she turned to Situ Yue with a smile. "Sister, it is ready." Situ Yue took a deep breath and approached the table with measured steps. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, she glided across the rim of the first bowl, producing a crisp sound akin to ice crystals falling onto a jade plate, resonating with a clarity that sent a shiver through the hearts of those listening. Following this, her fingers danced among the bowls, at times lightly touching, at others gently tapping, as the porcelain bowls of differing water levels emitted a harmonious array of tones, sometimes reminiscent of mountain springs bubbling joyfully, at other times flowing like a tranquil stream, with occasional resonant notes that echoed like a waterfall cascading over rocks, vibrant and exhilarating. The sound, devoid of the intricate complexity of strings, carried a natural fluidity that seemed to draw one's spirit to the verdant banks of a stream, where sunlight filtered through the leaves to dance upon the water's surface. The hall was so silent that the fall of a pin could be heard. Even the emperor forgot to stroke his beard, his gaze fixed intently on the fingertips of Situ Yue. The expression of Princess Qingxue gradually faded, her brows furrowing slightly. Prince Chun regarded Situ Yue's profile, his eyes glimmering with uncontainable mirth. As the melody concluded, her fingers withdrew from the last bowl's rim, the lingering notes swirling in the hall long before dissipating. "Bravo!" the emperor exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "Yue possesses such ingenuity. To produce heavenly music from mere bowls is indeed a stroke of luck for Chun'er to wed you." Situ Yue performed a graceful curtsy, her tone humble. "Your Majesty is overly gracious. To receive your directive for marriage and to accompany Prince Chun is truly my fortune." The emperor turned to Princess Qingxue, his smile dimming slightly. "The outcome of this contest is clear. It appears you and Chun'er are fated to be apart." Princess Qingxue pouted, her complexion oscillating between pallor and flush, yet she remained obstinate. With a glint in her eye, she surveyed the third prince, Dongfang Li, and declared, "Since the second prince is already engaged, what of the third prince?" She appraised Dongfang Li with a hint of disdain. Though he lacked influence within the court and had little popular support, she thought, becoming his consort is not out of the question, provided Emperor Dongyu offers ample dowry, cattle, sheep, gold, silver, and silk. Nothing must be lacking. Her words fell like a heavy silence upon the hall. Situ Yue's brows knitted tightly. How could this princess be so brazen as to publicly insult a prince at a national banquet? It was utterly uncouth. Consort Ling, seated beside the emperor, twisted her handkerchief nervously, her face shifting from red to pale. The princess's remarks pierced her heart. Orphaned at a young age, with no family support, she had relied solely on the emperor's favor in the palace, yet the absence of familial backing was a constant ache. If such an arrogant princess were to marry her son, her own standing in the palace would inevitably suffer. The emperor caught a glimpse of the sorrow in Consort Ling's eyes. His heart softened with a flicker of compassion. Returning to her seat, Situ Yue discreetly nudged Murong Xian's arm and whispered, "Sister Xian, is there any way to intervene?" Murong Xian raised an eyebrow. "Sister Yue, do you not already have Prince Qin? As for the third prince, Dongfang Li has assisted me before. I consider him a friend." Situ Yue's tone was earnest. "I do not wish for him to marry such a woman. Consider Consort Ling. If this princess enters the palace, her future days will surely be fraught with difficulty. I implore you, help him." Murong Xian sighed, her fingertips lightly tapping the rim of her cup. Her head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, Dongfang Li rose, a gentle smile upon his face, addressing Princess Qingxue. "I have always been indifferent to fame and public favor. However, since you lost the contest to Miss Situ, I presume you possess other talents worth showcasing? Why not display them for our enjoyment?" Princess Qingxue scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly and lifting her chin higher. "Humph, my dancing is unparalleled. Allow me to demonstrate it for you all today." As the words fell, a sharp sound echoed through the hall. A jade cup shattered in the center, splintering into several pieces, with wine spilling forth and creating a small, damp stain upon the golden bricks. Startled, everyone turned in unison to witness Murong Xian slowly rising to her feet. She approached the emperor, knelt down, and bowed her head, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have just heard a most ludicrous jest, and in my surprise, I let slip the cup. I beseech your forgiveness." The emperor, astute as he was, recognized her demeanor as a precursor to further antics, and smiled. "No need for concern, dear Exing. What jest has so amused you? Pray, share it with me." that I too may find merriment." Murong Xin bowed once more, and as she rose, a hint of mockery danced in her eyes. "I just overheard someone claiming that their dance is the finest in the realm. Yet, as far as I am aware, Princess Xue's snow dance, which allows her to glide effortlessly over the snow, is the universally acknowledged pinnacle of grace. Moreover, a few years past, the dance of the favored consort from the southern barbarians captivated their king to the extent that he dismissed his harem, ultimately elevating her to empress due to her astonishing artistry. Even the dancers of our imperial city possess exceptional talents." She paused, her gaze drifting towards Princess Qingxue, her tone laced with derision. "I wonder, what audacity permits one to claim the title of the best in the world? I, for one, would not possess such shamelessness." A murmur of suppressed laughter rippled through the hall as the ministers bowed their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. Princess Qingxue's face flushed with anger, and she retorted sharply, "What do they have to do with me? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to summon them for a contest." Or, she appraised Murong Xin from head to toe, a smirk curling her lips. "Why not come and dance a few steps yourself? After all, no one here can surpass me. I am the unrivaled champion. Since you insist, I shall indulge you." Murong Xin replied with a cold laugh, gesturing for the princess to proceed. With a dismissive huff, Princess Qingxue turned to her maidservants to fetch her dance attire. In a mere moment, she emerged clad in a flowing red sheer gown, the fabric clinging to her form like the wings of a cicada, subtly revealing the crimson undergarment beneath. Her back was entirely exposed, her skin pale and flawless. Accentuating her waist, the hem of her dress was cut scandalously high, nearly to her hips, revealing glimpses of her alabaster thighs with every movement. A crescent-shaped mark of rosy hue graced her brow, enhancing her captivating beauty. As the music began, she danced within the hall, twirling at times, the sheer fabric billowing to reveal much of her bare back, bending at others, deliberately arching her chest, enticing several young ministers to hastily avert their gazes. Some of her movements bore a striking resemblance to the provocative dances of courtesans, laden with overt seduction. The empress, troubled by the display, furrowed her brow and closed her eyes, fiddling with her ebony prayer beads, her lips moving as if in silent prayer. The emperor's expression grew somber as he sipped from his cup, masking his displeasure. The ministers dared not look directly, stealing furtive glances, their faces awash with embarrassment. As the performance concluded, Princess Qingxue, breathless, crossed her arms and surveyed the hall, her gaze landing finally upon Murong Xin's empty seat. A triumphant laugh escaped her lips, brimming with arrogance. "What is this? Has she fled? It appears she possesses a modicum of self-awareness." "Haha." The hall buzzed with whispered speculation. Has Miss Murong been intimidated? Perhaps she felt overshadowed and quietly slipped away? At that moment, a palace maid hurriedly entered, her skirts askew, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, esteemed ladies, Miss Murong is ready. Please proceed to the Imperial Garden, where she awaits." The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of what to make of this. The emperor recognized the maid as a close attendant of concubine Ling and understood her covert support for Murong Xin. Recalling Murong Xin's whimsical nature, he felt assured she would not disappoint. He declared with a hearty voice, "Since Miss Murong has made arrangements, my dear ministers, let us venture to the Imperial Garden." Chapter 76. The Princess of Feng County. The assembly moved with great enthusiasm to the Imperial Garden, where arrangements had already been meticulously made. Along the lakeside, a row of rosewood tables and chairs was set, with plush cushions laid thickly upon them. The tables were adorned with fruits, pastries, fragrant teas, and exquisite wines. The emperor, Empress Dowager, and the ladies of the harem ascended a high platform overlooking the lake, while princes and southern barbarians took their seats on either side, and regular officials settled below according to their rank. The scenery of the Imperial Garden was already enchanting, but it appeared even more refined at that moment. A tranquil lake mirrored the willows along the shore and the stars above, with the occasional koi splashing its tail, creating delicate ripples. Beside the cobblestone path, autumn chrysanthemums bloomed vibrantly in hues of yellow, white, and purple, clustering around a rugged artificial hill. The September breeze carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus, caressing the eaves of the pavilions, where copper bells gently swayed, producing a soft chime. As the guests settled in, the air suddenly filled with the clear and melodious sound of a zither, flowing like water under the moonlight, wrapping around their hearts. Following the sound, they beheld a figure clad in white beneath the willow tree across the lake. It was Murong Xin. She wore no jeweled hairpin. Her ebony tresses were loosely gathered with a single white jade hairpin, a few strands cascading gracefully by her cheeks. She was adorned in a moon-white soft silk dance robe, with silver-threaded patterns subtly embroidered at the sleeves and hem, glimmering as she moved, reminiscent of moonlight. As the zither's melody quickened, Murong Xin lightly tapped her toes, floating onto the lake, where a gossamer veil had already been laid upon the surface, appearing like a mirror, yet capable of supporting a light figure. She twirled upon the veil, her slender waist twisting, and at some point, a simple folding fan appeared in her hand. The fan's delicate movements harmonized with the zither's notes. At times, she raised her wrist and lowered her brow, her eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. At other moments, she gracefully waved her hands, the fan tip gliding across the water, stirring delicate silver ripples. Suddenly, with a swift turn, her white robe billowed like flowing clouds, her tresses dancing with her movements. The silver bells at the ends chiming in sync with the zither. The fan in her hand seemed to possess a spirit of its own, spinning, flicking, opening, closing, twisting, curving. Sometimes it painted vivid scenes, sometimes it sliced through the clouds like a sword, and at other times, it fluttered like a butterfly through the flowers, flowing like water and clouds, akin to a dragon soaring or a phoenix dancing. Above, a new moon hung in the sky, its gentle light cascading upon her, the white robe shimmering softly, as if she were destined to merge with the moonlight. The onlookers were entranced, even their breath stilled, fearful that any sound would disturb this ethereal maiden beneath the moon. As the dance reached its zenith, Murong Xin lightly touched the lake's surface with her delicate feet, her body suddenly lifting, akin to a white egret soaring into the sky, her garments fluttering as she ascended higher, seemingly reaching for the moon, as if destined to become an immortal. As the crowd held its breath in anticipation, she suddenly unfurled two delicate, white ribbons from her sleeve. The ribbons, like serpents emerging from their burrows, soared through the air with a whisper of wind, heading straight for the hexagonal pavilion at the lake's center. With a crisp snap, they deftly ensnared the decorative gourd atop the pavilion. Utilizing the momentum, Murong Xin gently tugged, allowing her form to gracefully descend, her skirt tracing elegant arcs in the air, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy descending to earth. As her toes lightly brushed the ground, she took a few measured steps forward, coming to a poised halt beneath the elevated platform. Kneeling on one knee, she closed her folding fan and, with a respectful gesture, declared, "Xiner has presented a humble performance." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the rustling sound of the wind through the willow leaves. The first to regain composure was Situ Yue, who sprang to her feet and clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Sister Xer danced magnificently." The emperor, stroking his beard, echoed three resounding praises, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." His voice echoed with grandeur. This dance should only exist in the heavens. It is a rarity to witness such beauty on earth. The three praises acted as a clarion call, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause, cries of admiration cascading forth. "This dance is truly exquisite. I have lived for decades and have never beheld such celestial grace. Not only is Dongyu the most beautiful, but across the realm, there exists no other dance like it." As the applause gradually subsided, the emperor proclaimed, "Situ Yue, Murong Xin, please step forward to receive your accolades." Without hesitation, Situ Yue gracefully approached Murong Xin, and together they knelt. The emperor regarded Situ Yue with evident approval, stating, "Situ Yue is wise and virtuous. I bestow upon you a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. As for your marriage to the second prince, Dongfang Chun, I shall reiterate my decree. When the auspicious day arrives, a grand wedding shall commence. Dongfang Chun will inherit the title of Chun Wang and be granted a residence for the Chun Wangfu." Dongfang Chun rose to kneel, responding in unison with Situ Yue. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor." The emperor nodded and shifted his gaze to Murong Xin, declaring, "Murong Xin, intelligent and graceful, I grant you also a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. I decree that you be betrothed to the third prince, Dongfang Li, who shall henceforth be elevated to the title of Li Wang and granted a residence for the Li Wangfu." The third prince rose and knelt, his voice calm and steady. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor. All eyes turned expectantly towards Murong Xin, who lingered in silence, not offering her gratitude, eliciting expressions of puzzlement from the crowd. Suddenly, the favored concubine on the elevated platform tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her voice sweet, yet laced with malice. "Oh, is Miss Murong dissatisfied? Do you deem our Li Wang too frivolous to be worthy of you?" Her words, sharp and cunning, openly insinuated that Murong Xin was ungrateful, while subtly reinforcing the third prince's reputation for being frivolous, causing the favored concubine to pale, her fingers gripping her sleeve tightly. Whispers of speculation rippled through the audience, many pointing at Murong Xin. Steeling herself, Murong Xin raised her gaze to the emperor and, with neither deference nor arrogance, replied, "Your Majesty, I, Murong Xin, am but a wayward wanderer, fortunate enough to be taken in by General Situ as an adopted daughter. This in itself is a tremendous blessing. The third prince is of noble lineage, and even the favored concubine must pay proper respects upon encountering him." She paused, a faint smile gracing her lips as her eyes swept over the favored concubine. "As an adopted daughter, I truly cannot presume to elevate myself." The favored concubine's face turned ashen, akin to receiving a public slap. The courtiers understood the implications. According to ancestral customs, royal princes hold esteemed positions, and even concubines must bow in their presence. As the favored concubine was neither the empress nor the noble consort, Murong Xin's statements were entirely justified, casting the favored concubine in a light that revealed her lack of propriety. The emperor furrowed his brow in contemplation when the consort suddenly spoke, her voice gentle. "Your Majesty, I believe what Xiner has said holds merit. Although she is the adopted daughter of General Situ, in the eyes of some, she may never be regarded as legitimate as a biological daughter. This is her fear of falling prey to gossip." As she spoke, she adjusted the jeweled flowers at her temples, her voice light as a sigh yet audible to those around. If Xiner were to possess a proper status, it would spare her from the idle chatter of others. The emperor's eyes sparkled as he slapped his thigh. "Ah, I have been remiss. General Situ is as close as a brother to me, and his daughter is akin to my own." He called out, "Murong Xin, heed the decree." Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Murong Xin, the adopted daughter of General Situ, possessing a kind heart, poised demeanor, and exceptional grace in dance, is hereby granted the title of County Princess of Tianwu, of the second rank, and shall be betrothed to Prince Li." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Second-rank county princess? Such a reward was exceedingly generous. Typically, county princesses hailed from royal collateral branches, their rank seldom exceeding the fifth. Yet, Murong Xin, a woman of an external surname, was astonishingly elevated to the second rank, a truly unprecedented occurrence. Murong Xin was bewildered, her thoughts racing. Why is the emperor deviating from convention? I intended to refuse the marriage, yet I am now a county princess? How desperate is the third prince for a bride? She could not help but mutter under her breath, "Damn it all." An elder minister could not restrain himself from stepping forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. The title of county princess has always been reserved for royal family members. Although Miss Murong is the adopted daughter of the general, she is ultimately of an external family." Before he could finish, the emperor suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something, "Ah, dear minister, you have reminded me. Having conferred the title upon Murong Xin, how could I forget the legitimate daughter of General Situ? Situ Yue, come forth." Situ Yue promptly bowed. The emperor continued with a smile, "Situ Yue, possessing the grace of a jade and the charm of a flower, is hereby granted the title of County Princess of Tianwu, with a betrothal to Prince Chun." Now, the crowd was left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The elder minister opened his mouth to speak, wishing to articulate his concerns, but upon seeing the emperor wave his hand, he could only retreat in resignation. The four individuals below expressed their gratitude once more before returning to their positions. Murong Xin remained in shock, her hand trembling around her wine cup. As she glanced at Dongfang Li, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance, her lips pouting as if she had been wronged. Dongfang Li, witnessing this, could not suppress a slight smile, amusement flickering in his eyes. Chapter 77. "Marry me," as the principal consort Situ Yue observed Murong Xin's dejected expression, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the newly acquired jade bracelet on her wrist, and she sighed softly. She had initially thought that a bond might blossom between Murong Xin and the third prince, but now, seeing Xin's face full of resistance, she felt she had overestimated the situation. Leaning closer to Murong Xin, she lowered her voice to offer counsel. Xin, do not wear such a long face. You are only 14 this year, and according to our Eastern Yue customs, a girl must undergo the hairpin ceremony before she can marry, which means you have a year left. In this year, if you spend time with the third prince, perhaps feelings will develop. Upon hearing this, Murong Xin's eyes suddenly brightened, as if seizing a lifeline, and she eagerly leaned in closer, her voice dropping even lower, tinged with mischief. Right. There is still a year. A year is ample time for me to find an opportunity to escape. Situ Yue felt a vain throb at her temple, shaking her head in exasperation. This girl was filled with the most peculiar thoughts. At this moment, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. Her face radiated warmth. Having witnessed the events in the Imperial Garden earlier, both the second and third princes were her cherished grandsons. Now, seeing them betrothed to such excellent brides, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes sparkled with delight. She beckoned to the two young ladies below the platform, her voice gentle as the warm sun of spring. Wearer, Xin, come here to your grandmother. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged glances, finding a hint of obedience in each other's eyes. They promptly rose and gracefully approached the edge of the high platform, kneeling to pay their respects. The Empress Dowager, with a beaming smile, delicately retrieved an object from her bosom, a moon-white satin handkerchief, its corners embroidered with intricate entwined lotus patterns, evidently aged. Carefully, she unfolded the handkerchief, revealing a pair of jade bangles nestled within, their vibrant green hue reminiscent of water, translucent and radiant, their circular openings smooth and warm to the touch. Come, wear them so your grandmother may see, she urged, personally placing one bangle onto Situ Yue's wrist and handing the other to Murong Xin. Her eyes filled with anticipation. The two young women complied, adorning their wrists with the jade, which accentuated their fair skin like snow. In unison, they bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager feigned a stern expression, exclaiming softly, Oh, what are you calling me? From now on, you are both my royal granddaughters-in-law. Should I still need to teach you how to address me? Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged smiles once more, their initial reserve dissipating slightly. As they bowed again, their voices carried a newfound intimacy. Thank you for your generosity, grandmother. Ah, that's much better, the Empress Dowager said, her eyes crinkling with joy as she patted their hands. Now, go back to your seats. They expressed their thanks and returned to their places. Murong Xin gazed at the jade bangle on her wrist, feeling its weighty green hue pressing down on her heart, as if it were not merely an ornament but an invisible shackle. The ministers below observed keenly. The emperor had granted marriages, and the Empress Dowager had bestowed bangles, specifically instructing the young ladies to address her as grandmother. The implications were unmistakable. The Empress Dowager was exceedingly pleased with these future granddaughters-in-law. In their minds, the ministers began to ponder how to treat the two young ladies from the Situ residence with greater respect in the future. Meanwhile, Princess Qing Shui could no longer contain herself. Noticing that the Eastern Yue Emperor and his ministers were engrossed in merriment and neglecting the matter of the alliance, she raised her voice. Eastern Yue Emperor, I concede my earlier contest. However, we cannot simply dismiss the matter of the marriage alliance, can we? The Emperor stroked his beard, his expression calm yet amused. Princess Qing Shui, you stated that the victor would gain and the loser would withdraw. If you dare to compete, you must be prepared to accept defeat. The positions of the Crown Princess and the Princess of the Chun and Li Princes are no longer available to you. Yet, as you are the Southern Barbarian Princess, how could I treat you with less regard? He paused, surveying the prince's seats. My fourth son, Dongfang Tai, is still too young and unsuitable for the princess. As for my eldest son, the Crown Prince, my second son, the Chun Prince, and my third son, the Li Prince, none have taken concubines yet. If the princess does not mind, she may choose one of these three, and I shall draft a decree for marriage immediately. Concubine? Princess Qing Shui's complexion turned pale, her teeth nearly grinding against one another. As a southern barbarian princess, of noble lineage, she had come to Eastern Yue seeking a position of primary consort. How could she settle for the role of a mere concubine? This was nothing short of an affront. Before she could erupt, Consort Ling spoke softly. Princess Qing Shui, In our Eastern Yu, it has always been the custom for men to choose their wives. It is unheard of for a woman to select her husband. His Majesty has already broken this ancient tradition for your sake, allowing you the privilege of choice, which is indeed a tremendous favor. As her words fell, the audience erupted in agreement. Indeed, His Majesty has shown great favor to the princess. If it were another daughter from a different family, being married into the royal family as a concubine would be a fortune earned over generations. Princess Situ Yue clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. She could not afford to lose her composure. The southern barbarians needed this alliance. Taking a deep breath to suppress the humiliation, she began to strategize in her mind. The third prince, Dongfeng Li, was said to indulge in debauchery, lacking any foundation at court, and the emperor held no regard for him. He would amount to nothing. The second prince, Dongfeng Chun, although favored by the emperor, was rumored to be afflicted with a chronic illness, likely to live no longer than 20 years. At 19, he had but a year left and could not assist the southern barbarians in their ambitions. Only the crown prince, Dongfeng Ao, held a stable power base at court. His birth mother and the crown princess, both daughters of high-ranking officials, providing formidable support. As the heir apparent, he was almost certainly destined to become emperor. If she could marry him and find a way to eliminate the crown princess, she would eventually ascend to the position of empress. With this thought, a glimmer of pride crossed Princess Situ Yue's eyes, as if she could already envision herself standing at the coronation ceremony alongside the crown prince, receiving the homage of the officials. Composing herself, she knelt and bowed, her voice deliberately softening. Situ Yue wishes to choose His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The emperor's expression appeared stern, yet a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. He had long been displeased with the crown princess. This headstrong southern barbarian princess would surely provide some annoyance for her. The crown prince, seated among the guests, was also calculating. Should he be able to win over the southern barbarians, his position as heir would be further secured. A mere concubine was a small price to pay. Beside him, the crown princess maintained a gentle smile, though her fingers had twisted her handkerchief into a tight knot, the simmering resentment in her eyes nearly spilling over. This southern barbarian princess was clearly a rival for her position. At that moment, a figure suddenly surged forth from the audience. Kneeling before the emperor with a thud, it was Situ Yue. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her face showing urgency, yet her voice was deliberately raised so all could hear. Your Majesty, I am Situ Yue, the third daughter of General Situ. You, and the fourth prince are in love. I beseech your Majesty to grant our union. With that, she abruptly turned her gaze towards the fourth prince, Dongfeng Tai, her eyes filled with unmistakable threat. Fourth prince, we have already exchanged vows before the ancestral tablets. If you refuse today, I shall expose our bond before all, and no one shall have it easy. The fourth prince, meeting her gaze, inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had never been fond of Situ Yue, a mere illegitimate daughter, shameless in her advances. To marry her as his primary consort would be to disgrace his royal status. Not to mention, the thought of her was repulsive. With a flick of his eyes, a plan formed in his mind, and he too stepped forward to kneel. His voice sincere, tinged with a hint of helplessness. I report to your Majesty, months ago, when I visited the Situ residence to see Situ Yue, I indeed encountered this Situ Yue. At that time, she was excessively attentive towards me, and recalling your Majesty's teachings. I treated those from the General's household with particular courtesy and did not take offense. He paused momentarily, a tinge of regret coloring his tone. I never anticipated that she would mistakenly believe I held affections for her. On the day of my birthday, she stealthily entered the palace, lavishing flattery upon me. I had made my rejection abundantly clear, yet today she dares to utter words of mutual affection. The audience erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Was this Sima Yue truly so desperate to elevate her status? To willingly present herself in the prince's chamber, utterly shameless. Listening to the whispers below, the fourth prince felt a surge of secret satisfaction, though his visage remained one of feigned compassion. Father, I see her unwavering devotion and cannot bear to be excessively harsh. I implore you to grant your permission for me to take her as a concubine, thus honoring her feelings. As the emperor stroked his beard, ready to acquiesce, Sima Yue suddenly lifted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes. Her voice laced with anguish. Fourth prince, how can you say such a thing? You have professed your love for me alone, vowing to make me your primary consort. She fixed her eyes on the fourth prince, battling for a final reprieve. unwilling to accept that all her efforts would amount to merely being a concubine. Chapter 78. The Restoration of Your Innocence. The fourth prince raised his eyes to Situ Yue, a cold smirk playing upon his lips, his gaze as frigid as ice, radiating unmasked disdain. You, a mere illegitimate daughter, dare to dream of becoming the primary consort? Are you not cut from the same cloth as your half-sister? Resorting to underhanded tactics in hopes of climbing the social ladder? Your second sister once schemed tirelessly to seduce my second brother, only to end up publicly humiliated, displayed at the gates of the Chunwang's residence. Your demeanor mirrors hers, revealing your utter lack of shame. He paused, his tone growing even more frigid, as if lashing out. You are but 14, a year away from maturity. In this year, it would be wise to remain composed and avoid provoking others, steering clear of the lewd behaviors that lead to scandal. Otherwise, his unspoken threat hung in the air, sharp as a knife, chilling Situ Yue to her core. She shivered violently, belatedly recalling her own shameful past, the humiliation of being sullied by four brutish men, the cunning attempt to harm Situ Yue with aphrodisiacs, which had backfired, leading her unwittingly into the fourth prince's chamber. The suddenness of it all left her unprepared. She couldn't even manage the simplest deception of staining the silken quilt to feign virginity. In her haze, it was clear the fourth prince must have known she was not pure. Perhaps even the favored concubine was aware. For how could the events within the palace escape the watchful eyes of its inhabitants? Situ Yue's heart sank, weighed down like lead. At this juncture, to claim she did not like the fourth prince would be futile. She bit her lip fiercely, tasting the metallic tang of blood, and reluctantly uttered, "This humble girl. I am willing to be a concubine. I beseech the emperor to grant this wish." The murmurs from the audience grew increasingly chaotic, their gazes piercing her like needles. Indeed, they are of a kind. Her sister was once scorned, and this younger sibling is no better. It is said her sister sought to climb the ranks with the Chunwang, only to be humiliated publicly. Now this sister wishes to ensnare the fourth prince, utterly shameless. The emperor, observing this spectacle, suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, a knowing glint in his eyes. Excellent. Truly, today brings fourfold joy. Come, my ministers, let us raise our cups and celebrate. As the gathering came to a close, the crowd rose in unison, raising their goblets and exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty. Long live the emperor." When the festivities concluded, the night had deepened. The crown prince and the prince of Li personally escorted Situ Yue, Murong Xin, and Situ Yue back to the general's residence. After a brief exchange, the crown prince turned to Situ Yue and spoke gently, "Yue, Miss Murong, do take your rest early. In 2 days, father will bring the southern barbarians' emissaries to the royal hunting grounds, and as future consorts, it is customary for you to accompany him. Tomorrow, my brother and I will come to fetch you, and we shall depart together." His gaze lingered on the downcast Situ Yue for a moment before he said nothing more, turning to leave alongside the Prince of Li. Upon closing the gates, Situ Yue and Murong Xin returned to their respective courtyards, and the Yue garden soon fell into silence, save for the lanterns swaying gently in the evening breeze. In contrast, Situ Yue's small courtyard erupted in chaos. She had just recounted the day's events in detail to Aunt Lu when a sharp slap echoed through the air, striking her cheek with such force that she staggered back 2 steps, 5 red marks blooming on her face. "Foolish. You are utterly foolish," Aunt Lu exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at her, her chest heaving with agitation, a blend of anger and despair in her tone. "A girl of your tarnished reputation should be discreet. Yet you dared to provoke a prince? Now the fourth prince is fully aware of your blemished honor. Who will protect you in the residence or the palace from now on?" Situ Yue clutched her face, tears streaming down in a torrent as she cried out in defiance. "I know I was wrong, but I cannot bear it. Why should that little vixen Situ Yue get her way? And that enigmatic Murong Xin? Why can they both become primary consorts while I am relegated to a mere concubine? I refuse to accept it. I refuse." Aunt Lu glared at her, rage transforming into a bitter smile. "Refusal? I see you are bereft of sense. Do you think I have toiled in vain all this time?" Seeing Situ Yue shake her head in confusion, Aunt Lu took a deep breath to quell her fury, her voice growing somber. "I have already enlisted the help of a skilled individual who can assist you in restoring your purity. I had hoped that once you came of age, with your beauty and virtue, you could either be elevated to a secondary consort by the fourth prince or wed to a reputable nobleman. I would then petition the general to ensure you attain your rightful place as the primary wife. But now, look at what you have done. Is there any room for redemption? Situ Yue suddenly collapsed to the ground, her spine rigid, yet tears cascaded like pearls from a broken string, splattering onto her garments. Memories that she had desperately tried to forget surged forth, the terror of being dragged into a dark alley by four burly men, the confusion wrought by the aphrodisiac, the weakness and humiliation upon her return home. All of this was the result of her own misguided arrogance. She had always thought she could manage on her own, concealing her schemes from her mother and elder sister, and in the end, it was she who suffered for Situ Yue. The very drug intended for Situ Yue had ensnared her instead, each incident cutting into her heart like a blade. At only 13, she should have been a girl hiding behind her mother, indulging in childish whims, yet she was already ensnared in such sordid affairs that she could scarcely breathe. Despair washed over her like a tide, nearly drowning her in its depths. Aunt Lu gazed at her daughter, who appeared utterly despondent, and ultimately felt a pang of compassion. With a weary sigh, she spoke. Very well, it has come to this. Further words would be futile. Allow me to contemplate a solution, and you should return to your chamber to rest. The defiance on Situ Yue's face gradually faded, leaving only a numb acquiescence. She slowly rose, offering a slight bow to Aunt Lu, and as she turned to retreat to her room, her steps seemed unsteady, as if treading on cotton. The moonlight in the corridor cast a melancholic glow upon her, revealing an aura of impending despair. Chapter 79. The autumn examination commences the following day, as dawn broke. The carriages of Prince Chun and Prince Li had already come to a halt outside the Situ residence. Prince Chun, clad in dark riding attire, with his ink-black hair bound by a jade crown, stood tall before his horse, his countenance reflecting a hint of the morning's briskness. Prince Li, donning moon-white riding garb and adorned with a jade belt, bore a gentle smile that exuded warmth yet retained an air of gallantry. Situ Yue, accompanied by Fei Yu, followed closely by Murong Xin and Xiao Dao, stepped out of the estate. Upon noticing Situ Yue's approach, Prince Chun promptly advanced, instinctively brushing away the morning dew from her shoulders. The wind is brisk. Let us take the carriage, he suggested. Murong Xin raised an eyebrow at this display of attentiveness, quickening her pace alongside Xiao Dao, teasingly remarking, "Oh, Prince Chin's considerate demeanor might just make Sister Yue feel like a precious lily pearl." The carriage was spacious, furnished with thick cushions, and in one corner rested a plate of freshly baked almond pastries. This was Xiao Dao's first experience of such grandeur, her eyes widening with wonder as she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. "Sisters, what is this autumn examination? It sounds quite grand," she inquired curiously. Situ Yue, holding a teacup, replied with a gentle smile. "The autumn examination is, in fact, the autumn hunt, an annual tradition held at this time." Murong Xin chimed in playfully. "We too have only heard of it. For specifics, we ought to let Fei Yu enlighten us, as she possesses greater knowledge of these customs." Pointed out, Fei Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she became animated, her voice clear as she explained, "Little sister Xiao Dao, the autumn hunt is an ancient custom of our Dongyu. In spring, as life flourishes and creatures breed, hunting during this time would invoke divine retribution and appear unkind. However, in autumn, when the game has grown plump, it provides sustenance for the winter and aligns with the harvest season, hence the timing." Moreover, Situ Yue interjected after setting down her teacup, for the emperor, "The autumn hunt entails more than mere sport. Observe those warriors accompanying us. They are actually rehearsing military formations through this hunt. The strategies, encirclements, and collaborations mirror the essence of warfare, governed by strict regulations. Any disruption in formation is subject to military discipline." Xiao Dao nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "So there are so many intricacies involved. You sisters are truly knowledgeable. I shall remember all of this." The laughter inside the carriage mingled with the gentle sounds of wheels rolling over cobblestone, making the journey feel less oppressive. From the soft glow of morning to the slanting rays of the setting sun, the carriage finally arrived at the military camp on the eastern outskirts of the royal city. Flags fluttered within the camp. Soldiers clad in gleaming armor marched in formation, their footsteps resonating with a palpable air of solemnity. After passing through the camp and continuing for a while, they reached the hunting grounds, where dozens of tents were pitched across the expansive meadow, featuring bright yellow imperial tents alongside various ministerial pavilions, with windbreak canvases hung between them. In the distance, the faint barking of hunting dogs could be discerned. Prince Chun reined in his horse, dismounted, and addressed Situ Yue and Murong Xin, who had just alighted from the carriage. For tonight, you shall stay in the military tent, which has been prepared adequately, complete with a warm stove to ensure you do not feel the chill. Tomorrow, when my father arrives with the army, the hunt will commence shortly after noon. I am not in good health and do not partake in such activities. You may simply accompany me and observe. Situ Yue nodded, about to speak, when Murong Xin chimed in cheerfully, Your Highness, as the future princess of Li and sister-in-law to you, it feels rather distant to call me Miss Murong. Just call me Xiner. Prince Chin paused momentarily, then chuckled and nodded. Very well, Xiner. Murong Xin's eyes sparkled with delight as she took Situ Yue's hand and led her toward a nearby military tent. Come, Sister Yue, let us see what this tent looks like inside. As dawn broke the following day, the hunting grounds buzzed with activity. 20,000 soldiers marched in an impressive formation, their armor glinting in the sunlight, and the banners fluttered in the breeze, creating an atmosphere that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. The emperor's entourage followed closely behind. The empress wore a lake blue palace gown, adorned with East pearls, exuding grace, while the concubine in crimson, embellished with jewels, radiated a more flamboyant charm. The crown prince and his consort, along with the fourth prince, were also present, with the crown princess maintaining her dignified demeanor, though her gaze frequently drifted towards Situ Yue, who stood beside Prince Chun. The southern barbarians were particularly eye-catching. Their prince donned a short fur outfit that accentuated his robust arms, a curved dagger hanging from his waist, while Princess Qingxue, dressed in practical riding attire, surveyed the hunting grounds from atop a chestnut horse with keen eyes, clearly determined to claim victory in the hunt. The court officials and southern barbarian envoys followed closely behind, filling the open space of the hunting grounds to capacity. Prince Chin sat at the designated banquet area alongside the empress, the concubine, Situ Yue, Murong Xin, the crown princess, and Princess Qingxue. The banquet was outdoors, adorned with thick felt carpets and low tables laden with fruits and delicacies. In the distance, Prince Li directed his soldiers in the final preparations for the hunt, having dispatched 10,000 troops the previous day to secure the area and eliminate any distractions, ensuring everything was foolproof. Once the arrangements were complete, he donned his armor and returned to the banquet, taking his place beside the emperor. During the military review, 50,000 soldiers stood in formation, their armor clattering, and their rallying cries rustled the leaves. Long live the emperor! Protect the homeland! The emperor, standing on a raised platform, surveyed the throng below with an air of authority. Following the review, the banquet resumed. The emperor occupied the main seat, with the empress and concubine flanking him. To his right sat the crown prince and his consort, Prince Chun and Situ Yue, Prince Li and Murong Xin, and finally the fourth prince. To his left were the southern barbarian prince, Princess Qingxue, and the envoys. The emperor raised his goblet and drank deeply, proclaiming, Today, as autumn hunt has showcased the valor of my soldiers, now it is time to witness your skills. His gaze swept over his sons, and he continued, This year's competition is straightforward. Each of you will have 10 arrows and 1 hour to return with your game. Whoever brings back the most and the largest shall be declared the victor. He then turned his attention to Prince Chun, softening his tone. Chunner, given your frail health, you need not partake. Prince Chun inclined his head slightly and coughed twice, replying, This son obeys your command. Soon, an official approached, holding 3 bamboo tubes, their surfaces polished to a sheen, each containing 10 arrows, the tails adorned with ribbons of yellow, red, and green, gently fluttering in the breeze. The crown prince was the first to rise, striding confidently towards the official, seizing the tube tied with a yellow ribbon, his exclusive color, traditionally his to select first. He bowed respectfully to the emperor, mounted his steed, and with a flourish of his horse's hooves raised a cloud of dust, galloping away. The princely was about to reach for the tube with the green ribbon when the fourth prince suddenly dashed forward, snatching the green tube with an exuberant grin. Third brother, he exclaimed, didn't you always say that red symbolizes festivity? Allow me to reserve this red one for you. Before he could finish his sentence, he had vaulted onto his horse and, cracking the whip, sped off in pursuit of the crown prince. Prince Li shook his head in resignation, taking up the remaining tube with the red ribbon. He turned to the emperor and bowed, saying, Father, I shall take my leave. The emperor stroked his beard, a smile dancing in his eyes. Go forth, be earnest, and do not let your elder brother or fourth brother surpass you. Prince Li acquiesced with a yes, mounted his horse, his white riding attire strikingly vivid in the sunlight, the sound of hooves fading into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 80. Your loyalty. As the figures of the three princes vanished into the thicket, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually enlivened. Concubine May lifted a wine jug, pouring half a cup of wine for Concubine Ling, delicately shaking a handkerchief with her fingertips, her voice sweetly syrupy. Sister, do observe how Prince Li's horsemanship has grown ever more splendid. Though he often wanders into the brothels among the princes, he is surely one of the finest in archery. Today's contest will certainly see him excel. Concubine Ling raised her teacup, taking a gentle sip, the smile in her eyes faint. May my sister's words prove prophetic. If he can outhunt the fourth prince, that will suffice. Concubine May's smile faltered slightly, her grip on the handkerchief tightening, her tone suddenly tinged with sharpness. Sister, you speak as if the crown prince's martial skills are mere trifles. Having trained under military generals since his youth, his prowess is formidable. For Prince Li to surpass him will indeed be a daunting challenge. Perhaps it would be wiser not to set your expectations too high to avoid disappointment. Concubine Ling set her teacup down, the bottom gently clinking against the low table, producing a clear sound. She raised her gaze to Concubine May, her smile still warm but laced with a hint of detachment. I have never aspired for Li to compete with the crown prince. His temperament is gentle, and if he can merely hold his own among the princes, as a mother, I shall find solace in that. Who can say who will come in last? Concubine May scoffed, turning her lips in disdain. Choosing not to respond further, she lifted her wine cup and drained it in one go, leaving a red mark on her lips, appearing quite displeased. Concubine Ling paid her no mind, her gaze lowered to the swirling tea leaves in her cup, her expression serene. Meanwhile, the emperor engaged in cordial conversation with the southern barbarian's crown prince. The autumn sun cast its rays upon the emperor's dragon robe, the golden threads shimmering subtly. He stroked his beard and smiled. Crown prince of the southern barbarians, it has been a while. How fares your father's health? The southern barbarian's crown prince rose and bowed, his voice resonating with the distinct warmth of his people. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. My father remains quite vigorous and even personally led a hunt for a black bear. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, half an hour slipped away quietly. In the past half hour, Situ Yue had sensed something amiss with Murong Xin. At times, she would gaze intently at the figure of Princess Qingxue, her brow furrowed as though it were knotted in thought. At other moments, she held her wine cup, her fingertips tracing the rim repeatedly, as if burdened by an unspoken concern. Gently, Situ Yue touched her arm, softening her voice. Sister Xin, what troubles you? Is something on your mind? Murong Xin raised her eyes, meeting Situ Yue's gaze filled with concern. Her lips moved as if to speak, but upon catching sight of Prince Chun beside Situ Yue, she ultimately swallowed her words and merely shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. Situ Yue grasped her hand, the warmth of her palm seeping through the skin. Her gaze bright and resolute. Since we met, you have always protected me. You are the person I trust most in this world. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with me. We shall bear them together. The sincerity of her tone washed over Murong Xin like warm water, gradually dissolving the hesitation in her eyes. She looked at Situ Yue and let out a soft sigh, her voice barely above a whisper. Sister, in this deep palace, we are vulnerable and powerless. Many matters are beyond our control. Whether it be Prince Chun or Prince Li, they are unreliable. Situ Yue was taken aback, confusion flickering in her eyes. Sister, why do you say that? Let us discuss it later. Murong Xin interrupted gently, shaking her head, her gaze sweeping over the guests at the banquet, the worry in her eyes deepening. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Situ Yue nodded in understanding. Very well. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at the emperor's face. Your Majesty, be careful. There's an assassin. The cry erupted, causing the banquet attendees to rise in alarm, the clanging of swords echoing as guards drew their weapons. Instinctively, Situ Yue pulled Murong Xin behind her, while Prince Chen shielded her, his eyes sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, a muffled groan was heard. The crowd turned their attention to see eunuch Zhang standing before the emperor, a figure who had been by the emperor's side since he was a mere child, having entered the palace at 10 and devoted over 20 years to his service. At that moment, he stood with his back to the crowd, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet his arms were spread wide, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, shielding the emperor closely. Behind eunuch Zhang stood a guard clad in dark armor. An arrow with a chilling gleam piercing through his left shoulder, the white feathers stained with blood, dripping onto the ground in a small pool of vivid red. The guard gritted his teeth, his shoulder quivering, yet he remained silent. With a swift motion, he grasped the arrow and yanked it out, causing droplets of blood to spray, and casually discarded the arrow onto the ground with a clatter. Before anyone could react, he turned and disappeared into the dense forest with a few swift leaps. It was well known that he was the Emperor's personal shadow guard, having deflected the lethal blow. "Catch the assassin. Quickly, capture the assassin," a minister shouted, prompting the guards to split into several teams and pursue the direction from which the arrow had come, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The Emperor's expression darkened to a point where one could almost sense the weight of water dripping from it. Yet he addressed the still station eunuch Zhang with irritation. "Zhang He, how long do you intend to remain crouched in my embrace? Get up already." Zhang He, trembling, finally raised his head, one eye cautiously opening a narrow slit. Upon sighting the arrow soaked in blood on the ground, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. He pounded his chest, gasping for breath, turned to glare at the Emperor with an expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Leaning closer to the Emperor's ear, he spoke in a hushed tone, yet with an air of indignation. "This servant fears for his life, but who among us does not fear death? Even in my fear, my loyalty to you remains unwavering." The Emperor, amused by Zhang He's blend of cowardice and obstinacy, could not maintain his anger. The corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, though his expression remained stern. "Enough. Rise," he commanded. "Do not embarrass yourself here." Chapter 81. What grievance is there? The Emperor regarded Zhang He, who appeared both fearful and defiant, and felt a warmth in his heart akin to a gentle collision. He was well aware of Zhang He's timid nature. Yet this very timid individual had thrown himself in front of him as if oblivious to the dangers of life and death, moved beyond his initial anger. The Emperor maintained a stern facade and addressed the guards in a low, serious tone. "Bring forth a thorough investigation. I wish to uncover who possesses the audacity to attempt an assassination during the autumn hunt." No sooner had he spoken than the favored concubine pointed at the arrow on the ground, her voice trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. "The arrow's tail is bound with a red satin ribbon. This is the arrow of Prince Li, is it not?" The crowd collectively lowered their heads, confirming that indeed, the bloodied arrow bore a striking resemblance to the ribbon from the quiver that Prince Li had taken. A wave of gasps swept through the assembly, hushed whispers rising like a tide. Is it truly Prince Li's arrow? Does he dare to commit patricide? The guards swiftly cordoned off the scene, and the onlookers awkwardly returned to their seats, their gazes fixated on the arrow, filled with dread and suspicion. At that moment, the left chancellor, Duan Xingtuo, stepped forward, lifting his robe and kneeling on one knee, his voice resonating. "Your Majesty, the intentions of Prince Li to usurp the throne are glaringly apparent. Such treachery cannot be forgiven. I implore the Emperor to deliver severe punishment." Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. Situ Yue discreetly turned her gaze toward Prince Chun, who leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a hushed tone. "That is the left chancellor Duan Xingtuo, an ally of the crown prince." With that singular statement, the underlying motive was revealed. This was an attempt to tarnish Prince Li's reputation through the assassination plot. The Emperor furrowed his brow, his voice low and commanding. "Quickly summon the crown prince, Prince Li, and the fourth prince." Before he finished speaking, a commander clad in dark armor, with a long sword at his waist, mounted his horse, a figure identified as Su Mo, the commander of the Imperial Guard. He clasped his fists in salute, accepting the order, and rode off with a contingent of guards, the sound of hooves echoing sharply across the expansive hunting grounds. Prince Chun then whispered, "Su Mo is also aligned with the crown prince." Situ Yue's fingers tightened slightly, though she remained silent. Murong Xin cast a fleeting glance at Prince Chun, a glimmer of inquiry flashing in her eyes, yet she too chose to remain quiet. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Su Mo returned with the three princes. Each of their expressions varied upon hearing of the assassination attempt. The crown prince appeared grave, as if he had anticipated this. Prince Li remained composed, though his brows were slightly furrowed. The fourth prince wore a smug expression, his gaze flitting between the others. To conspire against one's father is an affront to the heavens. The crown prince was the first to speak, his gaze piercing as he directed it toward Prince Li. "Third brother, At this juncture, do you still refuse to confess? The king of Li raised his gaze, his expression calm and unruffled. It was not my son's doing. Humph. Even facing death, one dares to argue. The left chancellor abruptly rose, pointing at the arrow feathers on the ground. The crimson silken tail of the arrow is unmistakably your token. Who else could it belong to? Situ Yue glanced anxiously at Murong Xin, her eyes clearly urging her to devise a plan. Murong Xin sighed softly, supporting her forehead as she stood up, moving beside the king of Li, kneeling gracefully with her spine erect, yet remaining silent. Oh, is the princess of Tianwu here to plead for the king of Li? The left chancellor sneered, his gaze slicing through Murong Xin like a blade. Do not harbor such foolish hopes. The king of Li attempted to assassinate the emperor. Although you have not yet entered the palace, you cannot escape responsibility, and this must be thoroughly investigated. Cough, cough. The Prince of Chun leaned against the table, gradually standing up, his cough betraying a hint of urgency. Father, this must be a misunderstanding. My younger brother has always held you in high regard and would never commit such an unfilial act. Just as the emperor was about to speak, the concubine Mei interjected with a sharp, mocking laughter, her voice as piercing as a needle. Oh, Prince Chun, are you here to protect him? With so many eyes upon us, the arrow lies right here. Could it possibly have sprouted legs? Today he dares to commit patricide. Tomorrow, he may even attempt fratricide. One wonders how the noble consort has raised her son to produce such a heartless wretch. Upon hearing this, the noble consort adjusted her gown. Kneeling on the opposite side of the king of Li, the pearls in her hairpins swayed gently, yet she displayed no signs of panic. She lifted her gaze to the emperor, speaking calmly. Your Majesty, Li'er is certainly not such a person. As his biological mother, the noble consort naturally seeks to protect him. The left chancellor pressed on relentlessly, asserting that this matter could not be divorced from the consort's involvement, urging the emperor to make a swift decision. The surrounding murmurs grew increasingly chaotic, buzzing like countless bees in the ears. Murong Xin suddenly turned her head to the king of Li, her voice soft yet clear. Hey, fool, how many arrows did you shoot? How many struck you? The king of Li did not even lift his eyelids, casting her a fleeting glance without responding. The noble consort observed this and discreetly nudged the king of Li's arm with her elbow, her voice barely above a whisper. Li'er, tell your mother. How many arrows did you shoot? How many hit you? At last, the king of Li turned to his mother, his tone still bland. All hit. The noble consort felt a stir in her heart, glancing towards Murong Xin. Murong Xin met her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded gently. Your Majesty, Xiner has something to say? Murong Xin took a deep breath and raised her voice, her clarity cutting through the surrounding clamor. Just as the emperor was about to respond, the crown prince interjected, a glint of calculation in his eyes. His tone softened, laced with persuasion. Murong Xin, do not plead further for the king of Li. I understand your reluctance, but regicide and usurpation are unforgivable crimes. If you know any details, please speak up. If you are uninvolved, not only will father not blame you, but I will also consider making you a concubine in light of General Situ's standing. He calculated well, Murong Xin. As the adopted daughter of General Situ and a second-rank princess, would undoubtedly bolster the crown prince's faction if he could win her over. What woman, witnessing the king of Li in distress, would not seek to preserve her own safety? However, to his surprise, a cold smile emerged on Murong Xin's lips. Her voice as clear as ice. Though my status is humble, Xiner understands the essence of loyalty and righteousness. My future husband is unjustly accused. How can I remain unscathed? Consumed by fear for my own life? The emperor, unable to contain his fury any longer, forcefully struck the table and declared in a deep voice, What grievance do you speak of? Speak swiftly. Chapter 82. What benefits arise from assassination? Just as Murong Xin was about to speak, the crown prince slammed his hand on the table, sternly rebuking her. Boldly insolent. Do not attempt to quibble. Guards, seize these three and take them to the ancestral hall for rigorous interrogation. Ascertain if there are any accomplices. Before his words could fully settle, several guards drew their swords and advanced, ready to act. Yet, Murong Xin rose calmly, her gaze icy as it swept over the assembly, and proclaimed each word with chilling clarity. Who dares to move? Have you all grown so impatient as to rebel? The word rebel reverberated like thunder, causing all present to change countenance. It was a fatal taboo, uttered only at the peril of one's life. Even the advancing guards halted abruptly, their hands trembling around their sword hilts, clearly taken aback by her audacious declaration. The crown prince's face flushed with rage as he stood abruptly. Murong Xin. Cease your baseless accusations. Her voice, though not loud, carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if the very air around them had frozen. Your Highness, the Prince of Li is your royal brother. Before the matter is clarified, you hastily condemn him to death. This is your compassion as both crown prince and elder brother? Or perhaps you would rather he be wrongfully executed, removing a rival for the throne? She turned toward the emperor, bowing deeply, and declared with clarity, Your Majesty, have you ever uttered a word about punishing the Prince of Li? The crown prince's eagerness. Could it be he aspires to claim the dragon throne? The crown prince gritted his teeth, his temples throbbing. You speak nonsense. Father is benevolent and holds the Prince of Li in great affection, unwilling to punish him. I am merely alleviating my father's concerns. What is improper about that? Oh, so the crown prince is neither benevolent nor loving towards his royal brother, yet has the heart to cast him into the depths of doom? Murong Xion's mocking laughter rendered the crown prince speechless. The emperor let out a heavy snort, finally speaking with an overwhelming fury. Heir, either take your place upon the dragon throne to speak, or silence yourself. The crown prince's face turned a deep shade of gray, yet he dared not defy the command, glaring at Murong Xion with resentment before begrudgingly returning to his seat, gripping the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. The favored concubine, sensing the tension, began to rise to speak, but as she uttered a single word, the emperor abruptly turned, glaring at her with fury. You too, silence yourself. The favored concubine quivered in fear and withdrew, her eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. Murong Xion cast a glance at the kneeling consort Ling, who had been on her knees for quite some time, her skirts stained with grass, yet her back remained straight. Murong Xion decided not to delay further and spoke clearly. Your Majesty, this is clearly a frame-up. Imagine, if indeed this arrow was shot by the Prince of Li. She paused, her gaze sweeping the assembly, her tone growing increasingly resolute. If it were successful, the safety of your Majesty would be in jeopardy, and Consort Ling, deeply devoted to you, would surely follow you in death. The Prince of Li would face execution by the new sovereign, and I would lose my position as a princess. Moreover, the entire Situ family would suffer dire consequences. Should there be a misstep, the Prince of Li would face the light punishment of being demoted to commoner, or in a graver scenario, execution. The esteemed consort would find herself cast back into the cold palace, or even face death. As the adopted daughter of General Situ, this county lord would not only lose her status as princess, but would also tarnish the reputation of the Situ residents with accusations of improper upbringing. Therefore, Murong Xion emphasized her point with fervor, her gaze piercing, urging everyone to ponder the implications. What benefit could the Prince of Li possibly gain from such an assassination? Would it lead to ruin of his family or the destruction of his own name? Though he may not possess the Emperor's wisdom, he is far from a fool. How could he engage in such self-destructive folly? Her words were coherent and resonant, bringing the crowd back to reality, prompting hushed conversations among them. Indeed, the Prince of Li had no reason to act so. The Chancellor's face turned a deep shade of anger, struggling to suppress his rage as he retorted, Your words are misguided, County Lord Tianwu. Even if the Prince of Li's motives are questionable, there is no denying that the arrow originated from him. Perhaps it was a mere accident? Regardless, the arrow is before us. He cannot evade responsibility. At his words, Murong Xion suddenly threw her head back in laughter, her mirth laced with derision. Oh, how this county lord is amused. The ones plotting against the Prince of Li are so foolish as to have the esteemed Chancellor ensnared in their web. It is truly laughable. The Chancellor trembled with rage. County Lord Tianwu, what do you mean by that? Murong Xion, suppressing her laughter, turned to the Emperor, bowing gracefully. Your Majesty, I implore you to send for the Crown Prince, the Prince of Li, and the Fourth Prince, along with the arrows they shot, and their respective game. The truth shall be evident. A glimmer of approval flickered in the Emperor's eyes as he turned to Eunuch Zhang, speaking in a deep voice. Zhang He, attend to this matter. Eunuch Zhang quickly bowed and hurried away, his robe billowing in the wind. Not long after, Eunuch Zhang returned with several guards, who carried 3 wooden trays, each displaying the feathers of arrows shot by the 3 princes alongside their corresponding game, hare, pheasant, and pigeon, arranged neatly, with the arrows inserted into the game for clarity. Your Majesty, everything is here. Eunuch Zhang reported, slightly breathless from his haste. The emperor nodded. Zhang He. Proceed with the report. Eunuch Zhang bowed deeply, cleared his throat, and announced with clarity. The fourth prince, Dongfang Tai, has captured 4 hares, 1 pheasant, and 3 pigeons, utilizing 10 arrows and hitting 8. He paused, turning to the crown prince's tray. His Royal Highness, Dongfang Ao, has captured 3 hares, 3 pheasants, and 4 pigeons, hitting all 10 arrows. As he was about to speak for the Prince of Li, Murong Xin suddenly raised her hand. Wait, Eunuch Zhang. She turned to the Prince of Li, slightly bowing, her tone deliberately serious yet edged with sharpness. Your Highness, surely you recall the game you struck? Would you be so kind as to share? The Prince of Li lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the crowd, and declared to the Emperor, Your servant shot 3 hares, 2 pheasants, 6 pigeons, and 1 spotted deer, with 10 arrows in total. Before he could finish, a snicker erupted from the crowd. Lady Bai, fanning herself, spoke with a tone of mockery. Is the Prince of Li confused? How could 10 arrows yield such a multitude of game? Might it be that in his desperation to absolve himself, he cannot even count? As Situ Yue listened, her brows furrowed in concern. Prince Chun whispered in her ear. That is Lord Bai, the one whose residence was recently set ablaze. He is also aligned with the Crown Prince. Situ Yue inwardly lamented. How is it that the Crown Prince's people are everywhere? Is there truly not a handful of loyalists to the Emperor within the court? Murong Xin, however, seemed oblivious to Lord Bai's derision and merely gestured to Eunuch Zhang. Eunuch Zhang, please continue. Eunuch Zhang nodded and announced in a clear voice. His Highness Prince Li has captured 3 hares, 2 wild chickens, 6 pigeons, and 1 roe deer. Out of 10 arrows, 12 were struck, 2 of which resulted in a double kill. Remarkably, His Highness only needed 4 arrows to fell all 6 pigeons. As his words concluded, gasps of astonishment filled the air. A double kill was already a rare feat, and to take down 6 pigeons with merely 4 arrows was astonishingly precise, eliciting a newfound respect in the gazes directed towards Prince Li. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Xin proclaimed, Have you all heard clearly? The 10 arrows of Prince Li were all accounted for among these prey, not a single one missing. Yet, it was the 11th arrow that attempted to assassinate the Emperor. And how long has it been since the hunt began? How could Prince Li have possibly returned in time to commit regicide? Is he capable of being in 2 places at once? No sooner had she spoken, than Eunuch Zhang suddenly knelt, bowing repeatedly, Your Majesty, I can assure you, each of the 3 princes indeed had 10 arrows, with absolutely no discrepancies. Should I speak falsely, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Murong Xin stroked her chin, feigning deep contemplation, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, but perfectly pitched for all to hear. Then, who is responsible for this extra arrow? And why would they seek to frame Prince Li? Your Majesty might consider this, regardless of the outcome today, whose interests are most served. Her barrage of inquiries fell like pebbles into still water, creating ripples of unease. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet tumultuous thoughts churned within. Indeed, whose interests were at stake? If anything were to befall the Emperor, the Crown Prince could ascend the throne immediately. Prince Li would face execution for regicide, the favored consort would be put to death, and the Situ family would suffer repercussions, leaving the Crown Prince without rivals. Even if the Emperor remained unharmed, Prince Li would still bear the weight of suspicion, and the Crown Prince would be rid of a formidable opponent. Cold sweat stealthily crept down the spines of many. The audacity of this treacherous plot, which even implicated the Emperor, was chilling. Murong Xion's gaze suddenly shifted to the Crown Prince, the favored consort, and the left chancellor, her voice laced with frost. Your Highness, Crown Prince, Your Grace, favored consort, honorable left chancellor, you 3 were so quick to assert that it was Prince Li who attempted the assassination, speaking as if you had witnessed it firsthand, and hastily eager to drag us to the Ministry of Rights. Now that the truth is coming to light, do you still wish to proceed? The 3 turned pale, evidently unprepared for Murong Xion's aggressive stance. The Crown Prince was the first to regain his composure. Forcing a facade of calm, Lady Tianwu, your words are severe. If indeed my 3rd brother has been wronged, there is no need to go to the Ministry of Rights. With that, he turned and bowed deeply to the Emperor, his tone imbued with a hint of regret. Father, I am deeply concerned for your safety. In a moment of panic, I nearly fell into the trap laid by treacherous individuals, allowing my brother to suffer unjustly. It is my failure to consider thoroughly and I shall henceforth speak with caution and discern the minutiae." The enchanting consort hastily rose, her skirt swaying as she knelt, her voice laced with a tremor of tears. Soft and delicate. "Your Majesty, I was merely caught in a moment of panic, thinking someone intended to harm you, and thus I lost my composure, wrongfully accusing Prince Li. I beg for your forgiveness." Following closely was the left chancellor, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, this old minister was blind, nearly deceived by treacherous individuals, wronging Prince Li. I acknowledge my faults and request your punishment." The emperor remained silent, his gaze heavy as it swept over the three, eventually settling on the blood-stained arrow on the ground. After a lengthy pause, he rose slowly, striding with steady resolve to the side of the consort, who remained kneeling, her back straight. The hairpin at her temple askew from her prolonged position. The emperor extended his hand, gently assisting her to rise, his touch softening instinctively upon encountering her cool arm. Chapter 84. 2,000 Taels of Gold. The emperor took the consort's hand, walking slowly back to his throne, his fingers lightly caressing her cool hand. His voice imbued with an imperceptible warmth. "Yunner, you have suffered yet again." The consort smiled faintly, shaking her head, the warmth in her eyes dispelling the fatigue of her kneeling. "To alleviate your burdens and protect Lier, I do not feel wronged." The emperor then embraced her, turning his gaze to the still kneeling Prince Li, and spoke solemnly. "Lier, rise." The prince complied, his dark riding attire accentuating his tall stature, his expression still inscrutable, though the icy chill in his eyes had softened somewhat. At this juncture, the emperor directed his attention to Murong Xin, a hint of approval gracing his lips. "Indeed, you are the daughter-in-law I have chosen, so astute, I am not disappointed. Xiner, please enlighten us on how this matter should be resolved." Murong Xin inclined her body respectfully, her tone composed. "Your Majesty, as the assassin infiltrated among the troops, it must have been a long-planned scheme. This matter should be entrusted to the Imperial Guard for thorough investigation, ensuring the mastermind is brought to light." However, her tone shifted, her gaze sweeping over the pale faces of the crown prince, the consort, and the left chancellor, her eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. "Crown Prince, Consort Mei, and left chancellor, you acted without discernment, intent on bringing harm to Prince Li, nearly sowing discord between you and the consort. Now that the truth is unveiled, do you believe an apology suffices to erase the incendiary words spoken previously? That would be decidedly unjust." The emperor stroked his beard, nodding in deep agreement. "You speak wisely. One may indulge in gluttony, but words should not be spoken carelessly. Such confusion from the crown prince, the consort, and the ministers indeed disappoints me." The crown prince, Consort Mei, and the left chancellor felt an uneasy tightening in their hearts, a foreboding sensation creeping over them as beads of sweat formed on their brows. Yet, Murong Xin smiled, her expression laced with cunning. "Your Majesty, from my perspective, the one most wronged in this instance is Prince Li. Why not have the three of them offer a sincere apology and provide some recompense to Prince Li, thereby preserving the dignity of the royal family?" The emperor squinted, feigning contemplation. An apology is indeed warranted, but what should the compensation entail? Recently, Prince Li had just been conferred his title. Although the emperor had bestowed upon him the princely manor, it had yet to be properly renovated or adorned. Murong Xin spoke with a lightness, as if merely suggesting casually, "Crown Prince, Consort Mei, and left chancellor, why not contribute some silver to assist in furnishing the princely manor?" The emperor concealed a smile within his heart, amused by the girl's audacity. She had not yet wed, yet she was already scheming for her future husband's inheritance, which pleased him greatly. However, his expression remained impassive as he remarked calmly, "The site for the Li Wang residence has been chosen, but construction has yet to commence. Heir, Mei Fei, and Prime Minister Duan, you are to deliver 500 taels of gold to the Yue Palace within 3 days, as an act of contrition." 500 taels of gold. The crown prince abruptly raised his head, his face awash with disbelief. "Father, that seems excessively generous." Murong Xin's lips curled into a slight smile, her voice resonant and clear. "Your Highness jest, for you have always been favored by His Majesty. The Crown Princess Palace is filled with extraordinary treasures, and the birthday gifts presented by the ministers a few months ago, any one of them is worth at least 100 taels of gold. Thus, 500 taels is but a trifling sum to you." She then turned to Mei Fei, her smile broadening. "Moreover, while the Mei family may not hold a significant position at court, They are among the wealthiest merchants in Dongyu. As for the left prime minister, having served in office for many years, half of the shops in the capital bear the Duan surname. I trust they are not in one of such a sum. The emperor raised his hand to interrupt, directing his gaze toward Murong Xin. I see now I have not considered this matter thoroughly. How much do you deem appropriate? A flicker of excitement ignited in Murong Xin's eyes as she smiled, her brows arching playfully. In my opinion, a total of 2,000 taels of gold would suffice. If it is difficult to procure the silver at once, they may offer shops as collateral. I am confident that the Li Wang would not take issue with it. 2,000 taels of gold. The three of them gasped, their faces paling as if drained of color. This amount could easily construct 2 grand residences. The surrounding ministers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the county princess's ruthless demands despite her delicate appearance. The emperor's demeanor remained unruffled, stating coolly, "We shall adhere to the county princess's suggestion. You three, listen well. Within 10 days, gather 2,000 taels of gold and deliver it to the Yue Palace. Should you fail to do so, report to the Minister of Revenue and offer your properties or shops as security. If you are unable to fulfill this, you need not present yourselves before me again." The crown prince, Mei Fei, and the left prime minister stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, forgetting even to breathe. Yet, Murong Xin was not finished, gently reminding, "Your Majesty, they have yet to formally apologize to the Li Wang." The emperor cast a cold glance at the three. His eyes filled with an imposing pressure that made them shudder. They dared not delay, mustering their courage to approach the Li Wang. The crown prince clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as he suppressed his fury. "Third brother, it was my folly to wrong you. I hope you will not take it to heart." The Li Wang inclined his head slightly, offering no response. Mei Fei feigned a pitiful expression, kneeling and trembling as she spoke. "Li Wang, it was my ignorance that led to this misunderstanding. I implore your forgiveness." The left prime minister, in a display of utter submission, knelt with a thud, bowing deeply as he stammered, "I am a fool. I have wronged the Li Wang. Please, grant your pardon." "Rise," came the Li Wang's voice, still devoid of emotion, making it impossible to discern his feelings. The left prime minister, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled back to his seat, trembling uncontrollably. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, yet it could not dispel the fear lingering in his eyes. Chapter 85. Cumin powder. The emperor waved his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet still commanding. "Enough. Return to your places." As if granted a pardon, the crowd returned to their seats, each casting furtive glances at the prince, the favored concubine, and the left chancellor. The trio's faces fluctuated in hue, a pallor mingling with a flush, akin to having swallowed a bitter herb, yet they could not express their discontent. The air still bore traces of the earlier tension, now tinged with a subtle absurdity due to the immense compensation. Murong Xin remained composed, her expression betraying no emotion. Though her fingers discreetly curled under the tablecloth, her heart already blooming with joy. She leaned closer to Situ Yue, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of pride. "Sister, do you think the 2,000 taels of gold was perhaps a bit insufficient? I was concerned that asking for more might displease the emperor, so I refrained from requesting a higher amount." Situ Yue, her mouth covered with a handkerchief, could not help but chuckle, the mirth in her eyes spilling over. "Sister, that sum is indeed quite suitable. Besides, even if we were to ask for more, it would not matter, for this does not come from the national treasury, but rather is merely pocket money from brother to brother." "Oh dear," Murong Xin exclaimed, slapping her thigh in frustration, blinking in vexation. "Why didn't I think of that? Had I known, I should have asked for 5,000 taels of gold. What a blunder." Situ Yue placed a hand on her shoulder, her gaze twinkling with mischief. "Exa, there will be plenty of time ahead." Murong Xin raised her eyes to meet hers, an unspoken understanding flickering between them, and they both succumbed to quiet laughter. Sunlight graced their faces, one radiant, the other gentle, a sight to behold. In the distance, Prince Chun and Prince Li observed this scene, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared sentiment, an inexplicable urge to light a candle for the prince. The subsequent segment featured several generals showcasing their archery skills. Arrows sliced through the air, striking the distant targets, eliciting rounds of applause. Yet it lacked the fervor one might expect, deemed merely a diversion amidst the banquet. Before long, it was time for lunch. As per tradition, the game hunted by the princes would be prepared by the imperial chefs and served at the feast. Lower-ranked officials, however, would receive separate provisions from the palace. Soon, palace maids entered, bearing trays. The roasted wild rabbit gleamed with a tantalizing sheen, the stewed wild chicken exuded a rich aroma, and the crisp-skinned pigeon beckoned with its alluring appearance. The emperor offered a few casual words, inviting all to partake, and the guests eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Murong Xin, already famished, seized a leg of roasted rabbit and took a hearty bite. Despite the rich flavor, something felt amiss. With a glint in her eye, she discreetly retrieved a small, exquisite celadone bottle from her sleeve, its surface adorned with delicate entwined patterns. Though it appeared unremarkable upon opening it, a robust fragrance wafted forth, the richness of sesame, the spiciness of Sichuan pepper, and an indescribable medley of aromas mingled with the savory scent of roasted meat. Instantly stirring her appetite, she sprinkled a dash of the powder onto her meat and took another bite, her eyes lighting up instantly. Situ Yue, having observed her for some time, could not resist raising an eyebrow in mock reproach. The enticing scent lingering at her nose. How clever of you to hide such a delightful treasure, yet you did not reveal it sooner. Your sister might become upset. Murong Xin paused, then laughed. Oh dear, sister must try some. Come, come, do not be shy. Saying this, she hurriedly extended the bottle, the cap barely secured. Situ Yue, unreserved, took the bottle and sprinkled some of its contents on her roasted wild chicken. She then turned her head towards Prince Chun, her eyes sparkling with delight. Prince Chun, would you care to try some? This is a treasure from Xiner. Observing the enjoyment of the two, Prince Chun felt intrigued as well. Upon receiving the bottle from Situ Yue, his fingertips accidentally brushed against her hand, causing a brief pause before he smiled and said, "What exquisite item is this that allows this prince to broaden his horizons?" Situ Yue glanced back at Murong Xin, her eyes filled with inquiry. Murong Xin, busy gnawing on meat, nodded eagerly and mumbled, "Hurry and let Prince Chun have a taste. I assure you he will love it." With that, Situ Yue sprinkled a bit of the powder on Prince Chin's roasted pigeon, returning the bottle to Murong Xin with a teasing remark, "Xiner. Such a marvelous item should also be shared with Prince Li. He would surely enjoy it as well." Murong Xin took the bottle, casting a sideways glance at Prince Li, hesitating for a moment since he had just been rather aloof. However, recalling that he was to be her future husband, she reluctantly turned around and said, "Here. Have a taste, just a little, for it is quite precious." Prince Li, without raising his head, coldly replied, "No need." Murong Xin huffed softly, about to retract her hand when, by accident, her grip faltered, causing some of the powder to sprinkle onto Prince Li's dish of roasted meat. Pretending not to notice, she turned back to her meal, muttering, "If you don't want it, so be it. I have more than enough for myself." Prince Li looked down at his dish, only to find a delicate layer of the powder atop the meat, mingling with the juices, enhancing the aroma. He glanced at the three beside him. Murong Xin was devouring her food with grease at the corners of her mouth, utterly oblivious to decorum. Situ Yue, though eating elegantly, was nonetheless indulging with satisfaction evident in her smile. Even Prince Chun, who usually maintained poise, had quickened his pace, clearly relishing the seasoning. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure of the fragrant aroma, Prince Li took a bite of the roasted meat. The golden, crispy exterior gave way to tender, juicy flesh. The powder's aroma mingled with the meat's essence, exploding on his palate with a hint of numbness, a subtle spiciness, and a touch of sweetness, enhancing the meat's exquisite flavor. It added an unexpected richness that made each bite increasingly irresistible. Silently, he took another substantial bite, the coldness in his gaze gradually softening. As the autumn festival drew to a close, the sunset had painted half the sky crimson. Prince Chun and Prince Li personally escorted Situ Yue and Murong Xin back to the Situ residence. The carriage, rolling over the leaf-strewn cobblestones, emitted a soft creak. Yet the atmosphere inside was far from the light-heartedness of their earlier journey. Murong Xin toyed with the jade porcelain bottle in her sleeve, suddenly turning to Prince Li with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Your Highness, today I have earned you a handsome sum of 2,000 taels of gold. How much do you intend to reward me?" Prince Li glanced at her, his tone as placid as a still lake. "That is meant for the construction of the Li royal residence. It has nothing to do with you." "You." Murong Xion's eyes widened. Resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. "Ah, it seems that no man is worth a dime. If it weren't for me, would you have received this 2,000 taels? At most, You would have been lucky to scrape together 500. She lowered her head and quickly fidgeted with her fingers. When she raised her gaze again, her tone was filled with indignation. I do not expect much from you. But can you not even spare a simple thank you? If it weren't for Sister Yu's request for assistance, and out of respect for the noble consort, who would bother with your trivial matters? As her words fell, she noticed the Prince of Li slightly bowing and clasping his hands in gratitude towards Situ Yue. His voice noticeably softened. Thank you, Yue, for your help. Situ Yue was taken aback, not anticipating his sudden expression of gratitude directed at her. Momentarily at a loss for words, she merely nodded faintly. At this, Murong Xion's anger intensified, her chest heaving as if stifled by a lump of cotton. A thought abruptly flashed through her mind. If you are not in his eyes, no matter what you do for him, it is ultimately in vain. Her heart jolted as if pricked by a needle. The fury on her face dissipated instantly, replaced by a veil of melancholy. Her brows knitted slightly, and her eyes clouded over. Silently, she turned her head to gaze out at the fleeting streets beyond the window. The loose strands of hair at her temples cascading down to obscure half her face, rendering her expression unreadable. The air inside the carriage felt as though it had solidified, with only the faint sound of wheels crunching over gravel accentuating the profound silence. An awkward tension washed over them like a tide, and no one dared to speak. Finally, upon reaching the gate of the Situ residence, Murong Xian flung open the carriage door and strode in without a backward glance, nearly leaving Xiao Tao behind. Xiao Tao turned to hurriedly bow to Prince Chun and Prince Li before scampering after her. Prince Li watched her retreating figure and muttered under his breath, indeed. She is a wild girl, so uncultured. Hearing this, Situ Yue frowned and turned to Prince Li, her tone tinged with displeasure. Everyone is weary today. Xian and I shall return to rest. You should also head back early. Prince Chin promptly softened his demeanor and offered Situ Yue a warm smile. Very well, Yue. You should take your rest. I will come to see you again tomorrow. Situ Yue inclined her head slightly and turned to enter the residence, Fei Yu following closely behind. As the gate closed behind them, Dongfang Chun turned to Dongfang Li, his brow furrowed. Third brother, you have indeed been rather harsh towards Miss Murong. Dongfang Li adjusted his sleeves, his tone betraying no emotion. She will one day be the Princess of Li. That money will eventually be hers. Do you genuinely believe that? Dongfang Chen pressed, curiosity evident in his eyes. Dongfang Li raised his gaze to the last remnants of the sunset, replying nonchalantly, what I think is of little consequence. As long as father and mother are pleased, that is all that matters. With that, he turned and boarded his carriage, the curtains swiftly falling to shield him from the outside world. Dongfang Chun gazed at the tightly closed curtain, shaking his head in resignation as he also climbed aboard. Inside the Situ residence, Granny Xiao had long awaited in the main hall. Upon seeing the two young ladies return, she hurried forward, holding a warming stove. At last. You are back. The hot water has long been prepared, and the kitchen is warming ginseng soup. Quickly, return to your rooms and rest. She busily directed the maids to prepare baths and serve snacks, her incessant chatter dispelling much of their fatigue. By the time they had bathed and changed, it was already the hour of the dog. The moonlight filtered through the window panes, casting a frost-like sheen upon the courtyard's blue bricks. Everyone, exhausted, retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Situ Yue stood in the corridor, gazing at the dimly lit room of Murong Xian, her brow slightly furrowed. Xian's demeanor today was decidedly unlike her usual self. It seemed she was truly heartbroken. The following afternoon, Prince Chun and Prince Li once again visited the Situ residence. The begonia blossoms in the Yue garden were in full bloom, and Prince Chun sat beside the stone table, addressing Situ Yue. Tomorrow the envoys from the southern barbarians will present their treasures, both as a bridal dowry for the princess and as tokens of goodwill between our two nations. My father is quite pleased and has arranged a banquet in the palace, insisting that you and Xian must attend. As he spoke, he retrieved a gilded token from his sleeve and handed it to Murong Xian. Miss Murong, this token grants you entry to the palace. You may present it tomorrow to enter the hall. Murong Xian accepted the token, her fingers tracing the dragon pattern upon it, her face regaining its customary smile. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. My sister Yu and I shall certainly arrive early tomorrow. On the following day, Prince Chen specially dispatched a spacious carriage. The interior was lined with thick cashmere blankets, a plate of freshly made lotus cakes resting in one corner, alongside a pot of sweet osmanthus wine. clearly prepared with great care. Situ Yue and Murong Xin boarded the carriage, which slowly made its way to the imperial palace. No one mentioned yesterday's discomfort, as if the minor disturbance had dissipated with the moonlight. Chapter 87. Dongfang Ju at the banquet. The sound of silken bamboo was melodious. The dancing maidens twirled, their skirts resembling blooming peonies, creating an atmosphere of joy and tranquility. The emperor and the southern barbarian prince exchanged pleasantries across the table, their tones cordial. Yet the emperor's gaze held an undercurrent of scrutiny. Consort Ling sat closest to the emperor, the eastern pearl at her temple swaying gently with her smiles. The emperor occasionally leaned to clink his cup with hers, the crystal goblets lightly colliding, splashing a few droplets of wine, reminiscent of the warmth they once shared. However, this warmth pierced the heart of Consort May like a thorn. She clutched her handkerchief tightly, her knuckles whitening, her gaze like a poisoned needle fixed upon Consort Ling, perceiving her not as a person but as a cunning vixen, intent on vying for favor and power. Amidst the festivities, Murong Xin unusually remained silent. Her fingertips repeatedly grazing the rim of her celadone cup, her brow furrowed, her eyes occasionally darting toward the southern barbarian princess Qingxue. The princess was engaged in hushed conversation with the envoy, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, her sharp gaze concealed deeply within. Situ Yue had already sensed something amiss with her sister and leaned closer to softly inquire, "Sister, is there something unsettling about Princess Qingxue?" Murong Xin tilted her head slightly, hesitating for a moment before whispering in her ear, "This Princess Qingxue is far from as simple as she appears. There is an inexplicable sense of dissonance about her." Situ Yue's brow creased, pondering, "Let us keep this under wraps for now. Once the banquet concludes and we return home, we shall deliberate further. For now, our priority is to remain composed and avoid alarming any snakes in the grass." Hearing this, Murong Xin sighed in relief. She had anticipated her sister would probe further, yet was pleasantly surprised by her caution. Indeed, at this moment, the wisest course was to observe the unfolding events with patience. As the performance of feathered garments and celestial dances came to an end, thunderous applause erupted within the hall. The emperor and the southern barbarian prince exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then the southern barbarian envoy stepped forward, bowing deeply while presenting a brocade box, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, in the spirit of goodwill between our two nations, we, the southern barbarians, have prepared 3 treasures for your esteemed consideration." As the voice faded, 2 south barbarian guards approached, carrying a heavy zeton wood box adorned with intricate beast carvings, indicating that its contents were extraordinary. The envoy opened the lid, and a radiant golden light burst forth, revealing an arrow entirely crafted from pure gold. The arrowhead was sharp, and at its tail nestled a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering brightly in the candlelight, almost blinding to the eye. The emperor's eyes sparkled as he stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ah, the South Barbarian prince is thoughtful. Such a precious gift, I graciously accept." He commanded his attendants to receive it. "Wait, Your Majesty." The South Barbarian prince suddenly stepped forward, clasping his hands together. "Our South Barbarian gift comes with a hint of challenge. Here are 3 riddles. Should the Eastern you solve them, the treasure shall be yours. If not, these items may remain beyond your reach." The emperor narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickering beneath his calm facade. "Our Eastern you is vast and rich in talent. We fear no challenge. Speak freely, Prince." The South Barbarian prince's smile deepened as he pointed to the golden arrow. "The first riddle pertains to this arrow. I challenge the wise of Eastern you to make it shorter without touching it." The emperor turned to his ministers. "Esteemed officials, do you have any ideas?" An immediate silence enveloped the hall. Ministers exchanged glances, their whispers fading into hush. Some stroked their beards in contemplation, while others displayed expressions of difficulty. None could fathom a means to shorten the arrow without contact. The South Barbarian prince surveyed the room, his smirk growing, his eyes gleaming with provocation, as if to say, "Eastern you is not so formidable." Murong Xin secretly glanced at Situ Yue, her eyes filled with inquiry. Situ Yue sighed softly, whispering, "Let us wait a moment longer. If no one dares to respond, you may attempt it. We cannot allow Eastern you to lose face in such a setting." Murong Xin nodded with a smile, her fingers twirling discreetly in her sleeve. "Patience, the performance has only just begun." As the South Barbarian prince's laughter threatened to overflow the hall, Murong Xin suddenly rose, her skirt sweeping across the chair with a soft rustle. She gracefully approached the emperor, bowing deeply, her voice clear and resonant. Your Majesty, I wish to take a chance. Chapter 88. The meeting hall. Murong Xin first bowed elegantly to the emperor, her aquamarine skirt brushing against the golden-tiled floor, creating a delicate sound. Lifting her gaze, she bore a calm smile and slowly spoke. Your Majesty, esteemed officials, this riddle is quite simple. Each of you possesses remarkable wisdom. It is not that you cannot solve it, but rather, if they were to attempt it, it would appear as if Eastern you were bullying the South barbarians. As she spoke, she turned to face the Prince of Nanman, once again kneeling in a respectful bow, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Your Highness, since it seems that the esteemed gentlemen believe this matter is not worth their effort, allow me, a mere girl, to take it upon myself. If only to amuse you all. The Prince of Nanman furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping from her hairpin to the hem of her skirt, then back to her face. His eyes brimming with disdain, as if appraising an inconsequential object. He scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. Is it really you? A mere yellow-haired girl? Yet. Murong Xin maintained her cheerful demeanor, meeting his gaze with calm assurance. Indeed, if I, a humble maiden, can solve this riddle, there is no need to trouble the esteemed gentlemen. It would spare them unnecessary exertion. The Prince of Nanman appeared unconvinced, curling his lip in disbelief. Very well. I shall see what you are capable of. Murong Xin then turned to the emperor, bowing once more. Your Majesty, may I trouble Eunuch Zhang to fetch an item for me? The emperor glanced at Eunuch Zhang beside him and nodded. Zhang He, you may go. Eunuch Zhang quickly bowed in acknowledgement, stepping towards Murong Xin and raising his voice slightly to inquire. What is your command, Princess Tianwu? Murong Xin leaned closer, whispering a few words that only the two of them could hear. Upon hearing her, Eunuch Zhang's eyes brightened, and he promptly nodded, accompanied by 4 young eunuchs as he hurried out. It was only then that the Prince of Nanman regarded Murong Xin with a newfound attention, as if recalling something, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you are the Princess Tianwu? He scrutinized her from head to toe, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Just recently conferred with the title of princess, she dared to stand up for Dongyu here? Did she intend to flaunt her influence before the emperor? Murong Xin maintained her smile, dismissing his scorn as mere background noise. Before she could respond, the Minister of Personnel stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, Your Highness, you are mistaken. Princess Tianwu is exceptionally clever. It was she who vindicated Prince Li at the autumn hunt not long ago, and even the emperor has praised her wisdom. If you truly believe you can challenge her, then let us see it. Indeed, we have all witnessed the capabilities of the princess. The surrounding ministers echoed in agreement. Their usual quarrels over political disagreements momentarily forgotten, united against the foreign provocation with a palpable sense of shared purpose. The Prince of Nanman's face turned pale under the weight of their collective voices, and with a disgruntled huff, he retreated to his seat, yet his gaze remained icy, fixed upon the court. Before long, Eunuch Zhang returned with the 4 young eunuchs, who carried a large rosewood chest. The chest, adorned with gleaming brass locks and silver inlays, appeared substantial in weight. Eunuch Zhang first bowed to the emperor before instructing them to open the chest, revealing a golden long arrow resting within, its shaft towering to the height of an adult man, its tip as sharp as a blade, and its tail adorned with 7 pearls. Shimmering softly in the candlelight, nearly double the length of Nanman's golden arrow. Eunuch Zhang gestured for the young eunuchs to unveil the box held by the Nanman envoy, placing it upon the low table beside the long arrow. The 2 golden arrows, one long and one short, stood side by side, their stark contrast almost blinding. Zhang Gonggong cleared his throat and proclaimed, to transform the golden arrows of the southern barbarians into mere short arrows is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to find an arrow that is longer. Murong Xin smiled as she added, Your Highness of the southern barbarians, do observe. Compared to this long arrow from Dongyu, does your golden arrow not appear considerably shorter? It is so short that one can scarcely discern the jewels at its tail. Shall I have someone bring a ruler to measure it, for greater clarity? That won't be necessary. The southern barbarian prince slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with repressed fury. He was all too aware that this was a deliberate humiliation. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words in front of the assembled court. Taking a few deep breaths, he clenched the tablecloth with his fingertips, forcing himself to suppress the anger within. He turned to the emperor, reluctantly bowing. Emperor of Dongyu, since someone has deciphered the riddle, I shall present this golden arrow to Dongyu. The emperor stroked his beard, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Excellent. Someone, take the golden arrow gifted by the southern barbarians and safeguard it alongside our long arrow in the Huitong pavilion. Ensure it is well cared for and not damaged. Yes. A nearby guard promptly stepped forward, carefully cradling the 2 arrows as he withdrew. The Huitong pavilion served not only as a reception hall for foreign envoys, but also as a gallery to display tribute treasures from various nations. When envoys beheld their gifts being meticulously cared for, it often fostered a sense of warmth and closer ties with Dongyu. However, today, with 1 arrow long and the other short displayed side by side, should future envoys inquire, they would simply recount today's events. The southern barbarians had attempted to challenge Dongyu with a riddle, only to be outwitted by a woman's straightforward solution, rendering their golden arrow a laughingstock of a mere short arrow. This was no mere acquisition of treasures. It was as if the southern barbarians' dignity had been nailed to the pillar of shame for all to witness. The emperor's stratagem was a silent yet ruthless blow, far more severe than any reprimand. The atmosphere within the hall grew momentarily tense. The southern barbarian prince's face oscillated between shades of blue and white, his hand trembling slightly as it gripped the wine cup. Yet, Murong Xin appeared unfazed, calmly returning to her seat, lifting her teacup for a sip, a hint of an elusive smile flickering in her eyes. Chapter 89. The violin. The southern barbarian prince's countenance was so dark it seemed as if it could drip water. The pride he had felt when presenting the first treasure had evaporated entirely. Impatiently, he gestured for his envoy to present the second item. An envoy hastened forward, bearing a carved purple sandalwood box, which he slowly opened in the court. All eyes turned towards it, revealing an oddly shaped object within, resembling a colossal gourd, yet elongated and with a notably slender waist, crafted entirely of wood, with a few strings stretched across its side, exuding an air of both strangeness and delicacy. Upon its unveiling, Situ Yue, standing at the foot of the hall, furrowed her brow, subtly glancing at Murong Xin beside her, her eyes brimming with childlike confusion, as if silently inquiring about this peculiar artifact. Murong Xin met her gaze with a resigned sigh, an understanding reflected in her expression that seemed to convey, indeed, just as I suspected. Upon witnessing this, the southern barbarian prince's lips curled into a subtle, provocative smile. He bowed deeply before the emperor seated on the dragon throne and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is a distinguished wanderer from distant lands, presenting a treasure specially crafted for our southern barbarian realm, known as the violin. I wonder, in the vast expanse of Dongyu, do you possess such an object?" The emperor squinted, examining the item for a considerable time, recognizing that its design was indeed unfamiliar to him. He candidly replied, "I have never encountered such a novel artifact. Pray, what is its remarkable use?" The southern barbarian prince felt a surge of hidden delight within. He had already dispatched emissaries to ascertain that neither the court musicians nor the folk instrumentalists of Dongyu had ever laid eyes on this item, thus emboldening him to present it. He feigned excitement, raising his voice further. "This is a musical instrument capable of producing exquisite melodies rarely heard in this world. The elders of our southern barbarian court have had the fortune to hear it once, but since that esteemed wanderer departed, no one has been able to evoke its sound again." At this juncture, he shifted his tone, laced with a hint of regret and veiled mockery. "Today, we present this treasure, believing that with Dongyu's vast resources and abundance of talent, there would surely be someone capable of resurrecting its enchanting tunes. Alas, it appears we may be met with disappointment. Although it remains unplayable for now, it is undeniably a unique wonder of the world, and I hope your Majesty will graciously accept it." While these words appeared to be a gift, they were, in truth, veiled barbs. Should no one in Dongyu be able to play it, the item would become naught but a useless piece of wood, embarrassing the emperor should he accept it, yet appearing petty if he declined. The emperor pondered whether to accept this hot potato when he noticed the Princess Murong Xin, clutching her forehead, with a look of reluctant resignation, stepping forward. She offered a graceful bow to the emperor and spoke with clarity, "Your Majesty, I humbly request the audacity to attempt this instrument." The emperor's eyes gleamed with interest, while the southern barbarian prince's smile vanished, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Xin, as if seeking any sign of weakness upon her countenance. "Bring forth this treasure for the princess to behold," the emperor commanded without delay. The eunuch, who had already received the wooden box from the envoy, hastily presented it to Murong Xin. She opened the lid with care and gingerly extracted the violin, her fingertips gliding over its smooth surface, only to furrow her brow as she peered into the box and inquired, "Where is the bow?" Upon seeing the southern barbarian envoys wear expressions of confusion, she elaborated, "The stick that accompanies it, wrapped with horsehair strings." Realization dawned on the southern barbarian representatives, who hurriedly retrieved a slender object from their attendant, presenting the bow with both hands. Murong Xin accepted the bow, gracefully positioning the violin upon her shoulder. With her left hand pressing the strings and her right hand drawing the bow, a cascade of melodious notes erupted like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, sending delicate ripples into the ears of all present. The sound was at once distant, echoing like whispers from a secluded valley, and close enough to envelop the listeners like a soft murmur. A flurry of lively notes danced through the air, akin to playful sprites frolicking in the woods, swirling and twirling around the grand hall, cleansing the atmosphere of its earlier clamor. As the performance concluded, the lingering echoes resonated in the air, and the hall fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Yet, the southern barbarian envoys remained rooted in place, their faces etched with disbelief. As if ensnared by an enchantment, Murong Xin carefully placed the violin and bowed back into their case, handing them over to her father-in-law. She then turned to the emperor, performing a graceful bow, yet her tone bore a hint of cold inquiry. "Your Majesty, this humble daughter is perplexed. Having presented treasures, why does the southern barbarians conceal the bow? Is it a deliberate attempt to humiliate Dongyu, or are they simply unaware that without the bow, the violin is but a mere piece of wood?" Her words fell like a heavy hammer, plunging the hall into silence. All eyes converged upon the southern barbarian prince, awaiting his response. The prince's complexion shifted between shades of pale and flushed, his internal fury simmering unchecked. To admit to concealing the bow would be an affront to Dongyu. To claim ignorance of its significance would only solidify the perception of southern barbarian ignorance. Caught in a dilemma, he clenched his fists, suppressing his rage, and forced a stiff smile. "Princess Tianwu has misunderstood. How could we southern barbarians be unaware of the bow's importance? It must have been this servant who hid it without my knowledge. Upon my return, I shall impose severe punishment." With that, he shot a fierce glare at a servant behind him. The servant, trembling like a leaf, fell to his knees, stammering, "It is my folly. I beg the prince for mercy." Thus, a tempest sparked by treasures was deftly diffused by Murong Xin, leaving the southern barbarian delegation to suffer their own humiliation. The emperor regarded the composed figure of the princess with deepening admiration. Chapter 90. A national treasure. The emperor cleared his throat, his tone carrying a subtle admonishment. "Southern barbarian prince, one must properly discipline one's own, lest one resorts to underhanded tactics that ultimately undermine one's dignity." The prince's face flickered through a spectrum of emotions, and he could only bow in acquiescence. "Your Majesty is indeed correct." Murong Xin quietly returned to her seat, her fingers delicately pinching a piece of osmanthus cake, though she refrained from taking a bite. Having already drawn attention in the court today, further ostentation might invite trouble. Thus, it was prudent to remain discreet. She lifted her teacup for a sip, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed Princely observing her, his gaze imbued with curiosity. She deliberately turned her head to admire the court's performances, feigning ignorance of his scrutiny. Before long, the southern barbarian prince commanded the presentation of a third treasure, a magnificent white jade pearl, carefully cradled in a brocade box by two guards. As it made its appearance, the hall erupted in hushed gasps of astonishment. The pearl, the size of a bronze mirror, was pure and flawless, resembling mutton fat submerged in moonlight, warm to the touch. Its texture was so dense that not a single flaw could be discerned, and under the sunlight, it shimmered with a delicate luster. Both understated and exuding an air of opulence, unmistakably a rare gem of a century. All eyes were riveted upon the pearl, breaths held lightly as if to not disturb its ethereal presence. Observing the crowd's reaction, the southern barbarian prince could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. He bowed to the emperor, his voice laced with feigned regret. "Your Majesty of Dongyu, this white jade pearl is our national treasure, the only one of its kind in the world. It was meticulously crafted from a single piece of exquisite white jade, and a century ago, our ancestors gathered dozens of master artisans, dedicating 3 generations to its completion." He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the white jade orb. A hint of challenge lacing his tone. It is indeed a pity that, in our possession, we have yet to fathom the true utility of this gem. Our ancestors spoke of its profound mysteries, yet we can only regard it as an ordinary ornament, which is a disservice to their legacy. Today, I have brought it to Dongyu, hoping to consult with your esteemed scholars who may unravel this century-old enigma. At this juncture, he raised his eyes to the emperor, his challenging demeanor unmasked. Should Dongyu succeed, this orb shall be a gift to your nation. If not, I shall return to the south and await a more fortunate soul. The hall fell into an immediate silence. The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The emperor, listening, inwardly rolled his eyes at this familiar ruse, an overture of treasure that masked an intention to embarrass Dongyu. After all, how could a century-old riddle be so easily unraveled? He summoned several esteemed ministers renowned for their expertise in jade appraisal, urging them to examine the orb closely. The elders circled the gem for a considerable time, some leaning in so closely that their faces nearly grazed its surface, while others gently tapped it with their fingertips, listening intently to the echoes of the jade. Ultimately, they could only shake their heads in despair, bowing to report. This orb is undoubtedly a treasure, its quality and craftsmanship unparalleled, yet its true purpose eludes our feeble minds. The emperor had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, yet he could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. His eyes roamed the hall and, for reasons unknown, settled upon the figure of Murong Xin, who was engrossed in her drink. This young lady had previously brought unexpected delights. Perhaps clearing his throat, he called out, "Ahem, Princess Tianwu." The hall was silent, his summons resonating clearly, yet no response came forth. He called again, his tone laced with amusement. "Where is Murong Xin?" At last, Murong Xin snapped to attention, her hand clutching a glistening chicken leg, juices still evident. Hearing the emperor's call, she hastily raised the chicken leg with one hand while the other shot up in greeting, her response muffled, "I'm here." The sight was undeniably comical, eliciting a few stifled chuckles in the hall. Realizing her breach of decorum, Murong Xin quickly set down the chicken leg, dabbed her mouth with a cloth, and approached with hurried steps, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Your Majesty, Murong Xin is present." The emperor, observing her antics, could not suppress a smile. The earlier gravity of the situation dissipating somewhat. "I have heard of your fondness for white jade. This orb is a rare sight. Do take a look and indulge your eyes." Murong Xin paused momentarily, then comprehended that the emperor, under the guise of offering her a chance to admire the jade, was actually inviting her to attempt to solve the riddle. Though she harbored doubts about the feasibility of unraveling such a century-old conundrum, she could not defy the emperor's wishes and replied with a lowered head, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for considering my preferences. I am most delighted." All eyes turned towards her, some filled with anticipation, others tinged with skepticism, while a few seemed eager for amusement. Taking a deep breath, Murong Xin approached the brocade box. When she beheld the white jade orb up close, she found herself momentarily spellbound. The jade was indeed extraordinary. Its size, exquisite texture, and the natural, ethereal luster it exuded were sufficient to earn the title of national treasure. She extended her fingertips, gently brushing against the surface of the jade pearl, feeling a wave of soothing coolness ascend from her fingertips. A sigh of regret escaped her lips. Such exquisite jade, if it truly possessed some mystical power yet remained unsolved, would indeed be a lamentable loss. Chapter 91. The fortunate Emperor Murong Xin circled the large white jade pearl several times, her fingertips occasionally grazing its warm surface. Her gaze penetrating. Suddenly, she halted in the shadows at an angle behind the pearl, holding her breath and observing intently for a moment, a glimmer of certainty flashing in her eyes. Sister, come quickly." She abruptly raised her head and called out to Situ Yue, waving her hand with an unmistakable excitement in her tone. All eyes in the hall turned towards Situ Yue, who approached unhurriedly, first bowing gracefully to the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. Once the emperor nodded in acknowledgement, she swiftly made her way to Murong Xion's side, softly inquiring, "What have you discovered, dear sister?" Murong Xion turned slightly, cupping half her face with her hand, and whispered in Situ Yue's ear, "Sister, look. It seems there are characters within this pearl, but the light and shadow are too chaotic for me to see them all." Upon hearing this, Situ Yue immediately furrowed her brow and scrutinized the pearl closely. The white jade pearl was entirely translucent, featuring 2-minute circular holes on its top and bottom. Peering through the jade surface, she could indeed faintly discern a multitude of hollow threads intricately woven within, resembling a meticulously crafted web. She circled the pearl slowly, adjusting her angle to catch the light, and with each glance, her astonishment grew, a realization dawning in her eyes. She raised her gaze to the Nanman Prince and declared, "Nanman Prince, do you know the purpose for which this treasure was originally crafted?" The Nanman Prince was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied, "It is said that this was a gift specially made by artisans for the birthday celebration of the former emperor of Nanman." Situ Yue responded with an "oh," her expression transforming into one of enlightenment, and she leaned closer to whisper a few words to Murong Xin. Upon hearing this, Murong Xin's eyes sparkled with joy, and she promptly turned to the emperor, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, this riddle has a solution. May I request a favor from Eunuch Zhang once more?" The emperor, intrigued, immediately spoke to the chief eunuch beside him, "Zhang He, please go again." Eunuch Zhang, equally curious, promptly replied, "I shall obey your command," and hurried to Murong Xin's side, bowing to ask, "What is your command, County Princess?" Murong Xin leaned in and whispered a few instructions to him. Initially, a look of confusion appeared on Eunuch Zhang's face, which then shifted to contemplation as he bowed and exited. Before long, Eunuch Zhang returned, accompanied by several young eunuchs, each carrying items. The most striking was a basin of water shimmering with a faint golden light, as if infused with gold dust, reflecting delicate glimmers under the candlelight in the hall. Murong Xin and Situ Yue first wiped the surface of the jade pearl with clean handkerchiefs, carefully placing it on the white jade pedestal that Eunuch Zhang had brought, ensuring the top circular hole faced upwards. Subsequently, Situ Yue directed the young eunuchs to lift the basin of golden water and slowly pour it into the round hole at the top of the jade pearl. "Stop!" the Nanman Prince exclaimed in alarm, instinctively stepping forward to intervene. This was a rare treasure of Nanman. How could they recklessly pour an unknown liquid into it? Unexpectedly, Murong Xin was already prepared, positioning herself in front of him with a composed smile. "Prince of Nanman, please remain calm. It is merely water. How could it possibly harm a treasure?" As she spoke, Situ Yue had already instructed a young eunuch to pour an entire basin of water into the opening. Curiously, although the white jade pearl appeared substantial, with a diameter hardly longer than an arm, it seemed impossible for such a large basin of water to fit inside. Yet, as the golden liquid flowed through the round opening, it astonishingly began to be absorbed, revealing the liquid's meandering path within the translucent jade, resembling golden serpents weaving through the intricate channels. Once the basin was emptied, Situ Yue adjusted the angle of the pedestal and suddenly clapped her hands, laughing, "Xiner, come and take a look. It has emerged." Murong Xin, unable to contain her excitement, disregarded the Nanman Prince and hurried over to observe closely. Inside the white jade pearl, as the golden liquid filled the intricate passages, it gradually formed a distinct character. She exchanged a knowing smile with Situ Yue before turning to the emperor, bowing deeply, and together they proclaimed, "Long live the emperor." The court was momentarily stunned, following their gaze towards the jade pearl, gasping in astonishment. The nearest elder minister was the first to exclaim, "Look, quickly look, there is a character for blessing inside the pearl." The golden character, illuminated by the white jade, shone resplendently, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. The ministers, understanding the significance, promptly rose to their knees, their voices resounding in a tumultuous chorus of "Long live the emperor." The emperor clapped his hands in laughter, his face radiant with joy. "All my beloved ministers, please rise." The Nanman Prince stood rooted in place, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed, disbelief evident in his eyes. The envoys behind him suddenly comprehended that this white jade pearl, painstakingly crafted over 3 generations by Nanman artisans, concealed within its hollow interior the character for blessing as its secret. By simply infusing it with colored liquid, the character became visible. This blessing was undoubtedly created to celebrate the longevity of the Nanman's former emperor, who had fancied himself the Emperor of Blessings a century prior. Little did they expect that, after 100 years, the mystery would be unveiled by 2 women from Dongyu. In an instant, the pride that adorned the faces of the Nanman envoy dissipated, leaving only an unmistakable embarrassment. Meanwhile, Murong Xin and Situ Yue stood side by side, one radiating serenity, and the other sparkling with wit, thereby restoring dignity to Dongyu. Chapter 92. The wedding ceremony. The emperor stroked his beard, unable to conceal the mirth in his eyes, and instructed eunuch Zhang He. Select a few nimble eunuchs to first take this pearl to the Shuxiji Palace for the Empress Dowageress inspection, then ensure it is securely placed in the Huitong Pavilion. At your command, eunuch Zhang promptly replied, carefully advising the young eunuchs carrying the pearl, be cautious. The pedestal beneath the pearl must be lifted together. Do not let it bump or jostle, as the opening below is still sealed. We must not allow any water to spill. The young eunuchs responded in unison, cautiously cradling the ornate box and pedestal, retreating with deliberate steps. Once the Empress Dowager had examined it, the pearl could be removed from the pedestal, and the water would naturally drain, reverting it to its originally translucent form. The Nanman Prince sat at the banquet, watching as these three treasures were effortlessly claimed by Dongyu. His complexion shifting from green to white. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning white, and when he caught sight of Situ Yue, the fury in his eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. General Situ Ba's formidable reputation was well known, and the soldiers of the southern barbarians always held him in a degree of fear, which inexplicably extended to his legitimate daughter, breeding a certain resentment and jealousy. With a heavy snort, he turned away and returned to his seat, silent, the oppressive atmosphere around him almost capable of freezing the air. The emperor, however, did not dwell on his disrespect. He exchanged pleasantries with the southern barbarian envoy at the banquet, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Finally, the emperor casually inquired, when does the southern barbarian crown prince intend to return? The southern barbarian crown prince stood and clasped his hands. My father dotes on my younger sister, and has expressly instructed me to ensure that I witness the princess's wedding before I can return to fulfill my duties in the southern barbarians. The emperor nodded and summoned the director of the astronomical bureau. You are well versed in the calendar. Please calculate if there are any auspicious dates for marriage in the coming days. The director stepped forward, quickly calculating with his fingers, his brow furrowing for a moment before he bowed and reported, Your Majesty, according to my calculations, 15 days hence is an exceptionally auspicious date for marriage, as the heavens align and the sun and moon shine together, making it most suitable. The emperor turned to the favored concubine, a gentle smile gracing his features. In that case, favored concubine, I entrust you with the arrangements for the crown prince and princess's wedding. It must be a grand affair, worthy of the friendship between our two nations. The favored concubine had assumed such an honorable task would fall to Ling Fei, and upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly knelt and bowed, her voice barely containing her excitement. I thank your Majesty for your trust. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to organizing a splendid wedding for the crown prince and princess. As she lowered her gaze, the joy at the corners of her mouth was impossible to suppress. Indeed, the emperor held her in his thoughts. After the banquet, Prince Qin personally escorted Situ Yue and Murong Xin back to their residence. Before departing, he specifically advised them, Ling Fei has been reminiscing about you both, saying she hasn't heard Sheener share tales from the martial world in quite some time. When you have the opportunity, please visit the palace more often. Seeing you will surely bring her joy. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged glances, smiling in agreement. We understand, and will certainly visit Ling Fei often. In the following days, Situ Yue and Murong Xin indeed frequented the palace. Ling Fei's chamber was always warm and inviting, with freshly picked jasmine on the windowsill and the delicate fragrance of orchids wafting from the table. The three of them would gather on the soft couch, and once the conversation began, it was hard to stop. Ling Fei recounted amusing tales from Prince Chun and Prince Li's childhood. When Prince Chun was 7, he was terrified of caterpillars, and Prince Li had frightened him into tears, causing him to sob in my arms for half the night. Prince Li, on the other hand, was quite daring, climbing the old locust tree in the imperial garden at the age of 5 to reach a bird's nest, only to fall and scrape his knee, yet stubbornly claiming it didn't hurt at all. Murong Xin laughed heartily at these stories and reciprocated with her own tales from the martial world. I once encountered a remarkable person in Jiangnan who could play melodies on a willow leaf, sweeter than the music of the shao in the palace. And there was a time I met a huntsman in the mountains who spoke of a white ape that could mimic human speech, but alas, I pursued it for 3 days without a sighting. Situ Yue listened quietly from the side, occasionally amused to the point of narrowing her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the teacup resting on her lap. The intimate maidservant beside the consort often shared intriguing tales from within the palace, which noble ladies secretly added a concoction to the emperor's tea in a bid for favor, only to be reprimanded for her petty behavior, which maid, unable to endure her mistress's harsh treatment, sought connections to secure a position in the prince's residence. And the recent rivalry between the southern barbarian princess and the crown princess, who have been subtly competing in the eastern palace. Just yesterday, the princess deliberately placed a rabbit in the crown princess's peony patch, trampling several exquisite stalks of yao huang. Such domestic anecdotes were quite entertaining, prompting Situ Yue and Murong Xin to visit the consort's quarters daily, becoming frequent guests. On this day, as the two made their way to the consort's palace and had just passed through the moon gate of the imperial garden, they spotted the crown prince, the crown princess, and the southern barbarian princess admiring the flowers near the peony patch. The crown prince, clad in a splendid brocade robe, stood tall yet exuded a hint of arrogance. The crown princess, dressed in a stone-blue palace attire, bore a pale expression, clearly lacking enthusiasm. The southern barbarian princess, in vibrant red attire, reached out to pluck the most splendid Weizi blossom, her eyes filled with defiance. The crown prince was the first to notice them, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes as he deliberately approached, exclaiming, "Princess Tianyue, Princess Tianwu, what a coincidence." Situ Yue and Murong Xin, with no means of escape, had no choice but to comply with propriety, kneeling in greeting. This humble servant, Situ Yue, Murong Xin, pays her respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess. The Crown Prince let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with undeniable arrogance. "Since we've met, why not accompany me in appreciating the flowers?" Situ Yue raised her gaze, her voice calm, yet resolute, in response to His Highness. "We were just about to pay our respects to Her Highness the Consort, and fear it may be inconvenient to linger here. We hope for your understanding." However, the Crown Prince's expression darkened abruptly, his arms crossed and chin raised defiantly. "I invite you to accompany me, as I hold you in regard. Should you dare to refuse again, do not blame me for punishing you for your insubordination." The oppressive aura surrounding him made it clear that he had no intention of letting them off easily. Situ Yue and Murong Xin exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow behind the Crown Prince. The path in the imperial garden, dampened by the morning dew, reflected the shadows of the willows on either side, resembling a layer of crushed silver. Yet, this elegant scenery was marred by the raucousness of the Crown Princess and the southern barbarian princess, who flanked the Crown Prince, their embroidered handkerchiefs covering their lips, yet their words were laced with venom. "Oh, the noble ladies of Dongyu," the southern barbarian princess remarked, tapping the ground with her crimson-tipped fingernail, "have no sense of decorum, boldly pushing forward in any circumstance, unafraid of being ridiculed." The Crown Princess immediately chimed in, her laughter like shards of broken glass. "The princess speaks truly. Among the young ladies of Dongyu, which one remains in seclusion, embroidering phoenixes and swans? Yet there are always those two who delight in drawing attention, impossible to restrain." The two laughed heartily, their gazes sweeping over Situ Yue and Murong Xin, as if their eyes bore hooks. Murong Xin clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening, but Situ Yue discreetly pressed down on the back of her hand, whispering, "Why engage with these jesters?" The Crown Prince led them to the Qinfang Pavilion, where a stone table was already set with tea and snacks. Though the low stools placed on either side were clearly much shorter than the adjacent seats, coated with a layer of dust, indicating they were hastily arranged. "Please, take a seat," the Crown Prince said, lifting his chin, the disdain in his tone unmistakable. Just as Situ Yue was about to decline, for burly maids encircled her, their rough hands pressing down on her shoulders and forcing her onto a low stool. Murong Xin, already suffocated with indignation, suddenly broke free, seizing the stool and hurling it to the ground with a resounding crash. The sharp sound startled the birds outside the pavilion, causing them to flutter away in alarm. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. The smile on the prince's face froze, swiftly transforming into a hue reminiscent of a pig's liver. "Rebellion! Drag her away and give her 20 lashes." The guards surged forward, overpowering Murong Xin and dragging her towards the pear tree outside the pavilion. Situ Yue attempted to intervene, but the southern princess clutched her wrist tightly, her pearl-adorned nails digging painfully into her flesh. She caught a glimpse of Murong Xion's pleading gaze, clearly urging her to endure. leaving her with no choice but to remain rooted in place. Inside the pavilion, the prince wrapped his arm around the princess's waist, feigning casual interest in the commotion beneath the pear tree, a smirk still lingering on his lips. Situ Yue fixed her gaze upon him, her jaw clenched painfully, tears brimming in her eyes. Each crack of the whip resonated in her heart. After the 20 lashes, Murong Xin lay on the ground, her pale blue skirt soaked in blood, her back swollen and bruised. When Situ Yue rushed over to lift her, the heat of her skin sent a shock through her, and she choked out, "Xin," as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Upon returning to the Situ residence, Murong Xin was laid upon the bed in her chamber, and as soon as she touched the mattress, a cry of pain escaped her lips. "Oh, it hurts so much. That wretched prince." Situ Yue applied ointment to her back, scolding her. "I warned you not to act impulsively, yet you refused to listen. With your agility, could you not have escaped amidst the chaos?" Murong Xin grimaced in pain, but still managed a foolish smile. "If I left, what would you do? The prince was clearly targeting us both. I took the punishment for you. At least you aren't scathed." Situ Yue paused in her ministrations, her eyes growing warm once more. Just then, Xiao Tao rushed in, flustered. "Miss, the second prince and third prince have arrived." Situ Yue tucked the quilt around Murong Xin before turning to exit, only to collide with Dongfang Chun and Dongfang Li standing in the corridor. Noticing the redness around her eyes, Dongfang Chun hurriedly asked, "Are you all right? How is Miss Xin?" "She endured 20 lashes and is gravely injured." Situ Yue's voice faltered. The prince's brutality was excessive, and they would likely need to summon the renowned healer Zhuge. Before she could finish, Dongfang Li stormed into the room, his anger palpable. He had never held a favorable view of the loud and boisterous Murong Xin, always finding her eccentric and disheveled. Yet, the sight before him struck a chord of discomfort in his heart. She lay on the bed, blood seeping through the thin blanket, resembling a cluster of sorrowful crimson plum blossoms. Her eyes, usually glinting with mischief, were now tightly shut, her brows knitted in pain, and she occasionally gasped. He instinctively felt the urge to mock her, but the words caught in his throat. This girl, though bothersome, did not deserve such torment. His gaze swept across the bedside, landing on the whip adorned with red tassels, one that Murong Xin often carried. Dongfang Li picked up the whip, his fingertips gliding over the cold handle. "I shall borrow this," he said in a low voice, gripping the whip tightly as he turned to leave. The wind in the corridor lifted his robe, and fury burned in his eyes. The crown prince had always wielded his power to bully others. This debt must be settled. Chapter 94. Inferior skills. Dongfang Chun gazed at Dongfang Li's retreating figure, clutching a whip, his brows slightly furrowed. He turned to Situ Yue and instructed, "Take good care of Miss Xin. Should there be any disturbances in the palace, I will send word." Before his words had fully settled, he had already hastened to follow. He understood his third brother all too well, though he appeared carefree and spent his days mingling with entertainers. A chivalrous spirit coursed through his veins more fiercely than anyone else's. Having endured such grievances, how could Dongfang Li, with his temperament, let the matter rest? Yet, the crown prince was ultimately the heir apparent. If this escalated beyond control, it would likely implicate the esteemed concubine Ling as well. Dongfang Chen quickened his pace, contemplating how to ensure his brother could vent his frustrations while avoiding a catastrophic disaster. Situ Yue stood in the corridor, watching the direction in which they had departed, her brow knitted in confusion. This third prince was truly perplexing. He had come without uttering a single word of comfort, and even snatched away Xnr's whip. Shaking her head, she turned to return to her room, where her priority lay in caring for Xnr. "What is wrong with you? Your face looks so grim." Murong Xin inquired, lying on the bed and tilting her head to observe her, the pain in her back pulling at her lips, making speech a struggle. Situ Yue sat at the bedside, tucking the blanket around her. "It's nothing." Yet Murong Xin smiled, wincing in pain but not forgetting to jest. "It must be that third prince who has upset you, right? He is indeed quite difficult." After a pause, her eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. "But don't worry, sister, my punishment was not in vain." Situ Yue raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What do you mean by that?" "Think about it," Murong Xin whispered, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Tomorrow, the capital will undoubtedly buzz with news of the crown prince publicly oppressing the legitimate daughter of the general's household in the imperial garden. In the realm, people will say the crown prince is abusing his power, even resorting to violence against the disciple of the water cloud immortal. What will those officials, who had previously been mere spectators, do? And how will those in the martial world, who have benefited from the water cloud immortal, react? Situ Yue's heart stirred, and she instantly grasped her scheme. The crown prince's maternal family wielded considerable influence. Although the emperor harbored grievances, he had always struggled to find a suitable pretext to suppress them. Now, Heiress's serious injury had become a sharp weapon in the emperor's hands. When the prince had inquired about the injury yesterday, she had deliberately exaggerated its severity, intending to fan the flames further. As dusk descended, the guards of the Chun princess residence indeed delivered a box of medicinal ointment. The moment the brocade box was opened, a fragrant yet bitter aroma wafted into the air, a balm crafted from rare offerings like Millennium Snow Lotus and Changbai Mountain Ginseng, seldom seen even among ordinary princes. Situ Yue, observing the ointment, felt enlightened. The emperor had likely already caught wind of this matter. As night fell, the figure of Qing Shu appeared outside the courtyard like a wraith. His knock was barely audible. After 3 soft taps, he fell silent, as if merging with the darkness. When Xiao Tao opened the door to find him, she was not surprised. However, a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes as she caught sight of the brocade box in his hand. Qing Shu walked directly to the bedside, kneeling on one knee, and raised the brocade box high above her head, her voice low and respectful. "My lord has commanded 40 lashes, not a single one less." Having spoken, she placed the brocade box at the head of the bed, bowed deeply, and then vanished into the night, as if she had never existed. Xiao Tao, filled with curiosity, opened the box and gasped in astonishment. Oh, what lies within is not an ointment, but a whip stained with blood. The red tassel at its tip now darkened to a deep brown. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed her own mistress's whip. Situ Yue leaned in for a glance and chuckled. "This is the message from Prince Li to Exile. He has avenged you." Murong Xin cast a fleeting glance at the whip, curling her lips in indifference. "He must think I have brought shame upon him, as his future princess." Yet, beneath her nonchalance, a subtle warmth flickered in her eyes. The two exchanged no further words and retired early for the night. The following morning, news of the crown prince's oppression of the general's legitimate daughter spread through the imperial city like wildfire. Officials who had previously allied with General Situ hastily distanced themselves from the crown prince. Merchants with ties to the general's household swiftly removed any signs associated with him. The crown prince's influence had remarkably diminished overnight. In the martial world, uproar ensued, for the immortal Shuiyun, who had once traversed the land saving many martial artists, was now enraged to hear of her disciple being grievously injured by the crown prince. Fueled by indignation, new bounty notices were plastered across the major sects of the martial world. The crown prince found himself trapped in the eastern palace, too fearful to step outside his chambers, living in a state of constant unease. Little did he realize the depths of his predicament and the consequences of the 40 lashes he had received the previous day. When Dongfang Li had summoned him to the martial hall, he had thought it a mere sparring session and paid it no mind. Initially, they exchanged a few moves, but as Dongfang Li's whip lashed out with increasing speed and ferocity, the crown prince found himself unable to counter, forced into a desperate retreat. Observing from below, Dongfang Chun appeared to be advising, "Third brother, show some mercy." Yet, every time the crown prince attempted to flee, Dongfang Chun would conveniently block his path, wearing a helpless smile while remaining firmly planted. With no avenue for escape and no means to defend himself, the crown prince endured the full brunt of the 40 lashes. Each strike delivered with unyielding force, shredding his brocade robe and leaving his back a bloody mess. After delivering the final lash, Dongfang Li tossed the whip to Qing Shu, coldly instructing, "Deliver this to the Situ residence." He then adjusted his robe and strode purposefully toward the imperial study, aware that he had caused a calamity and had only the path of seeking forgiveness ahead. Within the imperial study, the emperor was leisurely reviewing memorials when a commotion outside caught his attention, his brow furrowing. "What is happening out there?" Eunuch he bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, Prince Li has struck the crown prince in the martial hall, and the crown prince is now bedridden. Prince Li is outside, kneeling to seek forgiveness." The emperor set down his vermilion brush, snorting coldly. "Striking the crown prince? He is becoming increasingly audacious. Let him kneel." Eunuch he complied quietly and discreetly retreated. An hour later, the emperor finally set aside the memorials in his hands and instructed Eunuch he, "Let him rise." Upon exiting the imperial study, Eunuch, he found Prince Li still kneeling upright, his spine as straight as a spear, his countenance betraying no hint of remorse, which caused him to nod inwardly in approval. He approached and softly remarked, "Your Highness, the Emperor has said that the martial arts hall is a place for sparring and competition. It is not to be blamed if the Crown Prince lacks skill." Upon hearing this, Dongfeng Li gradually straightened himself, bowed deeply towards the imperial study, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Thank you, Father Emperor. I take my leave." His tone was strong and carried an almost imperceptible note of triumph. Thus, Prince Li departed with an air of confidence. This incident swiftly reached the ears of the Crown Prince, who, upon learning of it, flew into a rage, striking the bed with his palms. However, still recovering from severe injuries, he found it difficult to even rise, let alone confront Prince Li personally. In his frustration, the Crown Prince called upon his younger sister, Princess Anping, commanding her to report the grievance to their father. Yet, no matter how Princess Anping pleaded with tears and charm before the emperor, he remained indifferent, observing her plight with an impassive gaze. To her further embarrassment, the emperor chastised the Crown Prince instead, stating, "It is one thing for him to be arrogant and overbearing, but how dare he provoke the daughter of the Situ family? Tell me, he cannot outshine the second prince in literary prowess, nor can he match the third prince in martial skills. As for the fourth, he is certainly more obedient. Does such an incompetent crown prince even deserve to bear that title?" Princess Anping was taken aback by these words, collapsing to her knees and bowing repeatedly. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, you may leave. Do not disgrace yourself before me with your sobbing." "Yes," the princess replied timidly. As she hurriedly exited the imperial study, her heart burned with indignation. "Once, Father Emperor cherished me deeply. With just a few tears, every issue would resolve. But why? When my brother has been wronged, does he not seek justice, instead siding with that Prince Li? It is infuriating." The princess did not return directly to the crown prince's palace, but went straight to her mother, Consort Xiao, in her chambers. Given the increasingly peculiar situation within the palace, it was imperative to discuss countermeasures with her mother promptly. After the princess departed, the emperor summoned Consort Ling for an audience. Subsequently, the emperor, accompanied by Consort Ling, made his way to the Situ residence, an imposing procession that drew the attention of the entire city. This act was evidently a declaration of royal support for the two young ladies of the Situ family, a gesture of solidarity and encouragement. The emperor's personal visit was a rare honor in the court. The last time such an honor was bestowed was over a decade ago, when General Situ's wife passed away, prompting the emperor to pay his respects in a similar manner. This recent action not only underscored the royal family's esteem for the Situ household, but also expressed respect for the wandering sage of the martial world. On the surface, it appeared to be a recompense for the crown prince's offense against the Situ women. However, it was, in truth, a manifestation of the emperor's enduring affection for the families of his loyal subjects, embodying the qualities of a wise sovereign. The emperor and Consort Ling lingered at the C2 residence for quite some time, as Consort Ling gazed at Murong Xin with a heart full of compassion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The emperor offered words of comfort, saying, "Xin, you have endured much." Murong Xin replied with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, I am unscathed. A few days of rest will suffice for this minor injury. The crown prince has suffered a greater loss this time, haha." Situ Yue frowned, reproaching her. "What do you mean a few days? The royal physician has stated you require a month of convalescence. The crown prince is clearly intent on your demise." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears again. She had been suppressing her emotions, reluctant to appear weak before Murong Xin. Yet, the more indifferent Xin appeared, the more distressed she felt. For the crown prince had originally aimed at her, and it was only due to Murong Xin's boldness that he shifted his focus towards her while she remained unscathed. Murong Xin chuckled. "That merely shows the crown prince as foolishness. How was I to know that a slight provocation would redirect his target?" Situ Yue sighed. "You are fully aware." The emperor and Consort Ling felt an even deeper pang of sympathy upon hearing this. Consort Ling cast a reproachful glance at the emperor, saying, "Look at your son. If Xin is left with lingering ailments, I shall not let this pass lightly." The emperor embraced Consort Ling, reassuring her, "My beloved consort, who would dare to harm my future daughter-in-law? This was an unfortunate incident, truly an accident, and it shall not recur." Turning her gaze, Consort Ling looked kindly at Murong Xin and Situ Yue, softly stating, "The child has suffered greatly. I have instructed Prince Chun and Prince Li to visit more frequently in the future. Once your injuries are healed, you may enter the palace at any time, and I will personally send someone to welcome you at the palace gates. Such incidents shall not occur again." Murong Xin and Situ Yue responded, "Thank you, Your Highness." After the emperor and consort Ling returned to the palace, daily gifts poured into the Situ residence like a flowing river. On the surface, they appeared to be nourishing supplements and fine silks, but in truth, they comprised treasures of gold and silver, as well as deeds to properties. Everyone believed these were compensations for the two county princesses, but in reality, these riches were reserved for Princes Chun and Li. They were merely stored in the C2 residence under the guise of compensation to be rightfully inherited by the princes upon their marriages. This was both a guarantee from the emperor and consort Ling for the two county princesses and a testament to their trust in them. Chapter 96. Buying life with money for an entire month, the vermilion doors of the Eastern Palace remained firmly shut. A thin layer of dust settled on the gilded bronze rings, and the armor of the guards stationed at the entrance glimmered coldly under the sun. They patrolled every 3 steps and stood guard every 5, while even the copper bells at the eaves seemed frozen in silence, with not a sound heard throughout the day. The crown prince's chambers were akin to a fortress, and the boots of the hidden guards moved soundlessly over the blue bricks, with only the ever-burning lamp in the corridor illuminating the shadows, casting the figures on the papered windows into the corners. Outside the palace walls, an old locust tree concealed many wandering heroes. They either posed as vegetable vendors or masqueraded as roof repairmen, yet their eyes were sharp as hawks, fixated on the tightly closed palace doors. The bounty of 5,000 taels of gold still burned at their waists. Yet the patrols within the palace walls changed more frequently than a revolving lantern, preventing even a sparrow from entering. Thus, they could only endure the weight, their boots nearly worn through against the blue bricks. Inside the tent, the crown prince listened to the sounds from outside, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He summoned his trusted eunuch in the dead of night to pry open the hidden compartment beneath his bed, where he had concealed years of accumulated gold, silver, and jewels, now flowing out like a river. As the eunuch emerged from the palace bearing brocade boxes, his boots concealed banknotes, and every connection, from the chief of the capital to the agents of the Wulin Alliance, was generously greased with silver. Until the dawn of the 7th day, a secret missive slipped through the crack of the door, announcing the withdrawal of the assassination order, contingent upon the payment of a bounty to each recipient of the command. As Xiao Jiyu hurried over, her feet brushing against the morning dew, the pearls adorning her hair trembled with each step. The moment she pushed open the door to the chamber, a strong scent of medicine assailed her senses. The crown prince lay on the bed, receiving treatment for his wounds. The injury on his back was grotesque, resembling a centipede, and as the ointment made contact with his flesh, beads of cold sweat appeared on his brow. "My child!" Xiao Jiyu exclaimed, rushing forward with the intent to touch him, but hesitated, fearing to inflict further pain. Her fingertips quivered in the air. "Mother, you have arrived." The crown prince replied, his voice hoarse, as if it had been rasped by sandpaper. Turning his head, he noticed the redness around her eyes and suddenly lost his temper. Xiao Jiyu scooped up a spoonful of bird's nest soup and brought it to his lips, but abruptly placed it heavily on the table. You have truly acted foolishly this time." She pointed at the military strategy map hanging on the wall. "How have I instructed you? The Situ family is a formidable foe. You should either have won them over as allies or eradicated them while they were still weak. Instead, you have pushed them into becoming your sworn enemies." A corner of the curtain was lifted by the wind, bringing with it a chill. Xiao Jiyu, stroking the jade hairpin at her temple, adopted a heavier tone. "It appears that winning them over is no longer an option. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as the Situ family is eliminated, this kingdom will eventually be yours." The crown prince suddenly let out a bitter laugh, a movement that caused him to grimace in pain. "Mother, it may not be so simple. The bandits in Jingzhou have been routed by the officials, and all the weapons hidden by my uncle have been confiscated. The estate in the outskirts has also been lost, with its treasures seized by the state." "What?" Xiao Jiyu sprang to her feet, her jade pendant clinking against the edge of the table with a crisp sound. As she stumbled backward, her skirt caught on a chair leg, nearly causing her to fall. Those weapons had been her family's savings amassed over a decade, intended for the crown prince's uprising. How could they simply vanish? Who did this? Speak. The crown prince lowered his head further, his voice barely above a whisper. It is still unclear. However, the word is that it was reported by someone from the martial world. From the martial world? Xiao Jiyu's brow furrowed into a knot. How could you have entangled yourself with those desperate rogues? The crown prince clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. It should be Murong Xin. But I do not know who is behind her, capable of mobilizing the entire martial world. We have truly suffered a great loss. Not only have I been injured, but I also spent over 100,000 taels of gold to suppress the assassination order, or else, perhaps you would not have returned to me at all. Xiao Jiyu's fury ignited instantly, as she slammed her palm on the table, causing the teacup to leap. How outrageous. They dare to pursue the crown prince? This is simply insurrection. What are you afraid of? This is the palace, a forbidden ground. Do they truly have the audacity to invade? Suddenly, the crown prince covered his face, his voice tinged with a sob. Mother, do you know who the recipients of the order are? Who? Xiao Jiyu's voice trembled. The crown prince enunciated each word deliberately, as if they were squeezed from between his teeth. The 10th-ranked Master Shuxing, the 8th-ranked Monk Shuming, the 7th-ranked Ghost Shadow, the 5th-ranked Fairy of the Mist, the 4th-ranked Blood Shadow Crazy Blade, the 3rd-ranked Cold Moon, the 2nd-ranked Smiling Yenluo. Even the 1st-ranked Emperor of Flames has taken the order. Had it not been for the absence of the 6th celestial being from the eastern city, he would likely have joined in this tumult. There were still over 20 individuals, whose prowess, though not enough to secure a place among the top 10, was nonetheless formidable. Xiao Jiyu felt the world spinning around her, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Gazing at the embroidered dragon and phoenix on the 10th ceiling, she suddenly felt as though the golden threads were mocking her. It turned out that the 100,000 taels of gold she had procured had cost her son's life. She opened her mouth, intending to utter something, only to find her throat constricted, producing only a strangled sound. Chapter 97. The prince's assassination order. As Murong Xin leaned against a pillar, gingerly moving forward, she could still taste the bitterness of the medicinal concoction on her fingertips. The imperial physician's prescription had indeed proven effective. Yet the dull ache in her bones clung to her like a persistent thread. Any hastened movement tightened her brows. She observed the ginkgo leaves drifting down in the courtyard, her mind still preoccupied with the scheme that entwined the rumors of the martial world around the prince, hoping that the common folk's spittle would drown the eastern palace, compelling the emperor to consider deposing the crown prince. However, just as her strategy was set in motion, the assassination order thundered like a bolt from the blue. When she arrived at the announcement site, still nursing her wounds, the individual issuing the orders was wiping the vermilion stamp on the table with a cloth. Barely glancing at her as he stated, "Miss, you are the 12th. If successful, one could earn 5,000 taels of gold." Had she anticipated a desperate gamble, only to find herself amidst a bustling spectacle? As she gazed at the words Crown Prince fluttering in the wind on the announcement, she suddenly burst into laughter. To be a crown prince, yet turn the martial path into a den of enmity, with 11 individuals already accepting the order? Murong Xin pressed her fingertip onto the yellowed assassination order, contemplating the standard issuing token laid out before her. The prospect of 5,000 taels was indeed substantial, yet the words life and death disregarded pricked at her like poisoned needles, raising every hair on the back of her neck. At night, while sharpening her dagger under the moonlight, she often pondered how to intimidate the prince while ensuring her own escape, until the blade reflected her ferocious grin, prompting her to cease. The following day, before she could complete mapping out her infiltration route into the eastern palace on the sand table, she was informed that the assassination order had been rescinded. "Miss, the assassination order has been lifted." When the issuer unveiled the box, the midday sun blazed fiercely, causing the pile of gold ingots within to shimmer blindingly. "This is compensation, 5,000 taels of gold. Please verify and sign." As her fingertip grazed the ingots, the cold weight startled her into retracting her hand. Suddenly, she recalled the unspoken rules of the martial world. Assassination orders were not easily revoked. Either the target had become a ghost in the wilderness, or the leader of the martial alliance, the Flame Emperor, had personally signed it. Yet, the crown prince was evidently still in the eastern palace throwing a tantrum, leaving only one possibility. The prince must have emptied his private treasury to seek the Flame Emperor's clemency. She circled the wooden box thrice, then abruptly crouched to knock a gold ingot against the ground. The clear, crisp sound startling a swallow from its perch beneath the eaves, undoubtedly pure gold. As she carried the wooden box out, her wrist throbbed painfully under its weight. The 5,000 taels of gold were sufficient to establish 3 silk shops on the most bustling Zhuke street in the capital, to hire 30 guardians for protection, and to allow her and Situ Yue to indulge in the finest pre-rain Longjing tea for the rest of their lives. Just like that, she raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, only to realize she had been salivating. Just yesterday, she was fretting over how to scale the wall. And now, without even laying eyes on the crown prince, a fortune of gold had fallen into her lap. Was the heavens pouring gold into my pocket? As she rushed towards the Situ residence, the pain in her hip had long been forgotten. Passing by a rouge shop, she waved her empty hand to the shopkeeper, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Bring me 10 boxes of Zue, Chun Hong tomorrow. Upon seeing Situ Yue, she nearly lunged forward, the gold ingots in the box clinking merrily. Look. She tugged at Situ Yue's sleeve, spinning in circles, the jeweled flowers at her temples swaying. Without doing anything at all, I've gained 5,000 taels of gold. Surely, the crown prince must be a reincarnated benefactor. After reveling in her fortune, she bowed thrice to the heavens, and suddenly remembered something, covering her mouth as she laughed. I must also thank that foolish crown prince. In the East Palace, the crown prince flung himself onto the bed. The brocade quilt was kicked to the foot of the bed, the golden drapes hanging in disarray, suffused with his anger. He touched the unhealed wound on his lower back, still wrapped in blood-stained gauze. Each movement felt like needles pricking him. Has the prince caught a chill? The timid voice of the crown princess floated in from outside the curtain, imbued with a gentle warmth. She entered with a food box, intending to offer him the freshly warmed ginger soup, but before her hand could touch the drapery, she was startled by his furious roar. Get out. His voice was like ice. If it weren't for you and that lowly southern barbarian, would I be chased by ruffians like a stray dog? Get out. The crown princess spilled half a cup of ginger soup, the scalding liquid splattering onto her wrist, yet she felt no pain. Biting her lip, she retreated, and as she reached the door of the hall, she could no longer restrain herself. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, which fell onto the bluestone floor, creating a small, damp stain. The southern barbarian princess sat on a soft couch in the side hall, her fingertips entwined with the golden thread on her embroidered handkerchief, her gaze drifting to the phoenix tree leaves fluttering outside the window. Her brother, the southern barbarian prince, had just returned from the East Palace, his brow furrowed in concern. The crown prince harbors a great deal of resentment towards us. The wedding plans may be delayed. We cannot afford to delay. The southern barbarian princess suddenly slammed her handkerchief onto the table, causing the embroidered twin lotus to skew. You must return to the south immediately. We must secure a wedding date before then. She leaned closer to her brother, her voice lowered, infused with ambition. Once the crown prince ascends the position of the principal consort. Her words trailed off, but a fierce smile tugged at her lips. As long as I can successfully marry the crown prince, the crown princess is of no consequence. She whispered into her brother's ear, her words as soft as a whispering mosquito, yet each was steeped in calculation. Outside, the wind swirled the fallen leaves, enveloping their clandestine scheme in the deepening twilight. Chapter 98. All is false. The southern barbarian prince, clad in a splendid robe, knelt once more upon the golden bricks of the Taiha Hall, his forehead pressed against the cold ground. Your Majesty, my sister and the crown prince share a profound affection. I earnestly beseech you to arrange their marriage at the earliest convenience, so that I may witness my sister's happiness with my own eyes. As his words fell, the southern barbarian envoys behind him echoed in unison, the crisp sound of gold hairpins and jade ornaments clashing resonating within the hall. The emperor paused momentarily, his fingers playing with his beard, his gaze sweeping over the southern barbarian siblings below. Though the southern barbarian princess was strikingly beautiful, a calculating glint lay hidden within her brows, making her far from an ideal match. Just as he contemplated using the crown prince's injuries as a pretext for delay, Situ Yue, standing to one side, suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a proposal. Her voice rang clear, like jade striking against jade. Let us first hold an engagement ceremony, and once the crown prince has recovered, we may proceed with the grand wedding. As for the southern barbarian princess, though she may be a secondary consort, her treatment shall be equal to that of the crown princess. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the southern barbarian prince's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with his sister. What matter if she were a secondary consort? As long as she could remain by the crown prince's side day and night, the position of primary consort would inevitably be within reach. He immediately bowed his head in gratitude, exclaiming, "I thank your majesty for your grace. This plan is indeed most fitting." Half a month later, the inner palace was adorned with red lanterns, casting a fiery glow. Red silk wrapped around the vermilion pillars, while the bronze incense burner at the steps emitted fragrant smoke. And even the copper bells at the eaves were tied with red tassels. Royal relatives donned their dragon robes, and civil and military officials, wearing black gauze hats, stood according to rank within the hall. Even the long-secluded Ling Fei arrived, assisted by a palace maid, a golden hairpin with emeralds gleaming at her temples. Although Xiao Jiyu had been demoted, she still adorned herself in embroidered golden palace attire and rushed to the scene. She gazed at the plaque inscribed with the words "A match made in heaven," her eyes slightly reddening. This had once been the glory she had meticulously planned for her son over the years, and now she was to share it with a southern barbarian woman. As the auspicious hour approached, the grand ceremonial officer began to sing. The newlyweds enter the hall. Yet the crown prince and the southern barbarian princess were nowhere to be seen. The commotion within the hall gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling sound of burning incense and candles. The emperor's fingers, holding the teacup, revealed faint veins, the 12-pattern design upon his dragon robe glimmering coldly in the candlelight. "What is happening?" Just as he was about to respond, a young eunuch tumbled into the hall. His hat askew. "Your Majesty, it is terrible. In the side hall, there are strange sounds." Impudent. The emperor slammed the teacup down on the table, splashing tea onto the bright yellow tablecloth. "On the day of the grand wedding, how dare you speak such nonsense?" The young eunuch fell to the ground, his voice trembling like a sieve. "I would not dare deceive. The sound, it sounds like the crown prince and the princess." The emperor abruptly rose, the dragon throne creaking under the force of his movement. He strode towards the side hall, his bright yellow dragon robe sweeping past the red lanterns in the corridor, leaving a trail of flickering shadows. The crowd followed closely, the sound of boots striking against the blue stone slabs, startling the magpies resting beneath the eaves. "Break it open." The emperor pointed at the intricately carved wooden door, his voice hoarse with rage. The guards shouted in unison, their shoulders crashing against the door. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered open, a heavy scent of dragon's saliva mingling with the cloying fragrance of cosmetics enveloping them like an invisible net. The emperor stepped into the chamber first, followed closely by eunuch He, who inadvertently shook the tassels from his whisk. The consort Ling covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, while the favored lady Xiao stumbled in behind, her hairpin trembling precariously. Lady Mei and the fourth prince exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. In stark contrast, the southern barbarian prince wore a grim expression, his grip tightening around the jade pendant at his waist. The sounds of moans continued to permeate the air, slithering like a venomous serpent against the eardrums of the onlookers. On the guilt-laden bed, the crown prince and the southern barbarian princess lay entwined, their garments in disarray, raven locks cascading over the brocade quilt, beads of sweat glistening at their temples. Both appeared oblivious to the crowd, their brows furrowed tightly, lost in an intoxicating haze of heat. "They have been drugged." Eunuch He exclaimed in shock, hastily shielding his face with the whisk. Outside the hall, Situ Yue and Murong Xin were about to enter to investigate when they were halted by the Prince of Chun and the Prince of Li. "Young ladies should not witness such sordid affairs," the Prince of Chun said gently, extending a hand to block their way. Quick-witted Murong Xin seized the moment while the two princes were distracted by Situ Yue, slipping inside like a nimble fish. "Exiner," Situ Yue cried, both exasperated and anxious, as she noticed the Prince of Chun signaling to the Prince of Li. In a burst of determination, she grasped the wrist of the Prince of Li, employing a clever maneuver to unexpectedly propel him a few steps back, allowing her to squeeze through the door. She spotted Murong Xin on tiptoe, inching closer to the bed. Situ Yue hastened to her side, her gaze sweeping over the scene on the bed, her cheeks flushing crimson. The crown prince's dragon-patterned robe was torn, and the southern barbarian princess's gauzy dress had slipped to her waist, their skin glowing an unnatural shade of red, clearly a result of the drug. "Summon the imperial physician." The emperor's roar reverberated, causing the window panes to tremble. "All irrelevant personnel, withdraw at once." Lady Mei and the fourth prince stifled their laughter as they retreated, while the southern barbarian prince cast one last penetrating glance at the bed, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he departed. Lady Xiao rushed to the bedside, trembling hands draping a quilt over the two, tears dampening the lotus pattern on the rich fabric. The Princess of Chun Enli entered shortly after, intending to escort Situ Yue out. However, she clutched Murong Xin's hand, preparing to turn away when Murong Xin suddenly declared, "The princess is an impostor, and so is the crown prince." Her words hung in the air, and an eerie silence enveloped the room, even the moans seeming to freeze in place. The emperor furrowed his brow, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Chapter 99. Matters of importance. Murong Xin pointed towards the two on the bed, her finger turning pale from the exertion. "Look at their shoulders." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the stunned assembly. They each bear the wolf pattern birthmark. It is a unique insignia of the Moon tribe from the Western Mysterious Kingdom. Anyone of Moon tribe blood will possess this mark. Normally, it lies hidden beneath the skin, only revealing itself during vigorous activity, like dark tendrils emerging when one sweats. The gathered crowd collectively held their breath, turning their eyes to the bed. Indeed, on the shoulders of the two figures, there were indistinct shadows, reminiscent of wolves lying in wait, barely discernible against their damp skin. Murong Xin continued, "The Western Mist Kingdom is composed of numerous tribes, each possessing its own sacred relic and priestess. The royal family governs these tribes, yet each tribe enjoys a degree of autonomy, with the chieftains being selected in various, often unique manners." She then shifted her gaze to the wolf insignia, stating that the Yue tribe is the most distinctive among them. It is said to be the earliest established tribe, venerating the moon goddess, originally marked only by a wolf-shaped emblem. Later, whether due to the moon goddess's protection is uncertain. But every descendant of the Yue bloodline is born with this wolf insignia as a birthmark. As the audience absorbed this astonishing revelation, Murong Xin turned her attention to the false princess, her tone suddenly sharp. "I encountered the southern barbarian princess several years ago. Although time has passed and her appearance may have changed, she certainly does not resemble this one. In recent days, I have probed her, but she knows nothing of the past. If the princess I met was genuine, then this one must be a counterfeit." She abruptly directed her words at the emperor, her gaze cutting like a knife. As for the crown prince, the wolf insignia upon his shoulder indicates that either his father or mother must possess Yue blood. "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, do you bear such a mark?" Or perhaps, her eyes darted toward Xiao Jiu, questioning whether she bore it as well. Instantly, the crowd's gaze pierced toward Xiao Jiu, whose face turned as pale as parchment, her mind blank. After a moment, she screamed, "You speak nonsense. Heir is the emperor's own son. You vile witch, how dare you tarnish the royal bloodline?" In a frenzy, she lunged at Murong Xin, her nails sharp as talons. Anticipating the attack, Murong Xin deftly sidestepped and struck her elbow against the side of her neck. With a sharp crack, Xiao Jiu's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. Not a soul in the hall dared to voice a reproach. Her previous cries had been unbearably shrill, and now the silence was almost serene. At that moment, the imperial physician hurried in, carrying his medicine box. Trembling, he extracted silver needles and inserted them into the acupoints of both women. Within the span of a short incense stick, their moans gradually subsided, and their clarity of mind returned. Upon awakening, the false princess surveyed the room full of onlookers and, noticing her disheveled attire, immediately covered her face and began to weep. I have been framed. Crown Prince, you must stand up for me." The Crown Prince hastily wrapped himself in a brocade blanket, kneeling beside the bed, trembling as if he were a frightened rabbit. His former arrogance vanished. "Silence," the emperor thundered, slamming his palm on the table. The golden threads of his dragon robe shimmered ominously in the candlelight. "You are deafening." The false princess fell silent at once, her tears welling in her eyes as she looked at the crown prince with a pitiful gaze. The emperor turned to Physician Li, his voice hoarse. "Did you see it? The birthmarks on their backs." Physician Li knelt with a thud, his forehead pressed against the cold tiles. Your servant saw it. Do you recognize it?" The emperor's tone betrayed no hint of emotion. Physician Li's lips quivered, and he struggled to find his voice, hesitating to speak. How could he dare to utter anything? This was a matter of royal bloodlines. Yet suddenly, the emperor sighed. "I recall that you accompanied your master to the western borders years ago. You must have heard of the Yue tribe, correct?" Physician Li trembled at the revelation. It became clear that the emperor had known all along. He dared not conceal the truth any longer and knelt, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the descendant of the Moon tribe bears the wolf pattern birthmark on their back. A mark passed down through generations, it cannot be mistaken. The word struck like thunder, silencing the hall. Even the sound of the wind outside seemed to freeze. Murong Xian's revelation was indeed true. The crown prince was not the emperor's biological son, and the southern barbarian princess was an impostor. The emperor clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He gritted his teeth and commanded, "Take the crown prince and concubine Xiao to the ancestral hall and interrogate them under severe punishment." He cast a disdainful glance at the false princess, his eyes filled with loathing. "Return her to the southern barbarian prince and inform him that this false princess is not worthy of Eastern Yue." The guards complied, advancing to drag away the crown prince, who was still crying out for his father to discern the truth, alongside the unconscious concubine Xiao. The false princess, witnessing this, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, being dragged out like a lifeless dog. The crown prince's cries grew fainter, each father piercing the emperor's heart like a sharp dagger. He pressed his hand against his chest, darkness swirling before his eyes, nearly toppling over. Chief eunuch, he rushed forward to support him, but was shoved away. After a long moment, the emperor waved his hand, his voice weary. "Everyone leave. Ling Fei, accompany me back to the palace." Prince Chun and Prince Li were instructed to escort Situ Yue and Murong Xian back to their residence. The carriage halted at the entrance of the moonlit garden. Just as they were about to take their leave, Murong Xian suddenly spoke. "Prince Chun, Prince Li, please wait." She stepped aside, gesturing gracefully, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. "I have urgent matters to discuss. May I request a moment of your time?" The moonlight illuminated her face, casting her eyes to shine like cold stars, seemingly harboring many untold secrets. In Chapter 100, the two princes exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of curiosity. Prince Chin nodded first. "Please, Miss Murong, speak." In Murong Xian's boudoir, the delicate fragrance of jasmine tea wafted from the green porcelain cup. The four gathered around a pearwood table, the candlelight casting flickering shadows on the rice paper window. Fei Yu and Shouthouse stood guard at the door, their waist knives glinting coldly. Yu Feng and Qing Shu concealed themselves in the shadows of the corridor, their breaths barely audible, as if merging with the night. Murong Xian gently tapped her fingers on the table, initiating the discourse. "The southern barbarian delegation is suspicious. The princess is an impostor, and I have never seen this self-proclaimed crown prince Tuoba before. However, there are several seasoned ministers in the delegation whom I recognized from years ago when I visited the southern barbarian palace. Their appearances and names match perfectly." Prince Chin paused slightly, holding his teacup. "Miss, you have been to the southern barbarians?" "Yes," Murong Xian affirmed with a nod, a smile dancing in her eyes. "A few years ago, I traveled with my master and spent some time in the southern barbarians. I even interacted with their crown prince and second princess for half a month." Situ Yue suddenly realized. "No wonder you appeared troubled when we first met the southern barbarian princess. You had suspicions even then?" "At that time, I merely felt it was awkward." Murong Xian warmed her hands around the teacup. "Today, upon seeing the wolf pattern birthmark, I dared to conclude she is indeed false." She took a sip of tea, her thoughts seemingly drifting back to the southern barbarians' royal palace years ago. The southern barbarian nation, with the surname Tuoba, had a crown prince named Tuoba Lai and a second princess named Tuoba Qingxue. I had never heard of this Tuoba song during my time in the southern barbarians. Although the southern barbarian king was a man of robust character, his voice booming enough to shake the bells at the corners of the palace. Princess Qingxue was the polar opposite. Her chamber was filled with poetry and art books, her speech gentle and soft, and she walked as lightly as a feather, resembling a girl nurtured in the water towns of Jiangnan. At this thought, she suddenly laughed. "I still remember the time we flew kites together, when the string snapped. It was Tuoba Lai who chased after it for half a mountain." Tuoba, the elder brother, was handsome and skilled in martial arts, and the southern barbarian king often spoke of grooming him as his successor. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow in her eyes. Suddenly, she recalled something. The queen of the southern barbarians, who had captured the southern barbarian king's heart years ago with a dance called Dance of the Palm. It was said that after marrying her, the king vowed never to take another consort, leaving the vast harem with only the queen. A trace of envy flashed in Situ Yue's eyes. Truly a devoted emperor. Murong Xian rested her chin on her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. Yet therein lies the problem. How could a man so deeply in love with the queen suddenly have a Tuoba song appear? Where did he come from? The Li Wang. playing with the jade pendant at his waist, suddenly interjected. Could it be that they encountered robbers, and the true prince and princess fell victim, allowing impostors to take their place? Unlikely, Murong Xin shook her head. The old ministers and the envoy were the southern barbarian king's confidants. If they were impostors, how could they deceive their eyes? She sighed softly. I too find this perplexing. Suddenly, Qinhuang asked, since you know those old ministers, why do they not recognize you? Murong Xin spread her hands, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Back then, I traveled the rivers and lakes with my master, often veiled. They have seen me with my veil, but do not know my true appearance. However, in Princess Qingshue's chamber, I had removed my veil for half a month, which is why I can confidently assert that today's visitor is an impostor. Qinhuang set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. Thank you for revealing these insights. Li Wang and I shall enter the palace to inform the emperor, allowing for early precautions. That would be most prudent. Murong Xin nodded with a smile. At that moment, Situ Yue suddenly took a deep breath, as if having made a significant resolution. Qinhuang, I have one more matter regarding the crown prince that I wish to discuss. Qinhuang raised an eyebrow. Please, Situ Miss, go ahead. Situ Yue's brow was tightly knitted, her tone grave. Today in the side hall, I caught a glimpse of an injury on the crown prince's left chest, resembling the 3 palm strikes you delivered to him a month ago during the wind and moon incident. Though a month has passed, the imprint is faintly visible, but the outline is unmistakable. I saw it too. Murong Xin suddenly slammed the table, causing the celadon cup to tremble. I was puzzled at the time. How could a whip leave a palm imprint? She turned to look at Li Wang, her gaze clearly conveying, didn't you only strike with a whip? The King of Glass felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, scratching his head and chuckling. I merely delivered 40 lashes. The palm print is certainly not my handiwork. Perhaps when next we meet, I could administer a few more. The King of Dawn shot him a stern look before turning to Situ Yue and saying, this matter is of great significance. Feng Yin is a notorious thief. How could the crown prince bear his palm print? The flickering candlelight cast a play of shadows upon the faces of those present, as a more formidable storm seemed to be quietly brewing.